Greetings and well met, one and all around the world. Today, you shall watch history be made. In the final day of Grandmasters for 2020, we're going to be finding out in all three of the regions who is going through as our second representative for the year. So the World Championships to be held in December. It has been some monumentous Hearthstone already this weekend. To think it could get any more epic, Gia, it boggles the mind.
So true, Derek. It's been a great season overall. We've seen the highs and the lows, and already said goodbye to Kin and Rivius. And today we find out one more person that will possibly not be joining us in next season. But more importantly, we find out who is joining Glory for Worlds starting December 12th.
That's exactly right. We're going to start things off with our relegation match and then move over to end things on the high note of sending someone through to the World Championships. And so let's take a look at how our players qualified through to be in the semi-finals today, because it's all just going to be about our four players duking it out for that one spot left in the World Championships. This was played out on Friday. Surrender sailing through as he was the first place seed in Division A, and so therefore got a free win as a reward for performing so well during the season, and then won his single game against Bank Yugi to cleanly sail through. Glory had a bit of a messier road to get there, but beating Glory twice in a row did secure him that spot in the semi-finals.
Yep, Bank Yugi, definitely the underdog of the bunch, because I believe all three of the other players in the semifinals have made a Worlds appearance in one form or another of the Hearthstone World Championships in the past. But Bank Yugi has definitely been the poster boy for the new blood here in Hearthstone Grandmasters, and he's got a very strong shot of taking it as well.
He does. Commiserations to Alan and Glory coming so close but so far. Glory, however, we will be seeing at the World Championships anyway, because he was the player who qualified through from Season 1. Chonsu managing to win both of his games, qualifying through to the semi-finals. He arguably should not have won both of his games, as at Game 5, Tom did miss a lethal that could have sent him easily through to the semi-finals. But he redeemed himself. All is forgiven, as he is the second player going through alongside Chonsu. Like you said, it's been a while for Chonsu since he's been at a World Championship, so it would mean so much for him to get back there.
It is true. He took down some very fierce competitors to get their commiserations again to Possessi and Blitzchung, who I believe both had some very impressive seasons. But in the end, it looks like a battle of the veterans plus Bank Yugi, who is a very worthy representative for the newer players here in Grandmasters, and also is bringing one of the most unusual decks in Highlander Rogue.
He is. It performed very poorly for RDU yesterday, I believe, kind of being the weak link in his lineup that just hamstringed his chances of getting through to the semi-finals for the European region. But it's been working out for Bank Yugi so far over in APAC. Surrender and Tom is going to be our first match of the semi-finals for today after we handle our relegation match. And what an absolutely stunning way to start things off, Gia. Surrender has consistently, in my opinion, just been at the highest level of Hearthstone, not just in APAC, but over all the regions. I think there's an extremely strong argument for him being the best player in the world right now. And Tom 60229, who he has been up against, yesterday was a bit messy, but I think over the past few weeks we have seen some very, very high-level Hearthstone from him, from the player who's already flown as high as you can possibly fly.
It's a battle of the all-stars in APAC, I would say, to start off in the semifinals. And Bank Yugi versus Chonsu is also one that I am very much looking forward to, again, mostly for Bank Yugi's lineup, but also for Chonsu to complete the comeback, because he did start off the season a little bit slow. And I know you love pegging him as your one to watch for this season, and it's happening. Derek, your dream is still alive.
It's still alive. He said that I'd cursed him at the start, and when he went down to 0-4 in the round robin, it was actually starting to look like that might have happened. But thankfully for him, and most importantly, thankfully for me, he was able to turn things around in order to get through to the semi-finals in very, very stunning fashion. Before we can take a look at the semi-finals, though, and get into the games, we, of course, have to deal with the relegation match. It's been a pretty brutal couple of days. We've seen on the first day, Dawn secure his space for another day, for another year, another season at least, in Grandmasters. I'm sure plenty of fans of his very popular stream will be very happy to have found that out. Tyler going up against Flurry was then able to take the win, and Flurry now up against Alu Temu, the winner of this series will be safe for another season. The loser will be relegated.
And it would be such a heartbreaker for Fleury if that were the case, because he was in this exact same spot last season, narrowly escaping the relegation at the very last minute. For Alutemu, he's got a bit of a safety net because he did perform very well in a Masters Tour earlier on this year, and he has a good chance of possibly making it right back into Grandmasters if he is relegated. But still, we are hearing from players like Lambi Series that his hopes are riding on Alutemu to secure the new blood safety on trying to promote into Grandmasters.
Yeah, I think here for Alutemu, it's for his sake mainly a matter of pride, because having gone from another season where he was right through to the semi-finals, he's come so close on multiple occasions now to going through to the World Championships. But honestly, this season, everything just fell apart. It was absolutely miserable from him. Not necessarily in terms of his play, because we were left, I think feeling fairly happy for the most part with his play, but just the performances, the metagame, whatever it may have been, wasn't working out. But he now has one last chance, Gia. All of it can be forgotten if he can just secure his spot here and take the win against Fleury. But on the other hand, as we've been talking about, Fleury has had his ups and downs undeniably here in Grandmasters, but as one of the most popular South Korean language streamers that we have in Hearthstone, I think that he would be very sorely missed were he to be relegated out of Grandmasters.
For sure. Fleury has quite a few fans of his own, and he has been at the peak of Hearthstone for years upon years now. It feels like Don and Fleury are OGs of the scene, and it would be a loss no matter who we do end up saying goodbye to. But taking a look at the lineups for Fleury and Alutemu, it's actually quite similar on both sides, and Fleury has that weapon rogue as the X factor.
Yeah, that's the real kicker here. He got lucky yesterday, queuing it into Tyler's Warrior, and got a very easy free win to start things off. Still wasn't able to take the series, though, so it could be a little bit of a weak spot in his lineup when we jump into our game. But we have to let the players get ready, go to a short break, first of all, and when we come back, we are going to be kicking off the last day of the season, the last day of the year for Hearthstone Grandmasters. We're going to send someone away entirely from Grandmasters devastatingly, and we're going to send someone through to the World Championships at the end of the day. Make sure you don't miss a single moment, and it will all kick off after this.
ちょっと常に10分遅れるか常に20分早くってさ、何その
待ち合わせに10分早く
常に10分遅れるか20分早くなるかで選ぶとしたら20分早く着くことは選びます。
항상 10분 늦는 게 더 좋은 것 같아요. 다른 사람도 꼭 늦는 사람이 있어서 항상 저는 10분 늦겠습니다.
常に10分遅れるか常に20分早いかだと常に20分早い方です。ただ仲が良くなると10分遅れ始めます。
我的话通常都是可能早个5到10分钟到，如果是早20分钟的话，那我还是宁愿晚10分钟到。
待ち合わせに10分遅れるか20分早いかでいうと最近は早く着くようになりました。
이게 똑같이 10분 10분이면은 10분 일찍 가는 거 하겠는데 20분 손해보는 건 조금 너무 손해라서.
This is the relegation match for our final day here. The loser of this series will ever so devastatingly be relegated out of Grandmasters, whereas the winner, thankfully, will be safe for another season. And getting into the nitty-gritty of the matchups here, Gia, it's not often that we're surprised by a double warrior ban, as that seems fairly standard here in the current metagame. But for Fleury in particular, we were a little bit surprised to see with his deck choices going for a warrior ban.
That's right, because just yesterday up against Tyler, he queued up the Weapon Rogue into Warrior and got what looked like one of the easiest wins we've seen Fleury take on stream. I think the reason for bringing Weapon Rogue over Burgle Rogue, which is generally considered a stronger archetype across the board, is to maybe have a target on Warrior. But given that the rest of Fleury's decks don't seem attuned to try and bully Warrior, I can sort of understand the ban, but it raises the question, why bring Weapon Rogue in the first place?
It does. You can definitely make the argument that you think it's just a strong enough deck. I think a lot of players would disagree with you, but it does some powerful stuff. You know, this is far from the territory of the tier 4 meme decks. It has, with the power of Self-Sharpening Sword, many very, very strong combos that can be utilized to deal a lot of damage. I think the overall weakness of the deck in the metagame, which becomes very apparent a lot of the time, is its inability to answer any kind of boards. It very rarely wants to sack in its minions because they can't get good value trades with them being 3-1s, 2-1s on the stealth side. And the weapons all just want to go face, or you don't have much of a win condition, because if you attack into minions 4 turns in a row with your self-sharpening sword, you're going to kill yourself quicker than you're killing your opponent in that game. And it often doesn't work out, which is why it's such a good matchup against Bomb Warrior, because they don't really develop many minions, and you just get to target everything at the face.
It's true. We were seeing some more different versions of weapon rogues from other players in APAC, notably Possessy, who was running Evil Miscreants and Pharaoh Cats in there, which with that additional card generation lent the archetype a little bit more flexibility. Flurry has gone for what I believe is the streamlined and standard version of the deck, with the double Vulpera Toxin Blade still in there. But yeah, it does seem like it would struggle for this type of build if it's not running into Warrior. So right off the bat, I'm already worried about that for Flurry, but there's also some pretty interesting choices in his other decks that are remaining unbanned, such as the Demon Hunter running the 10-finger package and the Mage having the one of Spellkin but no Arcane Breath.
Exactly, and we are going to get to see that Demon Hunter, I believe, in the first outing in this series. It's going to be Flurry's Demon Hunter up against the Mage or Alu Temu. Traditionally, what we've been saying over the entire season to be a very nice, favorable matchup for the Demon Hunter, but in a end-of-season twist here, Gia, we couldn't have written it better if we'd tried. I think you and I are coming around to the idea that maybe it's not quite so favored as we were first thinking for the Demon Hunter.
Feels like it. I think we were back and forth as Tempo Mage was the first deck that got popular among the two in Grandmasters, and people kind of got a hold of how to play it earlier on. And then for that reason, I felt like at the beginning that's why the Demon Hunters were not taking the wins. But as people got used to Demon Hunter, Tempo Mages started, experimenting with different techs like Rivius with the Frostbolt, and they've also been prioritizing, I think, different mulligans and trying harder for an aggressive game plan instead of being defensive. And now it feels like the match come down to about a 50-50.
Yeah, I agree. I still think I would give, on average, the slight advantage to the Demon Hunter. But when we're dealing with the caliber of mage player like Alu Temu, things get much more murky. If we think back to his Season 1 performance, which was the closest he came to a World Championship performance, it was during the Specialist meta, where he was playing almost nothing but Cyclone Mage and doing incredibly well with it. A deck functionally somewhat similar to the Tempo Mage that we now see utilizing Mana Giants and Conjurer's Callings now instead of Mountain Giants and Conjurer's Callings back then. And I think with an aggressive tempo-heavy start such as this one, Alu Temu's in a very reasonable position.
To be fair, Flurry's also picked himself up a decent curve. He can follow up with the Chaos Strike and then just go with the Mana Feeder Panthera. And importantly, he has the Shard Shatter Mystic in his back pocket with the fragments already shuffled in. I feel like that card is very important to make sure that the early minions from Mage, such as the spell damage minions that we're going to see Alu Temu put down, get cleaned up very conveniently without having to commit any weapon damage.
Very close start for both of our players here. Alu Temu just going with the safe plan, nothing too fancy here, just going spell damage into spell damage for maximum stats with just a single minion. But holding back both the spell wings here a little bit longer is something you and I have been cautious about, because they can take a little while to actually get rolling with the arcane missiles.
It's a bit interesting as well because of the cram session. We could have seen him maybe hold on to a different spell damage minion. To be fair, he has this Primordial Studies, but these are some very expensive results, not the easiest minions to play alongside the cram session. But for this turn, he can at least drop down the double spell wings.
Yeah, over this selection here, I'm kind of looking at Violet Warden, actually, just because this turn you can go double Spellwing, and then it curves pretty nicely, actually, in my opinion, into Coin Violet Warden on turn 4, with the discount factored in. That I think against the turn 5 plays, they don't really want to sink all that damage off of a Lapidary, for example, into a target that it doesn't even kill.
Fair, that is the highest tempo option, but I'm looking at Azure Explorer for the turn 5
Really?
because you can pair that with Cram Session.
Ah.
Sorry, the turn 4 with the coin, and you get extra draws off of it. It's definitely a bit risky, but I feel like Alutemu needs to put together a stronger game plan than just one minion on curve. I think he needs the Apprentice Evocation type nonsense to really swing the tempo back.
Alutemu agrees, and to be fair, there's another point in the favor of the line that you and Alutemu were thinking. If I was looking at the line of coin into the Violet Warden, there's a 2-3 on board, which means the Lapidary plus the 2 attack would cleanly take it out anyway. Like you said, this seems a little bit more flexible and is playing to drawing the Apprentice, the Mana Giant, the power cards in the deck, so I'm on board.
Could take some pain for it though, and this mana burn generated by Flurry could mess with Alutemu's plans big time. The alternative, of course, is just hero power for Flurry. That would give him a completely clear board, but it's really tough to put Alutemu on having something. It's worth noting though that it's not necessarily the generated card that the mana burn shuts down. It's Coin Jandis, for example.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to work with discrete breakpoints in Mage because it is for the most part so many cheap spells. But I did actually kind of like the look of the mana burn there. Just while you can, you could argue you want to do it going into turn 6 for the skull, but that's not going to be outcast anyway. It was a tough one.
I feel like it. Oh, so expensive yet again. Probably Twin Tyrant because it's the only one that can affect the board as soon as it gets down.
Agreed.
And here we go.
Man, when you look at it in the face, these 3 cards look pretty good, actually. Being able to fill up your hand, draw through to Solarian Prime, hopefully find an Apprentice soon. This is still anybody's game.
Flurry, the turn is quite awkward because he has a highly reactive hand, but he would much rather be getting down a Lapidary right now. This is not a board you want to play Shattershard Mystic on.
Yeah. It's tough, right? Because this skull, in my opinion, is not going to get into the outcast position for quite a long time here. Altruist, you don't just want to tempo out unless you're getting quite a lot of value off of it. So I think just playing out a couple of cards here and maybe going skull non-outcast position next turn is the way to go.
I can get behind that. It feels bad to give up the discount with this Altruist version, but sometimes you do have to just bite the bullet as Demon Hunter. Oh, big value for Alutemu.
Magic trick? Just go again?
I would assume so.
You want to hit the big boys.
Right. If it were a little bit later on, I would think about taking secrets for bluff potential, but there's no way that Flurry would walk into that as early as now.
Trade missiles is tempting, obviously, just to eliminate any damage off the board, but if he wants to go for a slightly more aggressive approach, it could just be Ray of Frost and then push the 1 damage face instead.
Time runs out of what to do. What to do.
It could be not even missiles altogether, like he could preload a trick, but I think the Ray of Frost looks okay because there's not that many huge minions so far from Flurry. Alutemu is just leading up to trying to get to the safest prime as possible as I see it, so as long as he doesn't take any extra damage, he should be happy.
Yeah, on balance, I just about prefer this line. It was with 4 missiles, almost guaranteed to hit it. You pretend that it always hits the minion there for the sake of how it would work out. And the Ray of Frost, I think having 2 of them in hand is a little bit more valuable just to freeze a Lapidary for 2 turns, say.
Very true. For Flurry, there's a clear with the Shard Shatter. It feels like overreacting, but I'm very interested still in trying to get the skull in outcast position. It would take 2 turns though because the Altruist is really hard to maneuver, so maybe it is just skull now.
I kind of just want to play it. Nothing else is really doing anything for me. Like, I appreciate you want to kill off the lab partner in an ideal world, but is that really gonna affect that much at this point? They've already got quite a few cards.
Not.
Whoa.
Interesting. So he's gonna tempo the Altruist instead.
Okay.
on a turn where he's not under that much pressure, and then he's gonna react with the Shard Shatter afterward. So if we are going for Skull to get the discounts, I think this line is better than what I was suggesting of the Shard Shatter this turn.
Okay. And to be fair, maybe I was being overly precious with the Altruist effect. It's still a 4-2 on board. It's very likely to die, but it at least provokes an answer from your opponent. They can't just let it sit there.
It's true. Might as well have Hunt. And so this could be the Ray of Frost turn from Alutamu.
I think you take it, right?
And I
Get a
honestly
few
wouldn't
spells.
hate a mini Cyclone as well, because he does just have Evocation in hand and the Prime.
I mean, it's not even that mini, right? 4 spells at that point to go along with it. You're getting pretty good chances to hit the power cards.
Time runs out on me.
MIDI. We'll call it a MIDI Cyclone.
MIDI Cyclone.
Yep.
I think I had that on my phone in the mid-2000s.
Okay, another slow turn for Flurry, but he did commit to this line last turn. He can take the time to re-equip Eldrazi and also just put down his Spirit Jailer.
Yeah, it's clearly very
he
low
has to know
value.
something's cooking from Alutamu.
Yeah, exactly. This is getting a little bit scary at this point, as he gets some pretty good cards, actually, as well, off the Cyclone. That was very, very high value. So, obviously, Prime is the obvious play on this turn, and it is probably the one that you end up going for. But these Arcane Breaths are pretty good on this turn, I will say.
It's true. I mean, the scary thing about Prime, honestly, is overdrawing him.
Yeah.
I see that as the possible biggest downside, but in terms of tempo gained, it's just the strongest.
Yeah, and I think
Alutamu's not even dying.
Yeah, he's just not for the moment. He might start dying once the skull comes down. But we shall have to see. We're looking for Ice Barrier, Frostbolt. Apexis Blast is yet more damage, which is very, very tempting, I've got to say.
Time runs out on
It almost feels like too much. But yeah,
Yeah.
I would just take it because it's the cheapest option here.
Yeah. And I mean, really, at this point, we're looking for card draw to find those mana giants. That's the win con at the moment, is just hitting a single mana giant.
Oh, Mirror
Okay,
Image is
okay,
potentially very big. We can see this Blade Dance in Flurry's hand, but obviously for Alutamu, he's generated tons of resources, but it honestly feels a little bit slow. I'm concerned about if there's going to be discounted Lapidaries off of the skull. There might be too much coming out from Flurry turn after turn.
Monstrously powerful hand here for Flurry. He's not out of the fragments, I believe, either, so he can get down the Lapidary and all of this on board. This is the push he was looking for.
Yep, I'm going to slam that 5-5.
Such a beauty.
Yeah, I don't think you're quite at the point where you have to set up for a big blade gun, so you can already have a 7 damage AoE next turn. That sounds good enough. Ooh.
Well, if the last board wasn't big enough to warrant a Prime, I'm pretty sure this one would. And
Right.
even if it doesn't go perfectly well, he has this 1 mana left to go for Brain Freeze if the Ray of Frost.
That's not
should the
terrible.
Lapidary survive.
He can attack. I think that means Puzzle
So it
Box.
casts Box? Oh my.
There it is.
Oh my lord.
All right, let's go, Gia. Hopefully no cards drawn for Alutemu. 1 armor, you'll take it.
Yeah. Wonderful way to start off the day, isn't it? A nice box.
Okay, so far, so good. So far, very good. That's still okay.
Yep.
That was pretty good.
That was very good. He is very far ahead on board. He'll overdraw a card next turn unless he wants to do the bloody face and dump the evocation, but doesn't seem necessary.
I actually like dumping the evocation there. Like,
Okay.
you're looking for Mana Giant, right? At this point, like, it's worth so much if you draw it. What is evocation doing at this point?
Just crazy. The secret generated is so big as well. That's an ice barrier, right? I don't know how Flurry gets there if that's an ice barrier.
Yeah, I believe it is an ice barrier. Absolutely massive deal. Like, he can clear the board right now, which is obviously fantastic. Keep the damage coming, but he gets the bad news. Absolutely insane.
Even with the skull draw, Flurry is completely starved of resources now, and Alutemu has the exact opposite. Power of creation, Twin Tyrant, Conjurer's Calling. Even a Mage Cry, but you just take the Karen, right?
Yeah, I actually kind of like the dirigible there, just for maximum attack power on board, but I don't begrudge him the Ken.
Yeah, it's Blade Dance proof, just in case
That's
the
fair.
second one comes.
Yep. And then you pass, and then you hit them for 8, maybe 10 next turn with the Apexis Blasts thrown in there as well for 18.
The double Apexis Blasts. Where have I seen that before?
Hen Flingers and Second Slices for 19 damage? I am hesitant to say that that'll get there.
Skeptical, but it's the only option that he has, right? There's no use in clearing these minions. He has to hope that Alutemu has not generated A, lethal in the next 2 turns, B, ways to heal back up, or C, ways to freeze Flurry's face. Seems very unlikely, but it's the only out.
Weird interaction as well that is correct. This is working as intended. With 10 cards, Dirty Tricks does not trigger. With 9 cards, it does, and you overdraw 2 cards then, which is a weird little interaction for Alutemu. But anyway, at this point, a taunt is fantastic to get onto the board. It's going to keep himself safe against pretty much anything. Conjurer's Calling, just for more oomph on the board, sounds good as well.
Yeah, I would like that. I guess Alutemu has to think about what's the fastest way to set up 2-turn lethal, because if you give up a lethal setup after this turn in exchange for a taunt, I feel like that's a weaker line. So I just want to get into a position where just double Apexis and the attack on board can close the game. And I think Conj can do that very consistently.
Not the best minions, but you do have to play the Felguard here, I agree. Just maximum attack on board, setting up for the lethal next turn. This has to be a win pretty much for Flurry right now. And outside of Skull exactly, I'm not seeing it.
Oh, the cane is so close. But so far.
Easy lethal next turn for Alutemu. Is it on board? It's 1 off, I think, on board with 21 damage with the ping.
But with the 10 damage from hand, there's just no way for Flurry to escape this. From his perspective, I think it's correct to just hold all together if it's not lethal on board.
Fair enough. I think that Flurry has essentially given up all hope here, as the chance of them not having 1 damage with this many generated spells is incredibly unlikely. And Alutemu, in the matchup that all season we have been calling unfavored, gets the win with the Mage. Undeniably, this has been his signature class over the course of all of Grandmasters, and he does it in style. A huge first game for Alutemu.
It was very interesting how it panned out too, because Flurry, I mean, he hit the skull, so it's not like he was completely starved of resources. It's just that Alutemu had the early game, so he wasn't under that much pressure. It took a while for Flurry to hit the Lapidaries, and possibly not seeing a Marrow Slicer also really slowed down his clock. And of course, we cannot deny the power of that box. The generated ice barrier was the reason that Alutemu stayed alive there. Minus 8 HP, Kane would have been lethal.
Indeed, yeah, it was a very, very big deal. A very fortunate Solarian Prime, but that's why you put it in your deck. It does stuff like that on occasion, and we put him in a very, very good spot. He held it for a turn as well, to be fair, to answer that board, so it's not like he just threw it out and prayed for something good to happen. He had a strategy in place. Does mean he's going up 1-0, 2 wins away now from securing his spot for another season and not being relegated, and sadly sending Flurry away relegated from Grandmasters. But Flurry still has a chance to turn things around. When we come back from this short break, we're going to see if he can get the full 3 wins needed before Ali Temu could get the 2. It's going to be a very, very tense one. We'll be right back.
ちょっと常に10分遅れるか常に20分早くってさ、何その
待ち合わせに10分早く
常に10分遅れるか20分早くなるかで選ぶとしたら20分早く着くことは選びます。
항상 10분 늦는 게 더 좋은 것 같아요. 다른 사람도 꼭 늦는 사람이 있어서 항상 저는 10분 늦겠습니다.
常に10分遅れるか常に20分早いかだと常に20分早い方です。ただ仲が良くなると10分遅れ始めます。
我的话通常都是可能早个5到10分钟到，如果是早20分钟的话，那我还是宁愿晚10分钟到。
待ち合わせに10分遅れるか20分早いかでいうと最近は早く着くようになりました。
이게 똑같이 10분 10분이면은 10분 일찍 가는 거 하겠는데 20분 손해 보는 건 조금 너무 손해라서.
Welcome back. It's the relegation match for today. Here on the final day of the year for Hearthstone Grandmasters. An emotional day for everyone involved, I'm sure. Still a little bit more Hearthstone to come this year, though, with a couple of real spectacles yet to come. 2 weeks' time, we're going to have Masters Tour Madrid online. And then, of course, in December, we're going to have the World Championships, all to be held online this year, just to make sure that everyone is safe and able to attend. But still going to be an absolutely fantastic event, I'm sure, as we find out who will potentially dethrone Lion as our current world champion. It's not going to be either of these two players this year, sadly, in Flurry or Alutemu, but they can at least, I think, be sleeping safely and happily tonight if they can secure their spot for another season of Grandmasters.
It is true, but maybe Flurry is in a bit more trouble to do so because he's already taken a loss in what we once deemed the favorable matchup of Demon Hunter versus Mage. For the next game, it seems like it'll be Alutemu on the Demon Hunter this time, but Flurry will be playing his Weapon Rogue, which at the beginning of the broadcast, we were already questioning why it's in the lineup if he was going to ban Warrior away.
And I think we, myself especially, I was very guilty of this, was drawing too heavy of a comparison between Bomb Warrior and Demon Hunter. Because, as I've said many times, surface level, yes, they're very similar decks. They do a lot of damage with weapons, and they try and clear the board with their removal spells to make room for that. But I think against specifically the Weapon Rogue is when Demon Hunter really starts to shine in comparison against the Bomb Warrior.
Yeah, they do have removal that can, disregard stealth in the Shatter Shard Mystic and also the Blade Dance, which can give Alutemu a lot of breathing room, not to mention healing from Eldrazi Warblades itself can maybe outlast the self-sharpening sword from Flurry's side. But Flurry has put together a pretty decent minion hand as long as he gets something to do turn 2 and turn 3.
Yeah, it's okay. I think you can rely on your deck to give you something to do. It's kind of weird when you look at it, because we call this deck an aggro deck, which, it is, to be fair. It has a lot of cheap minions. But the curve of the deck is quite a lot higher than a lot of the other quote-unquote mid-range decks at this point. Like, the curve of Tempo Mage, for example, or Secret Rogue is significantly lower. Like, it's mainly 3+ cost cards for Flurry. So the chances of him finding a 2-drop or even a 3-drop are necessarily guaranteed.
Yeah, it's very likely. And already from Alutemu, you can see from the Soul Shear and Blade Dance keep that he's assuming the defensive position in the matchup, which I think is completely warranted. It's easy to run the the Weapon Rogue out of threats should they not hit the Greyheart Sages and both Secret Passages towards the end. In this matchup, I wouldn't even be surprised to see Blade Dance used as an Arcane Explosion. I'm not sure if that happens as early as now.
Hero Power Coin Blade Dance.
Nah, doesn't seem good, right?
Oh, it plays around the Greyheart Sage, though. That's the kicker here, right? I know it was a full mulligan, right? So you can't have any read on it being in hand. But if you deny that, it could just win you the game on the spot.
Oh, it could, but... Okay, I guess I was thinking about what's the downside if there is no Greyheart Sage,
right,
which is you just have a relatively slow turn of Chaos Strike, but I guess that's not even that bad in this matchup. If Flurry's not doing anything, then Alutemu is winning, and if Flurry develops pretty much anything else, Alutemu can Soul Shear it away.
I just love this play from Flurry. I think this is absolutely inspired. Like, it's such an aggressive use of it, but like you say, it's good against the perfect card from Flurry. And it's decent otherwise. You've just denied 5 damage to the face on this turn. And it's not like his hand becomes terrible if he does that. He still has the Chaos Strike. He now curves into the Marrow Slicer on 4.
That is true. It's a big deal that he's picked up a turn 4, turn 5, because I was maybe tunnel visioning on the coin to give him more flexibility about Skull. But it seems like a matchup where you probably don't even need the Skull necessarily to get over the finish line. Lillian, however, presents some problems for Alutemu.
Yeah, while I liked what Alutemu was doing in the first couple of turns, this is far from a one game from Alutemu, with Jandis following up after this very scary-looking Lillian. He's going to need to find, the Shard Shatter, ideally, just any way to answer back against this.
Yeah, potentially very problematic. I suppose the other downside of what the play we were talking about is it uses the Blade Dance, which is a very powerful resource. I think it's fine for Alutamu to assume that there's not necessarily a good minion follow-up if he denies the possibility of Greyheart Sage, because in terms of Flurry's best curve-out minions that don't involve getting weapon synergy, it's just the one of Lillian and the one of Jandis. Those are both legendary, so this is the exact outcome where Alutamu gets in a bit of trouble.
Just thinking about whether he wants to swing at all, because obviously, yes, you want to be able to swing in with minions and guarantee yourself an activation for Glavebound in the next few turns, but this hand has a lot of damage. This can go on the counter offensive in the next few turns if you want to start just swinging face.
Good point. But I think there's just enough effects that you would regret wasting a swing on to justify holding onto it. The other Blade Dance, even consecutive Glaive Bounds to an extent. Jandis is exactly what Alutamu did not want to see. Highly problematic, the shape of this board.
Yeah, he's got a draw for the Shard Shatter, obviously, off the top of his deck and from the Chaos Strike. But I think he might be forced into Glavebound now. Not necessarily. Soulshare does a similar job on this turn, just in terms of clearing off some board.
The numbers are just not clean no matter which way I look at it. You don't want to kill the Lillian because you're immediately just going to take more damage from it.
Yeah.
And if you swing face and shoot the 3/5, the Lillian also just takes a very clean trade. I think he's going for a halfway measure of Chaos Strike to help him keep cycling and potentially still Soul Shear. But now that we've seen this Spectral, it might give Alutamu incentive to just look for the Blade Dance, even if it's not this turn.
Time grows short.
Is that worth deviating away from going for an actual clear play on this turn?
Probably not. I think it might just be Soul Shear on the 3/5 and hit Tel'Thuzad.
Taking the risk that that's the illusion one. He doesn't even know for sure. He ends up just taking the damage from Lillian right now and swinging face. Oh, okay. Obviously, this sets up for Skull on the following turn, which is a pretty big part of his thought process here, but it means he tanks quite a lot of damage along the way.
The Deadly Poison doesn't feel like the best usage of mana, but if I'm Flurry here, probably just smell blood. And you can fit in the Cutting class after that, just can't fit in the Dread Corsair.
Oh no, wait, I didn't even realize though that the Lillian would die because of the attack on the weapon. I was trying to figure out what had actually happened there for a second because it just died, but it's kind of like the old misdirection interaction where it dies because it attacks on your turn. Didn't even think about that.
Me neither. Pretty cute.
Alas, poor warlock.
Okay, we're looking for Blade Dance. Also weapon buff, not there whatsoever. That is a complete stomp from the weapon robe.
Yep. Very, very decent start there from Flurry. I liked what Alutamu was going for, but he just didn't really find the cards you're looking for in the early game. None of the 1-drops, none of the 2-drops. He kept that very reactive hand, as you were talking about, which I think was probably the correct way to go. Blade Dance is an incredibly flexible card, as he showed in the matchup, but it still just was not quite good enough there to fight back against that incredibly strong curve, just not even relying on weapons at all. Just strong minions on curve gets the job done.
It's easy to look at the result and exact pan out of that match and call the early Blade Dance a mistake from Alutamu. But again, it's important to note that the majority of Flurry's deck are not minions that are good on their own. They're minions that synergize with weapons, and they're primarily small ones like the Dread Corsair, Volpera, Toxin Blade, so on and so forth. But that exact hand of the legendaries that put the most aggression onto the board and the most stats out of nowhere really caught Alutamu off guard, and not having the second blade dance absolutely sealed his fate. And that win is huge for Flurry, because I thought this would be the deck that he would struggle the most to get a win on.
Yeah, a big deal. And he got like the kind of consolation matchup. If you can't hit Warrior because you've banned it out of the way, I suppose Demon Hunter is probably the one that you're most likely to take the win with on the Weapon Rogue. Means that we're left with Demon Hunters on both sides, Rogue on one side being a secret rogue for Alutemu, and the Mage on the other side for Flurry. I'm not entirely sure who I'd favor at this point. Like, I think the Demon Hunter's got a slightly better matchup against the Mage than the Rogue, but it also has the Rogue has a slightly better matchup against the Mage, in my opinion. So the Mage, I guess, is probably a bit of a weak spot at the moment for Flurry, if I had to take a guess, but not necessarily a runaway win for Alutemu.
Very true. I mean, now that I've come around to thinking Mage versus Demon Hunter is just fine for Mage, I
Yeah.
feel like almost everything is hovering around the 50% mark. It's just maybe Rogue versus Demon Hunter that I would put as a slight Rogue favorite. But we are going to see this matchup now from Flurry's side, and he has hit decent early minions, and so has Alutamu. Skull in the middle keep, which is very likely to just go to the left after turn 3, I think is completely warranted.
Yeah, something we're seeing more and more. Skull against the Mage, just kind of players really like it, and seems to be supported so far. It's looking very powerful, as Alutemu can really curve out pretty powerfully here. I wouldn't hate the idea of Coin Hero Power Mana Feeder, or even just Mana Feeder into Hero Power Mana Feeder.
Right. River Croc is a real possibility here, and yep, he is going for it immediately. I mean, after the Marrow Slicer draw, that even gave you even more incentive to possibly go for the Coin Mana Feeder into Hero Power Mana Feeder again, because the turn 4 was spoken for. But Alutemu is just leaving himself the most flexibility, and the potential to coin out the Skull a turn earlier is potentially really big.
Yeah, that definitely feels worth losing, saving that alive for, as opposed to losing the coin just for a card.
Flurry, I was looking at just AI here.
Same. Looks like he wants to try and fit the ping in on this turn if he's going this way, but instead just maximum development onto the board. Interesting.
Image on this board feels like it is not saving Flurry as much health as it could later on. You can make the argument that AI also would not have... I mean, the health he might have saved from holding on to mirror images might have been negated if he just goes for mirror arcane intellect, because Alutemu could send some minion space. But
sure,
this feels like it's just asking for trouble with a Shard Shatter Mystic.
That's fair. I mean, there is a fair bit of development on the other side of the board, so if a Shard Shatter Mystic were to come down, at least it's a relatively even board state you end up with. I think the saving part of this play from Flurry is that he will end up with a decent amount of cards in hand still after he trades back with the Spellwing and the Thalnos here. So it's not like he's losing all the cards in his hand and making these Cyclones useless. He should still be able to get some good value out of them.
I definitely like leveraging the Arcane Missiles while he has the spell damage on board. Possibly a big thought process for him last turn was use the image to protect his Thalnos and maybe get the best value out of the Arcane Missiles. And it works out pretty much perfectly for him here. Board reset.
Yeah, fair play to Flurry. This, like you said, it just worked out like an absolute dream.
Marrow Slicer seems quite strong, but it also is very tempting to develop a minion here.
Exactly. Coin Soul Shard. Like, I know we've been talking consistently about keeping Coin Skull open. Marrow Slicer activates the Glaive Bound, which is pretty big, but a 5/5 on board, Gia. I want that.
Or even just the Cane, if he really wants to go for the earliest Skull possible. I think this play overall is the safest, but it was indeed tempting, I have to say.
It's fair enough. Fair enough. Flurry just juicing up, getting this hand ready for an Apprentice draw, maybe off of the Cram Session, or just an early Cyclone if that's not there yet.
This feels like a lapidary turn.
And
it all to
face?
the dome?
Okay, good.
Yep. 5/5 itself challenges the Cobalt quite cleanly, but Alutemu,
Wow.
I guess the whole reason for playing Marrow Slicer last turn was that he really prioritizes getting the skull down as soon as possible. Which, to be fair, when you hit the Blade Dance, you can not even have to worry about leaving up a minion on their side when you go for the Lapidary turn. Doesn't hit it though, and also crucially misses the discount.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Whether you cycle the Consume Magic is kind of interesting here. I think I probably would have gone for it there because there's not too many targets that you're interested in silencing against Mage.
Just
but maybe
that one.
yeah, exactly. It's the Solarian is the big one.
But yeah, definitely worth noting. I think the whole reasoning for going for Skull ASAP was to find Blade Dance or Shard Shatter Mystic.
Conjurer's Calling looks premium to me, I think. Flame Strike not quite worth it. Potion way too greedy.
I agree. He doesn't have the Giants in hand yet, but the Conj gives him a way to punch back as soon as he draws it.
None of the clears available for Alutemu. He was digging for that Blade Dance to fight back.
Start with Chaos Strike, maybe?
I mean,
Blade Dance and Shard Shatter are still really good off the top here.
Yes, and the thing to bear in mind is that clearing the board is not, in fact, a necessity at this point. He has so much damage over the next few turns that as long as he doesn't hit a taunt or maybe a frostbolt, he could just get there with pure damage and win the race by quite a margin.
Correct. So even if he doesn't hit the board clear, then he can still just play a Lapidary, Hero Power, send it to the Dome. Of course, it's a lot scarier. Because the way that Mage tends to win the matchup is when they force the Demon Hunter into positions where they can't clear the board, and they're forced to go for the race. Suddenly they get hit with a single freeze effect to the face, and then the Mage wins the board. I guess he's thinking about whether it's worth cycling the Consume Magic too, because he could technically commit Twin Slices, but I think it makes the rest of the turn too awkward. So Consume for no draw, I think, is warranted. Ooh,
wow,
game
this is
plan.
a heavy board control route. He sinks 9 damage this turn onto things that aren't his opponent's face.
That's really big. I mean, he has Kayn in hand too, so I was definitely interested in just trying to ignore the board if he didn't get the Blade Dance, but Mana Giant off the top.
Yeah,
I regret everything about saying that this is Demon Hunter favored.
Right, yeah, I mean, I have some amount of questions about Alutemu's turn there. I can understand the fear he's got, but I think you just got to take a risk sometimes in this matchup and start throwing everything face, because stuff like this can happen, and it's pretty devastating if you're taking the board control route and you're hit with this.
Oh, I guess that's kind of bad, huh? There's not much pressure. Duralians, I mean, but obviously Flurry's position in the match is still incredibly favored.
Oh, there's the ice barrier. Doesn't hit Deep Freeze or Frostbolt, but you know what? That will do just fine for the moment.
The board is of a size now where it's not just Blade Dance, it needs to be Shard Shatter plus Blade Dance for Alutemu to get a good enough clear. And the Blade Dance has to go up to 9 attack if it's that combination of cards. Yikes.
Yeah, this is a big yikes. He, like you said, he can keep digging to try and find that board control route with starting off with Chaos Strike. But, I mean, even if he clears the small ones with the Shard Shatter this turn, I don't think he'll have mana to clear off the Turalians as well. They're just too beefy.
Yep. But at this point, I think the board control plan has gone well out the window. So as long as he can clear the Apprentice, and you know, it would be great if he could get rid of the other minions too, just for additional damage cleared off the board, he can still try and race by virtue of the Ceruleans being relatively low attack for 8 drop.
So Marrow Slicer, Hero Power Face, and then Soulshare, the Apprentice. Is that where we're at?
Still want to cycle the Chaos Strike.
Okay, fair, yeah.
Just for that small chance of being able to hit the Shard Shatter Mystic.
I think, to be fair to Alutemu, what he's doing here is he realized Chaos Strike can be used at any time to cycle. but the attack buff effect it gets, he wants to utilize with Blade Dance on the same turn, which is why he saved it for a couple of turns here instead of just seeing what the top card of his deck is, which I can respect.
It's true. I mean, oh my god, the Grom!
That's
17.
not quite, but extremely close.
If he pings it, though, he doesn't get to Ice Barrier. Probably just safer to go about it this way. There's still
Sure.
one unaccounted for skull discount that he hasn't seen, so I think it's possible if Alutamu had gone for like certain combinations of cards to find
Maybe.
lethal.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think he's winning the game anyway, so I definitely don't
Right.
begrudge him not going for the ping there.
Damage is ramped up, so this has to be the greatest Blade Dance of all time, and it's not there.
That can heal, but it doesn't heal enough. Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. Chaos Strike again. Oh. Not enough damage, not enough healing. Brutal game for Alutemu to be losing there, but what a win for Flurry. This mage deck here for him looking absolutely stunning. I think that play he went for on turn 3 with the Thalnos Spellwing mirror images, although it looked weird to you and I both at that point, the more I think about it, the more I think it was actually just a really smart way to go about it. It set up a board that he could then answer with missiles on the following turn and take extremely little damage in the process. I really like that from Flurry. I think that was a strong game.
No, for real. Watching how it played out, it seemed perfect. Like, I tunneled on Mirror Image, possibly trying to eat up damage from a Marrow Slicer later on, but he realized that as long as he keeps his couple minions safe on board, if there's not a Shard Shatter on the other side, then he can possibly just run away with the early game and heal more in the long run by virtue of trying to force Alutamu's damage onto the minions, which Alutamu absolutely did. However, whether that was correct from Alutamu, I am still on the fence about, because I, for real, would have gone for a Lapidary before Skull, whether it was on turn 4 or turn 5.
Yeah, I will say, I'm definitely not trying to go in too hard on him, but I would undeniably have played that very different from Alutemu. Not to say I would have got the win at all, because it was a dominant game from Flurry. I think there were very few lines to victory overall for Alutemu there. But just going for an early sticking of a minion on the board, try and attack with the 5/5 a little bit earlier on. I think I just appreciate a slightly more proactive route in the matchup. While Skull is powerful, I still think sticking the minions is worth a whole lot to get some actual minion damage face, which he was unable to accomplish over the course of that game. Does mean that Flurry is now a single win away, Gia, from securing his spot in Grandmasters for another season next year. Alutemu, as we've been saying, has a little bit less on the line here with that safety net that he acquired for himself with his second place finish to Letter in Masters Tour Asia Pacific Online. We will almost certainly be seeing him re-qualify through to Grandmasters next season if he is relegated out here. But still, as he's tweeted out, he really does not want to be the guy who was relegated out here and forced to re-qualify through. He wants to show that he deserves his spot undeniably as one of the top players in APAC.
It makes all the difference. And honestly, even if it's just 0.01% or something for Alutamu to not necessarily re-promote, any sliver of a doubt will play on his mind for certain, because it's all going to depend on the results of Masters Tour Madrid. And he's also got players like Lambi Series tweeting at him saying, please take the win, because a win for you is even more secured for me. We move on to the Demon Hunter Mirror now, and Alutamu's got a very slow hand.
He does. Flurry does not have the most powerful hand. Penflinger is not really a one-drop most of the time, unless you want to get pretty experimental with how you're playing it out. That is a one-drop, though, which does help smooth things out even more.
The big thing for me is he's also got Skull in the outcast position. Excellent top deck for Alutamu there, but for Alutamu, you can make the argument that he just has to play one card before he plays a Skull, but I tend to think that you want to save Blade Dance in this matchup in order to hit the minions that are outside of Shard Shatter range, so Glaive Bound and Soul Shard Lapidary. If he's forced to play it on a smaller board just to make room for the Skull, it would feel somewhat inefficient.
Still just absolutely nothing happening here for Alutemu.
This might be the dump left blade dance turn, honestly. Because the next turn looks like Kane. I don't know what turn 5 is, but you absolutely need Skull to work in this matchup, in my opinion.
I think Blade Dance is just too valuable. The tempo swing that it affords you in this matchup can be so massive. Even if it targets one minion, as we very often see, that's the swing you need to do, just so that you don't have to hit things with your face.
It's extremely valuable, and I would, most situations, never think to use Blade Dance like that. But prior to this draw, the hand from Alutemu was 0 attack buffs because he didn't have any fragments shuffled into the deck. It had the second Blade Dance, so it definitely felt like he would have to play Skull before he would get that good of a Blade Dance. But this top deck changes everything.
Yeah, you bring up some very good points. And, you know, it's getting into the territory of how likely is it that he draws one of these cards within the next 3 turns, which I am way too stupid to be able to figure out on the fly what the exact likelihood is. My instincts say this was the correct way to go about it, though, to just wait, trust the top of your deck. And turns out I was 100% correct, because he top decks Marrow Slicer on 4.
For Flurry, he can go for a very aggressive game plan of the Lapidary, but it's kind of scary. You've seen Alutemu's had no early development. You can probably put him on having some type of board clear in hand, and there's a weapon preloaded, so giving up the coin skull definitely feels a bit risky as well.
Wow.
He's going in.
To be fair, this plays pretty nicely around opposing Lapidary. It means that if they want to play it, they have to leave your 5/5 in play to get the damage face, or overkill by 4 in order to clear off your 5/5 here. Alutemu does have the Blade Dance, which he was saving on to, which, with the Mana Feeder off the top, is just the perfect turn here to set up for the Skull on the following turn. This could not have worked out much better for Alutemu.
Yeah, it's huge. I just have questions about whether he was supposed to swing at the end there. You do waste a hero power, but it kind of feels like the next turn is Skull. So you could swing on that turn and then re-equip a weapon off of the Skull.
It's true. It's true.
It's scary to leave up 5 damage, but I think in this matchup, you do have to bite the bullet and take a slow Skull turn at some point, just to give you the max swing potential when you hit the Eldraki Warblades. You can do broken things when you discount cards, and when your opponent has no knowledge of what breakpoints to play around, suddenly they can walk into your trap of trying to commit all the damage face, and then you can heal all the way back up. Seems like Alutemu is potentially going for a small Blade Dance here.
Maybe. I mean, I've got to be honest, I kind of like the look of Skull. You had Shard Shatter, which was huge to clear the board. Even just going for a Soul Shear in order to clear off one of the minions felt fine to me as well, to clear off just a little bit. And you had a respectable chance at finding at least one of those.
Makes me think that he is maybe just leading up to a Militia turn. And in that case, you don't necessarily want to draw that much with Skull. But right now, there's currently 2 fragments only in Alutemu's
Right.
deck.
Not much. Whoa. You wish you could play that mana burn there as well, going into turn 6 against your opponent, but mana all spoken for, sadly, on that turn.
Insta Skull for Flurry here.
Yep.
No question about it. Ooh, Militia on the other side too. Cheap Altruist? That's Penflinger Spirit Jailer on the left. Hello?
Yeah, that's a spicy turn coming up for Flurry. He's going to start doing some very nice stuff.
He himself does not have fragments in the deck, so his Militia, not too great, but that Altruist could change everything.
Is it just Militia now for 2 3/3s and a 5/5?
Just one Shard Shatter and a Soul Shear away, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, missed another discount. But it's a big deal. He can get another Marrow Slicer down this turn. That helps the race by miles.
Yeah, exactly. It means he can either set up for the Militia for a huge amount of rushes if he wants to, or just try and hit lethal in the next couple of turns. This does, I believe, just set up 2 turn right now.
Yep, if there's no healing on the other side. He puts Flurry down to 11. He has well over 7 from hand, so super scary for Flurry. No Eldraki in hand either.
This is getting close.
Ay, ay,
Still
ay.
no healing.
And the only card draw is the Mana Feeder Panthera, I believe.
So there's no fragments in the deck. Is there any way he hits lethal on this turn? Like, he can go Altruist, Penflinger, Spirit Jailer.
Demons?
It's not doing enough. Yeah, it's not even close.
Off the Jailer? I
Is
don't
that-
know what that
Yeah,
does. I don't think
is
that
worth
does
the mana?
anything.
Okay, agreed.
Yeah.
That seems
Going for the
reasonable.
cycle. We're looking for... Even if he gets Eldrazi, it's too expensive, I think.
So he can now go Blade Dance to clear the
Eldrazi, Hero
board.
Power, Blade Dance. Oh, he already Hero Powered, my bad.
Yeah.
So he goes up to 14. Alutamu needs 10 from hand, and he can do that.
He has that,
With
right?
Lapidary, Twin Slice, Hero Power.
As long as he doesn't draw literally every soul fragment in his deck, this
Correct.
is just exact lethal.
Yeah.
There it is. He's double, triple checking. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 4. It's lethal. Alutemu is taking us all the way to game 5. Flurry still needs the win with his Demon Hunter, and oh my goodness, he cannot believe how close this is coming down for Flurry's life in Grandmasters.
It's crazy. Demon Hunter mirrors tend to go a bit later than this in my experience because the players tend to have Eldrazi plus Lapidary to heal up and extend the matchup a little bit further. But honestly, interesting lines from both from Alutamu's side in particular. I've always been a fan of turboing out Skull in that matchup. Just to make sure you can do the broken things first and put the other Demon Hunter on having to have the most efficient response. If they leave up a single minion, they're in a bad spot. But it so happened that Flurry's healing was all the way towards the bottom, and Alutamu's both Blade Dances made sure he was in no risk of dying from the opposing minions.
Yeah, Flurry plays this. Oh, sorry. Alutemu plays this deck very strangely, in my opinion. I like to see him pilot these decks in slightly different ways. He's definitely one of the players who I think is the biggest innovators of play styles, if not necessarily of archetypes in terms of decks, as he's always seeing something a little bit different going on beneath the surface of the decks that he's trying to look for. In that instance, going for maximum damage reduction, a very low value Blade Dance there towards the end, holding both the Blade Dances, as you were talking about. He could have thrown one out for almost 0 value towards the start in order to activate the Skull. But he was just on a kind of control route for the most part, which in the end led him to finding the lethal because he didn't die on his side.
I will say the opening hand looked super scary, but the Spectral Sight and the Marrow Slicer came at exactly the right point for him. Not much Flurry could have done, but he will have another shot on this deck against Alutamu's final shot with the Secret Road.
One Maker and Marrow Slicer being kept makes sense. Marrow Slicer is one of the power spikes in terms of just pushing damage to the face if Flurry wants to go for an aggressive plan. And while this is all okay for Alutemu, it's not game-winning quite yet. I think I want to see a full mull.
That's true. I think the fence is the only one you can think about keeping, but it does require either a Fortunate Pharaoh Cat or Dragon's Horde to activate on the turn when it's most powerful, which is turn 2. And on top of that, you can full mull to have your best shot of doing the even more broken things since you're on the coin, like Edwin and Questing, where he runs a single Consume Magic in the list.
Yeah, I mean, I believe we already saw yesterday from Bunny Hopper against A-Rock in their relegation match yesterday. One of the most disgusting games of Rogue vs Demon Hunter with just a massive questing adventure right at the start. And Alutemu has the makings of one starting to appear already.
Oh yes. Ooh. With that draw, I like holding on for a turn. You can put the questing to 3/3 now, but that's susceptible to Soul Shear. I want to hold the backstab as well, just develop a secret here.
Yeah, it's which one you go for that's interesting, because Plagiarize can activate the Vendetta.
Right.
More guaranteed than the Pharaoh Cat can. But if you hit Shadow Step or Prep specifically off Dirty Tricks, this could go bananas. It's really close.
And also thinking about just the value of a plagiarize you might get this turn is pretty low.
Sure.
Demon Hunter not likely to play more than one card, and their cards tend to not synergize well with Rogue. So it's just the question of how important you think having active Vendetta next turn is.
And then do you backstab as well? That's the second question here, because with Vendetta in hand, I mean, it saves 2 damage. You might not have 2 targets to hit on the following turn. I don't think it's ridiculous.
Well, if you play Dirty Tricks, then you're not going to play Backstab, right? Because you won't have active Vendetta. So if he had played Plagiarize, I would have heard the argument for Backstab, but I like holding on altogether for the biggest questing possible.
Fair enough, which he may get right now with questing coin One Thief Vendetta.
Well, I guess we can look at what the mage spell is before we decide whether it's Backstab or
Sure.
Vendetta. But definitely feels like the line. Not the biggest questing in existence, but at the very least, it would force resources from Flurry to try and clear. And Alotamo still generates value with the One Thief. Mysteries?
Oh, that's a tough choice. Mysteries is huge, but Barrier? Maybe you're not so defensive as the Rogue.
Yeah, with the line he's taken of a questing, it puts Flurry in a position where his next turn should be response, right? So I think Alutamu's best line is to keep following up with either more cycle through the deck, but he is taking the barrier here, which, to be fair, it's a secret itself, so it has some synergy with his cards.
Very true. And while we've been focusing mainly on Alutemu's plays here, Flurry, of course, has multiple ways to go about this. He could use the Consume Magic right now if he wants to, just to deal with it as efficiently as possible, or he could just kill it manually and save that for the next one.
Right. I think this is the most efficient way possible because he gains the health right back. You don't have to you don't have to waste the lifesteal on the Eldrazi Warblade. So super clean from Flurry, and draws for Alutamu are really big. He has Miscreant this turn into Jandis. So Cat Miscreant.
Yeah, you're probably not throwing down the Vendetta, right? It's not worth it just to protect a little bit of health on your minions, I don't think.
I don't think so. The only breakpoint it really affects is, I think, Shard Shatter Mystic, because the one thing could go in the Miscreant and then Shard Shatter. But if that happens, I don't think Alutamu is that sad. You'd rather save this for on-demand answer to... I wanted to say Glavebound, but Flurry doesn't actually run it.
Yeah, for the pen flingers.
Such a beautiful.
Well, that's the biggest thing he can play on this turn, and it can go face. Good job.
Yes. That wasn't super simple, though, because he does have 2 weapons in hand. It's going to take a while to get all these swings through, but this is a relatively tough minion for Alutamu to answer. But this Vendetta can make his life very easy. Jandis as well.
Yeah, I think I still like the Jandissimo. Just get it down on board. It still leaves the 1/3 in play, technically, unless you hit a rush, but it's just pressure. That's what we want to do at this point. We want to start threatening Flurry.
This is the perfect moment for it, while Flurry also just doesn't have a weapon equipped. So you would ask a lot of him to have a clean Blade Dance on all of that. The scary thing is perhaps still Shard Shatter Mystic, because between the 1/3 being able to maybe proc the illusion, or give you one shot at proccing the illusion, and Shard Shatter itself, a decent amount of the board could get cleared up. But then Alutamu can still just follow up with the other minions, which if he plays those turns, they're all kind of guaranteed to get cleared by Shard Shatter.
Wow.
Wow.
Holding off completely on this turn. I guess wanting to, spend his mana on just the lackeys on this turn, thinking that makes him a little bit more resilient, I suppose.
Sorry, the targeting there gave me a heart attack, but you cannot target enemy minions with Titanic. Oh, did he miss the One Thief?
Yeah. It's a rough turn, because, like, obviously the execution there was wrong, and I kind of disagree with the original hypothesis that this was better than just going for Jandis.
Right. So much pressure. Well, the Consume Magic is forced out here for Flurry, because I completely agree. His game plan is aggression here. Blade Dance can give him some measure of response on the next turn, but he has so much health to play with that this all is definitely going to hit the Dome.
Yeah, the one saving grace here, I suppose, for Alotemu, very cleverly picked, is the Ice Barrier, in fact, which we were advocating for a slightly more aggressive line, but now this, in a way, Ice Barrier is an aggressive card. It supplements his damage game plan because he can ignore some of the damage and push everything else face.
Right. Board space is a tiny issue for Alotemu
Yes.
here. He can trade in the lackeys into the 1-3 to make room for the Jandis, but it just kind of feels like he could have gotten way more damage in if this had gone the opposite way around. Oh, that's interesting too.
Ooh. That feels more important to me, I think, than Jandis right now.
So is it not Hanar along with the barrier?
Yes, sorry, yes, I think it's Hanar into Ice Barrier on this turn.
And then try and hit Noble Sack.
Yeah, Noble Sack. I guess maybe Never Surrender is okay.
Looks like he's going 1 Thief if he starts with barrier.
Really?
I don't know. I think Alutemu's head has been in a spot where he's just trying not to build a board where all of his big threats have come down together. So Hanar
Yeah.
with this, he doesn't want the Hanar to get caught up in the sweeping clear of Blade Dance or Shard Shatter. But I think by going for that line, he might have sacrificed a lot of his race potential and is forced into being purely defensive here. Zero
Yeah,
board space now either.
I think you've really hit the heart of the issue here, is that he is playing so that he always has backup in case there's removal, but the way he's playing honestly means that Flurry doesn't even have to hit the removal because there's just not that much pressure on board. Flurry can just win the damage race, even leaving this 7 or 8 damage on board every turn.
Right. Like, does he even want to play a minion if Alutemu is board locked?
I don't know.
I think Flurry can just... Okay, he'd probably play the Panthera just for the card draw, but I'm totally fine with re-equipping Marrow Slicer here. Call that a day. Save the Cane for after you've seen all of the taunts.
Yeah, there's still the possibility of Shadow Step to Titanic, which is a big deal.
This Panthera is such a big deal. Alutemu can make room.
Yeah.
If it's this turn.
Go for the Jandis? I'm thinking it might be Hanar on this turn, actually, and just go for more of the old Disruption.
Okay. There's Penflinger, which is a big deal here, so just because there's no Glavebound doesn't mean that Alutemu can prevent lethal with just a misdirection, that type of thing. But it's a slow creep to trying to finish off Flurry the other side. Another barrier. Oh my goodness.
These are premium. Misdirection, huge. You know, if we're talking about the damage race, it's very possible that Eye for an Eye does like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage over the course of this game.
You're not wrong. Seems like it's gonna deal 5 next turn, depending on whether Flurry drops the Pain as well.
I'm not even upset about this arguable misordering in terms of like cashing in the card draw afterwards, because maybe what secrets he gets distorts it. And for the main part, like as long as Alutemu is getting his turn done here, then he should be in a good spot.
This is such an interesting turn from Flurry too, because I think he really wants to milk the damage from this Penflinger, but the Hunter secret makes him think about, what does Snipe do to my board here?
Oh, that's true.
But as for Snipe, you have to start with Spirit Jailer, which means you don't get the value off of Philosophy. So I think, all in all, it's safest to just go for Penflinger first.
Eye for an Eye doing what it does best in absolutely nothing in this game, with the Penflinger seeing to that. But still, you know, it makes it harder for Flurry here to find the correct line.
He hits the Hanar, such a big deal. Penflinger again, Philosophy, Penflinger again. Honestly, I wouldn't hate just a Blade Dance again, just to milk the damage from the Penflinger.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at here.
Time grows short.
Actually, Penflinger here does as much as a Hero Power, so you might as well just Hero Power and go with the Spirit Jailers. Uh-oh! Misdirection can't go off if the only other target is your own face, right? And you're attacking with your face. I'm not entirely
I don't
sure.
think so. I was just thinking about that interaction as well. I wonder if he could have played around that to get the guaranteed damage to face.
He technically could have with the second Blade Dance, but I don't think you're necessarily thinking about
Right.
misdirection, so I'm not gonna fault him for it.
And oh my god, now with all these pen flingers, like Alutemu can start looking at lethal of his own in the next few turns.
I just want an Edwin. He's seen the
Sure.
consume magic. I mean, you play the
Fair
barrier
enough.
to be safe, but
Yes, of course. As long as
Pen
Barrier and
Flinger?
Edwin comes down, this is a good turn.
Pen Flinger a 1-1, backstab the other 1-1, Edwin.
Yeah, I think probably in the other order, I'd rather have a 1-1 on board at this point.
Sure.
Flurry sees another Mage Secret comes down. I think he's got a pretty good idea of what it's likely to be at this point, and you can just see from his reaction. He senses the end might be here.
Choose soon.
Tough touch. Oh, poor Flurry. Let's think about outs. There's another Wand Maker that can maybe generate consume magic.
So many options.
Yeah, we're looking at that
Fall
or
into
Skull.
Wand Maker.
Yeah. It's a lot of mana used up.
And he does need to hit the defensive game plan because he currently doesn't have them, even not counting the secret. Alutemu sits back, huge relief for him here, but Skull off the top, can this do anything? There's no mana to even try and hit Consume Magic, or play it if you do hit it.
He might be able to survive the turn. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, he's at 17. There's just 13 plus dagger showing, plus X amount of pen flingers. Flurry sees the secret though, knows that he's unlikely to close out the game on the next turn if he's even alive this turn, which I don't think he is. Another flinger to the face, Dragon's Horde, 2 more flingers.
That's just going to do it. Dagger plus pen flingers. Alutemu can do it. He can secure his spot to not be relegated. And for Flurry, he's been here since the start of Grandmasters, one of the absolute fixtures of Asia Pacific. But finally, Gia, heartbreakingly, it's the end of the road for him.
It's tough, but it has to happen every single season. The 3 players relegated from APAC this season are in Rivius and Flurry. Flurry in particular, it didn't seem likely to happen by any means because even though he was in Division B, he had a positive match score. He just had the worst tiebreakers, which put him in the second lowest seed when we entered the relegation bracket. And, you know, taking aside all of the qualms we've had with his gameplay here and there throughout the season, he played really well today from what I was seeing.
Yeah, I liked a lot of what I saw today. I think that was a perfect swan song for Flurry to be, unfortunately, his last series of Grandmasters. Still very much the potential, if he wants to, for him to qualify back through to Grandmasters with an entirely new year of Masters Tours next year that he can try and accrue that prize money to qualify back through. But for the moment, at least, this is all we're going to see from Flurry. I'm sure it's a heartbreak for Dawn, his member on Cloud9, and all of the South Korean Hearthstone scene. He's such a popular figure amongst the entire country, and I'm sure it will be a very sad day indeed for them. But for Japan, for Alutemu, it's another day of relief. It's still another season where none of them, in him, Glory, and Possessi, have been relegated out. He can start to just forget about this season now. It was really not up to scratch from what we've seen from Alutemu previously, and start to set his sights on next year. 2 seasons to be played out next year. Whole new expansions, new rotations to be coming in as well. Maybe it'll be a bit more amenable to his playstyle.
Maybe. And also the fact that Alutemu avoids the relegation zone means that there's more hope for any hopefuls in APAC that want to be promoted into Grandmasters. Masters Tour Madrid could still end up being the first Masters Tour where an APAC player takes the whole thing. Who knows? It's a big deal for those who have already put together a fair amount of prize money and are just looking for another consistent finish to put themselves in a top 3 position to make it to next season. Still, we could see new faces or old faces, and that's the beauty of our system here.
Indeed, cannot wait to see who we find qualifying through for next year in Masters Hall Madrid in a couple of weeks' time. But before any of that can happen, we have the fun part of today, the exciting part for me that's a little bit less downbeat. We are going to send one of our players through to the World Championships. It's semi-final time now for the playoffs, and we are kicking things off with one of the highest caliber matches I think you could possibly put together in any combination here in Asia Pacific. We've got Surrender up against Tom60229 for our first semi-final match. And as we were saying in the intro to today's show, it is Surrender who has consistently been, in my opinion, the best playing, best performing player here in Asia Pacific, up against a former world champ. The pedigree does not get any purer than this.
Yep. World champion, 2 times world appearance from Surrender himself. Surrender being across all of the seasons of Grandmasters so far, probably the most consistently high-placed player in APAC, only second to Glory last season, and absolute king of the round-robin portion this season. It's undisputed at this point that Surrender is the best of the best here in APAC. However, earlier this weekend, we've seen at least a couple signs of the pressure getting to him for the first time ever, it honestly feels like, with Surrender roping out and missing a bit of damage. So no matter how much experience you have, it goes to show that the pressure of possibly making it to Worlds is very real.
It really is. It's definitely not been the comparatively the cleanest of couple of weeks for Surrender. And I say that because I think he's made like 2 technical mistakes in 2 weeks that we could obviously see, rather than what we've seen from him in previous weeks, which was just game after game of impeccable play. I'm sure some pro players would take umbrage with like alternate theories about how you should play out each matchup in a macro game sense, but his turn-to-turn technical play just seems to be pretty much spotless over the entire course of Grandmasters, which is, of course, what has led him to be in this position where he has already won Season 1 of Grandmasters. He got through to the finals last season in 2020, and he's now very potentially going to be going through to the finals again, 2 seasons in a row. Absolutely insane consistency. And to get there here, he's got a pretty much mirror matchup between Surrender and Tom, with both the Warriors being banned away, similarly to what we saw in the first series of the day. And no real differences in terms of the lineups from both of our players here.
Yeah, they are very similar down to the archetypes and down to the build. For Tom, I guess we should always just note that in the mage, he favors the Firebrand package, whereas Surrender favors the Dragon package. But in terms of the way their Demon Hunters are built, they both have that consume magic in there and no Magtheridon. It's just going to be a lot of good old-fashioned back and forth games. What I will say, though, is when I was finding the small thing I could criticize about Surrender in terms of the pressure maybe getting to him, that is something that never scratches Tom in the slightest. He is cool as a cucumber every single time we see him on stream, and whether it or not it leads to a play we agree with, we can be certain that Tom is confident.
Cucumbers look at Tom wishing they could be as Sub-Zero as he is. He is absolutely unflappable in the entirety of Grandmasters. No matter how high the pressure gets, he's always just seeming completely unaffected by it, no matter what happens. That doesn't necessarily mean that we've seen perfect play from him. Again, I don't want to pick him up on it too much, but some cracks were starting to show this weekend, and hopefully for his sake, we can see it straightened out, because we also saw some very, very high-level play from him over the course of the weekend. Another matchup here that we've been seeing plenty of, having plenty of healthy discussion about, I'm sure, with the Mage up against Demon Hunter. Definitely feel like it's been going the way of Mage more often than not, actually, recently.
It's true. The last time we saw Tom play out this matchup, I honestly disagreed with the amount of damage he was sending into minions, but we saw the same from Alutamo, and it also looked really weird to me. It's very possible that there's just a way that certain players have developed of playing the matchup that I haven't tried out, but maybe it's worked for them off of stream and unfortunately didn't work out on stream. We'll see if this game can allow for any experimentation from Tom, but right out the gate, he has a pretty good start with the double jailers.
Yeah, very much what you're looking for. The placement of his cards is a little annoying because you'd like to play out the Shard Shatter, I think, just so you can cycle with the Consume Magic in the Outcast position, and of course, get your Skull into a more healthy Outcast position in itself. But the Ooze makes it a lot more amenable for the time being. He can just continue curving out, and this chip damage is worth a tremendous amount in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Surrender visibly wincing at an Ooze for no value. That's just how much he respects the damage. Every single point in the early game can lead to the difference between one-off lethal or lethal itself in the late game.
And for the Wand Maker, I was kind of looking at Magic Trick there, I've got to say, to try and hit Combustion, Frostbolt, Brain Freeze, something like that, but just maximum development once again for Surrender instead.
Yeah, I do like this line. Getting down the Solarian seems pretty high value because it challenges 1-3. For Tom, though, it so happens that there was nothing else he wanted to spend this last mana on other than the hero power, and he gets a good Consume Magic target. At the very least, though, the Wand Maker can challenge the Ooze for the next turn. It's just annoying for Surrender that double Learn Draconic is extremely slow here.
His whole hand is just kind of slow. That's a welcome pickup if just to answer the mana feeder with the lab partner on the other side of the board, but still a little ways off from actually being board swinging quite yet.
Correct. You could just treat it like a Brain Freeze, but since he still has that 1 mana extra, I like that he starts with the Magic Trick. Thank you, take AI here.
Oh, I'm kind of looking at Frost Nova, actually. I think with Giant in hand and Evocation, like, I want a swing turn where I can stick Giant and just freeze my opponent's board instead of having to answer it.
It's fair, but I'm just not sure what the next turn is if you take the Frost Nova, because it's gonna be a while before you can do Giant plus Nova all at once.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I guess I was counting the mana Giant on being a little bit cheaper by this point. Fair enough.
Face, Tom? Is it time?
It's happening. It's finally happening. At this point, you know, there was the decision on this turn of if you just play out the Shard Shatter to unlock the Skull for the following turn. But I think he's going to be real happy to just play Shard Shattered with whatever's on board on the following turn, and then go for Skull the turn after.
I'm on board for that. Boy, oh boy, does Surrender wish he had a Pram session instead. But the Arcane Intellect is, I guess, mana spent towards the side quest.
What to do?
He's clearly thinking about just ripping Evocation now, because that could be instant side quest activation, and sometimes just the Giant down immediately too, because Coin will help the Giant cheapen, I think. Very unlikely though, because he would have to hit a bunch of 1-cost spells to go Evocation and Giant for free. But you could go for some half measure of like a couple 1-costs from the Evocation plus Giant, but then you have to ask what is the value of the Evocation in the first place, because he could simply coin Giant and call it a day.
He's taking it right now though. I mean, there are a lot of 1-mana spells that generate that extra value, but he's got to find them.
And when I was asking about what's the value of Evocation altogether, if you don't necessarily get the Giant down, it's completing the side quest. That was what he was thinking about. And he does get side quest altogether. So push onto the board from Tom. From Surrender, sorry.
Fair play from him as well. Like, that was a powerful turn in terms of clearing the board. Damage phase 6/6. Jandis found as well is really not to be sniffed at. It could be side quest Jandis plus Giant on the following turn.
Oh, this draw from Tom. 10 to face? It's not lethal next turn necessarily, but it's so tempting.
Demons?
It's scary though, right? Because the counter pressure is there. If your opponent just goes Ray of Frost on your 5/5 and hits you for 7, with whatever development they have alongside that, you're very possibly just dead if you play the Skull on the next turn.
It's true. So if he plays Skull this turn, does he ever get lethal? I don't think he has enough mana to do so. So the upside of playing Skull this turn is to set up for a bigger Blade Dance the next turn, if not immediately.
Time grows short.
Final line
if he
being...
does go for the 10 to face, this gives him, I believe, a Pain out off the top.
It gives him a few outs, right? Like any of the
Yeah.
weapons, Chaos Strike, Twin Slice. There's quite a bit here that can do it.
Definitely.
What makes
Surrender, going for the Jandice. That he generated. I didn't even notice that was generated. No taunts though.
Yeah, I mean, they're fine. They're pretty decent minions in a normal instance, but he knows that he is very possibly about to die now.
Such a big deal that the Learn Draconic minion can take a value trade over the 5/5, which means that Surrender can take the 5/5 off this turn and also just present counter lethal. Put it on the captain again? I'm not sure. What he's worried about now is Blade Dance, either way.
So I guess just
What to do?
recurring villain
What to do?
because it's less attack.
Time runs out on me.
That's true. No matter which way you look at it, Blade Dance is scary. Oh man! How many outs are there for Tom? Slave Bound also is an out.
Okay.
5 fragments in the deck, so only 19 real cards. That's one of them.
That's just it. Very nice 2-turn setup here from Tom, doing what the deck, we'd been saying it should be doing in the matchup, and even just a BM Soul Shard Lapidary off the top to really rub it in versus Surrender there. This is what we think the Demon Hunter... Of course. This is what it's been missing. The early pressure into damage to face. It feels like the players have been playing a much more board control heavy route, which in a world of mana giants and Conjurer's Callings is just not quite consistent enough, I think, when compared to the pure heavy damage route.
That's the opinion I've landed on, at least. I'm not sure if something changed with Tom between yesterday and today, or maybe, most likely, this situation was just different for him, which led to him going for the face plan. But I think it says a lot about whether or not you focus on getting Skull down as soon as possible, depending on the matchup. Because in the Demon Hunter mirror, where they have pretty consistent ways of being able to heal back up and make the all face damage game plan more complicated for you. I do favor getting Skull down as soon as possible, but against Mage, where they do have to generate ice barriers or frost bolts that don't start naturally in the deck, in general, you can find it pretty safe to go all face there. For Tom, there was just that one decision of whether he was supposed to play the Shard Shatter Mystic earlier to unlock the Skull, but he just focused on the average outcome of Mage not having ways to heal back up and was greatly rewarded for it.
Yeah, I think the way that Tom ended up playing it was just pretty much spot on for the most part. Like, even that last turn we were talking about, you can go for Skull to set up for the Blade Dance. He was like, well, if I play this, I have like 8 outs for lethal on the following turn. And that's if they can find a good answer to my 5/5 on the board, which involved trading the 6/6 in as well. Just worked out very, very cleanly, I think, there for Tom. And unfortunate for Surrender that he wasn't able to deal with that early damage. I do think, to be fair, he could have taken a line in the earlier turns that was at least searching for a more immediate damage reduction route, because on turn 3, where he went Wandmaker into the Solarian, it put forward a very strong board presence, which is worth a lot to answer on the following turn, but it didn't immediately stop any damage, which maybe Magic Trick could have found. It was kind of a close one. So I don't think I'm going to begrudge him too much for that one, because he was trying to swing things back at the cost of a little bit of health.
Yeah, it was very close. Just one turn off for Surrender being able to go for the counter lethal. It was not a clear evocation play. I think whether or not he had the time to play AI was very dependent on what Tom's next turn would be. Because it was Lapidary, I think Surrender thought that he had to turn up the gas and really get his giant down as soon as possible. And he gave it the best shot he could. But now we move on to game 2, where it looks like Tom will be the one on the Mage and Surrender on the Demon Hunter. And we've had many questions for Tom's Mage play as well.
We have. It's definitely been a bit of a weak spot for him yesterday, but before Gia and I prattle on endlessly about it, as quite clearly we are wont to do, we're going to go to a quick break before we head into Game 2 of the series. This is, once again, the first semi-final of the day. The winner will be going straight through to the final to try and fight for that spot at the World Championships. Could it be a back-to-back for Surrender 2 years in a row, or can Tom get a repeat performance finally back on the world stage later this year? We'll see after this. This is the first semi-final of the day here, and we've just had a pretty one-sided matchup of the Demon Hunter against the Mage, and it appears that we now have Mage against Demon Hunter. It's just going to be straight up the other way around here, with Surrender trying to get the win in, you'd have to imagine, a similar fashion, and hope that Tom can't go for too much of an impactful early game, which quite clearly is showing to be the crucial point in the matchup, is whether the Mage can survive those early turns.
And the more we've seen this matchup, which we've gone back and forth on whether we think the Mage or the Demon Hunter is favored, the more I've come to appreciate the importance of the early board. I feel like most of the time when we've seen Mage take what we once thought was unfavorable was when they managed to stick the lab partners and deal with the Wand Maker Spirit Jailers on the other side with the cheap and efficient spells. So I'm very interested if Tom's Firebrand can maybe put some work in the early game, because it's a one card answer to the types of double Wand Maker boards, for example.
Yep, could be a big deal. I'm really just looking for any of those early developmental plays in the first few turns. Running one Spellwing could be a little bit of a hindrance to Tom's ability to lock down that early board. But for the most part, all the usual suspects are there. All the spell damage minions, Cyclone Apprentice, all that good stuff that you're looking to do. The difference, of course, between the two lists, as you highlighted earlier on, is the Firebrand, but also, arguably more importantly, the Conjurer's Calling for Surrender. For Tom, as opposed to the Dragon package for Surrender, which I think, in my opinion, still does somewhat favor Tom 60229, because I know that the Arcane Breaths can discover some of those key cards that we keep talking about, like Frostbolt and Ice Barrier, but Giant Conjurer's Calling is the game ender. That's the full stop on your entire game plan as Mage.
No, it's true. I mean, when we saw Flurry versus Alatemu and Flurry took it as Mage, he got the win by generating Conjurer's Calling, which, to be fair, he did run one natural one in the deck, but he was able to consistently set up very threatening boards that couldn't be simply blade danced away, and that sealed the first game, at least, in his favor. For Tom, I'd love the Shanvala keep. The Arcane Intellect alongside it is quite interesting, though, because I tend to favor playing Shanvala as soon as possible in this matchup, and Arcane Intellect to follow it up isn't the strongest because you'd rather activate it.
Right. I mean, it gets a little bit... Wow, okay, Apprentice being picked up is huge, but I was going to say, if you have Apprentice, obviously you can just go insane and make a whole bunch of them. The rules don't apply. But very often when you're on the coin, for me at least, Shanvala is a turn 4 play when you can get one immediate activation with coin double spell. And AI does set up for that, to be fair. on turn 4. It does, however, mean you're going to be tanking a lot of damage in the early game before that can happen.
Yeah, it's fair. I think also whether or not you can afford to play Shenvala on the coin on turn 2 depends on how much development there was on the Demon Hunter side, and Surrender has curved out pretty much perfectly, so I'm on board with saving it for the Apprentice turn now. Is this just a ping?
See the ping or magic trick, which could obviously find you Ray of Frost, Brain Freeze, missiles to try and take a little bit less damage. Or it could just ping it Tempo Apprentice.
This was the other question I had. Because it looks extremely strange, but to be fair, he has the second one. So he can definitely still pop off when Shenvala as long as he holds the magic trick, right? It's almost guaranteed on the turn 4. So I don't know. I mean, I don't hate this. It just looks really strange.
It's so weird. I'm having to shift my entire frame of reference of how to process this matchup now because, you know, we were talking about stopping damage. This will stop damage. Surrender will do literally everything in his power to kill this Sorcerer's Apprentice. So technically, he achieved what I was trying to set out to do.
I mean, it's true. And this is purely because Tom has the second one in hand. Make no mistake that he feels that off the back of Shenvala First Apprentice, he can win the game, which I think is a reasonable assumption. It is so much stats on the board. I'm just curious, what is going through Surrender's head right now? Because you see an Apprentice played down. Is their hand garbage, or is it so insane that they have the freedom to throw out one?
It's so hard. Like I'm trying to figure out in my head if you can make the read that next turn is the power turn that you have to mana burn and not this turn, because keeping a card in the hand here, do you make the read that it's Apprentice and that's why he threw down the other one because he already has the other one and he's going for a massive Apprentice Coin Cyclone turn? Do you make the read that it's Shenvala so you have to stop it on turn 4? I think on average Surrender has made the correct play of trying to mana burn at a later point instead here.
Right. I think the question is it worth mana burn and miss your Marrow Slicer this turn? He can definitely have a read that there is something cooking in Surrender's hand. But the thing is, if you mana burn this turn, they take a turn off. You're facing the same problem next turn and you end up equipping the Marrow Slicer anyway. The difference is you've gotten 4 extra damage through to face, and is that enough?
Demons?
It just can't be correct, can it? Surely you have to go Marrow Slicer.
Surely, yeah. I mean, no matter what the pop-off is, whether it's Shenvala or Apprentice Cyclone, they can probably just do more the next turn if you delay it. And again, the only upside for delaying it a turn is the minion damage you have on board, which Surrender has no way of developing more than 4 attacks. So I would land on the Marrow Slicer. He's going to be sad about it, but what can you do, right?
I think even if you can see the hands, the play is still Marrow Slicer, because it sets up for Marrow Slicer this turn, Marrow Slicer mana burn on 5, and then Skull on 6. I appreciate that Surrender, he fully well knows that something is about to happen on this turn. He make no illusion about that. That's not why he's holding the mana burn. It's because it's too much mana floated otherwise.
Yep. First trick, learn Draconic. Nice.
Sure. Yep, pretty good. The double activation dream is still alive with Ray of Frost being found. That is big.
So huge. Double activation surrenders like. Alright, Tom.
Right,
There's
we're looking
a Blade Dance top deck.
Yeah, Blade Dance is what we're after here. I'm a little surprised actually to see Tom go double Ray on the same target instead of trying to freeze 2 of the guys there, because now the Apprentice can just be killed, whereas otherwise he could have made it so that either the Shenvala or the Apprentice could be killed, but not both in with what was represented.
If also it's just better against Blade Dance to freeze 2 minions because they could just double trade into Apprentice, and Hero Power Blade Dance is a full clear. So still possible for Surrender. Hero Power, Mana Feeder, 1 last top deck, 2 mana remaining.
Do you even go for that though? On this turn, like
I grow impatient.
Maybe you have to ditch the mana burn Marrow Slicer play because the hero power is too valuable.
Yeah, I mean, if you miss it this turn, Marrow Slicer Blade Dance next turn is not enough to deal with everything because he wouldn't have the mana for the hero power. But I kind of feel like he can't afford to take the 12. I don't know. Okay. gonna do it.
Is he leaving up the
Still
apprentice?
Shinvala, re-equip Marrow Slicer. And Tom just has his choice of the best 5 drops to follow up. My goodness.
He doesn't though. This is the point of Surrender's play. The mana
Yes.
burn brings him down to 3, sorry. And so this is really the only thing kind of keeping Surrender in the game right now is the fact that this is a relatively weak turn from Tom.
It's still not that weak. Sorry,
Still
my
pretty
brain
strong.
completely blanked on the mana burn, but this is still so much pressure.
Yeah.
But again, there's still some outs. Skull picking up Shard Shatter Mystic ×2, or Shard Shatter plus Blade Dance could be a clear.
Yep, literally any attack buff plus Blade Dance would do the job as well, aside from Soul Shard, obviously, due to mana restrictions. It's going to be a real close one. All those Soul Fragments in the deck as well. What are there, like 7 or 8 of them at this point? It's going to make it really difficult to get any kind of value off this Skull as well.
No choice, though.
It's the only play, I think.
Alas, poor woman.
Close your eyes. Nope. That's the game.
He didn't hit a single Soul Fragment, but still, it's just not enough. No mana at all to work with. That is just game.
You can't remove any additional damage from the board other than the 2 trades and the swing, but the swing puts him within lethal range for whatever's remaining, so that is just game.
I mean, for Tom there, I think he played it out pretty much, pretty cleanly. The Apprentice, I think, was a real stroke of genius in the mid-game to allow him to go for that plan without dying. But for Surrender on the other side, such difficult turns. Do you go for the Mana Burn over the Marrow Slicer? I don't think so. Do you dig for the Blade Dance off of the Mana Feeder? I don't think so, but maybe he was so far behind that was his best chance of winning the game.
Yeah, it's really tough to say. I was definitely caster visioning when I said he needs Blade Dance because I could see that the damage follow-up was there for Tom. From Surrender's perspective, maybe if he just kills the Shinvala and Tom doesn't keep developing, then he can give himself more outs to find Blade Dance. But Tom just had no shortage of pressure. Whether or not there was mana burn, he was going to add more threats to the board, make it so that even if there was a Blade Dance, there'd be too many minions, so it had to be exactly Shard Shatter plus Blade Dance to do a good enough job to get rid of everything. And that is yet another time that Mage has gotten the better of Demon Hunter. But Surrender now has to reverse sweep the Rogue if he wants to go to the finals.
It's not looking good. Surrender, or Tom having taken the win both as the Demon Hunter versus the Mage, and the Mage versus the Demon Hunter, with 2 pretty disgusting starts on either side, has put himself in a great position now. But Surrender's got a nice start here on the Mage. He can get off to some very powerful tempo swings.
Right. I'm thinking he keeps the 2 in the middle, and that's it.
That makes a decent amount of sense to me. Like, obviously, you generally want to find the minions that synergize with Sorcerer's Apprentice, like Shinvala, Mana Cyclone, Giant, things like that. But Ray of Frost is kind of a uniquely powerful card with Apprentice.
Really is, and I'd put more emphasis on keeping that if Surrender, or like the importance of it. I still wouldn't keep it if Surrender was off coin, but it's even scarier to not have that if there is potential for a big Edwin on the other side. But I think that Surrender would more likely be looking for card draw instead, and he tosses even the studies here.
Wow.
Which, that's interesting. I can understand the reasoning behind it. I tend to like keeping studies just as near guaranteed early play and activator for Cram Session, but if you don't have the session itself, the minion presence might not be impactful enough.
Yeah, I am generally a fan of just keeping Primordial Studies as one of the better cards in the deck. When you specifically have Apprentice, though, in a way it gets better because you can play it for 0 mana, but in a way it gets worse because it's a card that isn't Shenvala or Evocation or even Cyclone, arguably, as well.
Right. Studies is definitely not a synergy keep with Apprentice. It's kind of like you're keeping half of the cards for a curve, and the other
Right.
half for the combo potential later on.
This is interesting for Surrender, right? Because the obvious play is ping pass.
What to do?
The secret that your opponent kept, though, if it's plagiarized, you obviously want to play just one spell on this turn so that they get very little value from it. But they kept it in the mulligan and played it on 2. Is that ever going to be plagiarized?
Might even be ambushed. Tom runs one of them.
Oh, true, yeah, good point.
At some point, though, and I think that point is now, Surrender's going to play a spell, and he'll get a lot of knowledge based on what happens at the end of this turn. Question is whether he shoots the Cult Neophyte or just generates a mid. Arcane Breath doesn't get much value, but I tend to like just removing this.
Oh, there's so much going on. Like, the fact that it is specifically the Neophyte is a big deal because you want it to die so they can't Shadow Step it.
Right.
I think Surrender probably has a pretty strong read on it being Dirty Tricks at this point, given that it was a card that was kept in the mulligan against Mage. I don't think either of the other secrets are quite worth it, but maybe you'd keep Plagiarize, even though it's not that strong on turn 2 specifically. So he doesn't want to give cards by playing a spell.
Right. He's just clearly leading up to a big pop-off in the near future, right? So I think the potential of losing one spell this turn for the Cyclone next turn, just to make sure that it's not plagiarized, would be worth it in my eyes. But looks like he might even just ping this over 2 turns. Very
Crazy
interesting.
stuff. Love to know what's going on in his mind right now.
Too.
To know good. Me too.
Ambush also plays on the mind, right? Because if you don't keep both the Arcane Breath, it's not guaranteed that you get to kill the ambush the turn you go off with the Cyclone. But because Surrender still doesn't know whether or not this is plagiarized, he can't go off this turn. Surely he's got to play a spell now, right?
You'd think so. I mean, you've... Oh, wow. Okay, this is getting crazy. So just ping Arcane Breath is probably where his head is at. Again, he does not want to give spells to his opponent through the Dirty Tricks. He wants to starve his opponent of resources for as long as possible.
But if it's just gonna be delay, 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 and not go off, I guess he has quite a bit of time. Tom has indicated this is not an Edwin hand, but you can only wait so long, right?
I wonder.
Arcane Breath, Cult Neophyte, ping the Lackey. At the very least, you have one Shanvala activation the next turn. Although the hand can even be sometimes go off on turn 6, so you can do Cyclone, Apprentice, and Shanvala. He did the Tom thing! Oh my goodness, what's happening today?
Apprentice ping. I mean, this tests for 2 of the secrets, right? He now has 100% information to work with on the following turn.
Yeah, and that means he's free to pop off. But it comes at the cost of an Apprentice, which you have both Cyclone and Shanvala in hand. It feels...
So interesting. Really was so interesting. And how you even go about this is really tough in its own right. Like, I feel like it's probably a Cyclone turn instead of a Shanvala turn. I don't think you're getting quite enough value out of it to lose all these cards.
I agree. It's a single 5/5 that he gets here, because the Arcane Breaths aren't discovering anything else with no dragon. So I would agree, especially with the Mana Giant draw, that he wants to get maximum spell generation instead.
Does he ever go Shanvala ping pass?
Looks like it? Huh?
Wow.
Oh, okay, it's just a Shanvala turn instead of a Cyclone turn. I thought he was gonna go Shanvala, but that didn't make sense. Oh my gosh, he picked up a dragon! That's so big!
He hit the dragon. He was definitely banking on this happening this turn, and the possibilities now are truly endless. I mean, spectators having to play catch up with him here with the amount of cards he's generating now.
Yeah, he still needs a 1-cost... okay, he doesn't hit the double activation. This was risky.
Really
There's
was.
Azure Explorer and Malagos, I believe, as the spell damage dragons. And you would have to get pretty lucky with the Arcane Breath if you have a dragon at all to go for double activation. But to be fair, he's picked up some pretty good plays in the next turns.
It's an interesting turn, though, isn't it? Like, he has left himself with a relatively clunky hand here, and Tom can start to do some pretty powerful stuff. This secret passage, complementing his already very well-developed board, could get him Edwin in the Absolute Dream, Hanar, Miscreant, Questing, so many strong cards to pick up.
Surrender is super stressed out. Play everything?
Don't let the door hit you.
All but one, right? I think you'd happily play the Cult Neophyte here.
Muzzle their magic.
Neophyte. Backbreaking for Surrender. It's been little incremental damage for Tom every turn, but because he has delayed Surrender this long,
What
it
makes
could be enough to get over the finish line.
Absolutely could be. This ambush as well, really not to be sniffed at, as a somewhat mediocre Jandis comes down. It's not game-winning quite yet. But Tom is looking in a great spot.
Hanar into One Thief. You can get a secret off of One Thief sometimes.
You can.
I think it's well worth trying.
But I never tell the truth.
Ooh.
Wait a minute. How much damage does he have on board?
Yeah.
I guess the answer is enough.
Enough. Surrender here. If he can hit Gyrocopter off of Power of Creation, is that enough? I don't think so.
Walker?
Yeah.
Hearthstone Defender?
Safeguard. Like, we're getting pretty out there already.
You win this.
Barely even get to see the Frost Elemental come out there. No outs for Surrender towards the end there. And my goodness, that game was so tense at the beginning. Long delays from Surrender trying to starve Tom of resources. Didn't pan out in the end though, and Tom takes an extremely clean 3-0 sweep over our best performing player this season.
I honestly didn't have time to even let it sink in. It's over before it feels like it's even began. And Tom 60229 is through to the finals of our second season of Grandmasters here in 2020. A single series away from taking his rightful spot back at the World Championships. While my heart breaks for Surrender, it's another season where he's so close to getting through to the World Championships, but just falls short at the final hurdle here. It is a tremendous run, though, for Tom 60229. I cannot wait to see him represent APAC at the World Championships.
An incredibly worthy representative if he does make it, because there is still one more match to be played out. Tom's challenger will be between Chonsu or Bank Yugi. Already so many interesting spots throughout the day. Already highs and lows, because we started with a relegation match and now we've sent Tom through to the finals. But now we find out who it is between your favorite of the season and your favorite friend in Grandmasters, I guess, after Tyler.
And after you, of course, Gia. Come on, give yourself some credit here. But yeah, like you said, just like to wrap up that last game, I would be so interested if anyone has any opinions on how Surrender was playing that. Please, do let us know how you think that should have been played out differently. I think that was such a staggeringly difficult, complex, dense game from Surrender in particular on all sides there in all three of those games. And I hope that he is at least proud of how he played those. But like you said, Chonsu, the player who I thought coming into Grandmasters this season was going to be absolutely on fire. He had back-to-back rank 1 finishes on the Asia ladder. He was feeling really pumped coming in. He'd been putting in the work, practicing a whole bunch when, frankly, some of the Grandmasters had not been grinding to the same degree that they have historically. And he was ready to, give everyone a kick up the backside and say, I'm here, I'm practicing. You have to be at your best if you want to be able to take me down. Didn't go incredibly well towards the middle point, I will say. 0-4. It was a disastrous way for him to start in the round robin. But all is forgotten now. He turned things around incredibly strong fashion, and he's through here to the semi-finals. Whereas Bank Yugi has come in. I had absolutely no idea who he was before this season of Grandmasters started. But he had a pretty decent run through one of the Masters tours. And now he's found his way into Grandmasters, into the semi-finals, and into my heart as well, as a very friendly and approachable individual as well.
He's got a real underdog story. Like you said, definitely one of the least known players to make it into Grandmasters, and also one of the people we didn't expect to perform quite so well. No offense to him, but he started off the season with a win in week one of the Swiss portion, taking down Surrender, I believe, in the finals of that, and also just making it to Division A with week after week of some interesting decks, Highlander Mage being his signature, in the middle, playing more standard lineups, but of course, ending out the playoffs with another unique inclusion in that Highlander Rogue.
Yeah, it's been looking pretty good for him so far, I will say. Nothing too terrible. I believe the other player to have decided to go with Highlander Rogue this week, I've no idea if there was some collaboration between the two, or if it was just, kind of coincidentally both going for it, was RDU, obviously over in the European region, trying to fight for his spot through to the semi-finals today, unable to do so. And I think in no small part due to the Highlander Rogue being a bit of a weak spot for him, not really finding the wins when it needed to. Bank Yugi has a slightly different build, but the same question needs to be asked. Will the Highlander Rogue be able to get that win?
I mean, when he was able to get wins with it yesterday, I believe it ended up at a 2-2 score throughout day one, that is. And it never felt like it was extremely dominant. It felt like it had to rely on some pretty fortunate draws. And this week, we can see it's 2-6 across all regions. 3 of those losses are due to RDU getting reverse swept on it last night. I just wonder if they've had enough time to really test and justify this spring, because if you can put in enough reps on it and prove that, at least in your own experience, it does better against most of the popular archetypes, then I'd be on board. But I can't help but feel like this inclusion is just more of a flavor of the week thing, after some people were tweeting out Galakrond Rogue making it to #1 ladder in China, or just some other builds of Rogue kind of becoming popular. It doesn't feel tried and tested enough for something as momentous as playoffs.
No, I agree, and I think that Galakrond Rogue and Highlander Rogue are actually deceptively different decks, because the Galakrond Rogue, for me at the moment, with Polkelt thrown in there a lot of the time, feels like you're setting up for just a big combo with your massive Galakrond. You have a whole bunch of Invoke minions in there. You're almost always trying to hit at least Tier 2 Galakrond, if not a consistent Tier 4. Whereas with this version of the deck, it feels like... did I say Tier 4? I meant Tier 3.
Yeah.
Draw the 4 cards is what I meant.
No, Tier 4 is correct when they're full count arranged. It's the 4 best cards in your deck.
Yeah, exactly. That's Instinct plus Galakrond there. But the difference is that this feels much more like just a curve deck. You're trying to get a much more dominant start in the early game when compared to Galakrond Rogue. And your payoff at the end with Togwaggle and Galakrond is significantly less impactful, which is kind of the downside of the upside that you get from an early Zephyrus and curving out at the start. Whereas Chonsu, on the other side, has gone with, I think, what he would imagine as just the 4 best decks, with the real difference from most of the other players being this Control Priest over the Rogue, which the stats seem to suggest this week was not necessarily the way to go.
It's true. The Priest has been, I guess, not the most consistently performing, but I also feel that this is an archetype where the experienced players really get to shine and show just why the deck does well in the hands of the best players. I think in the Priest versus Demon Hunter matchup, there's a lot of percent to be gained for how you time the Pyro Apotheosis or Apotheosis by itself. And I think Chonsu is definitely a player who can handle the intricacies of Priest close to optimal. So we'll see whether that matchup pans out. There's no Demon Hunter on the other side, but I can very well imagine Priest versus Highlander Rogue being one that's difficult for Priest to navigate to.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine so, wouldn't you? Like, the old school versions of Priest felt like it had a much better matchup against Galakrond Rogue before the, obviously, Scholomance Academy hit and shook things up drastically. For Chonsu, though, it's a pretty low-value build of Priest and a high-tempo build of Priest at the start. So that could be a very interesting matchup against the Highlander Rogue, as you pointed out, because, yes, I think in the value game plan, he might be losing towards the end there. But in terms of fighting for tempo, I think with double Twilight Drake thrown in there, Chonsu would have a real chance at locking down their early board and pushing for the win that way, rather than trying to grind the Rogue out. We're not going to be seeing the Priest or the Rogue quite yet, though. We're going to see one of the other slightly weird inclusions here in this matchup between the two players. It's Druid coming down for Bank Yugi, which, while it has been a cornerstone of APAC metagame for the past few weeks, since the nerf to Guardian Animals has seen a quite predictably massive drop in its bring rate, but Bank Yugi's still swearing by it this week.
It's true. Druid is definitely less consistent in how early it gets down the GA post nerf. And honestly, if the GA had not seen a nerf, I wonder if that would have changed Chonsu's mind on his ban, because it's very, very rare that we get to see priest banned away. We've seen a couple mage bans this week, usually for the people that were looking to ban away bomb warriors on the other side, but there wasn't one. Um, the druid, in theory, I feel like has a pretty good matchup against Demon Hunter and a decent one against Mage.
Yeah.
And the Priest, I feel like, is a bit more iffy, but Priest, I think, in the hands of a skilled player, does become favored against Demon Hunter. So I can also understand why Chonsu's banning that away and leaving up the now nerfed Druid.
Cannot wait to get into it. It's going to be so exciting. All for the honor of facing Tom 60229 in the finals. What a win it would be for both of our players. Bank Yugi absolutely putting his stamp on Hearthstone history if he can get to the World Finals, having come from almost complete obscurity. Whereas Chonsu, it's been years since he's been seen at a World Championship, having very much fallen down in notoriety, I think it's fair to say, when with respect to the average Hearthstone viewer. But this could put him back into the limelight, back up on top, where I believe he belongs. And it's going to come down now to the Demon Hunter against the Druid to start things off. Not a good matchup for Chonsu, but a good starting hand at least.
Oh yes, double Spirit Jailers. On Bank Yugi's side, definitely missing some ramp to really get this going. I wonder if this is ever Fungal Fortunes. No, you probably just take Rising Winds. That's guaranteed draw without discarding some crucial beasts. Glad to see that his Sky has probably healed up because he's not wearing the glasses anymore.
Yeah, again, I don't even know if I was supposed to share that. It might have been in doctor-patient confidentiality there as he was messaging me why he was wearing the glasses.
Derek.
Yeah, indeed. But either way, hopefully he's feeling tip-top shape. As I mean, we've had a weekend of players not letting any health complications get in their way. Tice, we wish him the speediest of recoveries as he sailed through to the semi-finals today. A true Hearthstone trooper. And Bank Yugi with his equally devastating sty, as opposed to a kidney infection, also fighting on here.
Ah, yes. For Chonsu, the hand is looking pretty decent. A Lapidary, definitely the one that's going to put the pressure on Bank Yugi, because for now, it's definitely the formalities of cycling for Bank Yugi, trying to find the ramp for when he can get the GA down. For Chonsu, he's certainly feeling like Bank Yugi's building up towards at least soft ramp into GA, so
yeah.
Chonsu's probably thinking he needs to hit Blade Dance sometime soon.
Which is obviously a reasonable conclusion to come to. We've seen players time and again keep Blade Dance in the mulligan against Druid, just to have a bit of reactivity against their early development. Ooh, big draw for Bank Yugi. But, I mean, honestly, on the other side for Chonsu, it's just a very decent curve. This Coin Lapidary, which is very possibly going to come down into Coin Lapidary, is huge development.
Oh man, before he saw the second one, I was still gonna talk about Coin Militia. Also seems very powerful with this hand because he had double Spirit Jailers to begin with and possibly Marrow Slicer this turn, but sign me up for another 5-5 after this one. He could just close out the game before Bank Yugi potentially gets GA down, but we can see there is soft ramp of his choice.
Right,
but
the only
Threshers in hand.
Exactly. There's 3 beasts in hand right now, so it's guaranteed to be double Twilight Runner, which is okay. It kills off the 5/5 straight away very cleanly, and it can then draw a whole lot more cards, obviously. I was wondering if that pushes him onto going for Lightning Bloom so that he can fit Crystal Power in as well to avoid the overdraw.
Yeah, that was definitely a consideration. He can still go for it after seeing the additional 2 cards off top, or 4 cards that is.
Yeah,
because he's going to go to 10 after this attack, or he could leave it stealth.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other consideration, right? Is your opponent is unlikely to be able to Blade Dance this because Marrow Slicer is unequipped at the moment. It potentially gives you a strong answer to the second Lapidary, which, to be fair, you can have a reasonable expectation that they have second Lapidary in hand.
Yeah, I like it. Oh my gosh. Chonsu's damage never stops. But is it Marrow Slicer this turn because you want to get all the charges in?
Right. Yeah, the 5/5.
To be fair, there was just the consideration that the game doesn't even go beyond 3 turns, so you never get to do all 3 of get the charges of the Marrow Slicer, play Lapidary, and Glavebound in 2 turns.
Exactly. If we're assuming that the Lapidary doesn't connect face as the minion, it's 5 damage, whereas Glavebound... Oh, sorry, whereas the Marrow Slicer is 8 damage, plus the one you get from Hero Power as well. It's quite a bit more damage over the 2 turns. Ooh.
Omu?
Interesting. Omu Bloomu Survival?
Omu Bloomu. Yeah, you end up with 7 mana next turn. Correct, if you go for that.
Omu...
Which is enough to play a taunt.
Oh, but would it go up to 10 mana, or would it bring you up to 9 because you've already spent 1 mana crystal this turn? I can't remember.
Oh, right. I think that's how it works.
Yeah. Oh no, wait, it wouldn't, because you spend the mana with Omu anyway, so it would take you up to 10, right? But then you might go to double beast anyway, just because that's more development onto the board.
Actually, I just want to see how this pans out, because honestly, my Omu knowledge is still not perfect. Okay, it goes to 10.
It goes to 10. I realized as soon as I said it, I was just being a dum-dum. The choice, though, was whether you go for the taunt or the development here, because he has now left 5 damage on the board. He's unlikely to die on this turn, but not impossible.
Yeah, I do think he probably lands on healing on the next turn either way, just to play around Kane, because a single taunt doesn't quite do that. For Chonsu, though, the choice is clear. Just make them have the healing.
Yeah,
and he's
absolutely.
already seen a Crystal Power.
Taunt quite clearly does not even come close to saving Bank Yugi here, even if the Hero Power is thrown in. Kane / Glavebound can get the job done, so it has to be the overflow here right now to keep Bank Yugi in the game.
Oh, it's too many cards!
Way too many.
Are you ever brave enough to start with Kael'thas? Or, okay, you can start with the Lightning Bloom and then attack with the Twilight Runner, and then sometimes you can do a Kael'thas overflow turn.
Exactly.
This... Okay. I don't know about the order on that. Even if you had to send the 9 attack minion into the 1/3, I think it's worth the possibility of getting the Kael'thas turn.
Pretty disastrous hand to have found there. Nothing playable whatsoever.
He even attack. He says no. There's a Crystal Power left in the deck that is far too valuable. 5, 6, 7,
means...
1 off.
If he goes Chaos Strike Kane, that's still not there. If he hits Twin Slice, would that be lethal then? It would be, right? Yeah.
Demons.
Start with Chaos Strike?
Demons.
Sure. Marrow Slicer would be lethal, I think.
Yep, there's a few draws for lethal with the Chaos Strike.
Militia is only for 3 fragments at the moment, so probably not worth.
Ooh. Okay, going with the Glavebound, getting the damage in again. Heal has to come down, or lethal has to be found, because Kane can get the win next turn.
There is the 1 Crystal Power left in the deck. 2 Anubisoth Defenders, Overflow, and Animated Broomstick. I don't think he can afford to play Overflow.
Yeah, and I mean, we can even see that even if he does have Crystal Power... oh wait, Crystal Power plus Hero Power would keep him alive at 1 if he double trades onto the board as well. Oi, oi, oi.
He has to punt first and then go for... Oh wait, there's not enough mana to go for draw and taunt. So I think he's just praying for no Kane and no second Glavebound. That's reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's probably his best
draw
chance.
With the... Okay, no mana left if you go for Gidra first though. I thought it was maybe Twilight Runner for the 1 space in hand to find Crystal Power.
Yeah.
But Chonsu is super excited. He knows he has this in the bag.
Nicely done. No extra blooms or innovates to get the win for Bank Yugi, and Chonsu gets a massive win here. Not only is this an unfavorable with direct respect to Demon Hunter up against Druid, I think he's got a reasonable chance at having a decent target on that Druid. It's feeling, I've got to say, Gia, surprisingly weak at this point. I was one of the players saying alongside Sottle a couple of weeks ago that I thought it was a decent bring to go for, but I don't know if it's the build that we're seeing here from Bank Yugi, or just the way the deck feels now, but it has not been looking especially strong so far.
For real, we saw from Bank Yugi overgrowth on curve with Innervate Guardian Animals. The fact that he had Threshers in hand probably made the draw weak going forward, but I still think he had an above average outcome for that game. To be fair, Chonsu also had an above average outcome. The back-to-back Lapidaries is backbreaking for pretty much any deck that the Demon Hunter can run up against. I just think it was quite a spectacle at the end there for Demon Hunter to be so aggressive that it was forcing these 9/8 giant beasts to trade into little one-attack minions just to prevent lethal on the other side. Really close one, but Chonsu definitely way in the lead now to take the whole series.
Yeah, looking to be in a very, very good spot. A tough one for Bank Yugi to take that loss right at the start, but I'm sure he will keep his eyes set on the potential for a finals spot. Still has to get all 3 wins, though, against Chonsu at this point, which of course means he has to win with the Druid and the Rogue, 2 unconventional decks, which he's staked his spot in the World Championships on. We'll see if he can get both those wins after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to our second semi-final match. We've already sent Tom through to the finals in what was a staggeringly fast 3-0 sweep over Surrender. I don't think there's many people in the entirety of Grandmasters that could boast such a performance over one of the best players we've ever seen in Asia Pacific. But if Bank Yugi or Chonsu want to be going through to the finals, they got to win this match. And then if they want to go to the World Champs, they've got to beat Tom afterwards. Looking like a good start for Chonsu, getting that win against the Druid. I think it's going to be a tough spot for the Druid. Maybe it can find a good matchup against the Priest, though, in what has traditionally been a pretty good matchup for the Druid, I will say.
It definitely is. I find that when Priest really blows out the matchup, it would have to involve the Druid having a very slow hand where they play out a Twilight Runner and then the Priest can deal it away. But if the Guardian Animals comes down and the Beast can immediately rush, that can be a little bit too much pressure for the Priest, especially when the Druid can keep following up with threat after threat, Ysera being the real backbreaker in the matchup. But so far, every time we've seen Chonsu play Priest, I've been very impressed with his macro game plan knowledge.
Yeah, I have as well. I think that that's really been Chonsu's biggest strength coming into this season of Grandmasters, if I had to try and pinpoint it. There have been some technical mistakes here and there along the way, but Chonsu, I think, has such a deep understanding of the metagame and all the matchups at the moment that not only does he understand all the standard matchups that we're expected to see, he's also going for these weird experimental strategies. We've seen him go for the hard anti-bomb warrior strategy, which didn't work, the soft anti-bomb warrior strategy, which did work the week after, and along the way, just having very good matchup understanding of all the standard decks, as I've said, which I think has been what's led him all the way through to the semi-finals, as he's been having a lot of fun with it alongside it as well. Always been smiling and laughing during his games, which I love to see as a spectator of the esports.
The most intense reaction we got from Chonsu was yesterday after he didn't die to Tom's evocation and took the series for it. That was definitely a highlight. But we are moving on now to the other highlight of the series, I think, in Bank Yugi's Highlander Rogue. Right off the bat, he kept a few legendaries, Hanar and Lillian, which are definitely power spikes, but in different ways.
Yeah, Hanar is obviously the value generator for the most part here. Hanar is a weird one, right? Because it's both the Togwaggle and the Hanar need a little bit extra for them to actually do anything. But it's not ridiculous to assume that you would be able to find those cards later on in the game, given that you have Raise Dead likely resurrecting your Lazul.
That's true. I was interested in taking Hanar and then just trying to find a secret on the other side.
Right.
Maybe that's asking for too much. In the end, Chonsu takes the least exciting but most flexible option of the coin, realizing that his deck altogether has quite a bit of value. I mean, when I was comparing Highlander Rogue to Burgle Rogue to begin with, I was saying that in theory, Highlander Rogue gets more value in the long run, but they hit these windows in the middle of the game where if they don't get the card draw, the value gets stuck at the bottom of the deck, and they have turn after turn where they're just relying on top of it.
They are, but Bank Yugi is not going to be worrying about that quite yet, you'd imagine. He, oh, actually, you know what? This was kind of interesting from Chonsu. I was going to say, he has the Hanar, which we can see. Play the Plagiarize, whatever, good job. Chonsu on the other side, though, by playing out the Cabal Acolyte last turn, he knew Hanar was in hand, but he also knew he'd likely be able to resurrect it and maybe catch Bank Yugi out into playing the Hanar, but he misses the 2 out of 3 for the Cabal Acolyte and now cannot steal the Hanar.
That's unlucky. It was such a good setup from Chonsu. You were building up to it, explaining it really nicely, but yikes, he gets the 2 that he did not want to see.
Oh.
No, he can tell what the secret is now because the other 2 are just in hand.
Good point. That's a very good point. Kronk's not doing anything for him outside of being a 6/6 because he has cut Galakrond from his list.
Man, I'm kind of surprised he's committing another spell here, given that he knows this is Plagiarize. I thought it would just be Hero Power after the Lazul.
Not too quickly.
Yeah, good point. I guess saying it's worth it to allow him coin Mirazond next turn, which again might
possibly
catch Bank Yugi off balance, because he's thinking, okay, 7 mana Murazon in hand, and maybe he's thinking my opponent got coin off of the Lazul. But I think, to be honest, Bank Yugi is more likely to be thinking, what do I do with this turn?
I would lean towards just going for all of the secret trains because, for one, I don't think they would be likely to pick coin, and for two, you'd have to put them on having the Murazon to begin with. But
Exactly.
actually, a pretty smart setup once again from Chonsu. He can just take all the secrets that Bank Yugi plays this turn for himself. If it is going to be a secret train.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the idea of going for play out your secrets and then maybe end with Step Hanar. I know that he doesn't need the value necessarily, and I might be playing a little bit too greedily there, but as long as he's not dying to this early pressure from the Priest, he will just never, ever, ever run out of value at that point.
That's true.
Yeah,
I like the idea of Hanar, but how does that work? Shadow Step Hanar, I mean, but how does that work with Murazon necessarily? Sometimes the Murazon it's guaranteed because no other minions played.
I guess that would be good for Bank Yugi if that happens, because then there's not an 8/8 on the board.
Right, it would be.
Let me change your mind.
Good draw, though, for Chonsu. Finally does get to steal the Hanar at long last, even if it's not going to be sticking around on his side of the board for long. Still a powerful play.
Huge. Quite funny, Chonsu has knowledge of all of the left-hand cards in Bank Yugi's hand.
That's true.
Because he saw the Kronks in the second Lazul and the Dirty Tricks and the Tog in the first one, and then the Raise Dead and Lazul were off of Plagiarize.
And so I guess for the moment, Chonsu is going to be thinking, how can he try and snipe Murazon for specifically Wand? You'd have to imagine off of the Togwaggle, because that has traditionally been the best Murazon turn it's possible to get in the standard rogue matchup. And he knows it's there in hand. Maybe that forces Bank Yugi to go for Crown instead, which is slightly less powerful if the opposing Murazon plays it.
Maybe. I do feel like we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, though. No Lackey at the moment.
Maybe, yeah.
Bank Yugi has Cobalt Spellkin as an option. Plenty of value. Pyro has some synergy with his hand, though. Oh my god. That's active! That's not fair!
That is insane. He hasn't had anything shuffled in, has he? No, that is just an active turn 8 Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. And he can step it as well if he wants to. This is ludicrous amounts of pressure from Bank Yugi.
I mean, it's just the fact that it's 8 mana too. If he gets to the 10 mana turn without playing a Dragon prior, he can just play unnerfed Dragon Queen essentially. I don't feel like Chonsu has to overreact to this. I don't mind just playing the stickiest dragon and hero powering. By this point, the Murazon discount has outlived its usefulness.
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably prefer the secret in addition to that. I know that you're potentially running into too many cards at that point, but
true.
You want to find like specifically the good cards.
That's right. He doesn't even have hand space issues there. The Paladin I forgot that these are both Paladin secrets, so they don't necessarily punish spells being played, it's just never surrender. Going for maximum board development, and he goes about it in an order which preserves his Twilight Drake's health, even if it is Repentance. Wow. Candace, step.
Whoa, that's a lot of pressure he can go for in the next few turns. And I think that's what Bank Yugi needs to have his eyes set on most over the next few turns. He obviously is never going to run out of cards for the rest of the game, or at least for like 10 turns. So how does he turn that into maximum pressure, maximum development? I agree at a first glance that's Jandice step, but maybe it's Jandice and don't step and you save it for... Again, I might be getting a bit too greedy with Dragon Queen, but 2 1-mana dragons is absolutely insane.
It's true. But, I mean, the 8/8 as a body itself, I feel like is pretty valuable to leave on board.
Yeah.
I was just concerned about hand space issues if he did not play anything else with the Janda Step. With the Brain Freeze, he's free to go for it again. Because as it stands, I think that the next turn is potentially a little bit slower for Bankyugi. It's still not slow, honestly, even if it's just Kronks. But Dragon Queen is not necessarily a turn 8 play, right? Because you want to play it with more dragons.
But now, though, this is starting to look worse and worse for Chonsu. Even if this wasn't one of the best possible Jandices you can get, with Ogomancer being insane, it was still just starting to look a bit scary for him. What does he even do against this?
I don't know. I mean,
go...
Inner Fire Death, and then they have some 2/2s, but the Pyro can deal with it, yes?
Yeah, this is what I was looking at. I was thinking you go Pyro first, but I guess this makes more sense to hit as many minions as possible.
Right.
Smart. It's pretty strong.
Just hope that the illusion is on the Bandersnatch, which I think it is.
Surely. Okay, yeah.
Nicely spotted from Chonsu.
Big deal. That was a huge swing turn. Very nicely done by Chonsu.
Well, if it's gonna be Dragon Queen this turn, I certainly don't want to step it.
No, yeah, of course.
Negative tempo. Wow!
That's pretty good.
Okay, I guess he's fine with overdrawing. I was thinking about potentially backstabbing the Alex, but then that would give the Pyro a rather easy value trade with trade up with one spell.
Yeah. Mirazond is 2 8/8s here, but I think you can just go for the Cleric and try and find higher value later on. You can try and find Shadow of Death, I suppose. Oh, no, that's been played already. There's only one in the deck.
Right. I would settle for a Wave of Apathy even.
Sure.
Ray's dead.
I guess. That will renew, in my opinion. You can
Yeah,
renew the
it might
Twilight
just be
Drake.
renew and then try to get a train of 3 spells in order to end the turn trading down the Pyro into the Alex, I guess. Oh, it's so sad that he can't. I mean, he has to spend 2 mana to heal the Twilight Drake. And then you play 3 spells.
Or he could just go Hero Power the Drake and play the Dragon more for more development instead.
That's true. Yeah, he can't heal the Twilight Drake and get rid of the Alex because the Drake would then just die anyways.
Yeah.
2 8/8s.
Okay. It's a lot of pressure forcing Bankyugi to have an answer, and he could just get one right now off the Kalagos.
Betrayal?
Betrayal's huge.
Stab the 1/1,
Apotheosis first with a mana discount, sure.
right? Stab the 1/1, Betrayal Murazon, trade down Murazons. I don't care if you leave up Pyro at this point. It's too so good. Everything's so strong.
You don't care about much of anything at this point. So powerful of a turn. Could have attacked into the Twilight Drake and backstabbed the 1/1 for a slightly stronger Betrayal. I think I liked a bit more.
Yeah, I think that was the cleanest.
Yeah, a bit of a mistrick there.
I agree. Not optimal, but surely enough to win the game from this point. Chonsu is running out of resources.
Yeah, very, very rapidly. And honestly, Bankyugi has only just begun in terms of his development as he shadow steps the Alex. Sure.
He's just that far ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Ray's dead. Try to get Cabal Acolyte to potentially pair with a wave off of the Renew. I'm already grasping at straws. Plus there's a mage spell he has to contend with.
Start with, I suppose, Radiance to play around Counterspell, but he's just going for it right out the gate. Madame Lazul, 1 mana dragon left in hand.
Might just be a Hanar train. He can do it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I never lie, but I never tell the truth.
Trade Pyro first, right? Don't damage Hanar. cheapest one. Yeah, I think we're fishing for freezing trap here.
Yeah,
There it
freezing
is.
trap, mirror entity. Well, okay,
Plagiarize is
both
interesting,
available
too.
here.
Try to hit plagiarize again. Oh, surely now it's the pick, right? He needs value.
Agreed.
And
Never
the
surrender,
Paladin.
unplayable.
Oh, another freezing. Okay.
All right, a powerful turn as Bank Yugi gets the original Dragon Queen Alexstrasza from his deck. This is getting absurd.
He just needs to navigate these secrets as cleanly as possible. Alexstrasza is a great play into plagiarize because you're giving it to a non-Highlander deck. Chonsu's like, yes, I froze it. Unplayable Kalagos in hand, but big deal.
Yeah.
Nithog
Okay.
and Evasive Worm.
Bit smaller.
Fine. Which one do you not want to give them?
I guess Feywing? I don't think it matters that much.
It really doesn't, right? He's just ahead no matter which way you look at it. Chonsu needs Soul Mirror. Or Shadow Word Ruin generated somehow.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess the Hanar train does technically get to keep going here.
It does. But he took freezing last turn instead of the Nether surrender. But oh, even the O3s are a problem for the first time in Hearthstone history.
Yeah. You could obviously search in their hand, but you're unlikely to find anything that's anywhere near good enough to answer this. I think Chonsu knows this is pretty much it.
I think he's looking for Flame Ward. No, that's not even good enough. The O3's hatch by next turn.
I think he's just searching for anything. I don't think he's going to find it, obviously, but just play as many secrets. Maybe Bank Yugi messes up. I think it's a valid way to go about it at this point.
Cool. Rush into Hanar.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Because
like, I
if
mean...
it's pack tactics, you do not want to copy the Karj.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much that can happen here. Just attack and see what happens.
Yeah, the only way he can lose from this point is through overthinking and screwing up the turn, trying to make optimal decisions when 50% optimalness here. What's the word? I don't know the word anymore.
Oh, optimal maleficentness, I believe.
Yeah, 50% optimal maleficentness still wins for Bank Yugi here.
So trade and then trade again with the Dragon Queen just to kill off the 8A inside the Kaj is honestly something I'm considering because he is so far in the lead.
Sure. I'm interested in just sending everything to base.
Sure, that also sounds intriguing.
Yeah.
If he's taking the trade there, though, he does have to get the attack in with the Dragon Queen, else he's going to be tanking 8 damage here, which I don't think he did from his reaction.
Uh-oh. This seems sub 50% optimal maleficence. Oh, Chonsu is so excited! Look at that! Wait, he didn't get the attack in! Oh my goodness, what happened here?
What even happened? What's he looking for now? Like, Zephrys for lethal, but it wouldn't even be active and he would have just played it?
I don't know. Hog, I guess. Sometimes it can be active later on. Okay, he's taking 4-4 rush. I suppose that's just the best stats and text he can get with the hand he currently has.
Bank Yugi just praying not to be punished. I think Chonsu's just kind of having fun more than expecting to really win at this point, to be perfectly honest.
That's true. Worm?
Uh-huh.
In the end, Chonsu still has to trade down, right?
Yeah.
Doing what Bank Yugi wanted for him.
Alright, it's been a couple of messy turns for Bank Yugi.
Yep.
As we were saying, the secrets make it hard. He doesn't have to play it 100%, optimality, but as long as he's getting close to there, he should be just fine. And I think this turn, much simpler. Play a bunch of guys, lock out the game. You've seen Soul Mirror burned. That is a huge deal.
Yep. Galakrond is nice because he can set up for lethal with Kronks on the next turn. Sure.
Oh.
Edwin. Oh, could be 8/8 with Raised Dead, but I don't think
Yeah,
he
yeah.
needs more cards in hand.
No, I like Deathwing into Edwin to get the +2/+2. That's perfect.
Raise Dead into Deathwing into Edwin. Don't forget to take 3 damage before you discard your hand. Okay, Nathrin Damas, Edwin.
Oh!
Wow, Highway, Nidhogg, second Nidhogg.
Yeah.
What is happening? Oh, if you had Soul Mirror here, this was a potential comeback.
Actually, kind of true, yeah. That was a really devastating burn, wasn't it? That really was his comeback potential for quite a while here.
Yugi has just put a load of garbage in Chonsu's hand. A good spot. This is probably the closest he'll ever get to being able to stick the O3s and have them go off, but this is +10/+10.
Is
Quite
that
lethal, but he can
lethal?
easily trade.
Yeah, even with the Abyss, it's just under the short.
It's like 10 damage short.
Like I said, just a little short. In the scheme of numbers.
Just one Pyroblast.
Alright, last chance, Chonsu. Let's see you turn this one around.
Looking for another wave. It's... worst minion. Love it. Chonsu gave it a good go.
He really did. And for Bank Yugi, this is the win that RDU tried so hard yesterday, but could not find. Getting the win with the Highlander Rogue is absolutely massive here. Bank Yugi, I think, all of a sudden in a real shot of going through all the way to the finals as he equalizes with what is arguably his worst deck.
Man, Highlander Rogue is feast or famine. Every time I see it, it either goes in the way where they look like they're losing by 1,000,000 miles, or they're winning by 1,000,000 miles, like what happened in the mid-game here, to the point where Bank Yugi didn't even need to take all his attacks, and he still ended up in the same, if not an even stronger position the turn after. Crazy stuff.
Yep. To be fair to Bank Yugi, to Bank Yugi, I think that was probably one of the matchups he was had in mind when he brought the Highlander Rogue, because it just looked absolutely dominant there against the Priest. He didn't even have to play Kronks for the most part. Didn't even have to play Togwaggle. I mean, he didn't have the option to play Togwaggle for the most part because he didn't have a lackey, but the value was just the least of his concerns that game. He just needed to make sure he didn't die, which Chonsu gave it a good shot. He was tempoing out his minions at the start, got real unlucky, obviously, with the Cabal Acolyte not being resurrected, but it wasn't quite enough. He was just run over in both value and tempo. The win goes to Bank Yugi, and now the question mark for me is not the Rogue. It's all of a sudden his Druid once again. Mage as his last other deck, I think, is the most likely to take a win as he's queuing up now. The Druid is the weak spot in my mind.
I agree, and maybe he'll try and line that up into Chonsu's Priest on the second try, because I do feel like now that the Guardian Animals is even more expensive, what was already about a 50-50 in my mind as the Mage versus Druid matchup now skews slightly Mage favored. But again, I am the player that thinks everything is Mage favored, and the results of Mage versus Demon Hunter this weekend just supports my theory.
Yeah, I mean, this weekend, I believe Lorinda was saying that up until yesterday, like for the last week, it's been almost exactly a 50-50 between Demon Hunter and Mage, like maybe one game to the side of Demon Hunter. But I'm definitely coming around to what you have been saying, that it feels a lot closer to 50-50, at least when I'm not playing the Mage. When I'm playing the Mage, it's like a 0% matchup against Demon Hunter. But with respect to Mage against Priest, as Chonsu is going to be lining things up here once again, I think this is a really cool matchup, actually. I appreciate that this is, for a lot of people, the two decks that are most emblematic of the created by meta here, where both decks play many, many cards that did not start in their deck. But I think given honestly, the amount of cards that are generated from both players, you can kind of get an average expectancy of what you're likely to see from your opponent, and it's more about how you try and go about that generation. Because for the mage, you have to strike such a perfect balance between fighting for tempo, throwing out all your cards early, and saving things back to play for a much more greedy, value-oriented game plan.
Completely agree. I think the mage needs to find good spots to land cards like Brass Frost Whisper, even potentially in the mid game, to make the priest take this incremental damage and spend removal that they don't necessarily want to overcommit to. Not to the point where Raz is a keep, but I think it's surprisingly strong in the matchup. Thank you. You're gonna start looking for the early minions to proc the Tram Session, though.
Yeah, these single impactful, high-impact minions like Raz or Mana Giant become even more useful for Bank Yugi because Chonsu is one of the first players I've ever seen cut one Cabal Acolyte from his list. He's running a 1 Cabal Acolyte, 1 Cabal Shadow Priest list, which means that you're much less likely to have those high-impact minions stolen.
Chonsu, however, does have a pretty good perk with the 1 piece and the cards here. I love the tempo Shanvala from Bank Yugi, especially since there's only 1 Cabal Acolyte, like you said, from Chonsu, so very little likelihood for it to be stolen as early as this turn, but it can be copied at the very least. Or it can be
here.
double Holy Smited, but I don't like that.
I think he was just sitting there thinking, like, can it really be correct? This card is so insane if they don't hit the devolving missiles, which Bank Yugi hits as the first card on the turn into devolving missiles. That is ludicrously strong.
Also, the activation, because it was Magic Trick into devolving and not just devolving. Goodness gracious, it's already looking like Chonsu will end up having to double Holy Smite anyway.
Fireball, I love as the pick there, and Chonsu, he knows that he was just hit with the worst possible outcome on that turn.
I really want someone to make a best of Chonsu reactions compilation. Okay, that Cabal Shadow Priest draw definitely puts me on a stall game plan instead. He's just seen a bunch of spells played by Bank Yugi, so another activation the next turn doesn't seem all that likely. He can steal Shanvala later on.
I must consider.
So I agree it's probably just death on this turn. Shadow of death, not Chonsu dying. But the problem is then that if it is Jandis specifically on the other side, you are literally just opening up a board slot. Do you ever make that read and just hold off completely on this turn?
I would not make that read. I think if he is holding death, it's because he wants to have an answer for a potential bigger minion later on. Oh, I love it! He heals the Shenball! That's so cool! Bank Yugi's like, huh? I love it. You can see in Bank Yugi's expressions, like, wait, what? Oh, I know what's happening next turn.
Yeah, you know exactly what's happening.
Sprite Root. Kinda makes me wonder which one is getting stolen, but because Chonsu doesn't even know which one is the illusion here, I'd have to assume it's still Shenbal. Or that is a whole different proposition now.
That does absolutely change things. Pyro is able to get a triple activation with the heal thrown in as well, which I think can give you a board clear.
2/6, yeah, or Shanvala first, and then you shoot the other one.
Oh, that is gorgeous. He doesn't even have to go with the coin hero power as well. Now he leaves himself open to coin Soul Mirror or Apathy, coin Cabal Shadow Priest all at once.
Yeah, perfectly optimized from Chonsu too. It's correct to shoot Shanvala first, my bad, because he still doesn't know which one is illusioned. And then he gets the information right after and shoots the remaining 5-cost minion. Ay, ay, ay.
A charming composition.
I like the pick from Bank Yugi, definitely needs more value.
I think I like that pick as well. I like the Bank Yugi's prioritizing burst damage here, and I like that he gets Conjurer's Calling as well. That is the one you're looking for.
That's the juice. Gonna go ahead and steal old Stuart, and this is gonna be the slow turn from Bank Yugi. Gonna be a while before he can get Giant Punch down the same turn.
Yeah, Bank Yugi could have had a very strong read on there being Cabal Shadow Priest in hand. The Wave of Apathy as well, not so much, because it was a 2-attack minion that was healed a couple turns ago, which is pretty bad for him, but I mean, it's a lot less devastating than if he just played Giant last turn, which was an available play.
No!
I don't think it's worth committing missiles on this. Very low probability for it to clear the Steward of Scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
He has 8 mana next turn anyway for Giant Punch.
What to do? What to do?
Because after the Giant Conj, I think he still needs help. Either Cram Session,
Right.
Top Decks, or Evocation, Cyclone, that type of thing. So just having an extra spell for a potential Cyclone
I
is
agree.
good enough.
A simple
Shadow of Ruin is nice. If anything goes wrong with a big board that can't be cleared off with Soul Mirror, you'll take that as a backup.
Oh, big pickup off the Mind Vision too. But here is the turn for Bank Yugi.
You can go trade triple missiles first if he wants to try and clear off some of the board.
That's true. I mean, if you're expecting Soul Mirror as the best answer, then you kind of don't want to give the Priest all of the missiles as well. So I like this.
Yeah. Okay, you've cleared off one. That's probably good enough now, I think. Save the rest for a Cyclone. This is smart. Okay.
Here. And these are not Soul Mirror sized minions.
Yeah.
Although the Batterhead... no, it's not Wind Fury, right?
No, it's not. I mean, the choice on this turn for Chonsu is obviously whether you go Giant Apotheosis or whether you go Apotheosis Ruin on the opposing Batterhead
Right.
in order to just take the full clear. I kind of like this route that he's going for because he knows 3 of the cards in his opponent's hand and they don't interact well with this.
Yeah, it's a really good read. And he's just setting up for Bank Yugi. He's almost certainly going to conj again this turn, and Chonsu's just trying to remove that resource from Bank Yugi's hand as well with the delayed Soul Mirror.
Kind of surprised to see the Arcane Intellect there, unless he's not going with Conjurer's Calling, because obviously Ray of Frost really wants to be played on this turn.
Yeah.
But now he's clearly just saying this is enough damage right now. He doesn't want to tempt fate with another one.
I mean, this might be a stroke of genius because it interacts really well with Chonsu's hand, or at least it plays around it. Because Chonsu does not want to ruin his own giant.
Puts Chonsu in a weird spot though, doesn't it? Like, this Ruin is just bad, as is the Soul Mirror to an extent as well.
Ray's Dead has... Well, Shadow Priest in the pool?
Yeah, not doing much quite yet though.
Hi! Where'd the whisk come? Oh, the
Ooh.
devolving missile.
Just Soul Mirror here. It's getting a little scary. This is a lot of damage that can still come through.
I mean, this is largely a defensive Soul Mirror from Chonsu across 2 turns. Like, he just wanted it mainly for the board presence, I think. Because he was concerned that Bank Yugi would do more of the same this turn, just freeze the giant and push 10. That was super scary.
Yep, it was.
This is
But Bank
an insane
Yugi,
Raz.
yeah, he has a surprisingly good turn here. He can... Okay, I was going to say send that into the Batterhead and then attack face with Batterhead and conjure as that, but...
Right.
Hmm.
I thought that was gonna happen.
Mastery takes dedication.
Doesn't necessarily need to care about the Batterhead at this point, but I do think that line was cleaner.
Indeed.
A charming composition.
Well, you obviously don't want to go for the Shadowed Ruin right yet, but it's something you do have to consider.
So does he silence his own giant just to get one more trade before he goes for the ruin?
Right. He can go Initiation for 5 damage on the
No mana.
Batterhead. Oh, he doesn't have mana to do it. Yeah, of course.
And the Forbidden Words. You could go for a stall turn with Wave of Apathy for Vidden Words.
I think you very possibly just bite the bullet on silencing away your Apotheosis.
I mean, the difference is that he's seen both the Conjus now. He still knows about all these missiles. So
Right.
I think there's reasonable chance that he can still land the healing with the Giant, and he absolutely does need the healing, because if he just goes for a partial clear and doesn't get the healing, he doesn't end up that far ahead on board, and he has super low health.
Well, the one thing he has
This
to
goes
kill
on-
here is the Devourer.
Yeah, correct. You just potentially ended the game on the spot.
Yeah.
The Gruul grows too. Oh, please draw for
Ooh,
Benkyugi.
This is scary. This is getting scary for Chonsu.
How much do these missiles do now? Oh my gosh, devolving! That missiles does tons of damage. It removes the Apotheosis a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Backbreaking for Chonsu.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I'm cashing these in.
15 damage here coming through from the missiles as well.
Raz also procs at the end of the turn. Only one target for Shadow Word Ruin after the attack reset. Oh my gosh. Perfect too. Perfect missiles! It leaves
Oi,
a
oi,
2
oi.
HP minion.
You have best.
Wow.
I've got to be honest there, Gia, with that endgame for Chonsu, there were many, many ways to approach it, and the fact that he ended there with the Shadow Word Ruin in hand, when there were a couple of such clean opportunities to use it, you know, we were suggesting other lines, and I wasn't necessarily committed to them because he clearly had a different game plan in mind. But I think he just left himself too vulnerable to the freeze. He was taking too much chip damage over the course of that endgame. I didn't like the way he played that one out.
Towards the very end, I think it was correct for him after his giant had been frozen to go for the Wave of Apathy and Forbidden Words instead of the Shadow Word Ruin, because
Right.
he did need healing in the grand scheme of things, and it was reasonably likely that he could end up attacking with the giant and then after the healing go for the Ruin. My
I
question
guess.
was whether he was supposed to pre-commit the Apotheosis on a turn before he gets to attack, which to be fair, I don't think he was gonna come back on board for a very long time, so he maybe was just thinking, let me put it on a minion and just get this to stick. But man, that was backbreaking freeze towards the end there.
It really was, and I'm still just kind of coming back to the idea that I think the Apotheosis plus Shadow Word Ruin line was the way to go. He played the Giant plus Apotheosis, and it just locked out his ability to go for the Ruin for the entire rest of that game. It meant that he was just vulnerable to a single freeze effect, a single devolving missiles all the way along. And I think Bankyuki capitalized on that beautifully. His holding back of the second Conjurer's Calling, which I think I would have snap played, just made it so awkward for Chonsu. He could not deal with that board, and he was just attacking face for a little bit of chip damage turn after turn, which was too much for Chonsu to react to.
That's true. I think Bankyugi's spot there was incredible. We both would have played the Conjurer's Calling and just tried to end the game in the next turn, but by leaving the minions at a shape where they don't die to Soul Mirror, and coincidentally, Shadow Word Ruin doesn't do that much either, was the stroke of genius for Bankyugi. But we do move on now to the Druid, his last deck, and the deck that we think is the weak link in the lineup after Highlander Rogue has taken a win.
Yeah, I think my biggest problem with this deck is really just the build he's gone for. Like, as we take a look at it, it's so top heavy. When we compare it to the exotic Mount Seller build that runs very often Bog Beam plus Nature Studies, obviously all the cheap Innovate and Ramp cards, it's so much lighter than this build that has double survival, double overflow, Ysera, the Omu, Kael'thas. It's just too expensive. And what that led to last game was 10 cards, very often too many cards because he would have just been overdrawing every turn, and yet nothing to actually spend his mana on because it was too clunky.
And that means that he's somewhat happy to see just a cheap spell off of Nature Studies.
Right.
Because he's essentially just using the Nature Studies as a preloaded Innervate for this Overgrowth. The spell he gets off of it is much less consequential.
Huge couple of pickups though for Bankyuki, being able to go turn 3 Overgrowth, not quite coin into Guardian Animals, obviously, with the nerf affecting that pretty heavily. But he's just got a perfectly happy float turn here before you go for the power play. Or he could just draw Innovate off the top instead. Probably with Omu as well, just because you can.
Yeah, I'm on board for that. Just go as wide as possible before Soul Mirror is a possibility.
Yeah, and just make room for overflow as well. I think this hand wants to dump cards as quickly as it possibly can.
I agree. So reasons for killing this involve you're scared of the Cabal Wave combo, stealing your Twilight Runner potentially.
What?
Mm-hmm.
It's not overly likely. But the Twilight Drake will still be a problem the next time, from what I can see.
Yeah, he's obviously just afraid of steal effects here. There's only one Cabal Acolyte in the deck once again, which is, I think, a fairly heavy influence on the line he's taking here. And this works out pretty well, right? Now you can go Omu, Crystal Power, attack in, and get the overflow.
I guess it's tree enforcements. I'm not sure what the Crystal Power does here.
Yes, sorry. I was looking at killing off the bigger Twilight Drake, but this is better for +2 health, right?
Yeah, I thought he was gonna take the +2 so he could get the VT.
I mean, so did he, quite clearly. He misclicked there. You can tell from his reaction that's not what he wanted.
He's
That was
gotta clean us up.
significantly worse. This is drastically worse of a play.
Not been optimal so far, but he's in a good position with a turn like that to make it to grand finals. 1 mana short of Chonsu being able to do something incredible this turn.
Yeah, not going to rag on Bankyugi for that one. He knows he messed up. He knows it was just a misclick. He wanted to do something better, but he messed up. Chonsu just going with maximum development still every turn. Absolutely agree until you can get Wave plus Cabal Shadow Priest next turn. Everything else is just filler.
And if Bankyugi wants, there's a big Gidra possible here, but I don't think that's the line. There's a medium Gidra, which I'm somewhat interested in.
Ah, yes. The Gidra that is neither too hot nor too cold, but comes in at, what, 5 attack, which is a bit awkward, right?
Yeah. I guess all he really wants is to build the most Soul Mirror proof board possible, because that's really the only thing he has to be afraid of here.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, he could have gone with an overflow turn there with Gidra, with, like, Crystal Power, Innovate. No, it wouldn't have quite worked out, sorry. Oh, no, he could have done, but it would have used up a whole lot of cards there. So instead, this turn seems perfectly reasonable.
Yeah. This board is not resistant to Soul Mirror, but it also says if you're Soul Mirroring this little resources from Bankyugi, he's probably just still ahead after he refills the next turn. He's fine with that.
Yeah, it was good positioning as well from Bankyugi to play around the Soul Mirror.
This is interesting. Like, after a raise that it's almost certainly active. Oh my gosh, survival up the top!
Yeah, he might have to use it right now simply to stay alive. Like, Malagos' Frost Nova for 1 mana feels like his best shot at this point.
There's also a Cabal Steel line and hope they don't have 1 damage in hand, but... Not it.
I think it might be end of the road, Gia. It was a very fast way to get here towards the end, and obviously not the game that Bankyugi wants to be the highlight for him as he goes through to the semi-finals with a bit of a massive flub there in the middle.
It was a big flub in the fact that it was simple and clearly wrong. In terms of overall bearing on the game, it had little to none, just like what happened with the Highlander Rogue game. But for real, even though Bankyugi is the newcomer here, we do hold him to a standard where this type of thing should not be happening.
Exactly, but to be fair, it's not like he's oblivious to his mistake and thinks that was the correct play. Knows he messed up. It's happens. He's still in a great spot to win here and go through to face Tom60229 in the final. Just needs to wrap this up now to take the final win with the Druid up against Chonsu.
Just a Ghidra play here seems fine to me. Makes room
Guess
for
so.
Overflow next turn. It looks like he could be going for Overflow this turn, which I actually
Right.
feel like is counterintuitive because Chonsu is about to die. But I
Yeah.
guess the healing doesn't matter because his minions will go back up to quite a lot of attack next turn.
Right. As long as he doesn't leave himself losing to Soul Mirror, I think he'll be absolutely fine. In which case, I think this positioning is a little bit incorrect. I don't know if it will actually make any difference, to be honest.
Little to none, it feels like. I don't know. Let me look at it again because Ghidra does have Wind Fury Rush.
Yeah, exactly.
Not enough mana for Chonsu even if he did hit it.
4 cards drawn, looking for...
Wave of Apathy.
Yeah, I guess that's the best he can get. Technically, there's no mana quite yet to play Survival of the
Shadow
Fittest
Word.
for Bank Yugi.
There was also a possibility to discover Shadow Word Ruin, but it's not available.
You have best.
Lays it down.
What
Bank
a stomp
Yugi.
of a game.
He cannot believe it, and he is thankful to everyone who's been supporting him along the way. He's going through to the finals of his first season here in Grandmasters. The level of competition he's had to take down along the way has been staggering. 2 wins against Glory on Friday, the current representative going through to the finals. Takes down Chonsu in the semi-finals, who I was, pegging to go the entire distance. And now a very appropriate final boss for him here in former world champion Tom60229. They are both going to have to be playing at the highest level here if they want to be going through to the World Championships later on this year.
A true David and Goliath story it would be if Bank Yugi manages to take that one as well. But before we move on to that, I just want to take a quick moment to acknowledge the effort that both Surrender and Chonsu put into this season because the two of them have been playing some incredible Hearthstone. Surrender, not gonna lie, from the very beginning, I was expecting him to take this season and make it through to Worlds again, and he can still be very proud of a finals appearance last season into a semi-finals performance this season, on top of being the best round-robin performer. And Chonsu, being able to make it all the way to semis after that abysmal start is a feat in and of itself.
Yeah, it's going to be such a close one here for both of our players in both Tom60229 and Bank Yugi. I think, like you said, Chonsu has really been putting in the work here. Surrender, honestly, we expect the best from him no matter what. He always plays at the highest level. But it's definitely been a massive upswing here for Chonsu. I've loved what I've seen from him this season. A couple of missteps aside, I'm not going to hold them to him. It's been a very strong season for him. But now for Bank Yugi, I mean, he was, I think, had his hopes riding a couple weeks ago on even getting through to playoffs in a match that Tom60229 was playing. If it had gone the other way around, it would have been Bank Yugi down in the relegation bracket and Tyler up in the playoffs instead. His fate was out of his hands earlier on last week, but now his fate absolutely is in his own hands. The grand finals of Season 2, the last match for Asia Pacific in Grandmasters this year, is still yet to come. We're going to let Bank Yugi settle his mind a little bit, make sure he is in the best possible mental state heading into the finals now. So we're going to take a slightly longer break here, I believe around 10 minutes or so, just so that everyone at home and Bank Yugi and Tom60229, most importantly, are ready for this epic finals. We'll see you in around 10 minutes. Do not go anywhere because you're not going to want to miss this one. been 8 long, grueling weeks for all 16 of our competitors. We've sadly had to say goodbye to 3 of them along the way. Everyone else will be back for another season next year, but now only 2 remain in with a chance of going through to the World Championships happening in December. Tom60229, as the former world champion, flown as high as you can fly in competitive Hearthstone, and Bank Yugi, a complete newcomer, a complete unknown entity coming into this season of Grandmasters, doing the unthinkable and getting all the way through to the grand finals now, Gia. How do you see this one shaking out?
You set the stage so well, Derek. Honestly, I still have to put it in Tom60229's favor because despite Bank Yugi turning out good results with the Highlander Rogue, I just feel like Tom's lineup overall is more consistent. However, I really don't want to knock Bank Yugi because he's had such a great performance throughout the entirety of the season. He was the first champion in week 1 of Swiss, and he's always brought this X factor with the strange deck that he sometimes relies on.
He has indeed. It's been a very experimental season for Bank Yugi. He hasn't been afraid to go with his signature decks he really likes the look of. We're obviously talking about Highlander Mage primarily towards the start of the season, even as late as this week with the Druid and the Highlander Rogue. But for Tom60229 on the other side, he's really been about as far as you can go on the other side of the spectrum. He's been playing things very safe with his deck lists, very much just going with the tried and tested lineups here. And, I mean, to be fair to him, it's quite clearly been working out very well. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
True enough. It took him quite a long time to switch off the Highlander Mage, but I do think he unlocked his full potential when he started playing Tempo Mage. I have similar feelings about the Rogue, but, you know, to be fair, this is the deck that allowed him to make it all the way to the final stage of this grand finals. Now, for Tom, I also hope that he is very confident on his mage play. It's definitely seemed a lot cleaner today compared to earlier on this weekend, but already from both players earlier today, there were some blips and some questions we had.
Yes, it's been a little bit of a shaky couple of days for both of our competitors coming through here, which I think, we can forgive for both of the players to an extent. This is getting right through to the end. Emotions are running very high. Tension is at an all-time high as well. I think that has been quite clearly more noticeably manifesting in Bank Yugi than Tom60229, as you would expect. Tom60229 is a seasoned competitor. He's done very well, not only in his World Championships performance, but in several other tournaments along the way as well. Whereas for Bank Yugi, this is quite clearly the highest he's ever gotten in any kind of competitive league or tournament in Hearthstone. By far the most notoriety he has taken on as well.
It looks like while we don't have the bans on the graphic quite yet, they have been locked, at least on our sheet here. Tom's Warrior banned away, which is to be expected. Bank Yugi's been consistently banning Warrior, but Tom is getting rid of Bank Yugi's Druid, which is perhaps the class that is capable of the biggest power spike in a single turn, but it doesn't do so that consistently compared to before. So I'm actually kind of surprised by this ban from Tom.
Me too. It makes way for a good matchup on the Demon Hunter, quite undeniably as the worst matchup for Demon Hunter. But the Secret Rogue, you'd kind of like to go into Druid. Honestly, I think Mage is favored at the moment against Druid, since we've seen the nerf from Guardian Animals going from 7 to 8. But we're not going to get to see it this time. We're instead going to have Bank Yugi on the Mage, Rogue, and Priest, and Tom on the Mage, Rogue, and Demon Hunter. And starting things off here, Gia, with the Demon Hunter up against the Priest here, it's not the best of starts for Tom60229 to start going with, and a pretty good start for Bank Yugi, in all honesty.
It's really not. This is all the reactive cards for Tom, and none of the proactive ones. Okay, he picked up one mate. That's pretty good, but I wonder if he just goes for Soul Shear this turn because he has 2 of them.
I think that's where my head is at. I think that this 2/2 on board is more likely to be useful as a minion next turn, after you've already got the value of clearing off the minion. You can actually start attacking face with your one maker.
I do like that he just cycles the Consume Magic. He has the natural one in hand already, and his hand is in desperate need for something proactive to do.
Yeah.
Let's pick up the Mana Feeder Panthera, but I was unsure if that was going to be the play compared to just Consume Magic Soul Shear. I suppose it all just fits with hero power anyway.
Yeah, works out very, very cleanly. Bank Yugi on the other side, sorry, it was kind of a weird spot where he'd seen one Dispel Magic come off the One Maker, which in a way makes you more likely to expect that the second one is in hand. But either way, I still absolutely agree with throwing it down because he gets the guaranteed resurrection on the following turn with the Raised Dead, which is so powerful.
Yeah, it's insane. Tom's already out of the convenient answers to these Twilight Drakes, and a lot of the time I talk about how good Priest players approach this matchup from a very patient point of view, where they hold on to Pyroapotheosis and swing the board way back towards the end. But if you can have this opportunity to grasp the board from the very beginning and never even let your health total get down too low, that is the cherry on top. Some ways, it's kind of thankful that Tom has these Soul Shears to respond.
It's a big deal to start locking down this board because otherwise you'd be entering the fear territory of when you start going face and then pray they don't have the Apotheosis. As soon as they find it, they stick it on the Twilight Drake and things just start going disastrously wrong.
Thank you, Yugi. While the Cobalt Spellkin looked like a simple curve play, it would have meant that he would overdraw, so it looks like he's just going to start with the Cleric and then coin out the Spellkin.
I think with Raised Dead, though, don't you just take another Twilight Drake here? If one wasn't enough, two wasn't enough, third time's the charm.
I mean, it was offered, so absolutely. If Raised Dead were not there, I think he was going to go for the coin Cobalt, but oh my goodness, this is backbreaking for Tom. It challenges the Glaive Bound really cleanly.
Yeah, like, you don't even want to be pre-syncing the damage into it with Glaive Bound save, because then, obviously, hero power, but also Renew is a massive punish at that point.
Yeah. Tom is just going to send it face. I was looking at the potential for maybe just trying to go for Shard Shatter and pre-equip a weapon, but then again, he didn't even have a big attack buff to make the Blade Dance happen cleanly at the end of this. And Bank Yugi should be perfectly happy to just continue developing. He can take the trade, get hero power, and be on his merry way.
Is this really it? I wanted to go Wave of Apathy, coin Cabal Shadow Priest this turn. That felt like a huge amount of pressure that you were pushing back towards your opponent this turn.
I was suggesting the least pressure line. Bank Yugi goes for the middle ground, where he does still put a minion on board, holds onto the coin. I can only assume that he is holding coin for just more flexibility later on.
Those were some big draws, though, for Tom 60229. With a couple of attack buffs here, he could set up for a huge Blade Dance, but he's just playing out the Chaos Strike here. I find that very surprising.
Me too, but it looks like Tom has one plan and one plan only, which is just put them on not having Apotheosis, or even if they do have it, just try and power through.
Yeah, I still disagree, though, I think, because you can just play it for 0 mana next turn with the Blade Dance.
Me too. The only thing he misses is like one charge off of the Eldraki and the heal.
Sure,
which you can get. Marginal difference, but oh my goodness, double Renew from this Cobalt Spellkin?
Yep, that is insane. I guess Thought Steal, yeah, maybe you can find some kind of extra healing from your opponent's deck.
I'm gonna coin the other one so he doesn't overdraw. Sure, Draconic Studies instead. Falcon, or do you take the hunt?
He's just taking more healing.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely the only thing he needs here. If you really needed a taunt, he has the Cabal Acolyte, and hand space isn't that big of an issue because he can toss a Circle of Healing.
To be fair to Tom, on this turn, while we were critical of him going for the Chaos Strike last turn, he can set up still for a 100% clear on this turn. With Chaos Strike, Hero Power, plus the Blade Dance, it's very, very clean. So not begrudging him too much, because he does get that little bit of extra healing on that turn with the Eldraki Warblade. So it works out pretty much equal either way.
Bank Yugi down to 12. Does still need a lot more healing. Start with the Circle and go for the Cobalt Spellkins, but he has seen all of the Skull cards, so this could have been a turn taken off from healing if he decided to go for a board development plan instead, but players are taking almost no time to think about their turn.
Yeah, I mean, this does kind of still go for the board development plan because there wasn't that much that could have been done to get extra healing in instead.
I think it's fine to even fit in the hero power here just to milk
Agree.
it, but okay.
Oh my god,
Because-
it's penance.
Yeah, I'm taking that and just chucking inner fire on this so he doesn't overdraw.
Our line was kind of slow, but he is quite clearly all in on the plan of getting maximum healing every single turn.
Yeah. I guess he's just trying to make the most room for Cobalt Spellkin on the next turn too,
Mhm.
which is definitely warranted. Tom has Militia, but only 2 fragments in the deck currently, so he's just gonna keep looking for something else to do. Granted, there were the Jailers into Militia as a plan, but I don't think he even wants to bother wasting time into a potential Soul Mirror. He just wants damage.
Oh my god, he's still just going for the pure damage plan. Like, Bank Yugi has healed, what is it, 9 or 12 at this point off of
Yeah.
just purely Renews, which is absolutely insane. And it still doesn't stop yet.
Oh, there's
That's
an
the one.
Apotheosis.
That's the one.
Your mind is
So
not
big
your
here. Tom's used his silence effect already. He's already used 1 wand maker. There's still one in the deck that can possibly generate it, but
dance, puppet.
it's also just 1 blade dance left and a lot of the attack buffers used. So it looks like he's gonna have to get through the 7-8 the hard way or leave it up. Both of them seem like losses.
Yeah, I think this is just wrapping things up now for Tom. I don't think he has enough value in the deck anymore to be able to come back against this one. Like, even with Shard Shatter into Militia, which is a strong turn, he can put forward a lot of 3/3s. It likely just gets eaten up by Bank Yugi too easily.
No, in this exact situation,
Demons.
fair amount of them could stick here. Like, Bankyugi will go up to full, but currently there's 5 fragments in the deck. He can eat up 1 and then end up with 4 rushers here, and
Trade
2 of them die after the trades. So you still end up with a 5/5, 2 3/3s, and a 3/2. That's a big board.
That's not bad. That's true.
Oh, he's not gonna Shatter Shard though. It's like he's just ignoring the 7/8.
Doesn't
Which, if you
sound
think
like a
the game
winning
is going
plan.
to end in the next turn, then it's reasonable to just let them have the 7 healing.
Huh. This feels like he just ends up with a weaker board.
I agree. You hold on to a Shard Shatter, but at this point, you don't even want to play it because you're trying to stick the board.
Right, right. Like, you lose 1 soul fragment, but the benefit you get instead just felt drastically worth it, in my opinion.
I agree. Felt extremely weird.
On wings of destruction they come.
Okay. Apotheosis, there's Wave of Apathy as well.
Mhm.
And the steal on the Militia. Not that Bankyugi even needs much healing.
Let me change your mind.
Now,
The way this game panned out for Tom was so inelegant. It's not to say that it's wrong, but he was very much just trying to batter down the walls with
Right.
a steel pole. And it didn't quite work.
so trade, Shard Shatter. It's not very clean. You can clear the board with Glavebound, I suppose, if you wanted to go about it that way.
Seems like the only chance because
Yeah.
the minion, the weapon damage just doesn't get there, given how much Bankyugi has healed.
I guess this was part of his thinking by saving the Shard Shatter, is that he would be able to respond to whatever Bank Yugi did on the following turn.
I assume so. But if he puts himself in a responding position, it very much feels like he doesn't have that sliver of an out of trying to just stick that 1 board last turn and try for the lethal. It's too much healing.
It is too much healing. There's, I guess, Gift of Luminance is what you're looking at, just to, like, get more stuff on the board and then go with Wave of Apathy.
Sure. He can even start with Thought Steal if he thinks that, you know, getting a
I
Marrow
guess.
Slicer in the near future as Bankyugi is not too bad at all.
That's a fair point.
Inner Fire, Gift of Luminance, Holy Smite, the 3/2. It's also winning.
It is all winning.
A simple spell should do.
Yeah, ordering it that way because.
Because why not?
Because why not? Exactly. Still looking very good here for Bank Yugi. Tom does get to swing face with a minion, which I honestly thought would not happen at this point. And with Soul Shard, this is a lot of damage. I just don't know if it's going to be enough damage. Bank Yugi has just healed for a breathtaking amount of health this game.
Yep. I mean, Tom is very much just hoping, please don't let the second Apotheosis be there.
Yeah.
Spoiler, it's there.
Oh, Soul Mirror is insane as well, just as the perfect cherry on the cake.
Bank Yugi going for Gift of Luminance last turn. Probably just strictly superior to Thoughtsteal to give him the best odds of making sure he has a Apotheosis target.
Militia's gone. Soul Mirror is not going to get anywhere near as good as this in the future. Throw it down. Throw down the Apotheosis. Put Tom out of his misery.
Oh, Tom is really frustrated, but just how it goes against Priest sometimes.
It's brutal, isn't it? Because he got a pretty good hand. Like, he dealt so much damage this game.
Okay.
The fact that Bank Yugi is at 20 is insane.
Guaranteed Skull, but the last 3 real cards are after this Kane, Soul Shard, Lapidary, Blade Dance, Twin Slice, and nothing deals with the 7-8 without having to face tank it. He really had to get Consume Magic off of this one maker into next turn top deck Skull to have a chance.
That's true. Yeah, I guess that was the out. I mean, the real out was there not being a second Apotheosis in hand. Then maybe we could talk about there being possibilities. No longer anything for Bank Yugi. He's just going to, I guess, take a couple of Soul Fragments here, most likely, which are pretty good as well, just for more healing.
Honestly, if the Skull had given him Twin Slice Blade Dance, we could be in business too if the Cobalt Falcon did not also have Divine Shield. So that Gift of Luminance is more clutch than it looks.
Not many cards left. I am out of cards.
One Twin Slice, and that is the whole deck that Tom has.
Hide behind your circles. I will still fight.
Yeah, Soul Shard Lapidary not even active yet. He has to do it on the same turn as Marrow Slicer for it to ever be active again.
This is just a Blade Dance turn.
Yeah.
Can't let that 7-8 live any longer. And the out is just hoping that Bank Yugi's hand is complete garbage, which, to be fair, it's healing, but there's not necessarily an answer for the Lapidary next turn just yet.
Right, and the Marrow Slicer Soul Fragments in the deck do somewhat offset the damage that Fatigue is going to do. I just still don't think it's enough. As admirable
I
as a
don't
job
think so.
as Tom's done, it's not going to get there.
Even if it's 9 mana to remove a Lapidary, that works. But obviously, you could take Forbidden Words, and Tom can pack the shop as soon as he sees his Lapidary get removed.
I mean, do we not want to draw a card off Soul Fragment here? Yeah.
I don't think it draws you a card when you actually cast it.
Oh, does it just... Oh, okay, sorry, my mistake. Oh yeah, the past when drawn thing draws you a card. There.
Such a beautiful
Honestly, even though Bank Yugi takes this game, it's staggering the amount of damage Demon Hunter can put together. When you see the entirety of the deck, Bank Yugi's healed to full like 3 times this game. I feel like Tom's dealt nearly 80 damage.
Yeah, I mean, I want an official count on how much he's done here, because this is absolutely incredible here, the amount he's done. Still not going to be enough because of like 5 renews, 2 apotheoses over the course of the game. But it does mean Bank Yugi, our underdog, takes the first win of the Grand Finals. 2 wins away now from going the full distance. And it's not the biggest of wins quite yet. I still think the Highlander Rogue is going to be the tough spot for him. But getting a win with the Priest, leaving only Mage and Rogue behind, it's a great way to start things off.
Yep. I might be biased, but looking at Bank Yugi's lineup, I definitely feel like the Druid and the Rogue are the question mark. So if I were Tom, I wish I would have had the Druid up to maybe just see that as a potential weak link. But very much possible that also Tom has done enough testing against this type of Druid and still finds it strong enough despite the Guardian animals moving up a mana. To be fair to Bank Yugi, he definitely has proven that Highlander Rogue has its strong points, though. But again, my complaint about the deck is that it seems to just win more in situations where Burgle Rogue might already be winning, and in certain situations where it needs to come back, it doesn't have the consistency to do so.
Yeah, that's right. When we were talking to RDU a little bit about this, or the European casters who relayed the information over to us, they were talking about how it felt, RDU felt like it was better against the Mage and better against the Secret Rogue to go for Highlander Rogue over Secret Rogue. I don't believe that the testing we did reflected that necessarily, but at least maybe the thought process for Bank Yugi is there, that he's got himself some good matchups there. And I mean, I'm sure if we asked him, he would very possibly say the Highlander Rogue is in a good spot to take a win. It's just the inconsistency of the deck. If you don't hit those powerful early turns to keep up, you can fall behind irreparably for the rest of the game.
It just begs the question, if Highlander Priest, which was already considered a high tier deck, has fallen by the wayside in favor of the more optimized Priest, does it run into the same problems as Highlander Rogue? And we have seen a fair amount of Highlander Priest earlier this weekend. I think Blitzchung was bringing it, and the same problems did seem to arise, is that when you don't hit the big value in the mid game, you can enter these windows where there's just nothing to do, and your opponent can pretty easily abuse that. Whereas when you do hit the value, it feels like superfluous almost. We'll talk about that later though, because it is going to be the 50-50 matchup.
Right, exactly. The one that you and I have been going back and forth on over and over. You are... I can feel you creeping towards the dark side. I feel the hate flow within you, Gia, as you're wanting to say Mage is just favored against Demon Hunter, which I don't think you've quite been able to cross over to yet, but we'll see for next season. I do think right now, though, if Bank Yugi can get this win in what is perceived to be, at the very least, an unfavorable matchup for the Mage, he is in such a good position to be our second representative going through to the World Championships.
He's got a spicy hand to start with. The Primordial Studies lands the lab partner. He has Solarian the next turn and Cram Session, probably for at least one extra draw. Very, very nice. But Tom, I do like the Skull Far left keep. Now that I've seen the matchup pan out more and more often, I have no more questions left about whether you should keep that against Mage in a nice outcast position.
Just standard gameplay as well from Bank Yugi. This is the way you play this hand. You get this kind of stuff very often. You don't go for Cram Session on 2 because even if they kill one of your spell damage minions, you're still going to get the 2 draw. And if they can't kill it, 3 is absolutely insane.
Yeah, if you've not seen a Spirit Jailer on the other side on 1, they can't have the Shard Shatter Mystic this early, so it's just optimizing the damage he gets, which is a very big deal because Mage also just wants to race down the Demon Hunter in very many situations. Apprentice is in hand, Jandis for turn 5.
This is speeding up. This is definitely going somewhere right now for Bank Yugi. Tom's hand, while no slouch, it's a little bit awkward right now. None of the shufflers have come through yet, so he's unable to get Lapidary on 5. That Spirit Jailer, though, massively helps this. Now he's got that strong turn 5 play and could try and start threatening some damage.
Yeah, it's huge. We're entering the calm before the storm now because Bank Yugi's taking a slow turn with the Wand Maker. Tom's going to take a slow turn with the Spirit Jailer, but after that we're going to see the power 5 drops come down on both sides. Nice pickup for Tom to keep the cycle going because he didn't have much else to do outside of Spirit Jailer this turn. Perfect pickup now.
Yeah, very nice couple of turns. Ooh, and a question mark at the end of this turn. Turn 5 for Mage is a big one. Both Jandis and Raz are power plays, but it deactivates his Soul Shard for the following turn.
That's so huge from Tom. I honestly would not have made that play because it makes his next turn very awkward as well, but Tom might just be saying here, giving up my turn 5 is worth it to make Bank Yugi's turn 5 awkward. I don't know whether that's correct or not, but it will have big implications for the rest of the game.
Massive implications. And it looked for a second like he was just going to slam 5-5. I don't know if he didn't realize if there weren't any fragments in the deck or was just thinking 5-5 is good enough.
Oh, it certainly feels like that. I mean, okay, I don't think Tom would miss something like that, but man, oh man, the Mana Burn was played really quickly.
Yeah. Well,
I
he
can
definitely
get behind
realizes.
a tempo minion here because minion on board while mage is going to try and respond can oftentimes just net you the battle cry damage that you missed.
Perfect opportunity there now, though, for Bank Yugi. With the 1 mana left over, he can fit in the Ray of Frost. I guess you put this on Malagos just because the taunt can then protect the rest of your minions.
It's also just the lower attack minion.
Sure.
I think it's fine. Skull time
It's powerful,
right now.
but it's slow.
Has fallen behind due to the Jandis, so I think we're looking for Shard Shatters. We're looking for Blade Dance too.
That is one hell of a card to find, though, for Bank Yugi.
my.
This hand is popping off now. Mana Giant being found is huge. Shenvala being found is huge as well.
I think this is a Cyclone turn instead of Shenvala.
Okay.
Because he already has the big board. Another 5/5 feels like it loses to the same thing this board already loses to, which is Shard Shatter plus Blade Dance. So
Okay.
I like having the insurance policy of the regenerated spells for Bank Yugi. Also just help the Giant get even cheaper.
Get some pretty good ones as well. Double Ray of Frost could just come down right here to make Mana Giant even cheaper for the following turn.
It was close. In the end, I think he's holding it for Shenvala.
Uh-huh. Fair.
Oh man, Skull is trapped. Because the Chaos Strike is gonna keep drawing.
We're looking for Soul Shard. Oh, the Destroyer there is absolutely huge. Being
Yeah.
able to clear off this board, that is the card that Tom needed. Oh my goodness.
Gets to live another day, but Bank Yugi has a refill.
This is such a close one. Shard Shatter absolutely mammoth there to be found. Apprentice again, but not that much that can go with it quite yet. Do you still just play
Right,
it?
I think might just be Shenvala Combustion double rate, not that order.
Right.
just one activation on the Shenvala.
Does that activate your Giant? I'm looking if there's any way you can get down a powerful turn plus Giant, because if you go Water
Well, there's
Elemental...
Combustion and Giant, and just call that a day.
Right.
That's fine.
Water Ellie, double Ray. You can go Water Elemental, double Ray of Frost plus Mana Giant. I believe that would be just playable, which is quite a strong push onto the board.
Doesn't the Giant go down to 3? So it's 1 mana.
But the Water Ellie, like all 3 of those cards
Oh,
are
sorry,
generated,
it's generated.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, that seems really strong. Wow, he's holding Giant all together.
I don't know if I can agree with this line.
The usage of Raise plus Giant, if there is the Blade Dance to follow up, you kind of feel bad about because the Shenvala does get very difficult to use.
Right.
But this does feel like quite a slow line.
Instantly drawing the fragments does feel bad here.
Such a beautiful
Halo. Lapidary still active. Doesn't need to face tank the freeze, which is a huge deal because that means this Marrow Slicer next turn is free to go face. 2 Twin Slices in hand. Bank Yugi is in major trouble.
He is. He's got the line of Apprentice,
Shenvala. Ocean?
Right, or like double Ray Fireball. No, not enough mana there. There is enough mana, and then he can fit in Giant as well.
Yeah, he just can't activate even a copied Shenvala this turn. Because there's just... if he had one more 1 mana spell, I think it all fits.
Well, I mean, he can go Apprentice Shenvala, double Ray of Frost plus Fireball, right? That gives him the activation he needs.
Yeah, he can activate Shenvala, for sure. I was just trying to think if there is a way of copying Shenvala, playing the 1 mana Shenvala, and activating that one too. But
Right, okay. You were next level breeding on me. I didn't even realize.
Sorry. I mean, probably just ends up on a Giant turn. I think I still would have wanted to see Shenvala, Apprentice, and Giant. And again, it feels like Bank Yugi still needs an evocation to really get there, so solo Giant I don't hate as well.
This is like so low tempo. It's
Wow.
staggering. Like, I know he's afraid of the Chaos Strike here, and he's setting up for that one big turn. Is it worth it, though?
I'm gonna go ahead and say no, unless he top decks something very, very special next turn, which is Conjurer's Calling. And, you know, from Bank Yugi's perspective, after seeing that many cards drawn, he probably has put together a strong read on a big Blade Dance, so he could just be thinking Conj to actually win the game instead of, you know, delaying my loss for one more turn. But there's absolutely no time now. Tom is almost certainly going to have lethal if Bank Yugi doesn't go off now. But Tom still will have the lethal.
This is what he's been setting up for, right? I thought he would be going for the immediate copying of Shenvala back to his hand to try and get another one in play. Maybe saving that for the end, though. Fair enough. Is this worth it, though, is the question. He gets a whole bunch of stuff back to his hand, but what does it really do right now?
Not much. I mean, with this play out, it obviously looked like Bank Yugi was just waiting for nothing. But again, I do feel like he felt that if there was this board last turn, it would have gotten Blade Dance, and he was just trying to hold out for Conjurer's Calling as long as possible to try and land Walking Fountain, something of that degree, to make sure that he could also heal back up. So that is going to be a very, very simple lethal for Tom. And we are now at a tied series.
Absolutely massive win there for Tom. If he'd taken that loss, I think we could have just been already basically celebrating Bank Yugi as the victor. It would have been so difficult to get the 3-0 sweep on the other side against the Rogue. But now Tom taking the win there. The Demon Hunter was looking a little bit shaky. Mage and Rogue both needing to take a win for Bank Yugi. And I believe Mage and Rogue needing to take a win for Tom as well, actually, on the other side.
I don't know, Dark. Even if Bank Yugi did manage to take that one, I wouldn't count Tom out yet because he is the veteran of premature confetti and celebration on the other side, and he did still win the World Championship on a reverse sweep. But he's definitely on better footing for this series with, as you said, the same classes remaining for either player.
Yeah, slightly different archetypes, though, obviously, with the big difference being the classic, more popular Secret Rogue for Tom 60229 versus the very much outsider pick of the Highlander Rogue for Bank Yugi. I think there's honestly a reason why the Secret Rogue is so much more popular. I don't think that everyone in the community is missing a huge trick with Highlander Rogue. There's definitely something to be gained for the Highlander Rogue. It's got different matchups rather than worse matchups for sure. But I think when you average everything out, you do just end up with a slightly more consistent deck with the Secret Rogue, with higher potential for these massive blowout turns, as we consistently see with Hanar, Edwin, Questing, Jandis, all that good stuff. But it's still anybody's game now. I can see the Highlander Rogue taking the win for Bank Yugi, as it has not been doing incredibly so far, but still not a disastrous deck, and it has to get the win.
Oh, with this opening hand, you could fool me into thinking this was a deck from many, many months ago. Bank Yugi just going to toss the Praise Galakron, even though it is an early game play, because you're not really looking to go for maximum invokes on Galakron later on. You just want to curve out and try and pressure down the mage. For Tom, not surprised to see a full mull there. He wants those studies. He wants the lab partners.
And he's got a decent amount of that stuff to start off with. Apprentice AI, it's a somewhat slow hand, but with the Giant all ready to go, this is very possibly looking like a turn 5 Giant coming down for Tom, if not sooner, if he hits the evocation.
Already a question for Bank Yugi. You tempo out the Hanar. It's very unlikely to die, obviously, but he doesn't have a secret later on.
Wow.
You have to ask, do you value the potential value later on more than the tempo? And honestly, I was going to answer no. I wanted the 1-4 on board, but Bank Yugi says I'm saving it.
Me too. I wanted it on board for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's in play at that point rather than in your hand, which is generally better. And two, you can just step it next turn with Miscreant in order to activate it. It's not ideal, but if your opponent doesn't play anything next turn, you would really like to have an activator.
Also, the Miscreant could have picked up, like these, at least an Ethereal Lackey, which has a potential of finding the secret. I don't think Hanar is a straight straight away drop onto the board if you had seen Lab Partner first on the other side, but it was
Right.
a clear board. Seemed like a great opportunity.
Strong turns, though, still for Bank Yugi. Even if we disagree with holding onto the Shadow Jeweler, it clearly has some benefits, and his hand is shaping out very nicely either way, with Jandice Step on the following turn available to come down. It's looking strong.
I'm gonna play it out now because, like you said, he does have good curve plays for the follow-up, so he just spends his mana. Didn't want to redagger over a deadly poison. For Tom, things are accumulating in his hand, but it's not quite enough spells, really, to justify the Apprentice.
So gain some spells. You can go Wand Thief, Wand Maker on this turn in the opposite order, ideally. Just to try and set up for that big Apprentice turn. Maybe you draw Shenvala, maybe you draw Cyclone.
Right. I was somewhat interested in Raz, but with the Deadly Poison already reloaded on the other side, it had very little chance of sticking. I'm trying to snipe the Hanar, but no! What? He added power to the board. That's unlucky.
He also added a Cult Neophyte to the other side of the board, which could just be Shadow Stepped on this turn and thrown down.
You're right. That's disgusting. What is this? That has to be the play. It's the Jandice with the Neophyte, the killer combo, which Mage hardly has answers to. Back with it. Okay, stepping Jandice.
Stepping the Jandice instead. Oh, is this right? I don't even know. It's like, it's a power play next turn. This sets up for a very powerful turn, but you could just make it so Tom has no answer for an entire turn here.
Yeah. It was enough damage to justify that, I think, by miles. And for Tom, he does have a decent response on the other side. Raz with the Lab Partner and Coin. I guess you don't even need the Lab Partner necessarily.
Ooh. I think this is now a Raz turn. If you go Raz here, you can then go Apprentice plus Shenvala, Coin AI plus whatever else you need on the turn as well.
I agree. Prior to seeing the Cult Neophyte take the value trade, I think there was still some merit in thinking about the Lab Partner with the Raz to go along, but now that Lab Partner doesn't even clear off an additional minion, it's a pretty clear Raz, and Bank Yugi is going to go again.
Pretty good.
Wow, premium minions. I think I just want more attack and play. I was gonna suggest putting it on the Amber Watcher.
Yeah, I mean, Bank Yugi has been a mind gamer so far already this season, and maybe he's thinking the same thing as you are. Lapidary is the one you'd think they want to stick around, which obviously gets interesting.
This is a relatively safe-looking board because he's seen the Raz already, but this is time for Tom to pop off. He still needs some help.
Little bit of help.
Cheap.
But AI can deliver. Tome of Intellect can also deliver in a 1-mana spell is a big deal.
Evolving doesn't look great on this board. It has so many bad targets in the Netherwing that's damaged, the Jandice herself.
Whoa!
Wow!
Mirror Image and Ray? Is this a triple activation on this turn? It's possible, right?
It is, yeah, and he can get rid of the worst target for devolving missiles first with the Ray of Frost.
Obviously, Bank Yugi has the response to this triple activation of Shenvala with Flick Skyshift, a card we've hardly even seen in the metagame, for a triple kill on these 5/5s. This game is going crazy.
That's pretty wild. It's such a big deal, too, that Tom was 1 mana off of being able to play the Giants for free, too. The Lab Partner, I think, is naturally from his deck, so it wasn't possible. But it's gonna be the follow-up for next turn, which is absolutely necessary because Bank Yugi has picked apart this defense like it was made of paper.
What he really needs now is another Shadow Step to be able to bounce back this Flick to his hand and destroy both the Mana Giants as well, which would be absolutely insane.
True. Thinking about the Lackey, because of course he has this Polkelt, which can, you know, put the Hogwaggle sort of close to the top of his deck, but it seems far off enough that I do like just playing out the Lackey here, getting himself some more options for next turn. Oh, he has to choose between killing Apprentice and the Shenvala, though.
Shenvala, right.
Kill the... I don't know. Kill the apprentice.
I think
Scared of
apprentice as
evocation
well.
Here.
Yeah. It's really close. Also, he just snap-picked Ambush, which I know does activate the Hanar in hand, but it is a lot weaker against these giants, which could come down. Again, maybe you don't want to be going too much into cast division there, but could have been super powerful.
We'll see. Oh my gosh! Wander's calling for Tom. Mana Giants for free. I
my
think it's
days.
fine to leave this Cyclone stranded. I want my 8-8 to play. Ay, ay, ay. Not a great result.
Pretty weak. Yep.
Another 8-8. He's seen Shadow Step, so the flick is...
Wow.
Okay. I guess he's saving the Mana Giant for the Conch in hand guarantee. What is this top deck though?
Dog Waggle for the spell next turn. Not quite playable yet, but still a premium card to pick up now. This is going to be so close.
Derek, it's Polkelt Wand next turn.
Oh! I didn't even see that. That's insane.
It's Alex Draza, Galakron, and Bronx, I think, guaranteed for free next turn because he's already played Flick and Tog.
That's illegal.
Send this 12-12 face! I wish he could, but he can't. Oh my gosh. Mitch? Okay, this is one of the one costs because he's trying to make a Cyclone turn come together.
Oi,
Wow.
oi, that's good.
Yeah, that's a full clear and 6 to face, but honestly, I don't think it's gonna be good enough for what Bang Yugi has cooking up next turn.
I don't know. Like, everything is so powerful.
We'll see. Okay, the giant also comes. What? What? No! Tom gave him a neophyte and now he gave him a Hanar? He can still deal with it, but it takes a lot of damage to do so.
Yeah, I mean, this Alec here has to start trading now. Yeah, Divine Shield into the poison, kill off Nar. Fine.
Okay, well, here's the turn. Polkelt, Wand!
Oh,
Okay, it's not a free... Oh wait, that's a big deal now, because Bang
That's a
Yugi was
horrible
relying
draw.
on the Krunks
yeah.
off of Galakron to be active. Oof.
Pretty much the worst draw in his deck. One of the big three
Yeah.
bad ones.
So now he doesn't have the board clear. There's tons of damage on the other side, but Vendetta, Underbelly, still pretty good.
Oh, he could just get freeze right now off of the Malagos. I mean, oh no, wait, he's already played a spell. He can't get Flame Strike with Malagos.
Oh! Flame
Next
Strike?
turn, Flame Strike plus Kalagos is completely insane.
Yeah, that just blows up their board. And then you go Vendetta this turn, you taunt up, and, you know, quite unlikely to die on the spot here, I want to say.
Super unlikely. I think he's just got enough.
Seen an Apprentice.
It's a bad one.
Gosh. Look at this turn!
Oh
Bang
my
Yugi did
lord.
this in, like, week 1, I think?
Yeah.
With the Galakron Rogue, it was not Highlander, so it was more designed to do something like this consistently, but he's put it together in the Highlander Rogue too. Okay, Apprentice. Magic Trick. Evocation?
Yeah, Evocation, Frost Nova. I'm not exactly sure what we're looking for, but it's got to be big.
Dome of Intellect, one more shot, and a big spell.
That's not
that. Ay, ay, ay.
We can go Mana Cyclone and Batterhead, I suppose, into the 4-5, trade one of the big dragons. I mean, maybe he thinks he just has to go face rather than even trading at this point. He's not dead.
Yeah, he's got all of these secrets as defense. I like the face plan. Batterhead can go face after it trades down the 4-5. Evocation into Fireball, Frostbolt, something like that. Or, sorry, double Fireball is his out for the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
But Alakron, armor up.
Armor
Bronx.
being gained. Oh,
Is this just lethal with Bronx? Surely not with the Ice Barrier, right?
I think, honestly, even if it could be lethal here, Bang Yugi shouldn't even be considering that. I think there's like nothing he loses to as long as he just doesn't die here, right?
Terra. there is no Solarian Prime, so you're correct. It's not in the deck.
His return is nigh.
Okay. Full trades. If you don't play a spell, you don't have to mess with the secrets.
Uh-huh.
Full out face. Face. Needs oh gosh, I don't know. So many of his cards require one other thing to activate them, and he's only drawing one card at a time.
He needs Evocation.
Evocation!
Evocation into freeze plus a Discover spell that can get Box or another Evocation.
I'm losing my mind. Wait, freezing. He has Apexis Frostbolt. It's short.
He's got a lot of damage here.
He's got 11 from hand.
If he hadn't played the Galakrond last turn, Tom would actually have lethal here.
That's right. If he would see it, and I think this time he would definitely see it.
Yep.
What to do?
But there's Ray of Frost, Brain Freeze. He can stall another turn, I think.
Maybe just about. To what end, of course, is the question.
I don't know. Ray Edwin, Brain Freeze, one of these 6 attack minions. As long as he ends with double Frostbolts to face, I'm happy.
Right. Yeah, that seems smart. Just try and set up just some kind of way to get lethal damage next turn.
Oh, okay. Looks like he's gonna go single Frostbolt. If he had gone double Frostbolts with the Thalnos to face, that would put Bank Yugi at 7, right? So Tom had like a generate Fireball with Ping out.
Yeah, I mean, he's going with the other line of just trying to protect the 6/6 so it can go face. I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, reasonable for sure. Bank Yugi can test the secret very easily with Seal Fate. Tap Thalnos seems very smart as well, but I still want to test with Seal Fate first.
I agree, yeah.
On a mirror image.
Because then you can sap it back right afterwards, which is just good to end your turn out.
Correct.
Still need a miracle for Tom to be surviving this one. And I don't think that's it.
Oh, what a game!
What a game, Gia. Incredible way for Bank Yugi to be taking the win here. And with his Highlander Rogue, this is the deck that he and RDU both brought yesterday. It was the deck that withheld, that gatekept RDU from going through to the semi-finals. But now Bank Yugi has the win with it, the all-important win. And now he's only a single game away from going through to the World Championships. Imagine how fast his heart must be racing right now. This is life-changing opportunities already for him right now.
It is so crazy. For Tom, too, if he turns it around, that's a huge storyline in and of itself. A returning player, competitor who could try and make the first many-time winner of World Championships in Hearthstone, that would be insane. But for Bank Yugi, definitely all the focus is on him right now because the deck that we've been criticizing over and over has now taken a win.
Exactly right. Priest taken a win, Rogue taken a win, which means just the Mage left to go for Bank Yugi. And what a way for us to end this season of Grandmasters in Asia Pacific. This has undeniably been, since the release of Scholarman's Academy, one of the absolute cornerstones of the metagame. We've seen other decks rise and fall, but Tempo Mage has just been there all the way, doing incredibly powerful things. Love it or hate it, it's here to stay for the moment. And I mean, I love it. I know that some people have their qualms with the deck. I just think it's so fun to play. I think there's so much room for experimentation, play styles coming into play. There's a lot of artistry in the deck that I think Bank Yugi does have the ability to pilot incredibly well.
Equal parts artistry and clownery, I would say, but it really does take a genius to make sure that you can navigate through all of that madness and make sure you can optimize every single play. What you brought up about the deck is very true in that I don't think any player can play Tempo Mage perfectly because it would require just an insane amount of knowledge of the odds of getting any single spell off of any amount of spell generation, which the combinations are just infinite.
They truly are. So let's jump into potentially the final game of the finals, the final game of the year for APAC Grandmasters. It is
You asked for it.
Bank Yugi trying to get the win now, coming out of nowhere, a complete unknown, and potentially going all the way through to the World Championships in his first season of Grandmasters. He's got himself a Solarian. He's on the coin, which you're going to be pretty happy about when you're facing down this hand from Tom.
It's big, and it already begs the question, does Tom have the right to keep Edwin when he's off coin? Tom says yes. That's, oh my gosh, that's like the 20th generous mummy I've seen this weekend. What is going on with these Pharaoh cats?
Yep, essentially deleted a card from his hand right there, as that is just unplayable against Tempo Mage. You will lose the turn that you play that if they have more than one card in hand.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
Slightly awkward for Bank Yugi that he plays out Solarian because it's the minion on curve, but you do give up your Cram Session activator for the meantime. I think it's fine.
Oh, interesting here from Tom. I was kind of looking at just a 4-4 Edwin to keep the pressure rolling.
I was eyeing that up too.
And then he just didn't pick the secret as well. That was draw a 0-mana secret, right? That's insane in Rogue.
Sorry, I didn't see the options, but if that was Ancient Mysteries, I
Right.
was picking that every single time.
Yeah, exactly. That felt
The only
much better.
reason you can think of is he wanted the 4-4 Edwin this turn, so he took the 1-cost spell. But that doesn't seem like a strong argument.
Yeah, I don't think that stacks up especially well. You've got to trust your deck to give you something. And I mean, it could have just started the Hanar train, which is absolutely
Right.
insane. I think that was a very rushed turn there from Tom. It's time to slow things down a little bit here. Even if he thinks this is correct, which is fine, I just want to see more consideration in the play.
I agree. He has, however, built himself a very respectable board, to which Bank Yugi has Jandis as an answer, but there's just already 2 1-attack minions preloaded for Tom to test.
Yeah, it's not the ideal Jandis board at all, but you've got to go for it anyway here, I think, to just start wrestling back. Venture Co Mercenary off of Jandis is sometimes a disaster. I think it's okay right now, though. He can spend enough of his mana on spells to not be devastated by this.
That's right, I would 100% put the illusion on the 4-4 here. The 6 health on this is actually quite annoying for Tom.
Right. That Shadow Step, though, is intriguing.
It really is. Because we could see the Edwin Shadow Step to become, I guess, a 6-6 here. That's not even that much. I think Tom would rather have some value.
I mean, he could go Font first, then hope to find a cheap minion and then Shadow Step it to get up to an 8-8, which is a bit more respectable.
That's true. I was thinking it would be the Ancestral Guardian. He's gonna go Font. Oh, Jandis!
Pretty good for next turn. Jandis Step is a big bump up in the power of his game plan.
Leaves up the Venture Co. I think it's also a big deal that he got the first guess wrong, because that removed his potential for stepping the one thief.
Right.
Use it to hit the other minion, but correct, that is a big, big draw. Value trade on the Venture Co. 2 amazingly statted minions as well.
That is unbelievable. What a draw from Bank Yugi. I mean, the choice of what you kill was kind of tough in the first place. That could have been a kill on the Hanar instead, but he takes the damage off the board, which in this case was absolutely right.
Yep. Tom has Jandis Step.
Ooh, that's pretty
also,
good.
respectively statted minions. I do think he has to take double trades into the 6-5 just so it doesn't run over the 4-6 super cleanly. But Tom is losing the value war here for sure.
By quite a margin. He needs to be taking things aggressive for the moment, because with no card draw in sight, Hanar very likely to be dead at the end of this turn as well. Things have to turn around right now.
This bold value trade for Bank Yugi, I think it's a pretty simple VT on the 4-6 and then Conj. And then he can freeze the other big minions.
I think he's taking the line of cheapening Mana Giant into Conjurer's Calling on that.
Okay. Not sure how I feel about that. I think he could really lock down the board this turn instead with the other way.
Yeah,
Wrong guess too.
This turn already feels like it's not working out the way Bank Yugi planned. I feel like that was the wrong ping anyway, just because you can then take the 5-5 into the Spiteful Smith, if it's the real one. Maybe.
Yeah, I was just looking at the line of BT with 6-5 and then Conch because you get a good board regardless of what the illusion is. Like, even if you don't find out, you can then freeze 5-5 and the 4-1 remaining. But after he started with Primordial Studies, it got a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, not ideal there at all. And a secret found just in the perfect time for Bank Yugi to have killed Hanar. Still a big card to get some value. But that is not good enough here for Tom as well. Stealth is nice, but this is still not game winning.
Not quite. His Plagiarize is the last hope. And to be fair, Bank Yugi has a fair bit of resources that he would have wanted to expend this turn. And if he takes a slow turn, that's quite a lot of damage on the other side that he'll be taking.
Okay, now I want to see a big slowdown from him here, because I think there's a real possibility that this turn is just Ray of Frost ping pass.
Right, I think that's smart. Yep, he knows this is Plagiarize for sure now.
Yeah, I am completely on board with this. You give him 2 cards, not the end of the world. 5 damage to face next turn, still fine. He's in the driver's seat, still likely to come out on top this game.
Tom needs passage really badly. That's something, but it's really slow. Oh, like staring at this mummy. And it's so annoying.
Yeah, it's a disaster.
Realizing that he's losing the value war is not going to bother with the value trade, even though Cam Session and Raz are always scary. I think it's correct because he needs the damage to close out the game.
He's just letting rip with the Conjurer's Calling. This is scary. There's a lot of damage left on the board here.
That is actually not as insane as it looks, in my opinion. These don't line up well with Tom's board.
You can trade into the Plate Breaker, right? It's okay.
Yeah. The lab partner staying alive is a big deal. It
was a risky turn, though, from Bank Yugi.
He's the Lyrox. Miscreant. He needs the value lackeys. We're looking at Draconic, Ethereal. There's an Ethereal.
Not bad.
Secret Passage!
Secret Passage is huge.
Yep. Tapping Miscreant. Looks like next turn will be the Passage turn when he has the full mana available because he's already played an Edwin. Oh, he can evolve the egg! Yes!
That is so huge. That's a 6-drop from nothing.
Huh?
That too, sure.
I would have started with the egg. Let's evaluate, but okay.
Agreed.
Wow. Tom is actually turning this around, but Bank Yugi has no shortage of resources. Looks like an evocation turn, I agree.
We're looking for Flame Strike, Blizzard, any way to start mopping this up, and that is not it quite yet.
So, I was gonna say Apexis double missiles does quite a lot.
That's true.
But Apexis is super slow. I think it's reasonable to just search for something more efficient.
Oh, there was only 1 missiles though, right? That's Font of Power is the
oh, my bad.
one as well.
So Apexis missiles font, or he did end up just going one magic trick instead of her font, which is better. Okay, good job, Bank Yugi. Yes.
Oh, this is really starting to turn up the pressure now for Tom. He hasn't taken any damage in the early game. I think he might have pulled himself back into the lead this game.
Oh, but this turn is rough, right? Because you do want to get Jandis, but you're floating a fair bit of mana. If you go Secret Passage, the best outcome is Questing Adventure, I can only imagine.
Oh man, it's so tough
at this
to
point.
say.
Even Neophytes are potentially super useful because Bank Yugi is looking for a big Apprentice turn.
Give me a quest.
Oh, questing and another passage. Hello.
That's a big deal. Prep Passage at the end is massive.
Tom's already sending the attacks in, even though I don't think he's played the cards he's trying.
I mean, we can't even see. He plays everything here, though, right? He's got Stunner back to hand, Backstab to kill off the 1-1 as well. This is unbelievably strong from Tom, and Bank Yugi does not have the answer.
An incredible comeback. Tom looked like he was so far off. He got He got the generous mummy, terrible outcome. He got the chromatic egg, terrible outcome, but he's pulling it back. Bank Yugi needs Apprentice. There are 2 left in the deck. There's also a Prime in the deck.
Getting to that point very, very rapidly.
Even if there were Apprentice, the Neophyte is just the cherry on top.
Also means that
Expensive
AI...
to draw into Prime.
Exactly. He cannot even find the out anymore.
Oh wait, the Cram Session into Prime is playable.
Okay.
Ah!
Oh! So if he goes freeze, he's not dead on board?
Correct.
Technically?
And the board is locked.
Okay.
But then he would probably end the turn with a Cyclone. So it can unlock for Tom. Tom has 2 Eviscerates in his last 5 cards, so this is looking very shaky indeed, but...
I mean, it's so likely game.
Mm-hmm.
It's Plagiarize as well, so he can even draw for an extra card from his deck off of the Cram Session. This does block a card from the top of his deck by playing the Cyclone as well, so it could be an Eviscerate that's burned for the game.
Well, that Eviscerate was actually guaranteed. I mean, the passage was guaranteed lethal because he would have gotten the Eviscerate. Funny.
So
he can still get it with the Cram Session.
Yep.
50-50. Oh, it's not over.
It's still technically not over.
Yeah, here's what I want to see. Secret bounces Neophyte after it attacks. Play the Neophyte.
Okay,
if it's
I mean,
not just lethal this turn. That's
which
right.
it now is. Tom with the Apexis Blast off the top sees the lethal, sends us all the way through to Game 5. And Gia, I gotta say, I think they're from Bank Yugi. Those middle turns there, that was looking a little too shaky to be taking down the likes of Tom 60229.
I have to agree. I think it got really tough when he had the Jandis lines in the middle. The first Jandis was amazing, and he could have started taking some more value trades. Of course, you feel like you need to hold on to Conjurer's Calling when you have a Giant in hand, but I think there is an opportunity to just use the board he already had and generate sometimes even more additional stats than Conjurer's Calling on a Giant. If you put it on a 6-1 and say it turns into 2 5/5s, that's a huge gain. And sometimes your 8-8 can turn into a 5-5 and an Alakir. That's a pretty bad outcome, to be fair, for Bank Yugi. But oh my goodness, for Tom, that was such a comeback. He looked like he was so out of it. And what a poetic way to close it out with an Apexis Blast lethal.
And speaking of poetic endings here, the final game, definitively, of the season here for APAC Grandmasters, Gia, it's the Mage Mirror. We've had some ups, we've had some pretty severe downs as well with this particular mirror here, as it can get pretty interesting with the cards that are generated along the way. We've seen some that I think are very, very skill dense when we're fighting back for the board in the early turns. When are we playing Shenvala? When's our pop-off turn? There's pretty discrete peaks and troughs in terms of your power with this deck. How you utilize that is very, very crucial. But then we've also seen some pretty ludicrous games where it comes down to Solarian and boxes in the late game.
Yeah, it can pan out with an early Shenvala from one player and no response from the other. It can be back and forth. It can be discrete mistakes that decided, and sometimes it can be primes and boxes. All I know is that Tom has entered his ultimate Zen state. And Bank Yugi, always full of nervous energy, but I do think he is a very strong tempo mage player overall. Tom's opening curve looking really strong. Bank Yugi also has a decent hand.
Yeah, very nice way to start off the decider here for our last 2 players. Tom throws away the Firebrand there, and finding Shenvala is gorgeous for one of these early turns. Whether it comes down on turn 3 or is saved for a later pop-off, either way, a premium early game card.
Big draw off the top for Bank Yugi too. It means that he has a guaranteed 1-drop this turn into 1-drop plus activator for 1 Thief the next turn. All the mana nicely spoken for. From Tom, I simply want to see Lab Partner into Cram Session hold the studies for the Shenvala turn.
And I think actually this is kind of why I wanted to see Spellwing on 1 from Bank Yugi, because if your opponent goes for the play of Lab Partner on the other side, you can go trade Lab Partner missiles to try and get the clear on the other side. Don't know if that's necessarily worth it, but I am coming around more and more to just liking Spellwing on 1.
Depends. It's definitely worth thinking about. I do feel that Bank Yugi might have still just ended up on 1 Thief activation,
Right, okay.
guaranteed, instead of trying to deal with the lab partner immediately. But wow, both hands!
This is getting very spicy, Gia.
Guess there's not quite enough spells for Bank Yugi to really pop off yet. I think it's
Tome
Tome of
helps.
Intellect and just hold it.
Yeah. He can reevaluate next turn. Maybe it's the Explorer, maybe it's the pop-off turn with Apprentice and Cyclone.
So for Tom here, it feels a little unintuitive first to use a spell before the Shenvala turn, but he actually gets 2 spells back from the 2 1 Thieves he activates with the Primordial Study, so I think this is correct.
First spell was fantastic. This second one, not so much. He's unable to get the double activation now, I believe, unless he picks up a cheap spell off the top with Shenvala.
Right. I think Claymore gets the most done.
What to do?
Mm-hmm.
What to do?
Okay.
Oh. Oh. Okay, he's still delaying for a turn here. Doesn't want to go all in yet. I can respect holding for the moment here.
I think it's good from Bank Yugi. He doesn't have that much mana to work with, and this is also not a board that he necessarily wants to respond to immediately. I also love that he's like using a spell here because he's gonna have all of the spaces filled up next turn anyway with the evocation.
Just keeping the damage coming here. I like it a lot. Tom60229 now has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells that he can play with Shenvala, so not quite the double activation yet.
Still strong though.
Still strong.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
3 Solarian. Another Solarian.
Oi, oi, oi.
I assume it's just kill the Azure. Yep, I like that. Raz is a little too scary on the other side if you leave that up.
I agree, but now Bank Yugi, if he was waiting for development on the other side, just take a look at this. This is the perfect kind of board to respond to with Apprentice plus Evocation. Let's go.
Gonna have to be a pretty good evocation. Magic Trick helps. Another more curated shot at removal spells.
Nova's
Bolt, it's
interesting.
expensive, but
Yeah, okay, I'm on board with Frostbolt.
yeah, you can still play Cyclone. Oh my god, insane Tome of Intellect! This might not even necessarily be an evocation turn anymore.
So hard to say. Like, he needs to answer to this, and Evocation gives him a higher chance of doing that than Mana Cyclone.
It does, but you know, if you go evocation and then you don't necessarily have that many resources if you end with Cyclone because of hand space issues. But that's so many 1-cost cards. Am I dreaming?
That's
this
insane.
is all the 1-cost cards.
Oh my goodness, he can get the Cyclone, he can get the clear. Everything is going right for Bank Yugi.
Time runs out on me.
It's only 3 cards that he doesn't get to play off this evocation. Who is this man?
An absolutely stunning turn that he's been building up for a while now. He put it off for 2 turns there in order to build up to something better, and this is significantly better than anything that Tom can do in response.
Dear Lord. I already think Tom's out is like Jandis into Raz plus Steward of Scrolls, exactly.
Right.
Something like that.
I mean, it's worth bringing up that at this point, what would be fantastic is exactly Flame Ward. This Ice Barrier turned out to be a horrendous pick.
True. Easiest combustion of Bank Yugi's life.
Insanely strong. Just play a minion, even a Pexis Blast face. Either way, it's going to be doing more than enough to win this game.
Oh, I hate to say it, but it feels like the end of the road for Tom. Is that an evocation of... Oh, no, it was purple.
Not quite. No freeze found yet for Tom60229. Mana Cyclone can obviously get him that Frost Nova, but it's a single chance to find it.
I think he's supposed to go Solarian here instead of the Cyclone. With the barrier, just hope you survive 2 turns and try to get Prime off the top. But then Bank Yugi might not even kill the Solarian, so it's tough to say. Power of Creation. Well, he doesn't know the secret.
Yeah, he's first of all playing around the Flame Ward, which obviously we know it could be, both from Bank Yugi's perspective and from our perspective if Tom had picked it.
I think you're supposed to just start with Arcane Explosion either way, and then send Apprentice Phase.
Really?
Because
Oh, I guess if it's Flame Ward, you can't
Right.
play the Power of Creation anyway.
Right. Because he doesn't know whether it's CS or Flame Ward.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. He gets
So
the damage
if you are
phase, though.
going to test for CS, then you miss 2 damage. If
Sure.
it's not CS. Potentially.
Either way, Lethal now represented very cleanly for Bank Yugi. Tom has 2 draws on this turn. He kind of has to hit freeze to have any chance, plus Solarian Prime for next turn.
Yup. I don't think it works. Like, he can't get down the Solarian and discover a freeze and have the mana to do everything. Oh, there's a Prime.
I will crush
Do
your
you play to
delusions.
Doomsayer now off of Conjurer's Calling? Oh,
I think he's just playing to don't have 1 damage in hand, Bank Yugi. Currently doesn't.
1 damage is what's needed. He could hit it here off Power of Creation. Doesn't
Only
hit
Reckless
it though.
Rocketeer.
Misses out on a 6/6 as well. Doesn't really matter. He's still just repping Lethal on the following
Yeah.
turn.
Oh man. Of
I-
course it ends with a Prime. Of course it does.
Oh my god.
It has to give a box
I
to.
can't even look.
It has to give. Oh, okay. Maybe Ice Barrier counterspell. I don't know. I want the box to win.
Good start.
Not good enough. Not enough mana.
Cool.
Oh, it was so close. Wait, he has devolving
Devolving?
missiles?
If that can hit like a
Yeah.
dormant minion.
No, if it hits anything, it's Vaporize that he generated, right?
Oh, right.
So just isolate and.
And I mean,
he's alive.
this is the punish for Bank Yugi's play last turn. He didn't ping, and now he doesn't have Lethal.
Correct.
It was pretty clearly, I think, a misplayed turn there from Bank Yugi because he missed out on a 6/6, so it's not like he even found especially more damage that way.
Does he even need to devolve this since it's Vaporized? I guess Tom needs to protect his board. Because he
Sure.
knows he's dead to ping in 2 turns. So the out is find lethal this turn. For Tom, I mean. If he's not just dead.
Yeah.
Bank Yugi, scared of Ice Barrier here, I have to imagine. I think you can just go for Cone of Cold and ping.
Kobold is
You
cheap.
can, yeah. You can still just AI Cone of Cold ping.
Yeah, you ping on this turn. If you don't hit Lethal, this is a ping turn.
Really?
Really?
No ping.
I mean, he has Pyroblast, I suppose, but even then, like, Counterspell is just like something that
Yeah. I feel like this gives Tom more outs.
I think so too.
Okay, so now he has Conj on a 7 drop. Does that do anything?
Draws
I guess
3
he's looking for
cards
Mana
first.
Giant instead. He needs Walking Fountain. Oh, what's happening?
I mean, he needs Counterspell 100% first of all, just to stop Pyroblast from killing him next turn.
Asian? Okay, I think Tom is just trying to set up lethal on board, something
Yeah.
like that, and the counter lethal next turn. It's hard to have a read on Pyroblast, to be fair.
And I think it's setting
Right.
in for Bank Yugi. He realizes all the mana used up, no Counterspell to stop it. Pyroblast is the card that closes it out. Bank Yugi coming out of nowhere at the start of this season. None of us knew who he was, but he's done the impossible task. He's gone all the way, and he is our representative going through to the World Championships later this year. I cannot believe it, and more importantly, he cannot believe it. What a performance.
Wow, Tarek. I needed some moments to collect myself because Bang Yugi even took off his glasses before locking in the lethal. I was so scared for a second, like, is your vision good enough that you don't misclick there? Obviously, Bang Yugi's eyesight is still better than mine. I am blind as a bat. But that was extremely impressive to make it all the way as an unknown, just a non-GM prior to this season, make it to Asia Pacific, make it to Division A, win week 1 of Swiss, and close out the opposite end of the season with the highest of highs. Bank Yugi is going to the World Championship.
He is. I think it says a lot about how nervous he was because those last 2 turns he had there were definitely not the optimal way to close out the game, I will say. But whatever, we're still going to let him have it there. He is the champion. And I think he has consistently shown, not only has he been playing for the most part very, very well as a newcomer and an unheard player coming into Grandmasters, but he's also had an extremely strong amount of experimentation, which I love to see here in Grandmasters. And that has, for the most part, worked out pretty well for him. His Highlander Mage did pretty well for the most part. The Galakron Rogue, which he bought towards the start, did good. Highlander Rogue now doing well. Druid even drawing a ban in the Grand Finals, clearly making it a pretty decent inclusion up against Tom.
It's just so interesting to me now that we've seen Druid and Highlander Rogue win in the top level of competition here in APAC. Will that have any bearing on MT Madrid in 2 weeks? Who knows? But oh my goodness, congratulations to Bank Yugi, and still commiserations to Tom. It was such a good run. He had, I guess, a middling performance in Division A, but to make it to Division A at all is a big, big feat, especially since last season he was in Division B. Got really close to the finish line there, taking a 3-0 sweep over Surrender in the meantime, whereas nobody else had beaten Surrender this season other than Glory. And I think that no matter who would have won, it would have been a worthy representative. But I have to say, I'm happy to see someone else hold the mantle for APAC so we can also showcase the other talent we have here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think our 2 representatives going through to the final in Glory and Bank Yugi are going to do us very proud, Gia, come December and the World Championships. Let's take a look at how things shook out for today. As you were just talking about, our first match of the day was Surrender up against Tom 60229. You might not have thought it with both of these players being 2 of the strongest we've ever seen in APAC, but it was one of the most one-sided series we've had all season, probably, with just a undeniable clean 3-0 sweep for Tom 60229, much closer for Chonsu and Bank Yugi, and then obviously right down to the wire in our finals. Couldn't have asked for a better day of Hearthstone.
Yep. Chonsu, I guess we've talked about him the least out of the 4 players, but I'm also really proud of him for taking what was a disastrous opening to the season and making a miracle run all the way up to semifinals. I think he showed some very strong Hearthstone. He's also been a player who is not afraid to experiment with these lineups that are targeting Bomb Warrior, the first to do so in GM, I believe, and he did set a trend among some other players, although the strategies did get a little bit more refined as time went on. And I do think that line of thinking will also have some influence in our last high-level Hearthstone competition of the year, before Worlds, of course, in MT Madrid.
I think so too. Man, I don't even know how to close us out here. I think for me, for Bank Yugi, with him going through to the World Championships now, just in terms of what I want to see from him, I think for the most part, when he's feeling comfortable, his Hearthstone is very much at a level that can go all the difference in the World Championships. I want to see him work on his mental attitude, because that at the end was quite clearly some of the worst sequencing that we've seen from him in the last couple of turns, and it coincidentally came right as he realized he could actually be going through to the World Championships. So if before the World Championships he's able to try and sort out how he's going to be dealing with that pressure, I think he is very likely to be a player who can go all the way, even if he's going to have to be facing against some of the strongest competitors from around the world. And who he will be going to World Championships with is to be decided later on this very day. We still have Europe and Americas to find out who their second player going to World Championships will be. Plenty of fantastic Hearthstone to follow today's action.
For real, Derek. And I just want to say, since this is the last of the APAC Grandmasters broadcast that we have, I want to say a big thank you to everybody who has tuned in, whether you just watched today for the finals or you've been sticking around from the very beginning. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us, because it's been a rough year for pretty much everyone on the face of the planet. There is still more Hearthstone to come, whether it's the Battlegrounds event next week, MT Madrid, 2 weeks from now, or the World Championship. So we'll still see a little bit of each other, but thank you for every single second that you've spent watching Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Indeed. Want to echo everything Gia just said. It's truly life-changing for me to be able to do what I love more than anything else in casting Hearthstone. So thank you so much, everyone at home, for making that possible by tuning in. We're all done for this season. We're all done for this year here in Grandmasters. So for the last time, I am going to send all of you lovely viewers over to Raven and Sottle. As Gia so brilliantly plugged, we still do have Masters Tour Madrid and then the World Championships later this year. So it's not the last you'll see from us or our players, but for Grandmasters at least, we will see you next year where we fight out an entire another season. For now, though, Raven and Sottle with Europe. 2 more players still to be sent through to the World Championships from Americas and Europe. And we'll see who it is right after this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the Hearthstone Grandmasters Season 2. It's all coming down to this, as we have our last 4 players playing off for their chance at the World Championship to join Silvername from the European region there. And of course, we do have our 1 relegation match as well today to find out who is going to be the final Grandmaster from our region to actually relegate to make room for some new blood potentially. But I'm Raven, and joining me, as always, on this final day is going to be Sottle. How are you doing? Are you ready for what's going to be a tense day on all fronts?
Can you ever really be ready for something like this, Raven? That's the question. I think I'm as close as you can possibly get. Obviously, it's going to be lows and highs in that order as we kick things off with our relegation bracket matchup and then decide who is going to join Bank Yugi as the representative from Season 2, this time from the European region. I think we've got a great group of 4 players, and honestly, I would be very happy with any of them at this point because I think they've all deserved it in their own little unique way.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And let's take a look at the bracket and see what we've actually been going on over the past couple of days. In case you hadn't had a chance to tune in, we can see how we got our 4 players. We had RDU actually end up taking a loss versus his teammate Tice yesterday, and then actually also falling to Psycho. So RDU in the privileged position with that free win. It still was not enough, and we actually had Tice go through there, and then very impressively for me, Sottle, Psycho with this kind of weird half-target warrior style. With his lineup, taking a win over Boston and then defeating RDU to join Tice from Group A.
Yeah, it's only a matter of how extreme people like Yala have got with the targeting warrior strategy that we're even calling this a half target, because he's pretty deep in targeting warrior. But yeah, I think lineups were the big story of this group because RDU took a very similar risk to how Bank Yugi was successful in his quest for the World Championship in the APAC region with the Highlander Rogue. I do think Bank Yugi put together a better build of the deck overall. He had a bit more scam potential in there to just blow people out of games, which we certainly just saw happen in his run. But I think by far, the most impressive story here in Europe's Group A was absolutely Tice, who, 24 hours out from checking out of hospital, was able to not only just show up and play, which was an achievement in itself, but to just plow through the upper bracket there, all the way through to qualify for today. And now if he makes it all the way to the World Championships yet again, what an insane story that will be.
Yeah, incredibly impressive, and all off the back of his deck list from the previous week. He submitted exactly the same lineup. So that group definitely a story of lineups. But speaking of which, we saw the opposite happen in Group B with Yala having that free win as the highest seed going into this group. Did have success with a simple 1-match 1-win over Blyze with his hard warrior counter lineup with the likes of the Fatigue Druid in there, especially to just say hard no on the warrior. Whereas we did have Blyze take down Casey, but similar to Psycho, Casey then just ran it all the way back and ended up joining Yala in that top 4 in a very impressive run, because some of those matchups Casey actually had to play were quite stressful.
They were indeed, and Blyze himself tried to dodge the anti-warrior strategy by excluding warrior from his lineup, but Yala was still able to pick apart the Demon Hunter with his very heavily teched out lineup. And now he's kind of in the promised land, because I think his anti-warrior lineup will do very well against the players that he has left to compete with in today's final top 4 bracket.
Yeah, it could just be a gambit that might well pay off for that top 4. And we do see it is going to be Tice versus Casey on one side, Yala versus Psycho on the other. And today, as you can probably tell by the bracket, there are no second chances. There are no groups. There are nothing left now. It's, you lose, you're out, you're done for the season. It's been a great run. You got top 4, but you're not going to Worlds. If you win, your chances continue. And then, of course, we'll have that final to decide who is going to join Silvername from our European Grandmasters region here in, or at, should I say, the World Championships.
Yeah, and once again, I think any of these would be a fantastic representative. Of course, Tice would pick up where he's left off so many times with dominant performances, European Championships, World Championship visits. Casey, of course, would make it back-to-back years. And then Yala and Psycho would be the first-timers, at least, in terms of the World Championship. But I think they're 2 players with the pedigree, the level of respect in the pro community, just the standings overall in terms of people's perception of them and their level of play. You could argue that they've deserved a World Championship visit before this point. I know Hunter Ace in particular called out right at the start of the season that this was Yala's year. There was just no stopping him. He's too good right now, and Yala was going to go all the way. So what a prophecy that would end up being from our recently departed World Champion and Grandmaster in Hunter Ace, if that were to come true.
Yeah, but first off, we are going to switch it round, of course, as this is the final day, and that means we're going to kick it off with our final match from the relegation bracket. And just as simple as today's for those top 4 players in the playoffs now, it becomes very, maybe even viciously simple for the 2 players we have left here in the relegation bracket, because it is just going to be straightforward. The winner is going to stay in Grandmasters, and the loser is done. And those 2 players we do have A-Rock and Wama, and 2 players who have only even joined us this season, so we can see the road that A-Rock took to get here, and it was a bit of a short one because he went in at a slight disadvantage.
He did, yeah. We had Viper escaping first off in the battle of the 2 players from Division A who found their way into the relegation bracket, which meant Bunny then advanced through the gauntlet, had his second life against A-Rock and was able to come away victorious in that one in a fairly straightforward series, it has to be said. So that leaves us now with A-Rock versus Wama, 2 of the new GMs, as Raven was saying. I think that's what makes it especially sad here, is that it doesn't really feel like we've had enough time to get to know either of these players and, you know, really see what they can do if they're really allowed to sink their teeth into Grandmasters. But the silver lining for both of these players is their current standings in the prize standings to be able to be promoted straight back into Grandmasters, because if either of them get relegated here, they're actually in a good position with the results still to be factored in from the Masters Tour in Madrid coming up in a couple of weeks to just get automatically promoted once again.
Yeah, there is a chance that we see whoever gets relegated today still in next season. But that does rely on those Masters Tours, the last Masters Tour of the year coming up in just a couple of weeks' time. So, you know, anything can happen there. But as you said, it puts them in a better spot than most to actually be up for promotion back into Grandmasters. So a huge, huge deal. But we are going to get ready to get into that relegation match. So stay tuned and we'll be right back to kick it off.
I don't know any, I think.
What do you call an old snowman? Water.
You know the German knock-knock joke? Knock knock. Who's there? We will ask the questions.
No, I'm not a joke guy.
What is curved, yellow, but not a banana? Secretly a banana.
There's only one joke I can think of. Yeah, TJ, what was first? The egg or the chicken?
Chicken.
Chuck Norris.
What is this, 2008? Yes.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to kick off our first match of the day, and it's not going to be part of the top 4 playoffs. It is going to be that relegation match as match number 1. So also everything on the line for these 2 players. There are at least current Grandmasters lives on the line, and we have seen, A-Rock did take that loss versus Bunny Hopper yesterday. It was a bit of a rough one to take, and I do hope that he has had chance to just relax and recover from it. He did tweet yesterday out, just congratulating Bunny Hopper and saying, maybe he didn't play the best. So fingers crossed he's had a chance to just wind back down again and refocus in for this match. But what do you think it's felt like for Wama? Just almost sitting on the sidelines for the last couple of days, just watching it play out?
Once again, our synergy knows no bounds, Raven, because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Is I just don't know whose position I would rather be in here. Obviously, A-Rock has had a bit of a mental beating of just, the fairly straightforward series that he lost yesterday. But Wama has to come in cold. Like, he's just been watching the world happen around him up until this point, and now he just has straight up one shot. Obviously, that's the perception. That's what it feels like. Obviously, every single deck list choice, every play, every decision that he's made in this entire season has actually led him up to this point as well. So there, has been an awful lot on the line the whole way through the season. But right now, it feels like you just have one series of Hearthstone to potentially save your Grandmaster's career. But again, you also have to factor in the mentality of, is there any level of complacency from either of these players just based on how well positioned they are in the prize standings to be able to be promoted back in? I'm almost certain not. That would be ridiculous at this point, because why roll the dice, especially with the strength of Europe as a region, that, you know, another European isn't going to come out of nowhere and just win Masters Tour Madrid and knock you down in the standings to the point where you don't get promoted back up again, right? But there's so many factors in play here, just you know, potentially preventing these players from just being in the right place mentally going into this series.
Honestly, completely agree, because I think if there's a region that the players, especially the newly promoted players, are not going to be lazy in, it's the European region, because guess what? It's really hard to get back in, even if you did well. It gets, you know, next Masters Tour, it's likely we have like 3 out of the 4 top 4 are going to be from Europe, right? That's just the way it is. So that's just true.
And obviously, like, the advantage of it being a home region Masters Tour isn't as big as it used to be because there's no travel constraints. So it used to be that there would just be way more European players because it's a European region event and that's what they try and qualify for. But the time zones is still a thing. We have seen a trend. It's an observable trend that the home region has still been slightly more successful than their average, based on the Masters Tours that have been in their time zone. So this is a European time zone event. Europe is by far the dominant region in terms of Masters Tour prize earnings so far. So there is no opportunity to rest on your laurels for either of these players, because at the very least, I can assure you Dead Draw is snapping on your heels, okay? He only needs a few $1,000s to overtake either of these players. He picks up another top 8 or a top 4, he could be leapfrogging them quite easily.
Right.
And that's completely discounting the idea that another European could just come out of nowhere and just win the whole thing and leapfrog them both as well.
Yeah, and we did see both players' lineups, of course, and these are two players that have been more experimental, I guess, with their lineups throughout this Grandmaster season. A-Rock sort of flitting between not only aggro, sort of generally aggressive lineups, but also some of the more standard / control style decks. And Warmer, one of the first players we saw bring Turtle Mage in the European region, test out some of these slightly different decks, slightly different lineups. But for now, the classes are going to be mirrored, but there are some interesting tech choices going into these both players' decks. But for now, we're kicking it off. Game number 1, the Mage Mirror, Sottle.
Picking up where we left off in the APAC region, Raven, straight into the Mage Mirror.
And here, A-Rock on the bottom with a pretty solid mulligan. I think whenever you have Lab Partner in your opening hand as Mage, you're going to feel pretty happy almost no matter what happens. Whereas Wama on the other side does potentially have a Lab Partner who's opening mulligan, if you count that Primordial Studies, but still both players have pretty solid opening hands here. We might at least be on for a relatively even matchup, at least for now.
Did you manage to catch what A-Rock threw away? I was loading into my spectator and only saw post-mulligan. He threw away a Jandis? Okay.
Yeah.
Seems good.
Oh, sorry, he threw away Jandis Magic Trick. He had Magic Trick as well, I believe.
Okay, that seems fine. Happy with that mulligan.
I'll let him know. Sottle approved, hey Rock. You don't hear that often, so be happy with that one. Evolving Missiles is going to hit both minions, which means there's at least one removal of the Prime. Gone.
Already, you don't have to listen to me. If this is how you feel comfortable, go ahead. But I would just say slow down a touch already, just based on how fast this opener has gone. Obviously, it's the early game and there aren't that many decisions. We're playing at a very, very rapid pace in this crucial matchup already now on turn 2.
Not tons to do here for A-Rock. And I think you even saw on the camera there was the nods. I don't know if he's listening to music or not, but there's, you know, like the nods, the okay, yep, this looks good. And now things have slowed down because suddenly there's some tougher decisions right now. There isn't just the minions on curve, the removal, the ping plan, nothing like that.
It's a really hard turn. It's a really hard turn. Because with Evocation in hand, there's an argument to say just get some of these cards out of your hand and potentially just even take like a low-value Mana Cyclone here just to be able to contest the board. I think seeing what the missiles did first really influences the play because he got to ping there. That's just a very nice use of the 2 mana. But I think if potentially the Lab Partner was left at a 1-2 there, you might even have to have thought about the Tempo Cyclone for just one spell.
Look at this. The Worm, on the other hand, has tough decisions, but in the other way, no spells, but double Apprentice Cyclone Mana Giant. After seeing that turn with no minion development, is there ever a reason for a Tempo Apprentice here?
doesn't really pay off, right? That's the problem. I could understand if it was setting something up, because you could, you could even potentially get away with like double apprentice, because it's unlikely your opponent's able to kill both here with this early game and no board. But I do like just getting something on board, because I don't think he wants to just fully concede tempo to like coin Jandis or coin Raz, right? Just coming down on an empty board and him having nothing available to fight back.
That's it. Warmer doesn't have a ton of options because there's lack of spells, but that doesn't mean that he has to give A-Rock all of the freedom, right? At least do something to make A-Rock have to consider his turn and not say, oh wow, you just ping past. I can do whatever I want this game.
And already, like, just from our perspective, we were looking at Warmer's turn thinking, wow, this is a really rough-looking turn. But now you see him just play an Apprentice and then pass back to A-Rock's side, and suddenly it's like, wow, A-Rock's got some tough decisions here. Like, he can't kill that Apprentice. What is he supposed to do?
Okay. I was a little bit surprised there, you know.
You don't pick the ones.
Okay, this could be huge.
Nope. I thought we could have seen Elemental Allies, coin Cyclone, and then he has Mana Giant for next turn.
Down to 6, down to 5, yeah. Yeah, very possible.
He doesn't get to ping the Apprentice, but this kind of, like, this does set up the Raz, of course, so there's a positive to pinging the Apprentice, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I thought that could have been a turn to really put his foot on the accelerator there. He has to draw the spells from the Elemental Allies and really beef up his hand.
I do like this sequence of plays that A-Rock made. I potentially would have looked at doing it in the other order, was something that I was thinking about, where he just coined Raz that turn.
Sure.
And then just like tried to go for a ping play potentially on the following turn, or could maybe pick up Arcane Missiles or something. And there's obviously a world where his Raz sticks as well, which has upside for the following turn. But I do like the 2-turn setup just to guarantee kill the Apprentice. I think it's too dangerous to leave up for multiples of turns. He gave himself the out by going one maker first, right? Where he could hit Ray of Frost, Arcane Missiles, Arcane Blast.
You know, Apexis Blast can deal with this Raz and just get it off the table, and I think Warmer has to, by now, have just accepted that he's going to have to play a bit of Control Mage for a bit.
Yep. No other real option right now.
He could double trade into the Raz. Then, like, would Ray work? It wouldn't, right? It'd be one off, never mind.
What are you trying to do? Play Giant? Oh, no, it'd be one off.
He can't.
Be one
Right,
off.
yeah. Never mind.
I do like when you
take
just
it
get
all
a little bit vague and rambly, and I have to like move into your brain to figure out what you're actually asking me. Yeah. Allies Giant.
Good turn. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this.
And there's Magic Trick X, Mana Cyclone next turn to draw even more spells.
Exactly. And the fact that you will probably end up with a low value Mana Cyclone is offset by the fact that it's completing your Elemental Allies and drawing those spells that you need anyway. I think this is a really clean 2-turn here from A-Rock.
And also in some kind of completely terrible world, he's just got Evocation as well to refill, so everything's looking pretty good. So, second Giant.
Well, now...
Yeah.
Well, now here's the thing, though, right, is that you could also go with the line where you just play Evocation this turn for Conjurer's Calling or potentially ways to deal with the Giant, and then just reset the Elemental Allies because you have the 2 Elementals back in your hand again to be able to tie that together. You have You have 6 hand spaces for a Conjurer's Calling right now, which could be pretty insane.
Well, if that's the case, what if the play was to just play Mana Cyclone?
Sure.
And then fish for the Conjurers to be able to conjure his own Giant first.
Huh? Get behind that too? Ray of Frost here is obviously huge, though.
Yep.
Oh, huge top deck for Warmer. He needs these big, though. He needs these not to get value traded by Mana Giants.
He does have Ray of Frost in hand. Oh, he's going to double. Okay. Not great, honestly. Not bad, but not great.
Yeah, the VTs are there, though. That's the problem, right?
Yep. And also the Dreadlord not in a position where the lifesteal actually matters. As both players heavily fighting for board as opposed to trying to set up any kind of lethals.
Yo, go. Remember everything I said about taking your time earlier? Forget all that.
Yep, I was wrong.
It's half your turn.
He could choose to do everything else this turn and then go next turn. Which looks like is going to be the case.
Take 2 value trades here. Yeah, okay. I actually do like this. The fact that he saw both Conjurer's Calling get used on the previous turn. This makes sense.
This trade as well, because the lifesteal doesn't really matter,
Yes.
he's actually taking away the highest cost minion. So if a Conjurer's Call is generated,
Yes.
it's the biggest threat.
Yes, that's fair. Kind of cold, slightly too expensive.
Would have been great if castable.
Is it just breath? I think it's just breath. Called this card Arcane Blast earlier, didn't I? That's a throwback.
It is, yeah. I did start thinking about that card as well then. I was like, huh, yeah, I'm not going to bring it up.
Yeah.
It's a good card.
Yeah. Alright. Absolutely go time here for A-Rock. This could be the game ender. Enormous Shenvala turn potential here.
It says explode.
Ray of Frost. Arcane Missiles. Already has a double proc with potential for more if he's going to end up going with that evocation, but he could just end this on Ice Barrier and call it a turn with the Mana Cyclone.
Yeah, he got some nice damage in with that Ray of Frost and the Arcane Missiles as well, because he can just ping this off if he wants to now. He's just going to go.
I'm not sure about this. I think the Barrier Cyclone play was fine, right? Like he's hit pretty hard here off the evocation, but certainly a bad evocation might have been a slightly underwhelming turn in comparison to the Cyclone, but the hit is the hit for sure.
So now, does he actually Conjurers, right? I feel like he does.
100%, yeah.
Just a little bit weird there, because like the ping even looked fine, right? He got put the Giant to 1, so he could have just pinged and Cyclone.
This technically wastes board space because he fills his board as that was the final spell for another Shenvala activation, which didn't have space to come out. But most importantly, it just puts a Conjurer's Calling back in his hand as well, which is just another huge threat for a following turn.
Now, evolving missiles. There's a lot of targets that need to be hit.
Oof.
So we can still hit Blizzard off this Mana Cyclone as well, which is a pretty big deal.
It's a very big deal that the Devolving Missile did not hit the Twilight Runner, though, because obviously that cannot be Ray of Frosted.
Yeah.
So unless there was a board freeze, does mean that A-Rock is going to have a powerful turn here and get to keep cycling.
There is now Deep Freeze and Power of Creation, so even though it looks like Warmer's in a tough spot, he has 2 back-to-back very powerful spells.
Okay. Oh, that was so close to disaster, and actually kind of still is with the Sethic Veil Weaver on the board. Sethic Sorcerer's Apprentice!
With Conjurers.
Oh my god! Okay, alright, relegation on the line. Let's not get carried away with doing the cool thing because it's cool. Is it correct?
Yes. Oh my. Just a raised dead as well.
Yo, you can get a Star Student back in Outcast position now from the Raised Dead that you just killed with the Conjurer's Calling. Oh, unlucky.
Good setup. So you can just barrier and trade. He gets a 5/5. Can still hero power, which then will deal another 5 to the face. It's insane. He wants to.
Works against me.
What's up?
It's a little bit tricky, right? Because I guess he hasn't played that many spells. I was wondering whether he wanted to Cyclone this turn.
Oh, this is cute. Yeah, he does, right? This is really cute.
Yeah.
I did not see this at all. The ping your own arcane missiles and then Mana Cyclone at the end of the turn. This is a really good spot from A-Rock. Yeah, I love this turn.
Oh, wow. 2 Cram Session and Pixis Blast. Not bad outcomes either, and Warmer now needs something pretty miraculous. And let's remember, A-Rock got the Devolving Missiles on the Solarian earlier in the game. which means there's no Prime out for Wama. He hasn't generated another one, as far as I can recall at least.
Frostnova is Frostnova.
But there's a Dragonbane, so...
I know.
And if he Novas, he's not playing any minions, right?
And then Apexis Blast and Hero Power is just going to end the game. But
Yep.
what other choice does he really have
he
here?
doesn't know that.
Yeah.
And it's probably safer than going for a Power of Creation into, I don't even know what, double Kata or something.
Yeah. If he can
This is a
like
rough
maybe
spot.
soften up the board once or twice with some little removal spells here, he can set up for like Power of Creation Gyrocopter maybe to like get him some good trades. Which actually,
We can
based
see.
on where those spells went, kind of looked like what he was going for, right?
Yeah.
But we know that the Apexis Blast is going to get the job done. Exactly what A-Rock would have needed and exactly what Wama would have been seeing in his nightmares for the last week or so. The quick and easy Game 1 victory for A-Rock, at least in the context of a Tempo Mage Mirror.
Right, and it was a tough one for both sides there. I think A-Rock did very well with the execution of his turns. I think, again, although I was talking about a slightly different way around like the Giant and Elemental Allies turn he could have gone, I think his planning for Mage turns actually looked quite strong, from my point of view at least.
Yeah.
And but I will say, a little bit unfortunate for Wama, where the spells just didn't exist for most of that mid to early to mid game, really. So he had the Apprentice, had the Cyclone, had the Mana Giant, and no spells. It's pretty much worst case scenario a lot of the time for Mage there for Wama. So definitely a tough one for him, but that is just our game number 1. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up our game number 2. A-Rock currently leading. Let's see if he can take it all the way right after this. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to get into our game number 2 between Warmer and A-Rock. A-Rock currently leading 1-0 now off the back of some very clean mage play in the mirror, and it does mean he is one game closer, Sottle, to that safety and dodging relegation this season in what's been a pretty dicey season for A-Rock and Warmer, to be fair.
It has. It's been full of ups and downs, I would say, for Warmer, whereas I think A-Rock has had a little bit more of a consistently negative run of it. He was obviously right in the bracket for automatic relegation right up until the end. It was pretty much a straight-up three-way fight between himself, Silvername, and Ball Control for basically the entire season. It seemed to become pretty clear pretty quickly that it was going to be 2 of those 3 players that were going to be automatically relegated from Division B, whereas Warmer did hover around a more mid-table position for most of the weeks. Did take a couple of gambles on Turtle Mage that didn't pay off that big for him in the end, but overall I think has had a slightly more consistent season, but that really counts for nothing when you get down to this point. You know, it's just the way the format works is one match is going to have more meaning than all of the others, and this is the one that they're faced with right now. And certainly A-Rock was off to a flying start here, which is exactly what he needed after being on the receiving end of 3 pretty quick victories from Bunny Hopper yesterday.
Yeah, and it does look like we are going to be going into a Demon Hunter versus Mage matchup. So we're going to see a Mage get stomped because Demon Hunter is so favored in the match. I'm just seeing how many people I can annoy. That's all. Sorry, I don't seriously mean that. It is a very, very close matchup. And although people are now starting to say, "Oh, Mage is favored. Mage wins this match." Oh, I'm wrong anyway. Okay, it was Priest. Never mind. But I was going to say,
nice bit, idiot.
I know. But I will finish my point. Even though people are starting to say now that Mage is favored, I do think it is just a close one regardless.
Yes,
but
I agree.
Ignore everything I just said. I'm stupid. We're going to have Priest instead, going to go up against Demon Hunter. And A-Rock's Priest is a fairly standard list, if not the standard list. The 1 Holy Smite, the 1 Twilight Drake, and the 1 Cabal Shadow Priest, and then all of the expected extras in there. So it's going to just be a good old-fashioned matchup, I think, with both players having fairly standard decks.
Yes, and the no Galacrond as well, which I have become a pretty huge advocate for in the Priest list. A-Rock off to a good start. Again, we actually saw this on the other side, right? I believe from Bunny Hopper, where he had Cleric of Scales in the opening hand, 2 copies, unactivated for almost the entire game. I think they got activated around turn 8 or turn 9 or something in the end. Something ridiculous like that. So A-Rock having that alongside the Kobold Spellkin straight away, and alongside the security of Pyromancer Apotheosis for the long game, and an early curve of minions with the Wand Maker as well. Like, this is about as good as he could possibly hope for, and I think you see the contented, happy little nod coming out there from A-Rock. He understands this is the kind of hand he was looking for.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit weird, but you just want stuff to do against Demon Hunter in the early game. You don't want these minions to just start stacking up and hitting you in the face. And even this Twilight Drake now is a big deal. All the reasons I've said ever since players started putting this in their list, it just looks great every single game we see it. I think we see it so often that it is in this relatively early game that it comes into play. It's a huge problem for. Or will be a huge problem for Warmer to deal with here.
Yep. It's a 4-7 if it were to come down this turn. Reasonably close pick. I would spend a lot of time talking to myself about the relative merits of Dragonmaw Skystalker and then pick the Murazond.
But you can coin this Skystalker out. Am I doing it right? Am I doing the thought pattern correct?
Well, it's more like it kind of fits the curve really nicely, right? It's just threat into threat into threat, because you could still potentially choose to use your Draconic discount this turn, but then you'd be a little bit stuck on the following turn, so I don't think it works out particularly well. But with a double Apotheosis hand, the Death Rattle minion is so appealing. That's my main point of advocacy for the Dragonmaw Skystalker there. But again, I talked about this yesterday. I think more and more this matchup has evolved from the Priest side to have progressed past the idea of sticking a big minion and putting Apotheosis on it, to just greeding the ever-loving you-know-what out of Wild Pyromancer Apotheosis and just re-knowing multiple times over the course of the game with Pyro Apo activation. So, Murazond, good card. Pick the good card.
And now Warmer's going to have to start putting together a plan. And guess what that plan should be from my point of view? So I'll get that skull to the left and get it cast, because that is what he's going to have to do. And like you said, I think the more this matchup has evolved and the more that the Priest players are saying, okay, I'll just wait for the Outlast, right? I'll build up the big heal turns, no problem. The more focus actually then leans onto this plan from Demon Hunter of like almost trying to two-shot your opponent and just kill them over 2 turns instead of letting them, chip, be greedy, be greedy. Oh wait, there's the big heal turn they've been waiting off. Okay, chip. You can do it that way, but I think now there's a focus more than ever on actually just hacking together 2 huge turns.
And there's a wonderful kismet to this, Raven, where you just want the players to get the skull to the left to get it cast, whereas you just cast about getting the skull to the left.
Yeah, I did that on purpose, right? No, not
Have you ever done anything on purpose in your entire life?
No, but that just makes it more impressive, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
I must consider.
Well, looking at here, even though there is the option for the Spellkin, there are a lot of cards in hand and a Twilight Drake Soul, so you know what I want to do. Play with you.
Yep. Interesting that the Renew came down here as opposed to the Radiance. The Radiance was obviously full efficiency healing here. He could have just gone Twilight Drake first into Radiance. Drake would be the same size.
Yeah, if what's the word I'm looking for? What's the card? I'm going crazy.
This one's beyond even my powers to know what you're talking about.
I'm having a bad
Raven.
start to the day. Okay,
yeah.
I apologize. But yeah, if Ascetic comes down, obviously Radiance the less flexible tool, because it won't be able to proc.
Yeah.
But most importantly, the Twilight Drake's on the board, and look at that. It is a bit of a problem here. Warmer, even in the Altruis and Penflinger list he is running, it's still running a Consume Magic, which is very important in this matchup. Although, we did get to see sometimes the weird negative state you can get if your opponent finds out you have it in hand.
Right. Yeah, definitely would have liked to see the Radiance come down on the previous turn. I think there's a lot of upsides. It was perfectly efficient. There is an upside to having Radiance as a surprise card because it's generated. It's not something that your opponent's necessarily going to account for. You can kind of bait them into going all in, but I think those are minor things in comparison to the upsides of holding on to Renew, which is additional information later on about which spell you're actually going to want to have in certain situations, and the Sethic upside, as you were just talking about. So,
now, how greedy are we talking here, Sottle? Can A-Rock feasibly use one Apotheosis this turn if he wanted to? Or do you think even that is using up the resources too early?
Yeah, I kind of liked it, honestly. It was something that I was looking at that turn. I think it's absolutely fine because he has the double Apo in hand already. I think the fear, yes, exactly. Because it's a Twilight Drake specifically, it's just so brutal against Consume Magic, right? Like any other reasonable sized minion, they Consume Magic it, fine. They've dealt with your Apotheosis, but you still have a 3/5 or an 8/8 or a Dragonmore Skystalker or whatever you've ended up putting it on, right? Like, but in this case, you have a freaking 4/1, so it's just completely miserable. And
It's
put
funny,
it on a
isn't
big
it?
Twilight Drake.
What makes it good also makes it bad, right?
Yes.
It's like... I get some use out of that Penflinger. I imagine it's going to be Consume Magic now to deal with this. I still just wonder if there's going to be a Twin Slice used. He can do it next turn and still have that Skull castable regardless.
Yes.
But if he doesn't, I'm just wondering what he's going to do with the rest of his turn, I guess. Just Shard Chatter to kill off this, and Hero Power is maximizing the damage just by squeezing those Hero Powers as much as possible.
A simple spell.
Priest having too many generation effects. Could just go for Radiance. He doesn't want to burn the coin here.
Yep.
I don't hate it.
I don't either.
So what he's doing here really is saving the Radiance to proc the Pyro, right?
Well, I mean, yes, but he also just used coin, which procs the Pyro even more efficiently. Like, if you think of it in terms of like procking Mount Seller or procking Kael'thas, right? Like, the coin is an innovate. It not only allows you to proc the actual thing itself, but also fit in another spell because you get additional mana.
Yeah, I guess upside of this, if there's going to be one, is that he gets to just press the Hero Power an additional turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because although you could say, well, if he holds the coin, he can Radiance anyway, heal for more later, you can only hero power once a turn generally, which means if you get to do it more turns than not, you've probably healed for more in the game. So looks a little bit strange to me. I think I would have just played the Radiance, personally. But still going to be some upside for this play.
I think I would have too, but I don't object to this line. I think it makes sense. For the reasons you described, it's technically just net 2 healing over the course of the game to do it this way. So,
Marrow Slicer, Blade Dance. Okay. Not
pretty good.
The worst skull I've ever seen by any stretch. Does look about time that we might see an Apotheosis on this Spellkin, though. Seems reasonable. Could even drop down the Sethic as well. It is always difficult, though, to play into a skull turn, right? Because you know your opponent's not... Well, Warhammer's got a ton of cards full stop. You know 3 of them are greatly reduced. So I don't think anything A-Rock does this turn, he can really expect it to live.
Like this pick. Right Wing or Chrono Breaker, I wouldn't have really objected to either. That's good information, if nothing else. It's a fairly trashy card. The fact that it's discounted at least makes it somewhat playable for A-Rock, but it's still a fairly garbage card for him, obviously, but it's crucial information about what's going on in his opponent's hand right now.
Yeah, I think even playing it now seems okay. Just 4 mana 5/5, and he has the information. Trade off into the 3/2. Seems pretty solid to me.
Yeah, I do like this, though. Drop the second Draconic Studies here, no real reason not to. Might find something more effective, like a 6 mana dragon there that you wanted to play instead. But picks up the Skeletal Dragon instead, just to have that big taunt.
Yeah, 5 mana Skeletal Dragon or 6 mana Murazon. These things seem pretty solid. As I said, in the post-Skull turn, you're not really expecting these minions to live. A-Rock's not really seen much from Warhammer all game. So you are expecting Blade Dance or some kind of damage to come down. Oh, he has to Blade Dance, right? Seems far too good to not do.
Agreed. Now, is it yet time to press the 30 button? I don't think it is.
No, I actually think Murazon Death could be quite good here.
Murazon Death? Just to load up the board?
Yeah, you should get a big board and you kill the 5/5, which is the important one, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just saw a Blade Dance for 0. Is it realistic that Warhammer's going to be able to kill off the Murazon and the 5/5? I think 16 health after killing the 5/5 is probably safe, and then do the big turn next turn. We're going to go for Skeletal Dragon Radiance. This is the more, I would say, like defensive play, because obviously Taunt gets to heal. But I think 16 was safe.
Certainly a big ask. It would have to be Marrow Slicer and the other Lapidary plus things, right? And likely one or both of those cards would have to be discounted by the Skull, and you already know what one of the discounted cards is with the Sociologist.
Yeah. And then you have 2 good targets for Apotheosis next turn, if for some reason you don't want to Pyro Apo in that turn. So, yeah, we are just going to have a bit of a disconnect there, so the game is paused while whichever player it was, I'm not sure, gets back into the game. But yeah, that was a very interesting choice. Maybe I just lean to those, actually, I'm going to turn into the aggressive plays a little bit too much for my own good a lot of the time. But that looked pretty positive. He leaves the Mana Feeder on board, so I guess he'd be on effectively 14 health that turn. But he'd have an 8/8, a 5/5, and then he has the huge Pyromancer reset the turn after. It looked okay, but A-Rock did choose for the slightly more defensive play.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where I do get to be a bit smug because, I've been playing this deck and this matchup for quite a long time, and I've had multiple, top players spectating me, watching me play the game, just be like, why aren't you playing like big threats? Why are you being so defensive? Why are you trying to just outlast the damage? But I just kept winning, so I just kept doing it. I saw no reason to like change my playstyle, and now it seems like history has proved me correct because that seems to be the style of play that all the top players have come around to doing as well in the matchup. So I do definitely see the merit of making the aggressive counter push there just because of the timing being so specifically after you saw the blade dance from your opponent.
Yes.
But I cannot fault heal up, play big taunt as a generic default play against Demon Hunter.
So Fragment's going to get shuffled in. Militia going to be able to clean up the rest of this Dragon, sorry. And then I imagine we're going to see that weapon swing face.
There it goes. This is my slight concern about the way these last few turns have been played from A-Rock, though, is that he has slowly, turn by turn, cannibalized all of his Pyromancer spells. The Coin, the Radiance, the Renews, all of these things that he's had over various points. Don't get me wrong, I advocated for using one or two of them on certain turns as well, but I do feel like A-Rock has potentially just used up one too many here, and that's left him in a position where, without Soul Mirror, he should have had this in mind, right? Because A, it's the way you lose a lot of the time. B, it's the thing that you need an answer to when you don't specifically have Soul Mirror. C, he's just seen it in his opponent's hand, right? So he just knows it's there to be dealt with. So I think he should have been having this in mind constantly, of just making sure he had the effective AoE, which he doesn't really have now without consuming both of his Apotheosis, which doesn't feel too great.
Yeah. Also, what doesn't feel too great is it looks like A-Rock is on the receiving end of the internet issues, I imagine, as he's the one reacting first on camera, at least. I might be wrong, of course. I'm just saying what I see. But it looks like there's some slight internet issues, and it's bad for both players, honestly. No one wants to have connections in and out. For either of these players, you saw Warmer just like, come on, pretty tough matchup. Let's just play it out smooth. But luckily, the pause function does come into play quite nicely.
Right.
I'm gonna go for it though, and he has to. Of course.
Wait, what did he just hit? That's a targeted spell. Oh, silence is insane. Hello?
Oh, into Radiance.
I don't think that gets played, right? It doesn't actually achieve anything. It was just like it was just hitting that third playable on this turn. As soon as the silence was hit, I think this turn was just kind of locked up as a good turn. He can just rip the Wave of Apathy and deal with the situation. The Radiance he can preserve for a rainy day at this point.
But the follow-up is not so great looking at A-Rock's hand, is it?
No.
And Wama is by no means out of resources quite yet. Still, of course, has the Altruist Penflinger combos, which is, again, a benefit of this style of Demon Hunter that we see not a lot of Grandmasters outside of the French region, in Europe at least, actually bring. Is the Penflinger version. You're about to see why some players do like it. They've done, what, 3 to 6 damage before this turn even happened this game? Can't quite recall every point, of course, but still a good chunk.
Now coming into play with that Altruist combo as well. Wama leaves one exposed to board, which is fine. You're probably not expecting too many exciting ways for A-Rock to be able to answer that. Holy Smite is an absurd draw, though. And this Murazond lines this turn up so insanely well for A-Rock.
How many Penflingers is he going to get? That's so sick.
I mean, it's the Altruist more than anything else, right?
Just everything.
The Altruist is insane because he has Smite from Outcast, and now he is the Penflinger deck.
That is insane, honestly. Yep. I've cast a lot of this Penflinger list, and I have not actually seen that happen yet, and it's absolutely madness. Penflinger can even go face, of course, because of the Altruist.
Yep.
And now Warmer is quite seriously on the back foot. That is not a turn you wanted to see.
Yo, if only there was a way to get like a permanent Apo buff on your Penflinger, so every time you bounced it back to hand and dealt 1 damage, you got the healing. Oh, yeah.
Need some kind of Paladin hand buff card or something to make it work.
That's what I'm talking about. More likely the Apo just goes on this Murazond and ends the game, you know, but...
No. The Apo goes on the Altruist, of course, Soto. Come on.
Does that actually end up... It might actually end up being more, genuinely, right?
It's cooler, and you know what I think about the cooler plays.
It is objectively cooler, you are correct.
And it also makes it not die as easily to a weapon swing, right? I actually think it's just not a bad idea.
mean, having a 10-11 is a 10-11, though. Can I interest you in a 10-11?
Only if the Altruist isn't on the table. But yeah, I'll take it. It's fine.
Okay, imagine you weren't just trying to do the fun thing and you had to play a series of Hearthstone, say, with your Grandmasters career on the line. Could I interest you in a 10-11 then?
I actually think there's a chance you'd make the play for the Altruist. Just for the full glory play. Workstra's going to come down instead, but I do, of course, see your point. The 10-11 going to be a huge problem for Wama to deal with. One Blade Dance already gone, and his weapon is relatively small.
Because that's the big kicker, right? Like, I think the Altruist play has more upside, and yes, you probably do technically get more healing off of it. But it's very easy for Wama to deal with, even with 5 health, in comparison to the minion that you made otherwise of the 10-11, right? Which is just a straight-up game ender.
This just doesn't look like it's going to cut it. The Blade Dance gone. Hemflingers are going to come out to play, but it's just not going to be enough.
Aerok's just like, come on, I know this is conceding. Just concede already. Put me out of my misery.
Wama wants to stack the pressure.
Yeah.
Because he knows all this damage he's doing to the face doesn't matter because he's going to heal it all the way back up, even if he survived anyway.
Yep.
There's the concede. Aerok goes up 2-0, and I will say, although Aerok won, for me, the play looked a little bit shakier than the Mage game we saw earlier on. It looked like there were a few decisions that could have gone a little bit either way, at least in the usage of those resources in hand. But I think most importantly, the matchup approach looked quite correct from Aerok there.
It did, yeah. There were just decisions that I think he got wrong, and there was long-term planning decisions that I think showed a little bit of inexperience in the matchup, possibly. I think Aerok has self-confessed that his priest play has been lacking in places. At least I think that was him. I hope I haven't just described someone else's comments to him. But, you know, he did have to get bailed out of a couple of sticky situations, most notably with the Pyrosethic turn, where he just hit the extra spell to be able to have the efficient board clear while keeping the Apotheosis, which ended up being huge. But the huge turn with the Murazond hitting all the Penflingers, he spotted that instantly, and that was certainly the turn that completely locked out the game. So a mixed bag so far from Aerok. I think the opening game was fantastic. I think that game certainly had its moments, but there was some questionable stuff in there as well. But none of that really matters. You know, he won't be interested in hearing any of that right now. He's just staring at the scoreboard, and right now the scoreboard says 2-0 Aerok.
Yeah, and now we're going to go into a matchup that is 100% Demon Hunter favorite. No, I'm joking. It is going to be Demon Hunter versus Mage here. Wama taking or using the Jandis version in there as well with the Arcane Insect and 1 Conjurers, but no the 1 Devolving Missiles. I swear that changes place every time I see it. So it's going to be a pretty standard list overall for Wama going up against Aerok's list, which again is just a little bit different for himself. He isn't running the Penflingers, he is running the Horde Pillager in there as well, so has some more of a longer game options, but I don't think that specifically is going to come into play versus Mage.
No, I mean, it can do rarely when you just get an extremely aggressive opener and you just kind of play very Bomb Warrior style, where it's just weapon swing face, Horde Pillager, weapon swing face, some more setup lethal, but that is very, very rare because you do have to at least pay some attention to the board states that Mage usually generates in the early game.
And although Aerok had a great game 1 and a decent game number 2, it's all on Wama now to defend. He needs to be able to claw some of these games back. Wouldn't be the first reverse sweep we've seen all weekend, though, so still a good chance. Interesting play here. If he goes for Aldraki Warblades, I imagine he's going to swing now, swing next turn, and probably plan on equipping the Mouse Slicer over the top and just not swing for the turn after, because he does have that Glaive Bound that you just will want active as soon as possible, and I don't think Aerok will want to be waiting around an additional turn to activate the Glaive Bound effect, because it's so useful sniping those key minions from Mage.
I was looking a little bit at just going Demon Companion Twin Slice Hero Power there to kill the 2-2, have the extra minion on board, and just preserve potentially the Warblades for later. You can just go straight into the Marrow Slicer next turn. And that also plops the Consume Magic nicely into the Outcast position on the left-hand side of your hand, which I think is not nothing as well.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I definitely think, and I'm not saying you were really advocating it for this reason, but I do think this matchup isn't like saved by big heals from a late game Eldraki. So I think that's part of a reason to just use up the Warblades regardless. So I think I like how A-Rock did it. He could just save all these tools just in case he needs the Twin Slices, for example, to help with a big Blade Flurry on a Conjurer's turn, which is the scariest bit of the game. Wama, though, has managed to go off with the Apprentice and the Cyclone. Now he just has the issue of he's got all the spells, now he just needs the minions this time. If he combines his 2 mage games together, he's got one heck of a hand.
Oh, it says explode!
So
Time runs out on me.
that's a ton of spells there from Wama. He does have a ton of burn available and some removal as well, so he might actually be piecing together a highly aggressive plan here. A-Rock, though, with the Soul Fragment, I think, was that a Shard Shatter pull by any chance? It must have been. The Fist Pump only means one thing. And he's to be able to clean this up. That is absolutely huge, and it's not as if the board was strictly just going to win Wama the game there and then, but it's more the difficulty in dealing with a board that wide. It does mean that without being able to clear it up in just one go, A-Rock would have had to spent multiple turns back-to-back dealing with that. It would have been a huge issue, but now with the Shard Shatter, he is back in the game. Wama, of course, still has all those resources available to him, which means that this Combustion is going to come into play pretty nicely to clean this up. So he has that Fireball and Pyroblast, and we are slowly moving towards the point in the game where those are going to be pretty important, especially seeing that Eldraki Blades used up a little bit earlier in the game. Astromancer Solarian dropping down now, though. Does give A-Rock something to consider, but with that swing already loaded in if he wants, and the Glaive Bound, he can clean this up. But choice or question number one here, does he want to consume magic, the Astromancer Solarian, so he doesn't have to worry about a prime initially? Or does he just want to ignore it, kill it off, and keep pushing damage and keep the consume magic available to him for maybe something a little bit scary in the near future? If he doesn't go for the consume, he does get to push some more damage. I think either way, we are going to see the Glaive Bound, we are going to see the Weapon Swing. It is just all about this consume magic. We can see, of course, that, at least for now, there isn't even a good chance for a target that's more important for consume than the Astromancer, but A-Rock doesn't know that. He could be facing down a giant into Conjurers very, very soon, in which that consume magic could be huge. He's actually pushing all the damage to face. Wama, 9 health. A-Rock, double Twin Slice for 4. Hero Power for 5. This has to be cleaned up by Wama, or he is simply dead. Cleaned up or frozen, though, of course. If the 6-4 is frozen, then he's not going to be able to push the final bit of damage he needs, but I actually really like this play from A-Rock.
Okay, sorry, I'm back, hopefully. You hear me? Hello.
Yes, I do hear you, Sol. Welcome back. Had a small internet issue yourself then. But yeah.
I did. It's contagious, apparently.
I've been chatting to the viewers on my own. It's fine.
Okay.
I've been hanging out.
All right, what did I miss?
Most important. So A-Rock has just gone full aggro. He drew a Shard Shatter against a wide board of Wama perfectly on time to clean up a pretty aggressive turn with the Mana Cyclone. And then he chose to actually not consume Magic the Solarian and go for Glaive Bound to face with the Weapon Swing, kind of setting up lethal, but Wama's got a ton of resources from an earlier Cyclone turn.
Nothing particularly defensive looking, though, which is a very, very big deal.
The Giant Draw is huge, though. It does give him a setup for next turn. The Devolving being able to clear that off does mean he's not strictly facing down a ton.
Oh! What did I come back to, Raven? Devolving Missiles!
Actually ruin A-Rock a little bit there.
I mean, the skull came off the Star Scryer, right? That got devolved into.
Oh, sure, it was. Yeah, that was the. Yeah.
So he just wouldn't have the skull if it wasn't for
That's
that.
true,
Like, that's just straight upside.
For some reason, I had it locked in my brain that it was just draw a card and not a spell, which is obviously specific. Well, he's going to be able to clean this up, though. Soul Shit and that Blade Dance. There goes the Giant. And look at A-Rock. He knows this is the moment. One more turn. And with Consume Magic, Skull in hand, he is likely to draw some damage. Warmer needs some kind of defense. But he has 2 secrets in hand, Sottle, but neither of them are Ice Barrier.
I know. I'm kind of mad that I missed the middle of this game because this is one of those super aggressive looking Demon Hunter games that we just haven't seen for quite some time. Everyone's been playing like very heavy control mid-rangey style, right, with the Demon Hunter in this matchup. Whereas this just seems like every point of damage has just gone straight up face for A-Rock so far.
And it all came off the back of that Shard Chatter. The perfect answer to Warmer's big wide board turn. Without that, A-Rock was swinging many times to get through that board.
Right.
Draw again. Needs 1 damage. That's not it. But he's got to learn very swiftly that that's not Ice Barrier, and if it's not Ice Barrier, then A-Rock's got to be pretty happy.
Oh, look at the moment of relief. He sees no Ice Barrier get drawn! Oh,
this
not like
could be
this,
a punish
Raven.
Soul. He had the choice to silence it. He had the choice.
Nothing. 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 One last spell. It's a very big nothing, but it's still nothing, Raven.
And we can see, of course, there is no follow-up. A-Rock's going to get the news. If he could attack face last turn, he can attack face this turn, and that's A-Rock going to be surviving in this relegation match. 3-0 over Warmer, and it could have been ruined with that final prime that did not have to be there, but he got away with it. A-Rock is going to be staying in Grandmasters, and it is Warmer who loses his relegation match.
I am still here. My internet hasn't dropped. I just wanted to let that moment speak for itself because I've become a big fan of this kid. Like he clearly cares, and that's all that I ask at this point. Is just having people invested in the program, invested in competitive Hearthstone, and even if they aren't necessarily the absolute top tier world beaters, and that some of the players with the legacy that they have, if they care as much as A-Rock clearly does, they'll put the work in and they'll get there eventually. So I love to see it. I love to see that reaction. That moment where he popped off at the end after he saw the prime whiff and he knew he won, like I had this genuine, like huge smile on my face, and like my arms still kind of like tingly with goosebumps a little bit, because these are the moments of emotion that, you know, I love to see. It's why I love doing what I do, because I love this game, and I just love seeing the reactions of people being successful in it. And don't get me wrong, overall, it's not a hugely successful season for A-Rock, but when you boil it all down to that final series, that is the success that he was looking for. He gets to do it again.
It was so tense as well, because I think you weren't here yet, but there was a glaive-bound turn with the Marrow Slicer equipped that A-Rock decided to go, you know what, glaive-bound face, weapon face, but he had 1 mana left over. He could have silenced the Solarium whether he killed it or not, and instead he chose the hero power for an extra point of damage. And obviously, like, that put his opponent to 1, but it also had the prime being out, because if he silenced it, there wouldn't be a prime to play, and maybe he wins the game more off the back of that. I don't even know, but regardless, that decision could have been pivotal and the difference between a win or a loss either way. And it's kind of crazy. It all came down to that one moment. But again, that Shard Chatter, perfect timing to beat back Warmer's on-board push there a little bit earlier in the game. Huge series, honestly. And again, congratulations to A-Rock. You can see he's pumped. And commiserations for Warmer. He's going to be losing. He is going to be our final relegated player. But as we mentioned at the start of the show, depending on how the last Masters Tour of the year goes in a couple of weeks' time, Warmer is looking pretty good to have a chance at re-qualifying back in based on his performance in Masters Tours this year. So although it's obviously, you know, a sad day, he won't want to be relegated, there's still a chance.
He is. He's in the driver's seat right now. He's in third place overall with just over $37,000 to his name. But that third place also includes Blythe, who, of course, is ineligible because he is still currently a Grandmaster at this point. So in terms of actual eligible players to get promoted, he is in second place, which means, multiple players are going to have to overtake him in Masters Tour Madrid if he's not going to have that automatic re-promotion. So he's still in a fine spot. But again, just you could understand from his perspective the fear that sets in at this point because he felt like he was having an okay season, then he fell into the relegation bracket, then he fell into the worst position in the relegation bracket, and then he had a 3-0 series like that go against him. So now you can start to feel like the world is against you, and with Masters Tour Madrid, suddenly all the European players start doing well, and you fear for your GM spot in the following season. Like, it could all go very, very wrong. But now we have settled the issue of who is going to be in Grandmasters for next season. We can refocus, Raven, on finding out who is going to the World Championship from the European region.
Yeah, we've got our semi-final number one coming right up. It is going to be Tice versus Casey. Double warrior bans here for both players. So back to a bit more normalcy, I guess, with these two players at least. We might see something a little bit different in the next match of the day. But taking a look at Tice's lineup, it is going to be that Secret Rogue, Tempo Mage, and Demon Hunter. And the Demon Hunter, again, same one as we saw from him last week, as is this whole lineup. That I-Beam and Magtheridon, I am excited to see if any of those cards do come into play, because they are not in fashion currently at the moment with any of the regular Demon Hunter builds.
Sorry, what's going on with that devolving missiles? Anyway, so as we've mentioned quite often, Tice has had a very, very tough week. He was hospitalized for around 48, 72 hours, I believe, earlier in the week. Because of that, he just scrambled to submit a lineup just so he was not, DQ'd. So he actually got a lineup in. So he is essentially playing last week's decks at this point. So he has somehow accidentally come out with a lineup that is still pretty reasonable against what the field is presenting right now.
And it's very interesting, isn't it? We see Casey's lineup, which is archetype the same as Tice's, the Secret Rogue, the Mage, the Demon Hunter. And the way the top four have shaken out, we have the two players on the left side, so that, this first match bring in, you could argue, the standard top tier meta decks right now. And then we have the players on the other semi-final with Yala and Psycho bringing two very different approaches to a target strategy. So just kind of weird the way we've lined this up, that we are going to see some kind of target strategy go against the top meta picks in the finals, no matter who wins.
That is very true indeed, but we're going to get into Tempo Mage once again here with Casey, who is running the Conjurer's Calling build, and that one copy of Firebrand that we've just started to see sneaking back into developments as weeks have gone on, and Tice is going to kick things off with that Demon Hunter. Was he watching? Was he taking notes, Raven, from the god, from A-Rock himself? Every point of damage to the face. Silence things, no need. Push the one. That's how you win the matchup.
And most importantly, the Mage built a 7-minion board, then draw Shard Chatter that's active to kill it all. I think that is what you need to watch out for. The aggressive play is something I respect, but without that Shard Chatter, I do think A-Rock would have been in a much tougher spot. It was just unfortunate you decided to leave us for a second or so, Sol, and miss that part of the game. But it was pretty tense. Without it, he would have been in trouble, but that is the matchup we are going to get into. And, I'm going to ask a dicey question here, but what's your stance on this matchup? Are you now leaning more towards Mage like some other players / casters, or are you still in the, what I think we were both agreeing on is the 50-50 zone of this matchup?
I still think it's slightly Demon Hunter favored. My stance hasn't particularly changed. I think we heard the take from, I think it was Derek on the APAC broadcast, where he said that, maybe the ladder stats are misleading because Mage is harder to play than Demon Hunter is. Like, maybe the ladder players are playing Demon Hunter close to optimally, and that's why it's being shown as favored, whereas Mage is a lot harder to play. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think there's a lot of intricate, hidden type plays that mediocre players will miss with Demon Hunter, and I think potentially those are plays that are still being missed even at this level, in terms of squeezing out the win rate for Demon Hunter. So I think, if it all comes down to two players playing perfectly, I do think it ends up still being slightly Demon Hunter favored for me.
Okay, well, we'll get to see this pretty soon. Of course, this is semi-final number one. We're then, of course, going to have two more matches after this to decide who is going to join a silver name from the European region at the World Championship. And that World Championship is coming up soon in December. Can't exactly remember the date, but it's in December. And it's going to be a huge, huge deal to see who we're going to crown the next world champion. So a lot on the line here. And again, it's a very different tone now for these players. We were just in a relegation match, but this is a lot on the line for different reasons here, Sottle, with just a ultimate victory being available for these players.
Yeah, and kind of two different career arcs, I would suppose. You know, Tice peaked early in the history of Hearthstone. I have got to interview both of these players this season. You can check those out in full on the YouTube channel if you would like to. But, you know, Tice spoke about how he felt like he was at his peak around the 2015-2016 region. I was kind of talking to him about looking back at how the overall standard of Hearthstone has evolved. And he said that right now it's so much higher than it ever was. And back then when he was dominant, he did so by, you know, he just had to be relatively good at the game, you know, and a lot of people just made bad mistakes and there wasn't the data available. So people brought bad decks, bad lineups, things weren't consolidated into practice groups. The game wasn't anywhere as close to as being solved as it is now when we're still miles away from it being solved. So he kind of has his primary legacy from that era of the game, whereas Casey's kind of the here and now. Like, he was at the World Championship or the Global Finals in the previous year. He's back again in with a shot on getting there. And I think he's one of the linchpins of the European Grandmasters community right now, because all of the other players around him, Bunnyhopper, RDU, Tice himself, actually give Casey a lot of credit in terms of building lineups and putting things together and really driving and leading that practice group, which has been incredibly successful. So I think it is a real clash of two eras right now. And I think either way it goes, I think we'll have a fantastic representative in the final and a potential fantastic representative at the World Championship.
Yeah, I think it really just drilled it down for me watching the Asia Pacific finals just an hour or so, 2 hours ago. These are the last spots for Worlds. This is going to decide who is going, and then guess what? It's Worlds. It's happening very soon. So these are the last chances for these players this season, and that's the difficulty, isn't it, with the way Grandmasters is right now? Is these players have done well. They've got all the way through to top 4 at the end of a long, grueling season. But really, first place is all that matters, if we're being completely honest. If you don't get first place, you're not going to Worlds. And yeah, you had a good season, but it's back to the drawing board again, where you have to try and plan out a way to try and do it again next season. So a lot on the line for these players. And I kind of echo your thoughts, where any of our top 4 making it would be pretty impressive, I think, give Europe an impressive chance at the World Championship. But we will see who starts it off here. Well, Tice and Casey is coming right up. Sorry for the slight delay. Tice probably had to make a few brews, and he might be a little bit slower than normal. So I think that's fair. We can give him the extra few minutes he needs. Obviously, he's still probably, definitely not feeling 100%. We are going to get into it right now. Game number 1. Tice on the top on that Demon Hunter. Casey on the bottom on the Tempo Mage. Sol, take me through the mulligans.
Well, first off, I would just say hopefully Tice is laying off the tee at least temporarily and focusing just purely on the water for now. I think that's probably a good start at this point. But yeah, mulligan-wise, I think the Cram Session is definitely appealing, but it's a much harder sell as a keep when you don't have any of the spell damage minions in your opening hand. So I would personally favor keeping it. Casey's going a completely different way with the one-keep Shenvala instead, which is extremely interesting to me. Mulligan strategies against Demon Hunter has been one of the hotly debated topics throughout multiple regions, with APAC casters, APAC players, Europe casters, Europe players, America's casters, America's players, all kind of having different stances on what the cards are, what the curves are that you're looking for in this matchup. And one keep Shenvala, I think, is yet another development to the story here from Casey.
I think one thing for me is that I can say is Shenvala doesn't really die versus Demon Hunter, does it? Unless they have the 1-2-3 curve or something, then Shenvala, you don't really deal 5 that well. So I don't know if I like it, but I think I understand it as if he just drops it down on curve, or maybe even earlier, and tries to fight for board from a very early point. You can see it potentially pay off.
So I have tried this before, and here's my experience with it. So if you just keep Shenvala, you are slightly less aggressive in the opener on average, right? So you might just even fall behind to like a 1-2 curve from the Demon Hunter on the other side. And then you play Shenvala, and yeah, maybe it does stick, because, you can beat their Marrow Slicer and that kind of stuff. But do you have the cards to pay it off in one turn after that? Do you just play a 2-5 that dies over the course of 2 turns? And is that necessarily good enough to be able to give you a platform in the matchup? I think it's interesting.
Yeah, it's really tough, isn't it? For now, though, we are going to see Casey just get a few minions out for himself, currently leading on board. And Tice, Does have his Panthara with the hero power.
Mm-hmm.
We can draw, kill off this spell damage minion. Seems pretty positive the way I'm looking at it. Does have a flurry of options for turn 4, but none of them feel fantastic versus specifically an early minion mage right now.
Yeah, agreed. Just get these Pantharas down, start chipping away. Spell damage, certainly the premium minion to eliminate here, I would imagine, from Tice's perspective.
And Soulshare I-Beam definitely isn't bad. Actually, just as spot removal. This early push from Casey.
Yeah, that I-Beam's going to get a bit awkward though, isn't it? It's depending on what the next draw is, whether it's going to be castable or not this game. That ain't it, Chief. Although, it does provide a pretty useful replacement for the I-Beam. Now just Soulshare Chaos Strike is honestly a pretty powerful turn here as well. But there might be just some merit in getting the Marrow Slicer loaded up, even though it's a little bit more inefficient overall in terms of damage.
And that's it, right? You can just right now see what's required to kill a Shambhala, and you see that it does at least slow Tice down here. He doesn't get the Marrow Slicer equipped. We can see that he's probably okay with being slow because his hand isn't great. But
Sure.
if it dodges in play, or if he had to play Marrow Slicer anyway and dump in the Mana Feeder too, that's it. It's a win, I would say, for Casey. Here comes the spells and the Cyclone, though.
Casey playing the lot. Nothing else going on in his hand, so he's going to need some gas here.
Mirror Image would be insane.
Yup. Arcane Intellect
Again.
and Evocation. That qualifies as gas, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, he didn't go again with 1 mana. I thought that was worth considering.
Just rip the Evo again.
Yeah, he has Arcane to draw cards. He's getting towards Deep Freeze anyway. He had 1 mana leeway, so even a 2-cost spell would be playable. I thought it was worthwhile.
Just wants a playable here that's not Philosophy. Oh, that's actually kind of bad as well. I think Tice wanted to work that I-Beam over to the right-hand side of his hand this turn, right? So obviously the Philosophy would have duplicated the Spirit Jailer, which would have punished him, but also the Consume Magic here, drawing a card, can potentially punish him as well. But I guess worst case scenario, he does just get to silence the Sorcerer's Apprentice anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. That was very interesting as well, I think. Like, couldn't he have just I-Beamed it for 3 mana and been okay with it? Kills the Apprentice. Heals up a bit, leaves a 2/2. If he whiffed on that, he couldn't even kill the Apprentice that turn.
He also could have just Marrow Sliced and killed it. He could have Marrow Sliced 2 turns ago and killed the Shambhala. There's a lot of different ways that these last couple of turns could have been played out from Tice.
Counterspell there just in time for a Skull turn, and honestly, I think there's a fair read from Casey that Tice could well have a Skull here, because that Marrow Slicer could be won quite easily.
That's true, yeah. It's a good pickup, though.
He's got to wait, right?
Wait for the Magtheridon?
I think so. He's 1 turn away. I think it's fine to just hold off here.
Agreed.
Because, yes, Mage can freeze it. Yes, they can devolve in missiles. But if they don't, you probably just win the game. So I think it's worthwhile. There's some minions the Shard Shatter clears up anyway. You've just shuffled a ton of soul fragments in. Yeah, I like this.
Completely agree. Casey is fearful of the Sociologist more than anything right now, just based on how many soul fragments he saw get loaded up into Tice's deck there. I think he winced when he saw those final 2 fragments come down. I think he is expecting the big 7 mana play on the following turn, and it is a big 7 mana play that he's going to get met with, but perhaps not the one he was expecting.
I think he might prefer Militia. He does have the Flame Ward as an answer.
Big call from Casey to hold on to the Mana Giant here. Plays around both of those eventualities, the Sociologist and the Magtheridon Shard Shatter.
Demons. Demons.
The problem is, I'm sure arguments could be made to not do it this turn for Tice. But it does make the rest of his turn look a little bit more rubbish, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And I'm a fan of just playing the game where, okay, yeah, you don't get to kill giants, you don't get to kill a big Conjurer's turn or anything like that, but you have a 12-12 on an empty board.
Time grows short. I grow impatient.
And also with Kayn, he can actually check for Vaporize as well, post Magtheridon.
I will still find
Gonna check for the face secrets right now. He's now got the knowledge that it is something spell-based, having not yet cast a spell. It is, of course, counterspell, but could still be Spellbender and or Netherwind Portal.
Mm-hmm.
Now Casey's going to take that opportunity to go in, has the turns, the mana to look for a Conjurer's Calling here, potentially, to diversify his threats, but having not hit it immediately, he's just going to go digging. The Arcane Intellect. Oh, Devolving Missiles is huge.
I thought he was going to play it.
Frostbolt. He is going to play it. Yikes! Oh!
That's huge. He just gets to kill a giant now with the Magtheridon.
He does.
And he knows
but
the secret isn't going to interrupt it.
yes, he has tested everything that is relevant for the Magtheridon coming down, but Casey delaying his push for one turn has delayed this counter push from Tice for one turn, which now unlocks Deep Freeze mana for Casey in response. And I think that nod coming out there from Casey means that he understood the situation here. He knew that this was a possibility. And now just that one turn of stalling that he managed to squeeze out here means that this is an answerable board state.
Yeah, Deep Freeze and then Vaporize the turn after to add that extra level of safety as well.
Is he going to go Frostbolt instead?
Hmm.
He's looking for, try and find an evocation turn?
What to do?
Well,
it has to be Deep Freeze. It just has to be Deep Freeze.
Right.
What do you mean? I just summoned 2 elementals. Oh, Consume Magic again is enormous.
It would be even bigger if it could be targeted for your own minion.
I-Beam for the counterspell. Consume Magic removes one of the freeze effects. Oh! And rips the Sociologist off the top, Raven!
That, I don't think, could have gone any better for one singular draw. I guess Skull could have been good if the outcomes from Skull were good, of course, but that is just insane. Cleans up the elementals, no problem. Protects the Magtheridon being forever frozen. Of course, we can see a Frostbolt. That is kind of beside the point right now.
Was it worth Wind Furying those last trades into the 3-6? I'm not so sure about that. Obviously, it was already silenced, so it couldn't freeze the 12-12, right? So it feels like Tice might have just taken more damage off his own board here than he necessarily needed to.
I'm not sure, you know. I actually just don't know on that one, because it does just make the board have to be... It has to, like, Casey has to do something with nothing, right? He has no starting point. So maybe that would have changed, but maybe it wouldn't. It can hit the militia for AoE and kill it off.
My argument is that you didn't, instead of starting from 0, you actually did some of Casey's work for him by clearing 2 of your own minions.
Maybe he wanted to just protect the militia with the higher health from AoE.
Yeah, I could see that.
Still, though, this Magtheridon is frozen, so cannot attack yet, of course. And,
poor Warlock.
Militia into Skull.
Insane, right? Consume Magic into Militia into Skull, don't forget. Because that Consume Magic was huge. Because now, because of this Magtheridon, that was a Deep Freeze that didn't go face. There was a Frostbolt that didn't go face. But this Raven is a ton of damage that is going to go face.
It's just lethal, right?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Oh,
yes!
Insane! It looked like the Magtheridon could have been punished. And you can argue it was punished. The delay it was frozen 2 turns in the row. It didn't get to swing. But Casey, with that nod, is like, yeah, okay. The Consume Magic into Militia, into Skull, into 3 cards to give Tice exact lethal this turn. That is not how you want to lose a game of Hearthstone. But Tice is going to go 1-0 up here. And what an ending, at least, to that game. Wow.
Yeah, really, really clean. A lot of respect for the way that Casey navigated through those mid-game turns. Again, with the speed that Casey plays, it's sometimes hard to, evaluate everything that's going on.
Right.
But, what's very apparent is that he does process all of these situations. So when suddenly, obviously, Devolving Missiles was picked up, right? And we're like, oh, sick, Devolving Missiles. He threw it away really quickly, and we're like, wait, he doesn't have Devolving Missiles anymore. That could be sick. But he knew he had that set up with the Deep Freeze to deal with the Magtheridon anyway, so he was happy to just throw that away to deal with the damage from the Cane that was on board. These are all things that he had planned out, and that one extra turn of stalling that he found to be able to line that Deep Freeze up was pretty effective. But in the end, it was just a brutal back-to-back-to-back draw from Tice on the top there, just able to send a huge beatdown.
Yeah, you just can't really recover from something like that, especially with its double twin slice involved, of course. But that was just game number 1. We're going to go to a quick break while we set up for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What useless facts do I know? Oh man, I have plethoras of useless facts.
Useless facts.
I know pi to the 50th digit.
To the 50th digit?
Yeah. Well, probably more than that, actually.
We're in Texas right now. The Texas state motto is friendship. That's a useless fact.
3.14159265358979323.
Maybe it's not a useless fact, but I know how to cut almost every single fruit.
4626433832795002.
Well, there's no correct answer to that. If I give you a useless fact, it would then be useful for this interview.
Do you know a fact off the top of your head?
Okay. Jaguars have a particularly powerful bite force, and what they will often do is crush the skulls of their victims. They will just bite right through the skull, and boom, lights out.
884197169399375105. It's like 60 digits, I think, or something.
That's more than impressive.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in our semi-final number 1 of the day here in the European Hearthstone at Grandmasters, and we've just seen Tice take a victory over Casey in a very close game with the help of some draws off the top there with his Demon Hunter. Does mean he is going to be leading now and going into his game number 2, whereas Casey is still has all the work to do. But I think both players actually managed that game quite well, considering how tricky some of the situations were, especially involving that Magtheridon.
Yeah, we were just during the break having a little debate in our Discord about some of the potential endgame lines there from Casey and whether he could have got super greedy and like frostbolted the face still and then gone digging with some of the evocations and other resources in his hand to find Ray of Frost or some other answer for the Magtheridon, which, as Abar pointed out, could have potentially then protected his apprentice, which might have made all the difference on a following turn. So there's certainly some different paths that could have been taken, but yeah, overall I think the power of the draws back to back from Tice was going to be hard to beat from basically any line of play there from Casey.
Yep, and we see the hidden special devolving missiles costing 1 null mana. I don't know what's going on with that one, but
so weird.
Yeah, we are going to be stepping into a Mage Mirror Sottle, so I guess this is the spice sprinkled across many of the matchups and series we've had today in Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Yeah, Casey queuing right back up on this mage, and pretty similar mulligans with one key difference, and that is that Tice, through sheer power of will, has managed to mulligan into the coin, which is an enormous deal in this matchup.
Yeah, what's going to make the slight joke is like one has 4 cards and one does not.
Yes.
But yeah, really decent openings here. But again, Casey does need something to tie that hand together. Very reminiscent of Warmer's hand in a game from the previous series. Because he has all the minions that all work together very nicely, but no spells to get him cooking. Whereas Tyson only has a lab partner on curve with the one maker. But now the cram session as well to start digging. Along with that coin, is going to make the Cyclone turn at worst decent.
Disgusting opening here from Tice with that cram session potential now on the follow-up. Casey looking like he might just have to be a Tempo Shambhala gamer again. He absolutely is. He needs to just fight from board, make sure he's not going to get run over by these small minions early on. Does have that Firebrand to fall back on. That was a potential possibility he could have gone for. But now the insanity can come out already for Tice. Sorcerer's Apprentice, Ray of Frost, Arcane Breath, Coin, and the Mana Cyclone. All available this turn.
Yeah, that's one of the problems, isn't it, with Shambhala is that the play makes sense, you need something on the board, but then that just activates a certain amount of cards for Tice there and allowed him to get away with this turn, and this is absolutely huge. As you said, though, Firebrand, Ray of Frost, or, like we're probably going to see here, is Apprentice, Ray of Frost go with Cyclone. Primordial, so he's definitely going to help out with that.
Yeah, it does mean he can at least counterpunch the Apprentice, which is huge, especially after those mirror images got added to the board. Firebrand just wasn't a realistic prospect anymore. Alright, Spell Damage Arcane Explosion now available for Casey. That's a really nice board swing on the following turn now. Spell damage, Cone of Cold push right now from Tice honestly doesn't look that bad here either, but Cone of Cold is a very useful resource in terms of just actually being a board freeze in the late game.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at what if Tice just cashes in this cram session right now, right? He just draws cards, he has a ping available so he can clear off the 2 minions on the board, regardless of what 2 cards are drawn, obviously. I like it. I like staying as high on resources as possible in this matchup. Looks like he's going to go for a Wand Maker. So we're going to potentially see, what do you think, a double trade here? Or do you think just the respect into the Sorcerer's Apprentice, just killing that off and letting Casey have his Cyclone on board?
I think personally I'd rather see the Frostbolt used here just to preserve another minion in hand, because that's what the hand is lacking right now, is just things to play on a neutral board state. He has plenty of freezes with Ray of Frost and Cone of Cold in his hand, so I don't really see the merit in holding onto a Frostbolt there as well. And it is going to work out better for Tice in this scenario as well, because obviously we know playing another minion there would have just increased the blowout of this swing turn from the Arcane Explosion.
And that is the breathing room that Casey needed here. As your Explorer, fantastic pickup. Obviously not for this turn, but just to be able to keep his resources high as well. Tice now has Giant with Conjurer's Coin in hand. Can't obviously do it quite yet, but he's close.
So he wants to... If he just casts AI, it's playable next turn with the Conjurer's Calling, because I believe that AI was generated from the Mana Cyclone.
I also believe that is true. And at worst, you can just ping the Thalnos.
Right. he gets a playable off the Wand Maker, like just Magic Trick, Tome of Intellect, like something that's just vanilla good this turn, that's the other option. You go Wand Maker, 1-mana spell, ping the Blood Mage Thalnos. I guess it wasn't. I guess that was a natural copy, right?
It must have been actually, yeah, because it didn't go down. It was 3 at the start, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
A slight issue here as well, because I don't think there's a good read that Tice has that the Raz isn't in hand.
Sure.
Because Casey couldn't have done the spell damage Raz turn last turn regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he was a little bit scared of playing a minion into just a Raz and then carry on there. So I don't mind the ping.
Yeah, I think if that was the case, that the Arcane Intellect was his natural one, then I would have liked to have gone with the One Thief line instead. Just try and hit a generated spell that he could have just played, like Tome of Intellect or Magic Trick that turn, and then just use the ping as well with that 3 mana to deal with the Blood Mage Thalnos. I think I was always going to ping the Blood Mage that turn, but I just really wanted to discount my Mana Giant by 1 that turn.
And now this is the fear, isn't it? And this is, I think, a very tough decision. We can see, of course, that Tice could go with a 2-turn kill plan on the Giant, but the second this Conjurer's calling for your opponent, you've blown so much damage, it might be just too much of a punish. It looks like Tice is going to go for the freeze into his own Giant and say, actually, Casey, you're going to have to kill mine first.
Casey draws Ray of Frost and says, no, you!
Or he could just kill it, right?
Ow.
I wonder.
Okay, could he likely kill it? Does, like, Firebrand Ray with them Arcane Missiles as well get the job done a lot of the time?
So the Ray of Frost would deal 4 damage, Firebrand would deal 4 damage, and then the Arcane Missiles fit in there as well. Yeah, it clears a very large percentage of the time, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, I guess the issue is it doesn't clear all of the time, in which that's when you start to be a little bit afraid.
Right.
Did go for the Azure Explorer, though.
You fight me, you get burned.
No, wait, I was counting that as if the Azure Explorer was in there as well, which obviously you can't fit everything in.
Right,
so it's actually
So
not
it's
very
risky,
likely
it's
clear
risky,
if you don't have the spell damage, yeah.
Cone of Cold? They're just going to freeze the Giants till the end of the game. Nothing really good to get that Raz down for.
Alright, I think it's just Conjurer's Calling, and then the Ray of Frost again.
Quick, Tice, empty your hand.
This is kind of a yikes. There's downside to everything here, because if he plays Violet Spellwing, obviously that's just another card that goes back into his hand, so it's another card that he doesn't draw off the Octosari. But if he plays the Solarian before he draws all the Octosari cards, there's then a decent chance he just burns the Prime, by the Prime being shuffled back in and then so many cards getting drawn. Nothing was actually particularly clean with that Octosari.
And look at this Flame Strike as well. It's going to do so much damage on this board. Look at that. And he just gets it with the missiles. I mean, he did have a lot of the missiles as well. But that's still huge. He gets to retain as much of his board as possible. This Giant is still there. And Tice draws 1 million cards. Normally, something powerful, but maybe a little bit too powerful here.
Ooh, I was just about to say. Not the worst burns. Obviously, the Apprentice hurts, but you can get on without it. But losing the second Mana Giant is a very, very big deal. Perhaps crucially, though, the Prime is still in there in those last 7 cards.
Yeah, and this might actually have to be one of those multi-turn setups here. Firebrand, Cone of Cold, potentially, to set up for a Raz follow-up, maybe, to clean up some extra damage. It's really tough to actually break down this hand from Tice and work out exactly the best way you can go to clear this board.
I think I want to devolve first, if that's going to be the line. You need maximum opportunities to deal with the Sorcerer's Apprentice, right? So you could either hit it with the Devolving Missiles first, or you can hit it with one shot from the Firebrand. But the problem is then you've Cone of Cold to the left, which means you're not Cone of Colding the Giant. Like, it's just ever so slightly ugly to set up the Cone of Cold turn here. I think Tice is diverting, and I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, well, if the actual placement here is huge when you're considering Cone of Cold, right?
Mm-hmm. Yo, double shot on the Apprentice, leaving the Giant. Insane levels of respect for the Sorcerer's Apprentice here. He's willing to tank the 8.
He's going to go drawing for that Conjurer's Calling, and he is going to get it. Trade into the 5/5, then Conjurer's Go.
Do you have to trade into the 5/5? I really want to go face this turn.
Now you can't, Sottle. Now you
That's
cannot.
a problem.
Oh. Okay. Pretty mediocre to bad outcomes there, actually.
Yeah.
Did buff the 4-1 though. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. I do like this line overall. Like, I think this is largely what I wanted to do with the turn, except obviously the Giant goes face for 8 because it doesn't have to run into a taunt, and then you can just Ray of Frost the 5/5. Like, it just sets up lethal pretty consistently depending on how you roll off the Conjurer's Calling.
Right.
So Casey did, somewhat get punished by the 2/6 taunt coming out in terms of his ordering, but I think the philosophy behind the turn was correct. We just drop the Ray of Frost here and push for the lethal. Because again, Casey knows the situation, right? He knows the Prime is in one of two places right now. Tice's hand or in those last 6 cards, because he didn't see it get burned off of the massive Octosari draw.
Really big Raz now, though. With the help of Cone of Cold, he deals with the threats at least immediately on board. Second Conjurer's Calling going to come down. Betrug and a Twin Tyrant. Oh, Apex's Blast. Oh, Flame Strike. Or I guess Primordial Studies. They're all good cards. It just depends where Casey sees himself in this game right now.
Yeah. Could certainly see the arguments for all of them. It just depends how you want to lay out the rest of this game, right? Because you could try and do the aggressive thing, which is just Raz right now. You could try and set up the burst damage plan because, Tice is so close to being out of cards and you are threatening a lot of damage right now. But also you could just pick up the Flame Strike and just try the kill 'em all strat, right? And just exhaust Tice out of resources completely.
Which the Raz also kind of sets up as well, right? If you look at Raz, if somehow these minions stick from Tice and Casey's board is dealt with or frozen, then the Flame Strike actually clears this off. Yeah, I'm going for the Primordial Studies though. Potion for another Raz. No spell damage minion available though.
Yeah, double Flame Ward as well is fairly ugly. Has a Pexis Blast, Frostbolt. Pexis Blast is clean on the Flesh Giant. So obviously it then leaves it at the 1 damage breakpoint for the Raz, but from there, where are you going with your turn?
Ugh. These choices are just not that good, are they? for
No.
If he just had one AoE freeze, he could start making maybe a counter push himself, actually, with the options he had. But he's going to go Conjurers instead here on a 5-drop.
Pray for mercy.
Okay, Cram Session is huge. That at least lets him cycle for the Prime that he's probably going to need this game on the next turn if he does not draw it immediately.
Oh, nice. Spare Arcane Missiles, why not?
That's insane.
Gonna go for Stuart for that extra damage. How much does he have now? He has 10. So he wouldn't quite have enough if Stuart got Fireball.
Yes, he would, right? With the spell damage from the Stuart itself as well. The Fireball would
the
do
spell
7.
damage, yeah. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I didn't even count the spell. Think of the ping. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
That would just be lethal.
The alternative is just to look at a Arcane Missiles plus Twin Tyrant turn.
Which also seems reasonable. Gets to get the Spellwing down as well.
Time runs out on me.
Depending on where these hit anyway.
I like this. I think he then ripped the missiles as opposed to the spell wing, right? Just to deal with
just to try and
the
get it.
4-1 reborn.
Okay, sure. Yeah. As Casey, I imagine he feels pretty...
Every time,
yeah.
Every time, dude. Casey cannot play arcane missiles to save his life.
Hold on.
I have become one with the void.
Deep breath.
To be patient.
Insane.
Warriors of the frozen wastes, rise up!
Oh no. Oh no, Raven.
Even the Wormweaver, although obviously not good right now, that's just an insane amount of power.
Mm-hmm.
Wind Fury Harpies, he's going to be able to push 4, or realistically, I guess he kills the Betrug, right?
You just go fun of power, ping the Betrug.
Sure.
Go face.
Yep. As long as the Betrug dies, that's one of the few ways that there can be some cheeky things happen. Of course, its effect is active whether it's frozen or not. He'll still get a minion to rush if he draws said minion.
Trade game.
Rise up!
Arcane Amplifier. Right?
Remaining cards in Tice deck. 1 Primordial Studies, 1 Magic Trick, Antonidas every time. Yeah, okay. I was looking at deck tray, I didn't actually see what he picked there, but yeah, just 4 cards left, 2 of them are 1-cost spells. I think I'm always taking Tony there.
Casey's just running short on stuff to do now. No activator, of course, for that Arcane Breath. Ice Barrier will give him some time, but when he's staring at Wind Fury Harpies, Ice Barrier just melts.
It's lethal, right? 8, 16, 23,
15.
28 with the Apexis Blast, 29 even with the spell damage, 30 with the ping.
Yeah, the easy way to look at it, just remove 1 Wind Fury Harpy and remove the Ice Barrier, right? And then add up everything else. And yeah, that looks like it is more than enough. Pretty much regardless of what this secret was going to be as well. Just because of the damage he has available to him. Wow, just like that. Tice strides forward to a 2-0 lead versus Casey. Frankly, off the back of that Prime, and there's not a lot Casey could really have done about it at that point. He was ahead on board. He had all the pressure in the world, but 1 Prime later, and he's in trouble. That must have been a tough one to take for Casey, honestly.
Yeah, brutal. Certainly just having things come down to, Solarian Prime, Puzzle Box, all that kind of stuff. It's a tough one to take on the chin for any player for sure. And certainly when there's even so many opportunities to dodge that, right? The fact that, as I was talking about, Tice played out his Astromancer Solarian, which gave him the opportunity. I think he burned 5 cards in the end, and any of those could have been the Solarian Prime because he gave that opportunity for it to be loaded in his deck before he was going to burn those cards. You can argue that the other way around, of course, is he loaded it into his deck on the turn before he was going to draw 4 cards, however many he actually ended up getting to keep in his hand. So there's pluses and minuses to both sides of it, and his only real other alternative was to play a Spellwing on that turn, but it was certainly a very back and forth Mage Mirror until Solarian Prime appeared and then just jumped up and down on the seesaw until it broke, and then it wasn't back and forth anymore and the game was over.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough one there to take, but it does mean we are going to have a focus, of course, on our next game. And it does look like we are going into the... Okay, that's Casey's Rogue. I thought we were going to go the other way. And then I think Casey's on the Mage. And Tice is on the Rogue, but we'll have a look once we get into game. Yeah, that's right.
You are correct.
Someone's trying to keep me on my toes here, Subtle, because whenever I think it's one matchup, it's another. And then when I'm pretty sure it still shows something else. Here we go, though. Tice just having his Rogue left to win with, and Casey queuing up the Mage once again.
Double Cult Neophyte opener as well now from Tice.
I can't hear you, Sol, over the sound of that King Crush being picked.
Sound of that King Crush being picked is raw, Raven.
Oh, it was Vecina.
I mean, yes, obviously it's Vecina. Did you actually want the King Crush, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't we see a brand taken super early and should kind of have been paid off yesterday?
Yes, but the Brand King Crush costs 7, Raven.
So? Zone 8 with charge.
Yeah.
Wow, insta-pick there from Casey. Drops down the instruments at Solarian. Wants some payback from last game, no doubt, with the help of a prime of his own.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a weird hand, right, from Tice. He has powerful cards, but no payoff for them quite yet.
Right.
It's more just progression in the game as opposed to game-winning plays here.
Mm-hmm. He's just playing for tempo, playing for aggression. I like this. I also like the timing of the first neophyte held on the previous turn, but this is the turn where the first real big potential pop-off for the opponent can come down. This is the apprentice stuff coin cyclone turn that we see so often at this point. So I really like that timing. Tice can now back it up again with another neophyte on this turn.
Does he ever want to wait? Yeah. Oh. Does he? I think there is a lot of merit in considering how Neophyte and Quest Adventurer can work together. I'm not sure if that should be planned around too heavily, but I think if you can go for it, you probably should.
Not sure about it personally. I feel like if you think the turn was worth blocking last turn, it continues to be worth blocking this turn. You should just try and stretch it out as far as you can. Try and get as far ahead on board as you can before this potential counter swing can come back at you.
It's tough though, right? Because I'm not even sure Tice would have done it purposely to only block, but he didn't have anything else to do that last turn.
That's
he played
true.
One, right?
That is true.
He would have daggered him past, and is that actually just worse?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. I believe the words are, let's go.
This game is look very over, Raven.
Yeah, we thought that last game, Sol.
Okay.
And don't tell me the rogue can't get a prime.
I thought that was just going to be 4 missiles to face again, the way that started off for KC, but he did manage to pick up a couple of clutch minion hits at the end. Like this decision as well from KC, hold on to the evocation. He has a whole spare Sorcerer's Apprentice right now, and no real promise that the first one on board is getting dealt with the way that Tice's hand is looking, and it in fact is not this turn. Forget about it. Just play the second apprentice and go. Forget about it. Just do it through the Cult Neophyte. I want to see it so bad. Oh, no. Why did he have to draw the knots? Oh, I've never seen an apprentice evocation turn through a Cult Neophyte before, and I think it might have actually been the play there if he hadn't have drawn the absolute Stone Cold nuts off the top that turn.
Casey might want to have a word with you after this match about you complaining about him drawing the good cards. But,
yeah, fair enough.
You can have that conversation later. For now, though, Tice is on the back foot. Does get arguably something to do for the first time this game with this miscreant. But it might just be a little bit too little, too late.
What a game, Raven. About as clean as it gets. GG, game 4.
Winged Guardian, you got this. That is going to be no true surprise. And I think now, correct me if you disagree, of course, Soto, but I would say the prime last game has now been evened up with the literal best draw combination of draws I think I've ever seen in a mage game from Casey there, combined with Tice having nothing to do that game. I think we can at least say we're close to even there on the crazy scale.
You could make the argument, yeah. It's like players don't necessarily think like that though, right? Because I think there is a certain expectation of, you know, players build decks with an optimal curve, and in a certain percentage of games you're going to draw that, right? Whereas having something like Puzzle Box or whatever created by Card or Solarian Prime just do whatever the hell it wants and then you lose the game just feels somewhat extra. It just feels outside of that, and it just feels like a tougher beat to take. So certainly I think if you talk to Casey, he will not accept that deal on your behalf.
I think if I was Tice, I would feel like Casey did whatever the hell he wanted that game as well and won. Okay. So I think it is comparable. So I'm going to stick with that one. But it does mean that Casey does not get 3-0'd, of course. He does get to continue fighting back. And we might be stepping into a rogue mirror here, Sottle. Casey only having rogue and demon until left, of course, means he does have to keep fighting against Tice's rogue. And now we're going to check out Tice's rogue. And he is playing that one ambush in there, which is, I guess, the consistent difference we've seen in builds of the list, if that even makes sense as a phrase. It is just whether that ambush has been dipping in and out of players' lists.
Yeah, that's right. He also just plays the one copy of Dragon's Horde to make way for that extra secret, whereas in Casey's version of the deck, he's playing two. Both players running one prep, both players playing Jandis as well, so extremely similar decks with just that one extra secret in Tice's list just coming out to break the tie.
And that's it, very similar to the game we saw last. But the rogue and the mage do play kind of in similar fashion, where you need the combinations of cards to really have the payoff. We saw it. The neophytes, fantastic versus mage, but then the stunners with no secrets, the neophytes with nothing to actually protect with that effect, does let it fall down, especially when you compare it to some of the mage games we saw a little bit earlier, when we saw players only have minions and no spells to pop off with. So it's funny how these decks are both very similar and very different at the same time. It does look like it is going to be that rogue mirror. And both players playing pretty similar lists. I'm just going to take a quick triple check there for Casey, who is running the standard double Dragon's Horde and the 0 ambush.
You just don't listen to me. I just told you that, Raven. You just don't listen to a word
I was already
say,
looking at something else. That's why. I'm sorry. we get one per broadcast. That's fine. I'm sure you don't listen to me way more than the other way around.
I wish I could listen to you much less than I have to, honestly, sometimes, Raven.
See? I do it by accident now and again. Sottle actively tries.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Oh, this is all on the line. A spot in the finals here from Tice and Casey, the winner. Just get to go through and face the victor of Yala or Psycho for that spot at the World Championship. Tice only one game away. Casey still has a little bit more work to do.
He does indeed. And this is an interesting looking hand. I think this is genuinely one of the hardest decks in the game to mulligan with, because there's so many different combinations of cards that are powerful in the opening hand, but there's no hard rules on, like, this card on its own is just always a keep versus this deck, as you can just learn, by rote versus other decks. Like, this is all about combinations, right? It's like, well, you probably don't want to keep Dragon's Horde unless there's something else in your hand to activate, and also vice versa. Do you keep Vendetta if you don't have an activator? Do you keep One Thief if you don't have a curve that's going to combo your One Thief? Like, there's a million questions about how the curves work and how things are going to interact with each other. So I think you saw that where Casey and Tice actually had fairly similar mulligans there, and Casey threw it away and Tice kept it just based on one key difference being the activated Vendetta that Tice had available. And then Tice just went ahead and activated the Vendetta off his Pharaoh Cat anyway without even needing the Dragon Sword.
Play Dry is going to get prot there, of course, so that's one. Play Dry is down, excuse me, for Casey. Just give him an activator for this One Thief. But it's not a play that Tice can't manage, right? He already has a way to clear this board if he wants it, just in the form of a dagger. So yeah, I guess based on all the play dries we've seen, this is probably one of the cleaner outcomes for these players, wasn't it? Just, okay, I play a minion, you get it, you play the minion. Okay, let's carry on the game.
I think Tice was particularly happy to allow that exchange that it was plagiarized, since he still has that Vendetta to deal with the situation if he would really need to. Vendetta still costs 0 here, which means Tice still essentially wins the exchange and dominates the board. But his second Pharaoh Cat, not quite as kind as the first.
Although, as we discussed yesterday, there is a time and a place, even for that card.
Yeah, not a good one, though. I'm saying there's times where it's probably right to play it and still lose, but you still lose.
Hey, look, one way Tice can get around this is if he plays Generous Mummy into this second plagiarized, and he gives Casey the bad card. How about that?
No. Just no. There's so many things wrong with that, Raven. I don't even know where to start. Let's talk about this on our turn instead.
Just get off a noble sacrifice that he takes. Not really, I would say, the best Paladin Secret in this matchup, but still one that is going to get a use. It's not like eye for an eye that's going to only ever deal 1 damage a lot of the time, right?
Right.
The noble sacrifice can get some good use out of it regardless, so not bad. Definitely not great. And at any point, Tice does just have this secret passage that you can just decide to play the turn with a different hand.
Yep. And Tice now got the bad news that this is plagiarized yet again on Casey's side, which means he has just given Hanar and Activator over to his opponent. Well, bit of a surplus of Hanars now on Casey's side, but he will move on. The problem Casey has, though, is just dealing with the Hanar on the other side right now.
I wonder.
This game could get
isn't a way, is there?
fairly ludicrously clowny because Casey knows he's dealing with plagiarize. He sees it. It's in his hand. So everything he does here is going straight back into the opponent's hand, and we've seen it before, Raven.
Oh,
but
no.
Here we go. Plagiarize, loop, initiate. There's no Colossus of the Moon for you to talk about this time, Raven. You're actually going to have to pay attention. Actually, there's the Generous Mummy. You could just talk about that.
I'm just going to be quiet. I was literally about to say, if anyone who enjoys this loop and wants to cast it, just give me a shout. I will tag out.
It's actually, if I was going to predict, I don't think this will actually go on for too long because Tice is just in such an insanely advantageous position already.
Right.
He can just end it right now without having to play the plagiarize, which is just kind of insane.
Yeah, not only does he have, I guess, he did it first, so he always ends up that one step ahead, you would argue, generally speaking, of course. He already has a board. He's the one pressuring with damage, right? He can kill this Hanar because he also knows he's facing down only the Rogue Secret, which means if he wanted to, he could kill the Hanar and then slow everything down again. Obviously, we can see Casey has another Hanar in hand, but definitely less powerful, I would say.
My hand is too.
And
it's just all a turn slow, and a burn of a Shadow Step. It's a pretty big deal.
Yep. And once again, sequencing wasn't really a concern there for Tice because he kind of just had to play the stuff in the order that it was given off the Hanar cycle, but it actually being the Never Surrender being the last card that didn't end up going over to Casey is actually quite nice since that is one of the most effective secrets.
Wait, he did get Never Surrender.
Oh, he did? Sorry, yeah, you're right.
Yes. You pay attention, this plagiarized loop, please, Sottle.
Yeah. Deserved. Deserved.
Again, though, this is the issue, right? Because Tice went first, because he already had a bit of a board built up in case he didn't, if this stays equal, which, again, if we're going to plagiarize loop, it kind of could/does, then Tice just wins because he's going to deal like 5 damage a turn, right? Like, there's just no real good response there.
Right, but Tice also in that advantageous position just had the luxury of just saying, nah, don't fancy this anymore, so he's just held back, and now the loop is over for now, at least.
Shadow Step was being considered for, I think, for a second there, but I think there are much higher value targets in Casey's hand alone that Shadow Step's worth with.
Yeah, I think he was just considering what Furious Felfin looked like this turn, but because it's Noble Sacrifice in play, like for example, if he could step the Felfin and then attack into the Hanar and replay the Hanar, he can deal with the Hanar problem right up because he gets the Battle Cry back from the Felfin, but he would need both of those attacks to go off and for none of these to be Noble Sacrifice. Never Surrender again.
Yeah, huge.
Loaded
it's
on
so
up.
Huge. Ugh, less huge. That wasn't a good set of choices, was it?
Freezing Trap is still pretty solid.
Eye for an eye for the reroll.
Takes Ambush again.
Ambush again. Oh.
But yeah, I think freezing is reasonable because I think you're just going to like clean up the board this turn. So, you know, you're potentially freezing the next big minion that your opponent tries to play. I think you have so much control over the board state that Freezing Trap is never going to be that bad, right? Because you'll be able to pick apart all the small stuff quite nicely.
I never lie, but I never tell the truth.
So no Repentance. There goes Never Surrender number 2.
Look at that Hanar, just a 1/6.
And there's the Dirty Tricks.
My hand is too full.
Well, at least Casey doesn't have to be worried about plagiarize right now.
Yeah. And Freezing Trap. Aww. Things I learned, by the way, via Derek Brown earlier, that Dirty Tricks procs at 9 cards, but not at 10. I trust he is telling the truth about that. It's not an interaction that I knew about before today.
I'd love it if it was just a lie.
Yeah, I mean, if it's wrong, I have very clearly blamed him, right? So that's my option select in this scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, it's normally the like the hunter secrets and mage secrets, right? That you get those weird interactions with sometimes where they don't go off under certain circumstances.
Still, the Hanar problem persists. Casey did everything he possibly could there. It was a specific combination of secrets. He needed either it be Never Surrender or Redemption so that the Vendetta did not deal with the Hanar. And then obviously had the Speaker Gidra play to follow that up, which he needed then it to be Pack Tactics or Freezing Trap, but that to not deal with the Hanar. Ended up being a combination of 2 of those secrets, which means Hanar still lives.
I will say, Tice over the past few weeks has impressed me a lot on both sides of this issue of sort of defragging the secret chains that can happen in these situations, but also in creating them as well. I think it's very easy to go too all in on Hanar or to miss out on value on Hanar as well, either way. And I do think Tice toes the line pretty well here, and it is doing... This looks like it should be overkill on Hanar, but he is winning, and Casey cannot do anything about it right now, so it is working. I just think it's been pretty solid play overall from Tice.
It has. I do think there's a bit of an issue going on where I'm not sure why all of these plagiarizers and dirty tricks are needed in Tice's hand right now with the amount of cards that he's ended up being drawing. I would just be trying to take high tempo secrets wherever possible. But obviously he still has the natural copies remaining in his deck as well, which he's going to draw. But his number one issue right now is that he has a lot of other good cards in his deck that aren't just Hanar secret trains that he's never going to be able to draw.
My hand is too full.
Explosive actually not so bad. Obviously couldn't cast it that turn for Casey, but I think going for the secrets that now suddenly look like Flame Ward and Explosive Trap might be the way Casey gets there in some worlds. To at least, I say get there, by get there I mean clear this board that's been there since turn 1 to an extent.
Yikes. Classic 5 mana 3/2. Flame Ward is up. I imagine this turn does end with an attack, but I kind of agree that you can just get one more good turn of value out of your Hanar. Well, never mind. Well, that solved that issue. Might as well attack now.
Yeah. Took him a while, but Casey finally killed the Hanar.
Yeah.
Probably the way you least expected. Flame Ward going to get procced, of course, there, but that still leaves Tice ahead on board.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that attack happens at the end of the turn anyway, but you might as well have just got the value out of the Hanar while you could and then ended the turn with the attack, right, which I kind of liked. But with the Hanar going down, that just changed the sequencing a little bit. Tice has kept up with it beautifully. Once again, as you were saying, extremely complicated game state here, and Tice is staying on top of it very, very nicely.
And yet again, full secrets, Hanar on the board. Casey has to try and deal with it, but the problem is, the longer the game goes on, the more he's just going to die to a dagger swing over the course of a few turns. Honestly, I think if I was Casey there, I would potentially just bowed out and picked for a farm.
I mean, if we learned one thing over the last couple of weeks, it's that Casey is a Bandersmosh gamer. And that he has extremely high standards of what type of legendary he would like off that card.
At least he knows it's not Never Surrender.
Mm-hmm.
That's the positive of playing the Explosive Trap. He knows the damage is going to be... It's not going to just equal out or or just plainly add the health on the board, so it's not so bad, but nothing looks good enough. Does he just finish on Edwin and hope? It's probably Repentance as well. 2 Paladin secrets still there.
The Brotherhood shall compare. My hand is too full.
Ooh.
It just feels so miserable, right? There's a freaking ambusher on the board right now that your opponent's just able to deal with this with a bare minimum.
Wait, is that the cloak? Oh no, it's not. It's Caladan, right?
It's Caladan, yeah.
I thought it was the cloak. I was like, wait, what? Casey's like, wait, why is he pushing damage with a 2-1 poison when I've got a 10-10 on the board? What's going on? We're about to find out.
You're at 8. That's why. Yep, it's fine. Deal with that.
Yep, get all the secrets procced, and then go.
Datrix now procs after. Interesting demonstration of the phases of play in Hearthstone. The difference between a when and an after on the card.
Too soon.
Come close and burn.
I mean, was that even really that good? Like, the Caladan pushed 2 damage, I guess, is what it achieved that turn,
That's
essentially.
pretty good.
It is pretty good, yeah, you're not wrong.
If you take percentage of current health, that is rather large, Subtle. So
yeah.
I like it. Mind Flayer Kaj, not quite the power that Casey needs, and it's got nothing, right? The evasive Draconian. Let's even imagine, Subtle, the secrets don't even exist. He's still just dead, right?
Pretty dead, yeah.
Nature speaks through us.
Hydra, just to proc some secrets. There's the snipe. There's the well played, and I imagine there's the concede. Tice is gonna get into the finals here. Absolutely huge series, huge game, and again, although it looked like Casey couldn't do much all game there, and it looks pretty unfortunate, of course, that was down to Tice's doing, right? Like, I think Tice executed that very strange game very, very well. We can talk about some of the small things with secret choices of some of the Rogue Ones specifically, but overall, Tice just didn't let Casey play a game of Hearthstone, and it wasn't because Casey didn't have cards. It's just Tice was always that one step ahead. I think that was very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way it was perfect. It just can't be. Like that game is nonsense. There's no way you can make every single one of those decisions correct. You know, you're making somewhere in the region of 20 decisions a turn sometimes with some of those secret chains going off, and then, you know, which trades happen where, and whether you're playing any of the other cheap cards that you have in your hand, and what you discover off this and what you discover off that. You're never going to get all of those decisions right over 10 plus turns. But what you can do is avoid disaster. Just don't rope out and miss 4 attacks, or miss spending a bunch of your mana. Don't accidentally burn a bunch of cards from your deck because you've completely overdrawn and miscounted like a plagiarized situation. These are all disasters that we've seen happen from other players in Grandmasters when we've got into very complex situations like that. We saw something quite similar from Bank Yugi in the APAC region, where he got into kind of a disaster turn with his Highlander Rogue when he was so far ahead. So there are these kind of disasters that you can fall into, but as long as you keep a cool head and just navigate and just play solid mechanical Hearthstone through those situations, you're going to come out ahead. And honestly, Tice has made a career out of doing exactly that. I told the story before when I interviewed him, and he said in 2015, 2016, that's all he felt like he had to do because the rest of the player base just weren't caught up to that level yet. Now things have ascended much, much further beyond, but the game can still create chaos, where that experience of just being able to keep a cool head and just being able to play solid by the books mechanical Hearthstone can be enough to just carry you through. And again, what a ridiculous story this would be if Tice actually ends up being our World Championship qualifier here. Fresh out of the hospital bed and into the World Championships would be absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's already been an incredible performance for Tice, but for now we are going to focus on 2 of our other players in this top 4, which is going to be Yala versus Psycho. And just as much as the previous matchup was, for me at least, about some of the top tier meta decks clashing with 2 very good players piloting them, of course, we're now going to see 2 very different strategies kind of, I don't know, trip over each other because both of these players have aimed at weapon destruction lineups, and Yala has his warrior, Psycho has his demon hunter, and it just looks a little bit strange to me of how these actual matches is going to play out, because this is not something I think either of them really expected running into.
Psycho banned the druid? Is that accurate? Did that actually happen? I'm very surprised by that, if that's the case. In my experience, with and against that druid deck, which we have like put in a huge amount of practice just amongst the casters, it's so good at beating Bomb Warrior. It's probably the best deck in the lineup at just, beating Bomb Warrior every single time. But boy, does it just lose to any other Hearthstone deck, and that's essentially like what Psycho has, right? He has slightly bad builds of real Hearthstone decks, right? With the Demon Hunter, sure, can be a little bit vulnerable to basically all of the stuff that Yala is doing. That's how Yala got here, defeating a Demon Hunter multiple times against Blaize. But outside of that, I think just any generically good Hearthstone deck can compete with that Druid extremely well.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? Because maybe there's a fear that Psycho's going to get his Demon Hunter is going to be the side effect, right? And he's going to lose off that. And that's probably the worst matchup for the Demon Hunter. Because I do agree with Priest and Rogue, especially, those two classes feel like they can deal with Druid the most. They have ways to steal the minions, bounce the minions, duplicate the minions, create all the, plagiarize some of the weird things that can go on. So I do agree, very strange one, but I think Psycho might be in the mindset that his Demon Hunter is the warrior for Yala, right? And he just thinks that Druid might be the toughest one to get a win with there. So I can see it. I will be interested to see how it plays out, though. Game number 1, Psycho is going to be on his Priest. And again, just a reminder for everyone, we've not really touched on this too much, but Yala is bringing the anti-warrior lineup of decks purpose-built to beat Warrior, to not let Warrior get a win, such as this Galakron Warlock, of course, with tons of heal, quad weapon removal. Psycho is bringing regular decks that are teched to beat weapon decks, specifically Warrior, with just weapon removal included in normal versions, popular decks in the meta right now. So very interested to see who ends up on top here, because honestly, Sottle, I've not really got a clue.
Yeah, it's something that I've been kind of cycling through in my head overnight, and also just got a couple of reps in here and there with a few of the decks just to test some theories out. And it's super interesting because I don't know if this is something that Psycho's thought about deliberately, but actually him having Kobold Sticky Fingers in a few of his decks actually gives him some swing potential against Yala's anti-warrior lineup, right? Because if you think about what we saw from Blaize versus Yala, where Blaize was so close to getting there with the Demon Hunter against the warrior, but what was the card that shut him down completely at the end? Bulwark of Azzinoth. So suddenly, now just playing Demon Hunter with one Kobold Sticky Finger in it, you now have the opportunity to shut down that as a win condition from your opponent. Not to mention the obvious interaction with the weapon decks that Psycho does have, mostly, again, the Demon Hunter. If a key weapon does get stolen away at a point where the damage is really important, he has the opportunity to steal it back and play around that from the opponent. So I actually am quite curious as to how this plays out from Psycho and whether the potential of the hard anti-warrior lineup being something that he'd come up against is actually part of the reasoning why he went for this very strange strategy of just playing fundamentally core Hearthstone decks, but with 2 Kobold Sticky Fingers in each of them. And I just really cannot wait to get started, because this is a matchup I have been looking forward to since these players qualified out and I knew that they were over on this side of the bracket.
Yeah, it's very interesting though, isn't it? Because for that to be true about the Sticky Finger countersteal, like the weapons would still have to have charges left as well, which isn't common. It happens, of course, because if you equip a weapon and don't swing, then it can be stolen, swung, and so on. The priest might not swing it, so the person who steals it originally might not swing. But it's very tricky, and honestly, I think you can get from both of us right now that we've just not really got a good grasp on this, because this isn't something I expected to happen. We could talk about if both players had brought the anti-warrior lineup, they look like Yala's, then we can say, okay, well, mirror matches, here's the ups and downsides of the mirror matches or how those decks interact. But regular decks with tech cards versus the lineup, I just don't even know where I stand. I do believe the players are going to be kicking off with a Warlock versus Priest matchup, though. So is there anything that really stands out for you there, even if we remove weapon tech, but just Galakron Warlock versus Priest? Because I do know you have been playing it, but you can give a few minutes to think about that one, Sol, because we are going to go to a quick break. I think just going to make sure the players are ready, but think about it, because I'm going to ask you afterwards. We'll be right back.
ちょっと常に10分遅れるか常に20分早くってさ、何その
待ち合わせに10分早く
常に10分遅れるか20分早くなるかで選ぶとしたら20分早く着くことは選びます。
항상 10분 늦는 게 더 좋은 것 같아요. 다른 사람도 꼭 늦는 사람이 있어서 항상 저는 10분 늦겠습니다.
常に10分遅れるか常に20分早いかだと常に20分早い方です。ただ仲が良くなると10分遅れ始めます。
我的话通常都是可能早个5到10分钟到，如果是早20分钟的话，那我还是宁愿晚10分钟到。
待ち合わせに10分遅れるか20分早いかでいうと最近は早く着くようになりました。
이게 똑같이 10분 10분이면은 10분 일찍 가는 거 하겠는데 20분 손해 보는 건 조금 너무 손해라서.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone European Grandmasters. If you're just tuning in and have missed on some matches, we are in our second semi-final of the day here. Yala versus Psycho is just about to kick off. We were just making sure the players were all ready and good to go. I was asking you, Sotil, I believe the first matchup is going to be the Priest versus the Warlock. And let's just take about just general Galakron Warlock versus Priest. I know you played some Galakron Warlock. So you got any major thoughts on how these two decks interact?
I mean, my first major thought, again, it has to be made clear just how bad these decks are outside of the one intended matchup. Like, it's a huge sacrifice. It's not Frozen in 2016 levels of where he was probably like 10% in most other matchups and like 90% against the warrior that he was targeting at the time. But it's pushing towards that. Like, Galakron Warlock is a deck that has data on it if you look at stat aggregation sites, and it's pushing around the 40% win rate mark, which is bad. Very, very bad indeed. It's like a tier 5 deck. We don't even have a number for it. We're not even ranking it. So it is pretty miserable in most matchups, but just by the nature of what it being a very like mid-rangey threat dense deck, it can be quite effective against Priest. Just based on the amount of like mid-range removal it has to deal with the chunky minions with Plague of Flames and Moarg, Nether Breath, that kind of thing, just to snipe out big minions and then play big minions of its own. I think this is one of the matchups where Yala does have a little bit of potential to scam a win against a non-intended deck, but I would still say that Psycho is a comfortable favorite overall. But again, you have to pay heed to Psycho's build of the deck, where he does have those 2 dead cards in there with the Kobold Sticky Killer as well.
Hey, might be saving them up for the Galakron, Sotil. It's a big target, right? Fully invoked Galakron weapon. yoink that, 5 damage for the win. Looks good to me.
Yeah.
It's clearly the battle plan. Again, just a reminder as well, Tice did win the first semi-final, so he's sat now, chilling, waiting in the finals just for one of these players to be there. And then the winner between those does go to the World Championship later on this year. But we are ready to kick it off. Semi-final number 2, Yala on the top on that Warlock versus Psycho on the bottom on the Priest.
And honestly, that sticky finger Galakron interaction that you talk about is perhaps slightly more important than the joke might even suggest, because we rewind to when Galakron Warlock was actually a force in the metagame. That was plan A. You just invoke your Galakron, and then you use your weapon as a Pyroblast alongside Alexstrasza to just try and end the game. So that's an option that's taken away by that Kobold Sticky Finger. That does mean that Yala has to find an alternate plan here.
You don't pick the one.
Already not a bad start for Psycho, just having some minions to play out. Obviously would like a dragon in the near future for this cleric.
Invoke into invoke in the opener, though, for Yala. Looking pretty good already.
It's also definitely one of those matchups where the Warlock should feel relatively free to life tap whenever they have the man.
Yeah.
I don't think you're expecting too much burst damage coming out here.
Ooh. Trip invokes already.
Oh, choices. Sort. Can you take all 3?
Would you want all 3? Is that good? I'm not sure that's
You
good.
to invoke your Galakron?
Once?
Yeah, and then the shield dies, and you raise dead, get shield back, invoke it again. You see?
Yeah. Sorry, I just wasn't on your level there for a second. I think realistically, though, the only good option there was Zephyrus. Yeah. I think that has the most potential upside, and if you don't want to play to the upside, it's the best card to just play at some point as a 2-mana Bloodfen Raptor as opposed to just like a 5-mana Yeti.
You know, Yala can just play his Invoke out with the Dragonblight, and I like it, honestly. I don't think this board needs to be too feared. It does technically contest it as well, even if there's an easy removal. I don't think Yala should be too upset. He just has the Dark Skies available to him, right? If this board gets a little bit too hot to handle.
Right. This is a pretty turbo Invoke train that's getting rolling from Yala, though. No Veiled Worshipper in hand right now, which I think is one of the absolute key cards to Galakron Warlock and always has been. Just that efficiency of being able to draw all the cards you need and really... Although you're not worried really about life tap in some matchups in terms of your health total, it's still very inefficient, right? 2-mana draw 1 card. Like, the game has kind of moved past that largely.
Yeah, nowadays it's inefficient, yeah.
Yeah, we did wonder, like, when Warlock Hero Power was ever going to stop being OP, and I think we might have finally reached that point with how efficient card draw has become for multiple other classes.
Yep. Imagine not playing 3 minions, drawing 6 cards, and generating 10 for 3 mana or 2
exactly.
mana.
Yeah.
Nice use of Inner Fire, actually, there. Just using the card up for Psycho. Not really any grand plans for it. Let's just reduce this board down a little bit and make this just a little bit harder for Yala to clean up this 4-5.
Mm-hmm.
I think, really, like, a Coin Netherwing is the most typical response here. I guess Psycho would be, I'll say, afraid of very loosely. Don't know how afraid he would be of it, but most likely way to clean this up.
I don't think Yala really has to be too bothered about this. He does have the Dark Skies options, but I really don't think it's required here. Yeah, I love this play from Yala. Just contest the 4-5 with the 4-5. Seems absolutely fine. He's just ahead on board right now.
And it's just a naturally overall aggressive route, like you said. He's now on 2 procs already on Galakron. He has the Alexstrasza already in hand as well. So this Apotheosis healing or keeping Psycho up high on health in a roundabout way doesn't really concern Yala because he just has Alex.
What is Elun's will?
And this hand has really not got anything going so far for Psycho. No dragon to activate the Cleric of Scales, no real mid-range threats to start dropping, no Kobold Spellkin, whereas Yala on the other side has kind of hit the dream curve. He's just doing what Galakron Warlock wants to do, just playing a minion every turn and getting on with it.
Do you think he just has to go Raise Dead now and go Lazul again?
considering just 5 mana 4/4 this turn. It's not pretty.
No.
Your wish is my suggestion.
He'll play this heal, and then it makes his Raised Dead arguably better?
Yeah.
Arguably worse?
Yeah.
Like, I don't really know. Take your pick.
Yeah, the problem now is if he can hit like Zephyrus Lazul off the Raised Dead in some worlds. Like, is that sorry? Zephyrus One Maker. Like, is that better or worse than hitting a Lazul? Like, is the Lazul the card you really want here? I'm not sure it is. Your opponent is playing a bad deck after all. Do you really want any of their bad cards?
But they're getting to play some cards, aren't they?
Yeah.
So that is a bit of a bonus.
That's
finally a dragon, though.
Huge bonus, yeah. The dragon draw. Activating the Cleric of Scales now. There's no real spell that's going to immediately impact this board state with the way it's laid out.
No, but a spell he can target with would be huge, right? Just for this Sethic.
Yep.
Let's get the Zephyrus One Maker.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to assume, based on that reaction, that the Lazul was the one he wanted.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because if Lazul was the one he wanted, he didn't have to play the Zephyrus. But if he didn't play the Zephyrus, then the turn's significantly weaker. So
Yeah.
it's just one of those tough roundabout things.
He just wasn't really fighting for board if he didn't play at least a minion that turn, right?
Ooh, Draconic Studies, though. And although I mentioned the Sethic and the targeted spell, so Holy Smite, I think Draconic Studies is just too good a card to just pass up.
Oh, curious. I was looking at Holy Smite there.
It gives him Morazon next turn, potentially, though, right?
That is true, but does his Murazond answer the board that's huge and hitting him in the face right now? Like...
Suddenly the two Dark Skies feel quite bad, don't they?
Do.
But he does have the Maniac now, so he can just trade these little boards, these little minions, away, and then just carry on. That's what, his fourth Invoke?
That is his fourth Invoke, yeah.
I mean, it looks good to me.
This is how you know you're a Galakron Warlock player, right?
Yeah,
you treat the deck
every
right,
time.
it'll treat you right.
Just show it some respect, submit it to your lineup. It'll be like, someone still likes me. It's funny, isn't it, though? Because it wasn't that long ago the Galakron Warlock was top tier.
Yes.
It felt like all we were casting at one point.
Yep. You value trade the 1/1 with the 2/2? No, apparently not. This is what I mean, though. Like, what does the Murazond achieve here, as opposed to just having like a really potentially sick Sethic train with the Inner Fire and the Holy Smite in your hand this turn? I think more likely is that like the Evasive Worm that he picked up off the Draconic Studies might actually end up having an impact here more so than the Murazond.
Yeah, I don't know if I maybe went too in, but the Murazond being reduced was a benefit, maybe not a sole purpose. As of course, there's a lot of good playable dragons he could have got as well.
Yeah.
I guess even like a Chrono Breaker would have been alright, actually, because obviously he would have the Murazond in hand for it to proc.
That's fair.
The Evasive Worm is going to deal with the main part that's threatening this board. I don't think he has to commit anything else this turn. It's only 4 damage.
Yeah, it's about to get a lot more, though.
So if he plays the Zephyrus and if he's expecting the Galakron, it does mean that the Zephyrus generally lives, right?
Yes.
Outside of a weapon swing, of course.
It'll start to get very interesting, because just 3 extra damage getting pushed here alongside that claw that you might be able to steal for 5 more.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like, it's funny that this Galakron is obviously powerful, but kind of for both players.
Now, I know, Raven, we've talked a lot about Yala doing the absolute bare minimum in situations where we were advocating for much more all-in lines.
Right.
But you can't just not play Galakron here, right? Like, it's just so absurdly powerful.
No,
good. Okay, good.
Think about it this way. Look at the amount of value this Galakron has right now.
Oh! Good night.
What if he face tanks the 5-3? Now that he has Taunt Demons?
To protect 2 1/1s?
Well, he has Alex, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I don't think damage to face matters, and he's still got to be a little bit wary of the Cobalt Sticky Finger.
That's fair.
I like it. He's not going to die from 17. He has Alex next turn, not next turn, but shortly. Why not have a couple of extra minions on board?
Yeah, seems very reasonable.
Also, again, we talked a lot about the Kobold stealing the claw, but if you're facing down this kind of board, definitely scary.
It's a decent Pyromancer turn, but that's about as good as it gets.
Yeah.
Clearing out the 1/1s. Clearing out the 1/1s and softening up that 1 damage on the Broodmother to be able to take it out with the weapon. Yeah, not much more than that. Now Yala has the opportunity to press the advantage.
Yeah, and especially with this Pyro gone in, again, decent fashion, not mind-blowing, but fine.
Mm-hmm.
There's the endless marching army of the Imps, isn't there now, if Yala wants there to be, with just that hero power every single turn.
Right.
And he's still got plenty of resources for now, so he doesn't have to. He's got pretty impactful minions on board regardless. But he could just take the approach, the Yala approach, I'm going to call it, just getting every single point of value out. And that means pressing that hero power as often as possible.
Yeah, I certainly think the hero power could be huge in this matchup, since the Galakron has come down so early. You cast your mind way, way back to the days of Quartermaster Justicar Paladin, where Justicar Paladin could beat Priest just by pressing the hero power every single turn. Different times, Raven. Simpler times.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. We played with the cards in our deck in those times. Kartuk Defender. I do like this from Yala. Awkward minion to play. Get it down now. Hero power gets pressed. The frustration is if this gets stolen somehow, but it's a frustration, not the end of the world. It's not game losing. So
I mean, if they steal that and not your 3/11, I think you're
exactly
probably fairly happy about that.
It's more annoying, right,
Yes.
than anything else, because he can just punch through it. Damage on board right now, even if this Kartuk gets traded into once, of course, the 3 damage sticks around. Alex playable next turn for Yala, and still he's played 0 of the Nether Breaths in his deck as well, so potential that Yala has still some game-ending swings here, even with that weapon gone.
You think this is your time? It is mine.
Psycho just going to gain a Kartuk for himself. Holding off on the Renew as well. He has the Sethic and Inner Fire and Cobalt Spellkin, so potentially he can go for a big pop-off turn in the near future. He really just needs Soul Mirror, doesn't he?
He does need Soul Mirror, but even then the board state isn't like that perfect to be throwing a Soul Mirror into. But I think most importantly, this is a decent board to just drop a big threat into, because you know one of the most likely ways this board is going to be dealt with is Plague of Flames, and obviously Yala has a huge board of his own right now that he's probably not interested in plaguing away whatsoever. Yala, after hitting the Kartuk healing, could just giddy up and drop the Alexstrasza here. Take the value trade, push 3 damage to face, leave the 8/8 up. Not sure how punishing this 8/8 is going to be, especially after you've seen 1 Apotheosis from your opponent already.
I do like it as well, because at this point, is he going to have a stronger board, or a reliably stronger board than this to play Alex on? But he could press Hero Power and get more value solved. So.
The Yala method. An easy 3-step program to outvaluing your opponents.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Definitely going to help. Like you said, it's not game-winningly perfect in any way, but it clears the majority of this board up. He does get the Jiraxxus. And also, he has wait, he'll gain the Jiraxxus and an Inner Fire with Renew. Hang on a minute. I can see a plan, Sol.
I mean, I like where your head's at. It's certainly the level of creativity that we're going to need. Priest
One that
is going
wouldn't
to
be a
come out
surprise coming
victorious.
from Psycho, honestly.
Top deck Soul Mirror is brutal for Yala, though. He did position this 4-4 on the far right, though, which I do like, because that was the most vulnerable minion on his board to the Soul Mirror, so that means he does get to keep it alive. There was no way the Murazond could trade off to create that board space needed.
Let's start with Renew. It's tough, this one, right? Because if he uses Renew, it's one less spell for Sethic. But if he plays the Sethic, then he can't follow up with anything from the Sethic generation anyway. Whereas he might get Shadow Word there. I guess he got... sorry, Shadow Word Pain, I meant. And then the Shadow Word Death popped up and distracted me. Yeah, he could have had other options to actually deal with that minion instead.
Oh, big draw. Huge draw off the top for Yala.
What does he go for, though?
He can clear if he wants to.
What if?
I mean, you could do that with Dark Skies, though, right?
He could. Dark Skies doesn't develop as 6/6, though.
Right, but he could do... Could he do both? No, not quite. Oh, he could just double trade and play. And then still play Krunks?
Yeah,
with an 8/8 or something? Like...
Right, I mean, that's the question, right? Is like, do you want to use 2 resources to make a very aggressive play this turn, or do you want to use 1 resource to do the bare minimum?
I mean, it's Yala, so he's probably going to double trade Plague and Hero Power. And wait, he's making the wide board?
He's going to buff, it looks like, yeah.
Oh, I actually didn't see this coming. This is... I did glance at this play, but it surprised me a little bit.
I did consider this, yeah. This was, like, I was leading into this from the you could clear that ended in an ellipsis. I was saying, but you could just make the aggressive push and just have that Alexstrasza backed up in your hand to be able to end the game. I actually really do like this, and it was probably the play that I was going to end up on.
I just got whiplash because Yala did it.
Yeah.
It seems like that's a lot of resources for one to... I'm joking, of course. I'm not. By no means am I saying that this is bad, or I didn't expect Yala to make a good play. Quite the opposite. Again, Psycho gonna have to magic up a way to deal with this.
Yeah, Inner Fire certainly cutting chunks into the damage, but not enough as it stands.
Now gone beyond the point where he can play a card flip.
Yep. The trade from the Murazond, though, will do everything that he needs. Second Inner Fire as well. Okay.
Actually pretty sick.
You did say you wanted to see Inner Fires getting used on Jiraxxus, Raven.
Yeah. Not quite what I was after, but I guess it's true.
So yeah, with the additional Inner Fire and the trade from the Murazond, there's now only 12 damage left in play. Yala with the Alexstrasza in hand.
And unlike previous builds, no Soulfires in this one for Yala, so no way you can make up some damage here. He's got to cut something to fit all that weapon removal in.
It's true.
What about?
Hand just starting to get a little bit starved of resources here for Yala. There
still
are
not Veiled Worshipper, right?
No Veiled Worshipper, no Crazed Netherwing, no Nether Breath, which leads into what I was just about to say. There's still 3 2-ofs left in the deck, and those are the 3. So he's still some way away as well from having that Zephyrus be activated, which could be the game ender that he needs as well. So for now, it looks like he is just going to have to continue grinding.
Time is burning out.
I wonder if he sort of packs this board state in, trade, and try and just trade it all away. Play this board from Psycho and then build again. He does have that hero power, right? So you just keep pressing it. Like, Psycho can't keep answering it.
I do agree. I think he can still afford to be somewhat aggressive here, so I do want to leave the Murazond up. Just forget about Wind Furying into that and just go face. It's like Yala agrees.
Reasonable.
Because he is still representing a huge board. Even without the opportunity to just drop the Alexstrasza, he's still kind of threatening lethal with the size of board that he has right now. So I respect the aggression.
It is funny, I was just for a second trying to work out exactly how many things Mass Dispel switches off on this board.
Yes.
Like, everything's got Inner Fire, some of the things have got buffed by Kronks, like...
Yeah.
The Death Rattle, the Reborn, so on. Pretty funny.
Well, it's weird because the Kronks buff and the Inner Fires have actually just broken even, right?
Yeah.
So, like, the Kobold would go back to 4, but the Jiraxis would stay 3, because that's just the natural state anyway.
Also the weird moment where he could Psyche split here as well.
Mm-hmm. But on what, though?
Let's look at the cards up. Yeah, Master Spell, trade. You trade an 8 attack minion to a 4 drop. Well, 4 health, sorry. A little bit rough. But again, both players are just on the point now where they're just trying to grind this one out. Although my only issue is I'm not really sure what Psycho's actually digging for to end this game. I guess that's my worry for Psycho now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Doesn't really have much in the way of win conditions in the deck. Like this deck just wins by being efficient, having some nice mid-range minions in it, surviving against the decks that it needs to survive against, and pressuring against the decks it needs to pressure against. It's kind of already hit the point where it can't do either of those things in this matchup against the Galakron Warlock, because the Gala just turboed out so early that it's just forced Psycho onto the back foot. And I think Yala still smells that he does not want this one to trickle away from him, because his hand is going to start doing nothing very quickly from this point. So once again, I recognize the aggression. You know, we've made a bit of a joke out of the narrative of Yala just doing the bare minimum, but there's the important caveat. He's been doing the bare minimum where it was correct to do the bare minimum.
Yes,
I don't think it is here. And he's recognized that as well and is switching on the turbo and just going for the throw.
There is some options though, right? There's potential big steal outcomes here for Psycho.
Mm-hmm.
I could get hold of a Murazond, but again, is this one of those situations where a Spellkin is worth more? He already has one in hand, though.
Is a Chrono Breaker worth more? These ridiculous questions. Do you just take the Murazond because it's a Murazond? Probably.
I love in one game we can be like, yeah, you know, it really shows that there are no just true rules in Hearthstone. It's all dependent of situation. Oh wait, Murazond or Soul Mirror, never mind.
Soul Mirror and Murazond, yeah, those are the two.
Not going to go for the steal this turn, going to just go for playing the Spellkin out. Going to pass on the Cabal Acolyte Wave combo. In reward, going to get some more resources to play with this turn.
Mm-hmm. Back up to the lofty heights of 18 health here. But you can see now, like what I was talking about in the previous turn, right? Why it actually feels important for Yala to put his foot down and try and end this game. Because he doesn't have life tap anymore. And yes, 2/1/1s are great, but life tap is just the key to making sure that Warlock never runs out of steam. And right now, Yala is running out of steam. His hand is just full of removal and dead cards at the moment. He's running out of threats.
And although we see the Zephyrus in hand, this deck does not run Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
Mm-hmm.
He does still have the double crazed Netherwings, though, which are pretty important as just big minions to play, along with those Veiled Worshippers as well. So he can get to some beefy minions, it's just when.
Yeah. The biggest thing he has left remaining in his deck is the one evasive Draconid right now. That is the largest threat that he has left to play.
Time is burning out.
Cultist wouldn't be a bad choice here. Would be pretty high attack.
Mm-hmm. Psycho needs help. Pyromancer can start to get some work done. Holy Smite's not really it, though.
Even Mind Vision Plague doesn't do much, does it? Wait,
Nope.
how many dupes does Psycho have? Any Mind Vision Zephyrs?
0.
Oh! Oh! I need to be careful with my powers.
Insane.
What is a loon's will?
It's a great question. What is a loon's will? If by a loon's will you mean what do you actually do with the Zephyrus here?
Well, I think one way you have to do something, right? Like he doesn't have a wave of apathy, so he can't even think about getting away with this turn. I guess he could have inner fire trade into the Alex.
What was the purpose of the trade? What was that setting up for?
Did he think he would get given Chaos Nova? And if so, wouldn't you have had to Holy Smite after the trade?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Whether you were supposed to Holy Smite first that turn, just to give Zephyrus more clues as to what you were looking for, because the Blizzard doesn't achieve a great deal there. And if you wanted to get the Brawl, obviously you want to have the other minion just alive on your side of the board to then rip the Brawl. So
the only thing I could think was Holy Nova, and that just wasn't going to happen. Holy Nova, sorry, Chaos Nova.
Chaos Nova.
Yeah, apologies. Only thing I could think of was Holy Nova, and he would have lost the game. So that was a bad suggestion. Why am I thinking about that? But again, Psycho pretty much facing down a similar fear level of board, although that Holy Smite will actually kill off the Alexstrasza this turn, so that's something.
Yeah. There's only 10 on the other side. Still a bit fearful when you haven't seen any Nether Breaths yet from your opponent.
Or their own Zephyrus that you know's in hand.
Or a Crazed Netherwing, for that matter. We talked about it just being a big threat. It's also just damage from hand, right? That previous Zephyrus turn from Psycho might just end up being a real game-defining moment.
Yeah.
Because it really didn't do a great deal in terms of answering the board state.
Just get to steal some stuff here, though, with this Holy Smite as well.
Yep. Steals 2 1/1s. He's essentially just invoked his Galacrond this turn.
He's pretty good. 2, 3, 6 taunts do a lot of work on this board. But is this ever just the Plague evasive Draconid now?
It looks very much like it. What does the alternative look like with Nether Breath? Or even Dark Skies?
If there's a way to not Plague and still make a good play, Yala will find it.
I think no matter what he does, he uses a very core removal card, right? Whether it's the Dark Skies or the Plague of Flames. I guess the argument here is that Plague of Flames is far more universal as long as he has Galacrond hero power to back it up the whole time. Whereas Dark Skies is situational because his hand size is just getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
True. I guess the other way, though, if he played, he'd get to have pressed his hero power this turn.
Right.
So now Psycho. I think he's got a chance. Pretty straightforward turn. Okay. Let's get the evasive Draconid afterwards. He's got to put the heal on the 8. Right?
I imagine so, yeah. I mean, like, he just hasn't seen a Plague of Flames yet. Like, how much does the health on the minions actually matter, right? It's so tough to know what his read is on these last few cards.
Mindset. How does Psycho foresee him winning this game? That is why it's what I'd love to know, and I'm not trying to aim that at anyone. I'm just generally interested to how he thinks he's going to be able to get a victory here.
I think he's trying to win on fatigue, just straight up. That was the threat, though. Healing the minion would have played around that second Dark Skies.
Oh, Apotheosis, so Sethic now has 2.
Yep. Start the value train.
And there's no reason to wait, right? It's only going to get worse. Use the cheap one first. I like this.
Technically slightly inefficient in terms of the overall size of the minion at the end, but yes, I also agree that having the most mana open, be flexible with the pools here, is more important.
Mind games. Ugh, not great.
Yeah, and having now seen that play on the previous turn, that it exposed him directly to that second Dark Skies specifically, I do think that is a potentially pretty huge mistake from Psycho to heal his face there over healing the minion. But now, active Zephyrs.
16 for Bloodlust. Could go Veiled Worshipper to try and get another dragon to get Nether Breath live.
Wait,
and then
how much did you say from Bloodlust?
Can I not count? Is it not 16?
No, it's fine. So he's one off with the Nether Breath, right? Because he doesn't have the dragon?
Yes.
He could still fit that in there? Yeah.
Yeah, but he couldn't draw for one and do it all, of course, right? So he has to make a choice one way or the other. Veiled Worshipper number 1, still not got the dragon. He can just go again.
Yes, I will destroy them.
Running out of cards.
And this now gives him Breath, Zephyrus on the next turn. So Psycho needs to answer this board and heal for 1 million here to be able to get out of this game. Holy Smite doesn't do it. Second Initiation doesn't do it. He can kill one of them and he can heal for a bit more, but right now, job's not getting done. Skeletal Dragon?
Well, Hothead Mind Games technically survives the 2 Veiled Worshippers. Although with all the card full knowledge, he knows that won't be enough anyway.
Yeah.
I think with Yala having all of his cards now on that draw, I don't think there's even a combination of cards that get Psycho out. Because we're beyond the point of doing it from Psycho's point of view, right? Because he knows that all the cards are now going to be in Yala's hand next turn.
Yes, but if no minions can hit face, the maximum damage in one turn is 14, right? Nether Breath, Zephyrus, Fireball?
Oh, sure, yeah.
So didn't Skeletal Dragon just live?
That's true.
Didn't that just survive the turn? As opposed to this, which he knows doesn't? Unless I'm missing something. I might be missing some combination.
No. Couldn't you have done something different where Zephyrus just kills the minion or silences it or something?
Sure, probably, yeah.
Nether Breath, Zephyrus, silence, push face for 10.
Yeah.
That gets there anyway. But that is going to be game. Either way, it was going to happen there. Yala, that was a tough one. I think from both players' sides. I think that was a very tricky matchup and one I expected to be just a little bit difficult because I just don't think the players are going to have the experience in okay, this is how you win this matchup. No one's really played it at the moment, especially when you throw sticky fingers in there and stuff like that, where you're just not sure what kind of level of impact these cuts are going to make. Like we said earlier, no soul fires for a Galakron Warlock means the burst is greatly reduced, and no some of the late game options or extra options for Psycho in the Priest as well. I think that was just a really tough game of Hearthstone.
It was, yeah, but I really like the way the Yala was set up at the end. Obviously he had a really insane draw at the start with just hitting all of the invokes into Galakron.
Right.
The problem is, sometimes with Galakron Warlock, when you make that push and it doesn't work, you're then in the position where you haven't played Veiled Worshipper because you've just drawn the other half of your deck. So then you can run out of resources, which is what we saw happening to Yala. So I really like that at the end. Yala with 6 cards left in his deck or whatever, with the Veiled Worshippers, still recognize that spot of saying, okay, I have a pretty guaranteed 2-turn lethal setup here if I just draw my whole deck this turn.
Right.
And I think, regardless of Psycho made a play where he was dead on board, I was suggesting a play where he was dead on board. I don't think there was a play where he wasn't dead on board at the end of that turn, just based on Yala having his whole deck in his hand, as you were saying. So, yeah, really, really tough one, but I think you can see some of the struggles that Galakron Warlock can have because that was a very, very powerful early game draw and the Priest was still just fractions away of being able to grind out the entire deck just towards the very end. So I think that's a very big deal for Yala to have picked up the clutch win there with the Galakron Warlock.
Yeah, really big game, number one, and I'm sure the players need just a couple of minutes after that one to recover and get ready for our game number two, and so do we. So we're going to step away just for a second, and we're going to be right back with game number two of our semi-final number two.
I don't know any, I think.
What do you call an old snowman? Water.
You know the German knock knock joke? Knock knock. Who's there? We will ask the questions.
No, I'm not a joke guy.
What is curved, yellow, but not a banana? Secretly a banana.
There's only one joke I can think of. Yeah, TJ, what was first? The egg or the chicken?
Chicken.
Chuck Norris.
What is this, 2008? Yes.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go into our game number two between Psycho and Yala, and it was quite the game number one. Bit of a long, drawn-out one and difficult to pilot there for both players, but Yala ended up on top with a victory on his Warlock. That does mean he still has his Warrior and Priest left over. Psycho, of course, having his full, more standard lineup with a few tech cards left over. But it's going to be a tough one. Looks like Psycho is going to be on this Rogue for the next game.
Yeah, and I do think this is most likely the biggest free win that he has in his lineup. It's just, the most efficient tempo deck, which is what Yala's lineup is very, very weak to. Obviously, just not really designed to deal with that kind of thing. Not only in archetypes, but some of the cards that he cuts out because he doesn't care about that kind of stuff. Like we talked on Friday about how there's just no Sethic Veil Weavers in his priests because they're Acidic Swampoos instead, which is just such a key early game minion in a lot of matchups. So you can just get it down to contest board in the early game, maybe land an Apotheosis on it, start snowballing the game. You have a percentage of free wins where that just happens and your opponent can't deal with it. But I think the Rogue package in general is so well equipped to be dealing with what most of Yala's decks do, particularly in my mind the Druid, which does make me come back to that idea as well as to why the Druid ends up getting banned out in this series. But I think overall, Psycho's Rogue is in the most powerful position of any of his decks in this series.
Yeah, but it is going to be going up against arguably Yala's most regular deck, right? This is just mostly the regular priest we see with a few additions, of course. Cobalt Sticky Finger ×2, Swampoo's ×2, and the Kartuk Defender. Excuse me, the Kartuk Defenders as well, as I'm joking. So, although there are things missing from this priest, of course, that makes it not as powerful generally as the standard list, it is the closest to just not a completely 100% built deck to beat Warrior. So maybe this matchup is as good as it's actually going to get for Yala to go up against Rogue.
It's just 100% generous mummy today. That's just all that's happening.
This weekend?
Yeah. Well, let's ignore that part. Let's focus on the silver lining. Psycho does have Questing Adventurer, Shadow Step, and a very useful 1-drop to Shadow Step. Should allow him to get off to a very, very aggressive opening here against Yala.
Yeah, and guess what? One of the cuts that has been made, of course, in his priest is one of those, the one Holy Smite that we normally see in lists. So that's not there. There's, of course, no penance either. So
this is very nice indeed.
Going into one maker, this just screams go time to me, Subtle.
It sure does. He would be very, very much all in at that point, though, having drawn a completely dead card with the Kobold Sticky Finger, and with his Pharaoh Cat not giving him any help whatsoever with the Generous Mummy. He would be basically betting the game on this one Questing Adventurer, but personally I think it's a reasonable bet to make. I think it's an extremely powerful push here.
He could bounce the Pharaoh Cat.
Could.
I know I was naturally looking at Neophyte, which I think we were both doing that, but if he's that bothered about the curve, he could go for the cat bounce, since he's going to backstab the 2-2 anyway, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's probably the smartest play. My concern was, so my initial thinking is because the backstab is getting played, there's that one Shadow Word Death in your opponent's deck, which, if you would still need to play the Neophyte twice, though, I guess, to lock that out, because obviously then coin Shadow Word Death wouldn't be a possibility. So since you're only Shadow Stepping it and playing it once, it would still be playable for 3 mana. So I guess, there's actually just no reason why you wouldn't go for the Pharaoh Cat here.
I do agree, though, generally, that Neophyte is used to protect it, right? But in this specific circumstance, actually better just for the resources. As it was, he only got a Grand Mummy, but again, you could argue that that's a playable card with Dagger next turn to help out as well. So I think Psycho just needs stuff that isn't Generous Mummy and a Sticky Finger to play.
Exactly. It's a turn. It's not a good turn, but it is a turn 4. And then he has a turn 5. And the turn 5 isn't good either, but it's a turn 5. So really, those turns are just supporting this Questing Adventurer that he's rather all in on this point. But Yala does have the option to take most of this apart over a couple of turns with the Wild Pyromancer clear that he has available. Pyro Coin Apo is available to him on turn 4, but he won't then have additional spells to follow that up afterwards, and that certainly is not going to interact with the Questing Adventurer.
I do think if Yala could, of course, see Psycho's hand right now, he would be much happier to deal with this over the course of a couple of turns.
Yes.
But the fact that he can't, he does know 2 of the minions are reborn, but the fact that he can't see it must be absolutely terrifying right now.
Yikes. It's just more air.
Yep.
Psycho's just got to go. He has one plan. There's really no way to divert from this path he's on. Just has to load up this questing.
I actually wondered whether a prep would ever be worthwhile that turn.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess it was worth thinking about.
If you scare, if death isn't there, you know that for a fact. What's the next best thing? Pyromancer clears? Maybe 1-1 helps.
Wave of Apathy is so clutch. Next best thing to the Shadow Word Death in his deck, I would argue. Is that Pyro Apo clear?
Grand Mummy, though, going to negate some of the damage on the questing, though.
Yeah. But he can go back in now again with Pyromancer on the following turn, and between the Pyromancer itself and that 2 AoE that he still has from the Pyromancer remaining in hand, he's just going to be hoping, praying, crossing his fingers that he's able to interact with this Questing Adventurer. But the Grand Mummy buff might just pull it out of range here.
Pharaoh Cat Restless Mummy, let's go. Is that the plan?
Sure. Oh! We can see it. But from Psycho's perspective, he's more than entitled to think, okay, that was the desperation Pyromancer from my opponent. I've got it out of his hand. But the second Pyro is now going to be absolutely brutal. To be fair, though, you do have to consider Ray's dead as well in these situations, which I think is a very scary thing that Psycho's potentially played into here. I think perhaps being as all in on the Pyro as Psycho was, he might have just been a little bit more protective with his questing adventurer.
It's really tricky, isn't it, though? Like, to do that, it would be such a weird turn to try and make from Psycho's side. Very, very tough. We are going to see the Pyro. Radiant's going to kick it out. It's going to leave the Sticky Finger on board, though, so maybe Psycho can get some work done with this now.
Yep.
Ooh, okay, well, that's a pickup.
It is.
Guess he plays the cat first. There is a chance that he doesn't play Jandis this turn. Is that the chance?
Oh, it's so frustrating. Like, you want to dagger this turn so badly as well, just so you can deal with the 3-1 and actually push the damage. Now you have to trade your 5-4 into a 3-1 just for the privilege of playing your Jandis.
So what you're saying is he should have gone Generous Mummy Dagger that turn.
I mean, no, but I did, like, the thought at least crossed my mind. I would be lying if my brain didn't at least approach that subject.
You feel like you need a shower now, Tom?
Yeah, a little bit.
Destruction they come.
Soul Mirror is insane.
Yeah. He has Pyro Wave this turn. There's so much work.
Could also just take the Draconic Studies and go like Pyro Wave Draconic Studies this turn to just isolate, most likely, the 2-8 on board. I'm sure he will be predicting that the 3-3 is the illusion. He has the 2-1 anyway, though, actually. Never mind.
I'm not sure about this, because for me, with the Spellkins, plural, in hand, Yala has tons of stuff. What he doesn't have is a Soul Mirror. And I think that's the one thing I'd like sat in my hand.
Yeah. This must be fairly frustrating. You're just getting pyroed every turn of the game right now. That's all that's happening. Okay, Dirty Tricks is huge.
Can kill off this Pyro, play the Wasteland Assassin, play the Dirty Tricks, and still hold the prep. Something a little bit more impactful in the near future.
Yeah, or he could essentially prep a dagger this turn, which I don't think is as stupid as it sounds, since he has just so little to do this turn.
It's a board player then, so...
Yeah. The other option is just to not even play the Dirty Tricks and just open yourself up for, like, Hanar top decks, things like that. Blackjack Stunners.
That's a tough sell to me, Soto. I think I would have this Dirty Tricks active every single day of the week, but I do see your point. It might lead to a much, much more impactful turn if he holds on to it. It's tough call to make.
It is, but he needs to make something magical happen, right? His hand is doing nothing. Like, you know, just drawing 2 cards right now. Like, with the way this deck works, it really wants to be stringing together combos, right? It wants to be having 6, 7, 8 cards in its hand every turn so it can tie all those pieces together into things that are actually powerful. Having no cards in hand, and even if you just pick up 2 cards off the Dirty Tricks, how likely are they to actually have an immediate impact?
It's tough because some of those cards could be Secret Passage, could be One Thief, and so on. So, you know, to start making things happen, Evil Miscreant, etc. So I do think drawing 2 has many routes available for Psycho, but maybe with this board he can just wait 1 turn. I think if he skips this turn not playing it, then we can talk.
Yikes. Yeah, I agree with that entirely. I think there was enough upside draws in his deck that I can kind of get down with stalling for 1 turn, since it preserves a Dirty Tricks and a prep, essentially, when you force out the dagger to clear the board. So I think since he just drew air that turn, playing the Dirty Tricks is better than doing nothing, so it just has to come down. He's just resigned to it this turn now.
He's getting value out of this dagger, to be fair now. That's 2 good trades from that dagger. Wasteland gets to go face. So, again, I feel like in this meta, dagger, not the power level it used to be in the game, but still getting this good use out of it. It's proven to be pretty valuable for Psycho.
Oh, Nixia. Easiest turn Jarla's played all game. Oh! There it is. Pretty clutch.
You did just bounce it, right?
I mean, you can't kill it. If you could kill it, you might kill it, because you don't really have a plan of dealing with it next turn here either.
Oh, yeah. Now we're playing Hearthstone, Sol.
Oh, no.
The mummy's hit the board.
Oh,
you just bounced a 1-1? Oh, no. Okay. I thought that aimed at 1-1, then I was like, whoa.
Now it's just playable again. Guess it's not, just because of the sheer amount of damage that he's thrown out on board. Oh my god, this turn. Just do things. The world is your oyster, Jarla. All of your 1-cost cards cost 0. This is the dream scenario.
Good to just start with Spelkin first, right?
I'm
trying to work out with Jarla now, knowing that this is Dirty Tricks, and knowing that Psycho has quite bad cards, if he can ever get away with not casting a spell with this hand.
It's fair.
He has Aeon Reaver. That just kills off the 5/4 and then, you know, a 1/1 kills the Reborn effect. He has Kaj, like, heal with his hero power. It doesn't seem like the worst plan to at least consider here.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout.
And honestly, Sol, that kind of compliment is all I really aim for. Wasn't a bad suggestion. Great, day made.
I mean, step number 1 is you have to decide whether or not you just want to replay a Nixia, which, like I said, like if this happens, then this happens. Oh yeah, okay. Happy to draw the 2 cards. Interesting.
Secret Passage. If there's ever a card that's going to get him back in the game. Is he going to do your favorite play, Sol, you think?
Does he need to? He has so much mana.
Well, it allows him to play Miscreant first, though, right? Does he ever want to do that? Is that a separate turn, I suppose?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so you prep the Miscreant first, and then you play the passage afterwards. Yeah, I could see that. Alright, big value engine here with the Shadow Step.
He can evolve the Generous Mummy.
Yep, that's huge.
Get that off the board.
It's one of the few ways that you can often get use out of the Generous Mummy, like with 0 consequences, is when you hit Rush Lackey and Evolve Lackey from an Evil Miscreant. You can just rush it out and then evolve it immediately. But
big trade transforms, nice.
Having had that 1 turn of it just being in play, now he can drop it down, get the Evolve. Okay. The Altruist is insane.
Now a secret for the bounce? What?
What was this turn, Raven? Where did this come from?
It all comes from the back of the Generous Mummy. We've been doing it wrong all along.
Apparently. Oh, this is going to be brutal for Jarla if this one turns around right now. Because as I was saying, like this is largely the free win deck in Psycho's lineup. So Jarla picking up a win against it is so enormous for his chances overall. It looked like Psycho's draw was just going to be miserable enough that Jarla was going to be able to get over the line, but that's all it took.
And I think, again, easy to say now because of that outcome.
I know exactly what you're going to say, and I agree with you.
Did Jarla need to play a spell?
That wasn't what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say, should he just have a Soul Mirror in his hand because it's a Soul Mirror?
That's let's stack them together.
Yeah.
What is Elun's will?
But yeah, 2 things. No Soul Mirror, and also he did have options to actually just not activate and not really get overly punished for it, at least in my opinion. He had some trade plans as well, but... Taj on the Wasteland. I imagine he has to do something about this Altruist.
Yeah, I think
Can't
Aeon Reaver.
just let it chill.
Yeah, I think Aeon Reaver is earmarked for the Altruist.
Aeon Raver. That's
Aeon Raver. Cut the lights, get the glow sticks, quick!
Once he's done with this game, he's going out.
Yep. It's going to be a big one tonight, lads.
Dragon's Horde seems as good a starting point as any. Hold on to it, interesting. I thought this was giving him the most flexibility to actually just play the card. Like, you could have had something nutty from that Dragon's Horde.
Mm-hmm.
I like Brightwing. I'm just a legend gamer right now. So Dragon Horde, Brightwing, just give him the cards.
I think Twilight Drake is just way too solid here, just to fill out the turn.
Choose soon.
We just leave this as a 3-1 now.
Yeah,
Need to interact with it.
Giving him the Wasteland, right?
Hmm. Okay.
Well, now all the pressure is on Yala here because this game is starting to, or started already, to slip away.
Yep. Yala has stall for a couple of turns here, but even through a wave of apathy, this board is threatening something closely approximating lethal. Yala really does not have that much time. Combination of the wave of apathy and the apotheosis can certainly put some work in, but he's not finding a way to fight back on board right now, and that is a problem. That is a problem with Control Priest, that if you don't have the Soul Mirror, it can be very, very difficult to fight back against board states like this, especially when you're down 3 Pyromancers already, and that was your last Raise Dead, which whiffed on Pyro because of course it did, because you have like 25 Whelps in there.
You don't pick the ones.
This card's so toxic, Raven!
Yeah. It's a bit excessive, isn't it?
Psycho now will be looking for some sort of clean answer to this Wasteland Assassin. Currently does not have anything like it, and none of that is going to help.
Would you like a Prime, though?
Oh, certainly.
And I actually think this could be Astromancer Backstab.
Your own Astromancer?
Yeah, get it in the deck.
Many options.
Yeah, get it in the deck. Where did that come from?
Look, I'm excited, okay? It's a tense game. Wow. Look, Owen, what if I told you about this? Can't cast Hearthstone. Stop it.
I was with you. I mean, I wasn't necessarily with you in the extremities of the backstab, but I was with you on the Astromancer Solarium.
It's like the maximum trades just to be able to even play the Nithar. You even gonna play it like this? Okay. I guess the genius with this is if there's a wave of apathy, maybe that buffs the eggs.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
they're gonna proc anyway, but
we can see that wave of apathy is about the only thing that Yala has in the tank at the moment. There's the card that actually turns wave of apathy just from toxic into disgustingly powerful. But now, Yala finds his turn. He's back at 30. He can just try and activate some counter pressure of his own.
Yeah, this 4/4 rush though from the egg is huge. It allows like this Onyxia is just dead.
Yes. I do agree with this. I think Yala does need to try and thin the board state out just a little bit before he goes for the Val Acolyte line.
Psycho looks like he's going to get some knowledge of what's in this Faceless Lackey first before he does anything else. So 2-3, not too bad. It's weird though, right? Because Yala can just transfer now to a fatigue plan. Psycho, 9 cards. Yala, plenty ahead with 13. Although he's not doing much, I think if he just actually now goes full defensive, which he can do with the Acolyte, 2 Wave of Apathy, Spellkin, obviously his draws, like, I think that's more than possible.
It's tough though, because like as we've seen, This has been such a low value draw for the majority of this game for Psycho that his remaining cards, even though there are only 9 of them, Questing Adventurer, Edwin Van Cleef, 2 Wand Thieves in there as well. So like there's still a ton of potential value left over. However, Psycho has no cards in his hand. So how big is a Questing Adventurer or Edwin Van Cleef actually going to end up being?
I was just about to say, for me, the Wand Thieves are the threat in that list of cards right now in this specific game.
Yeah. But there is still 1 secret passage left as well, so obviously that could make a massive Edwin or massive Questing single-handedly.
What is Elun's will?
But before we even get to that stage, Yala has to find a way to answer the boards that are being put in front of him.
What is Elun's
Could just start with Spellkin and at worst have Cabal Wave.
I think he really doesn't want to play the Spellkin here because he wants his other Cleric of Scales to be a live top deck so that he can actually dig for something that he needs. I think that's the reason why it's been being held onto for so long. This is a thing that you do sometimes have to do with this deck, and I think it's what Yala's doing right now.
Well, let's see the cards for Psycho. Plagiarize, Prep, Questing plus a card. Definitely not a bad next turn lined up, even at worst.
Oh my goodness, stop! Why are you like this video game?
Typical. Does Psycho just play a Plagiarize and wait now to try and build up a Questing Adventurer?
No. I think in play is in play here, right? Like, if as long as it gets to a decent size. I mean, actually, even as a 2/2, like, what are the cards in Yala's deck that actually interact with it at this point, with all of the Pyromancers gone?
It really is just Soul Mirror, isn't it?
Yeah, smaller is better in terms of immediacy because it can't just get Shadow of Death straight away, which is like the one decent removal that Yala still has. Obviously, there's Renew, which can change breakpoints, and there's Holy Smite, which can be any of the generated 1-mana cards that Yala currently has in his hand. So maybe making it exactly 4/4 here is worthwhile. Costs him a prep, though. He's not feeling it. Needs an answer from this Renew. I think he's in too much trouble. He doesn't find one. Penance, Holy Smite, Plague of Death.
What is Elun's will?
Yeah, I think it's worth the cast, isn't it? Review the turn afterwards.
You do know if you whiff, though, you're giving your opponent a very, very good engine for the Questing Adventurer because you're potentially giving them the Renew off of the Plagiarize.
Elun's will.
Yeah, I think, weirdly, because Psycho has no cards, Yala doing anything helps out the Questing. Obviously not as much as Renew, of course, but even, yeah, he's going to go for the bare minimum, just the wave of apathy there. One Thief. Can trade one of these minions off, make some space. And go Plagiarize again. And the more times he makes Yala say try and have a dead turn due to Plagiarize, the more time he gets to just start bashing him in the face. This could be huge. Nope.
0 secrets remaining for the Ancient Mysteries, even.
Does he have a Shadow Step left, or has he used them both?
He does not have a Shadow Step left, no.
Choose soon.
Trying to work out whether he wants to trade into the Spellkin, of course. Use the quest. With as many minions on board, chipping away every turn as possible. I think he's pretty confident there's no Soul Mirror, so if he just holds on to this board, he is going to chip through, even through the unlimited waves of apathy. Again, with that another secret play, Diala has to think about what he wants to actually hand over to Psycho this turn again.
So now can Yala just find another turn to stall?
I wonder.
Just play Kartut Defender and call it a day, or is the questing getting too big at this point? The play on the previous turn from Psycho doesn't really seem attractive to Murazond either, so it's just kind of the same dilemma he was in before, which is either renew and go fishing for an answer, or just try and stall out yet another turn with the Kartut Defender.
Yeah, I think because he's so far ahead on fatigue, I think I actually like Kartut Defender. He can hold off again, then he can go off with Renew because the Plagiarizers will be gone. And he can try and fish for it then.
He still takes potentially infinity damage though, right?
He could wave as well, I think that's fine.
Okay. Seem more reasonable. They also have the option to like reset the questing at some... on that turn with just the inner fire.
Yeah, I was
taking it
that,
down to a 2/2. So 4 cards remaining. The secret passage is guaranteed. It is Sticky Finger, Van Cleef, Shadow Jeweler, Hanar, Wand Thief.
Surely he wants the Wand Thief, right?
I mean, he wants the Hanar as well, I would imagine, with that Netherwind portal in his hand, but there's no way to line those two things up together on this turn.
So again, depending on how much he wants to defend his own board, he could Wave of Apathy, then go Secret Passage, and then trade the minions away. Keeps as many minions alive as possible. He has 2 1/1s. One of them can go in to make space for the Wand Thief. The other one can go into the then 3/1 that the Kartut will leave behind.
Right.
So then that saves the 1/2, the 1/3, the 1/3, so on. He's just going to play his own Kartut. Yet again, just using this questing to actually defend the health on all the rest of his minions.
He has greeded this questing so hard, but Yala, on the other side, has greeded this Renew equally hard. See whose greed is going to pay off here. Second Cabal Acolyte?
He has to go Renew, right? He just has to.
Yeah.
Okay, his Murazond then gives him another Kartut, I guess.
It does,
so that is worth considering, because if Kartut was good last round, why not now? Well, why not now is there's no Wave of Apathy this turn. So that's why I think he has to go for Renew.
He can still inner fire that questing back down to a 3/3 again, though, with the Murazond. But he can also do that with the Cabal Acolytes. Like, he can Renew first if he doesn't find a sick answer here. He did not. Wait, yes, he did.
He can inner fire Pain.
He can inner fire Shadow Pain, indeed. So yeah, if he'd have completely whiffed here, he still could have gone Cabal Acolyte, inner fire that plays 2 taunts, steals 2 minions, and shrinks the questing.
What is a
The problem is, it's a good answer to the questing, but what about the rest of the board?
You think this is your time? It is mine.
Okay, so there's the Murazond. We got Wave of Apathy and the Kartut, of course.
That means the Forbidden Words can now deal with the questing. I completely forgot the Wave of Apathy was cast on the previous turn by Psycho. That's huge. That changes absolutely everything from Yala's perspective.
But there's Wave of Apathy for Psycho. This might hold the world record of most waves played in one game, right?
Not even close, Raven.
Really?
This is light.
Many options.
This is rookie numbers.
Yeah, it really is.
I still like the wave here, though. It allows him to get the Van Cleef down and punch through this board, and of course stops the Murazond running away with the game.
Yep.
You can't give this secret up, right?
No, I don't think so.
I
I think he plays the secret passage and then just plays nothing. Just lets the cards go back again. He's just playing it.
Could drop the One Thief.
He could drop the One Thief, I guess, yeah.
Yet again, One Thief. Like I said earlier, they always seem scarier than the Van Cleef as far as I'm concerned. They could get it Psycho so much value if you get some of the big late game mage power plays. Magic Trick? Or we could just Ray?
I think Psycho messed this turn up. So I think what he should have done is traded away one board space first, while the minions were still big enough to trade into on the other side. Then played the Wave of Apathy, then got himself 2 board spaces, so he could have played both the Sticky Finger and the One Thief that turn. Then he's guaranteed to draw Shadow Jeweler Hanar the next turn and be able to pop off with the secrets. Because otherwise he's going to have this like 1 turn interval where nothing happens.
It's true, but it would accelerate his fatigue as well, which is something that needs to be considered, right?
I mean, he did that by playing Secret Passage to begin with, right? Like, I think it's fairly binary there. You either do want to accelerate your fatigue or you don't.
Well, here's the double Acolyte. In a fire you would imagine just has to be played.
Dance, puppet. Dance. Dance, puppet. Dance.
Okay.
I'm almost out of cards.
And there's the 50-50 lost as well. Shadow Jeweler Hanar now last card.
Shadow Step.
There is 2 One Thieves still on the board, so that's pretty exciting.
Oh, they're all good though, because Bamboozle means he could play the Netherwing Portal now. That would, of course, ruin the Hanar if he can manage to defend it at some point.
That's fair.
But the Shadow Step on the One Thieves is huge, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go in first, yeah. Could get AoE, could get Flame Strike. That just obliterates Yala's board. Oh, okay, so it's all come down to this, as often it does. Feel your pain.
I'm really pleased we didn't just completely waste these last 45 minutes, Raven.
It's not about the destination, so of the journey.
Alright, Renew again gives Yala the opportunity to find some decent answer to this board state. But honestly, he's just kind of competitive on board as it stands.
Is there any reason not to play it, though, I guess is question number 1.
So 7 cards remaining for Yala, which is Soul Mirror. I believe he still has both his Kobold Sticky Fingers. Shadow of Death, Acidic Swampoos, Cleric of Scales, and a Draconic Studies. So I don't see any real reason why he just wouldn't want that in play this turn.
Initiation the card top?
Better than another giant minion of your own?
Protect the Murozond.
You could just make another Murozond.
Why protect this when you can just have more?
Yeah.
I'm sure that's some kind of social commentary on newer generations never wanting to repair or fix anything. Just buy new stuff instead.
Don't you want a 4/4? I'm somewhat confused.
That looks good.
Somewhat confused by many of the things that are happening this turn.
Now, Thottle, what's the play?
I never lie, but I never tell the truth.
Okay, the box is going to be the last-ditch attempt.
Yep.
But he plagiarized, right? Gives him more stuff.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree with the plagiarize. Recycle, that was a bunch of garbage. Freezing Trap? Probably Freezing Trap.
Is Ice Barrier ever a consideration? It can't be played next turn, which of course is a huge negative. But if he's going to start taking damage, maybe he thinks the 8 health can help. It's tough.
So the problem is, like, just looking at the board state right now, I'm fairly sure Yala can just pass every turn.
Right.
Until the end of the game.
Oh.
Like, obviously we see Puzzle Box. Puzzle Box is Puzzle Box, and forget anyone ever says anything anyone ever said about anything, because there's a Puzzle Box. But in the normal world of sane Hearthstone, I'm fairly sure Yala can just AFK this game. Right? Like, why does he have to interact with any of these secrets ever? Can't he just hero power pass till the end of the game?
Well, if he takes 5 a turn, 6 with the dagger, no?
4.
Right?
4, because he has a hero power.
Oh, sure, if he heals. 4 a turn.
Mm-hmm.
And then I suppose he can...
Psycho dies on the 5th hit of fatigue. So he dies on 1, 2, 3, 4,
Right.
5. You just win. I mean, the kicker is the mage card, right? Because outside of it being Puzzle Box, it could just be Fireball or Pyroblast or Apexis Blast or something that can actually, like, change that breakpoint.
Or Power of Creation, Deep Freeze, right?
Sure.
Like, even those, right? Those are the huge, heavy impact turns, or cards, should I say.
But if that's the case, if it's a card that, like, makes a board, I would still advocate doing nothing and you just wait for your Soul Mirror, and then, like, on the Soul Mirror turn, you Draconic Studies to test Counterspell and then play the Soul Mirror.
Yeah.
And try and end the game like that, right?
I mean, it makes sense to me. And I think the big one as well is this Mage Secret. I think if it wasn't a Mage Secret, you could argue about just playing Kartuk.
Yeah, I
Here it
think
is.
Psycho recognizes it. This is a race he is losing.
Yala, we're with you, mate.
Sanctuary is another minion that can actually help this race. Okay, that 4-1 dying is very possibly just the end of the world here for Psycho, though. Nourish! Okay, dodged it. Dodged the Nourish.
He's going to heal the Hanar back up. Oh, what? Insane.
Chromatic
just
Egg not
scheme
playable.
Chromatic Eggs.
Could just scheme Chromatic Eggs, yes. I suppose that is a thing he could do.
It's better than scheming Hanar, right?
Probably. Is it? Like, you end every turn with a secret in your hand.
That's true, but you could have dragons.
Yeah.
Like, gains the Sanctuary card, the 3/6, which is a huge problem as well. Both of these minions now actually pretty resilient to even a Soul Mirror to survive. It doesn't mean they're not going to end up equal trading anyway, but still. Sarah. This is insane. What do you actually pick? Gone for the Ysera, I think, there. What's the highest value? Pack Tactics, get 2 Yseras if the egg gets traded into summer.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, though. This egg is not being hatched
Soul Mirror.
willingly by Yala, I can tell you that much. I mean, the attack doesn't happen, though, right? Like, the 0-3 doesn't attack the 0-3.
I thought the
if Soul
zeros
Mirror
bump.
happens.
Did they
Did
not
they?
bump? Okay, now I'm questioning everything I thought I knew.
I'm not actually
Might be
sure.
wrong.
You might
I
be
thought
right.
everything bumped, even though it
Okay.
does nothing.
Okay, interesting.
I might be. I'm probably wrong though. But most importantly, it's just
this is-
Hogwaggle's scheme Chromatic
I know,
Egg.
it's so frustrating because from Yala's perspective, he has this solved. Like, he's doing everything right, and he's got robbed by Puzzle Box. I don't know what else you want me to say. That's what's happened this game.
And the thing is, Psycho can just wait till the last possible moment, then fill his hand, right, to get not only the most out of fatigue, out of the scheme, sorry, filling as many cards in his deck as possible, but it's just going to be enough. Yala must be sat there thinking, why is he playing this out? Psycho is more than smart enough to work out that he is dead to fatigue if this continues.
Yep.
Although I guess Yala also doesn't know what's in the egg, right?
No, yeah, I mean, does it matter? I don't know.
There could be a mystery proc on the egg, you never know.
I guess so, yeah.
Psycho's just waiting the last possible minute to, like, kill his own egg and then unleash Ysera. So now he has to scheme, right? He'll take 5 next turn if he doesn't.
Yep. This is the lethal turn, so he has to scheme here. It's the consideration
on
of what
4?
he wants to draw every turn. It's 4 copies, yeah.
Cool.
I think he just wants to draw a 3/6 taunt every turn, right?
Yes. Yeah. Wait.
Okay.
You do Hanar then?
He did do Hanar. I think this is fine. I think they're both better than the egg, obviously, because like the egg is actually just a 0/3 in this turn. But like, yeah. I mean, there you go. There's a puzzle box for you.
And now Yala has to play into these secrets, and he's about 3 turns too late to start pulling these away. And because he has to play into these secrets, I'm with the Hanar choice, because then it means Psycho gets to go again and again and again, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's fair.
I wonder.
Yala using all the brain power he's got here to try and work out a way to get out of this. But like I said, he has to kill the Hanar, which won't matter because he knows there's a secret in hand, but at least to reduce some damage down. But then he has to try and get through all these secrets, and the more he uses, there's likely to be a plagiarize here as well. Wait. Should try and cast spells, right? If he's just done that and there's no ambush. Did Psycho take dirty tricks at some point?
No, it's Bamboozle plagiarize.
Oh, it's Bamboozle. Right. I was going to say. Oh.
I think Yala will give Psycho enough credit here to know that there's no dirty tricks in play.
I was definitely the confused one out of us three at this moment in time, not any of these players.
Alright, plagiarize hits the Cleric of Scales. No big deal, that's that dealt with, but every secret that comes down here is just going to get replaced by more, and now...
No reason not to, right? Yeah, it looks like there's no reason not to play the second minion here, or even the third minion, excuse me, with the Cleric. Double secrets, of course, now. And like we said, Yala has to respond in some way, or he will just die to this board, because the board's only going to get bigger every turn, but the more Yala responds, the more he's going to proc these secrets, which not only give then Psycho more stuff to do next turn, but also can put extra minions on the board, extra health on the board, can just counter spells, so on. It's just going to go from bad to worse here from Yala, and I don't know if there's a way to actually dig himself out of this. I think the way was playing Soul Mirror about 20 turns ago.
Yeah, I mean, even then, the board would have come back eventually, right? I do agree that Soul Mirror, I think, was one of the few decisions this game from Yala that I disagreed with him not just picking up the Soul Mirror off the first Cleric of Scales Discover, just to have that security. It does, of course, end up being his second to last card, which is the second most unlucky position it could end up being after you make that decision, but I do still think, just from my experience, that Soul Mirror is so key in so many matchups. You should almost always have it unless you need something else desperately, like right now, that's offered to you off a Cleric of Scales. But, I mean, let's not be disingenuous about what ended up deciding this game, Raven.
Yep. Hanar.
Yep, that's the one.
Yep. Secret's going to start getting procced, because as we said... Wait a minute. Wait just a minute.
Does that actually do anything?
It's Psycho a Dragon. Is the egg going to be the clutch card? Okay, if he's going to play Soul Mirror, we do at least get to find out if these zero attacks actually bump each other.
He does get himself 2 big taunt minions now as well, which is huge. Okay, they do.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, cool.
So the one remaining secret now is Ambush from Psycho. And he is down to his last 2 Shadow Jeweler Hanars.
So basically, in just over 2 turns, he's dead, because he will take that 5 fatigue.
Yep, not the one on the right. We've talked this one through. So ridiculous.
It's gotta be counter, right?
here. Counterspell seems smart. Freezing Trap again.
Choose soon.
It's just so many actual actions that Psycho has to take here with the double Hanar that there's just like so little. Like, do you remember the game in testing we had where I had like the 2/3 that discovered a spell every time you played a secret? Like it was just impossible to play a turn.
And that's it, because you're not only picking a secret for what's good now, you're picking a secret based off the fact that you get another roll at secrets that you might go with instead.
Right.
So you can start to look at, well, what's better next turn, and so on, so on. It's tough.
Right. Now, Yala has reached the point of fatigue himself. And I'm not really seeing a way that he digs out of this, because the Deathwing is just always going to run into like Noble Sacrifice or Freezing Trap or whatever else. Unless he can stall until Psycho is out of Hanars.
Right.
He can't. I don't think. It's just more and more resources going over to Psycho every turn of these plagiarizers. And even on the Deathwing plan, like, that's even accepting that he manages to get the Deathwing down on a turn where there isn't a plagiarize, right? Where there's just a Deathwing going into the hand of the opponent. Like, it's just... it looks like a tantalizing prospect, but I just don't think it's enough to get there in the end for Yala.
It's a lot of health, though, Sol.
Maybe it is.
Yala needs two more turns.
Enough.
He needs 2 more turns, right?
He does, yeah. You might just be right.
And he's on 19. There's 3, 6, 7.
Yeah,
okay. So there's 3, 4, 5,
yeah.
6 with the dagger. This turn puts him to 13. He heals back up to 15. Takes some fatigue. And then there's...
But the Kartoot, though. He can't Deathwing anymore, because then he doesn't have the straight up 1 turn out of just the fatigue killing, because the Kartoot will heal out of range of the 5 tick. So now Yala needs to find an entire extra turn of his own because of the Kartoot defender being found off plagiarize.
What is a loon's will?
I don't see it. I don't see a line, Raven.
Yeah, there's what, 13 with dagger? But then it's that 1. It was just...
Wait, it's just Hero Power Pass again, isn't it? It's just Hero Power Pass again. There's no lethal setup on board. You don't have to do anything. The Kartoot can't trade. There's nothing with high enough attack for the Kartoot to trade into.
The secrets obviously don't affect it, right? There's no way to, like, secret your way to a dead card.
Right.
What is a loon's will? Haste.
So there's 13 with the dagger for Psycho next turn. And how much fatigue is Yala on?
5. Oh, Yala's on 3 next turn.
Yeah, so he's safe, right?
So he actually just still won this game? Hello?
Yeah, I think he wins, right? I'm not going crazy counting this. There's 13 with the dagger this turn. Yala doesn't die next turn, therefore Psycho dies the turn after. That's the game, and
sometimes justice, Raven! Sometimes there is justice in this game! Oh, everything makes sense again! I'm so happy! Oh, that was almost the biggest scam of a game of Hearthstone I've ever seen in my life, and yet here we are.
Does everything make sense? Because nothing makes sense to me after that game of Hearthstone, Subtle. Of course, the box from Psycho giving him that additional chance to get in there with a Togwaggle scheme. The game would have been over long ago without that. But that looked so close from both players for so long after the box, of course, that even we were struggling to like, wait, if they attack there, if they attack there, because a lot of our points were based on the assumptions of what the players were going to do. And I think, again, a shout out to Yala. I would have lost that game if I was him quite easily. And I think Yala managed to keep his cool just about and held on, even with the Soul Mirror coming so late. That was an incredibly crazy and impressive game there.
Yeah, I would have too. I mean, I would have tilted off the face of the planet as soon as the Togwaggle scheme came into play, which I did while casting, let alone while actually playing the game and being involved in like a world championship hunt. But certainly, like, you could hear how lost I was in that end game. I think that's some of the worst like technical casting I've made in a very, very long time in terms of just getting things like outright wrong in that end game scenario. But it was just so easy to get lost in it. But you know, that was the one consistent thing, which was true from even before the puzzle box days, which already seems like it was about half an hour ago at this point, is that Yala just didn't have to do anything because secrets are secrets. They don't really do anything proactive to the board. Which is why I was even wondering, you know, my instinct at the time was like, well, maybe he just wants to play a 4-mana 3/6 every turn. Like, does that get there? He's just able to do that and just play a bigger minion that's more threatening and pushing more damage, which is something that maybe I'd be interested in going back to look at because all of your secrets are protecting your one existing Hanar anyway, so how likely is that one to die? But there's just a million things that could have gone wrong from both sides in there. But that is one of the most ridiculous games of Hearthstone I can ever remember casting or playing in the entire time this game has been out, Rave.
It's crazy, right? Isn't it? Because the 3/6s at this second in time, like, oh, they look way better. But then you realize the Soul Mirror would have potentially gave Yala loads of taunts he could heal up as well. So then it all goes weird. But that game, I'm sure plenty of people will be talking about that for a while now. But for now, we're going to move on to our game number 3. Yala has a chance not making this series a fast one, but at least a 3-0 sweep if he can get a win with this warrior. We did see the deck list on screen, but I must confess, Sol and myself are pretty stunned right now with having to deal with that. But basically, this is a control-style warrior with the double Cobalt Sticky Finger, the Card Tuck Defenders in there, Archivist Elysiana, and also that Bulwark of Azinoth that you mentioned earlier, Soto, that might get yoinked away with Psycho Sticky Fingers.
Easy starter with the Neophyte, just curving out as aggressively as he possibly can, which I think is the right way to go about it.
And also, if this isn't answered, we might see a relatively early Edwin Van Cleef. Are you a fan? There's even the backup, right?
Yeah, love it.
Of having the Hanar secret follow-up no matter what. Your turn can only be decent to insane next turn, so I like this a lot from Yala.
Yeah, Yala does have, I'd say, an acceptable response to the situation, which is just to tempo out a Barov here, just to preemptively deal with the Edwin at least. But it's a lot of damage to invest in the meantime.
Is there ever a reason to actually Ankar instead?
So exactly how many pirates does Yala play in his deck? Let's figure that out. He plays the 2 Cobalt Sticky Fingers, but he already has 1 in hand, and then just the 2 Risky Skippers. Is that it? Yep. So 2 draws of Ankar. So he has to, so he's guaranteed to hit 1 Skipper, right? So yeah, that's fine. You can go Ankar if you want. It's pretty much the same thing.
And also there is just the kind of weird benefit that it plays around Stunner as well. To an extent, of course, he can anchor the Van Cleef next turn anyway.
Yes.
Even if it's stunned. But this feels a little bit more consistent because you never know. There might be another Shadow Step with Van Cleef next turn, and then suddenly the health is then rebuffed again, or a Miscreant, the Titanic Lackey. So I definitely like it this way round for a multitude of reasons. Here comes Quest Adventurer off the top there. I doubt he's going to go for it now with this Hanar choice with the Plagiarize. And although a little bit unfortunate for Psycho at least, he won't be able to follow up with that additional secret, which could have been huge.
Yes.
If there was a Noble Sacrifice, a Redemption, so on. Well, there is a Noble Sacrifice. Can't follow up with it, but at least he does have that quest in backup next turn.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Because I think you know, Psycho will at least be fearful of the thing that's about to happen to him now that he's seen the Ankar. He knows this is a possibility on this turn, that no matter what happens, his board can just be blown up by the Skipper Barov combination. So actually having something to refill with on the following turn is a very, very big deal. Yep, gotta be done. Can't afford to keep tanking this board for multiple turns.
Risky Skipper questing Noble Sacrifice. Is this
Probably,
a term we're going to talk about?
Probably not in that order.
Well, you don't get to kill the barrel then.
Well, you kill your own questing if you do it in the order that you suggested, Raven.
Wait, what? How?
Risky skip. You said risky skipper questing. So you risky skipper, you questing. Your questing takes 1 damage,
sure.
and then the barrel dies, and you take 1 damage.
Look, forgive me. I was looking at Noble Sacrifice, thinking you thought that was going to act like a pyro for the skipper or something. What? Oh, I'm losing it. I'm going to be honest. I'm losing it.
Yeah,
It's been one of those series, but I will recover. I promise. This looks much more reasonable here. Psycho just going to kill off this barrel. Get a minion down for himself, and again, not so much using his own Barrow's battle cry, but more just having a 3-2 on the board being a big deal here.
Agreed. It's also a very awkward trade for this Kargath, amusingly.
That's true, yeah. Oh, why? Does Barov do 1 damage? So
It does, yeah. It's actually got this death rattle that does 1 additional damage
yeah.
to everything else on board. It's useful to keep that in mind so you don't suggest plays where you blow up your own questing adventurer.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, we're back in the comfort zone, making fun of Raven. All right, I know everything makes sense now.
Yala already down to 20. Again, no real fear of getting burst out on this board, but still just a consideration that Psycho has managed to push a good chunk of damage this early in the game for a deck that isn't necessarily, any kind of aggro deck a lot of the time. Is this just Kargath anyway?
Could be. Could just be Coin Carter as well. Pretty reasonable.
I think I like just Kargath. Just
yeah,
kill it.
I do too.
Kargath shuffled in.
Either way, it's basically just like a resource that you're committing to trade with the Barov. They both essentially just trade straight up. This works too. It's the same thing, right? Like, is this Kargath, Kartut Defender? They all just basically trade down the board state, no matter which way you cut it. So it's just which one you want to use. And I guess in a vacuum, Sticky Finger is just like the weakest resource overall. So using that one to trade down the board state does probably make the most sense.
Give me a quest.
Now questing going to come down. Dragon Horde might open up some options here for Psycho. Okay, that's funny. Weird choices, honestly. Barov definitely a no, but Zixo has some late game additional power. But even the Mozaki just didn't seem too bad as just a big minion.
I do like the Zixor overall, though. Just the most vanilla good minion, and it actually puts
I think it's
an
just
additional,
the better one. Yeah.
additional win condition in your deck, especially when you have the ability to secret passage into that win condition later on in the game when you still have 2 of those left in your deck.
Now this Noble Sacrifice can get some work done as Kargath weapon isn't going to cut it for Yala.
Does have Skipper Smith though, which is 1 armor and then 3 armor. So he will just still be a little bit short of making the Shield Slam play. No, 2 armor then 3 armor, right? He does still get that. Yeah, that's fine. He can make it happen. He, of course, has to consider redemption, though. He has to consider repentance, which would actually mess with that plan as well.
Yeah, the havoc one Paladin secret can make is quite exceptional.
Yeah, I think attack first is the line here, right? Okay. Maybe it doesn't matter. If he gets to use this, Noble Sack, then he can just use the Kargath instead and save the Armorsmiths. This is his second skipper now.
Which, if it was, to be fair, if it was Repentance, then he could use the Kargath to trade anyway, right?
That's true. Yeah, no, that is a good point.
With the risky skipper.
Yeah. Chooses to value the Battle Rage cycle here over gaining the armor with the Armor Smith, which I actually do like. It's one of the things that's important about Jarla's actual build of the deck, is that he's not going to consistently draw removal like a normal Control Warrior would, because he doesn't actually play that much of it. This is a hyper-tuned Control Warrior to beat Bomb Warrior. You don't need to kill that many minions. So he only plays one Blade Storm, one Coerce, one Brawl, which are all resources that he really wants to get his hands on to be able to be dealing with Psycho's board states. So I really like going for the cycle there, because he does need to hit some of those key options.
Yeah, and these Evil Quartermasters now are going to help beef up some of those options as well with the help of some lackeys. Let's get the Goblin lackey. The Rush does have Coerce as well, but I don't know if that's required quite yet.
Yeah, he also wants to be careful of the secret, right? Like, casting a spell is obviously dangerous for the dirty tricks, but he obviously wants to be careful of Plagiarize here as well, with just how low on resources his opponent is. He, once again, wants to do the absolute bare minimum he can this turn.
Armor made to fit.
Double time and double pay.
Okay, he's going to get the news.
Yep.
Yet again, Psycho just starving for resources right now.
There's nothing going on. Absolutely
Hard-casting
nothing.
a Vendetta is never a fun time, is it?
No, a wise man once said... No, right, we won't go there. Yep, I feel you, Psycho. There's one thing I don't think any Hearthstone player would want to do after playing that last game that both of these players had to somehow find their way through, is just to queue up another complete non-game straight afterwards, which is essentially what this has been. You've got to feel for Psycho in this position.
And also just the mental fatigue. It's fine for me and you to joke about, minds being melted, obviously.
Yeah.
It's been a long series, but we're only 2 games in.
I know.
If Psycho wins, this could easily be a 3-hour series, right? And these players are the ones that have got stuff on the line here. Like, it must be incredibly difficult to manage here.
Pushed the one! It's not actually an aggro line from Jarla. He just does not want the Zixel Prime to be in the deck that turn, because it's just one more great draw that Psycho could have had on that turn.
Shadow Step going to be nice for this Jandis, and the first Jandis was not that good, so Psycho definitely hoping for something a bit more from the second, and not really.
Nope.
Not really. If anything, this board is exceptionally weak to a Blade Storm with a couple of trades.
Yeah. This is it. This is Psycho's push. He is in.
And Psycho knows, look at this. He's just... Don't even blame him for these looks or these actions on camera right now. He is no doubt stressed, along with Jarla, of course, but now just yet again another road game where he's starved for resources, and the problem is it might not go on for long enough for him to just draw his whole deck.
Yeah. That is an issue. Jarla does have the dirty tricks problem to deal with here. Obviously, he would have loved to have continued not playing spells for as long as possible here and just gaining as big an advantage as he could, but I think he's obligated to this turn. Is there ever a world he gets it done with Quartermaster and lackeys? I don't think so, right?
I mean, he could trade him Bloodsworn, the Armor Smith, and just make Psycho trade into him. It's something he can do. I don't know if it's good, but it's something he can do that involves him not actually playing spells.
Okay. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, make him trade. I don't think Psycho can ignore double... Oh, okay, he didn't play... It looked like he had played the Bloodsworn at the very end there. He did not. But again, it's not like Psycho can really ignore these minions on board, right? There's 15 armor. there's an Armor Smith live on board. Has to do the trading for him.
Yeah. I will admit I wasn't looking at this, but I do agree. I would have liked to see the Bloodsworn Mercenary in play. I think there really aren't that many good targets left. It's largely for the Kargath, or if you hold on to coin, the Kargath Prime most of the time. Apart from that, there's really not that many good targets in the deck outside of Kartut Defender, which he's played one of already as well. I think turning it into another Armor Smith would have been pretty effective there.
And also as well with the number of attacks, right? Then the image would have actually had to attack.
Had to attack something, yeah.
Yeah.
Or, you know, it probably wouldn't. It would have gone face, but you would have had a minion left over to make the attack on the following turn.
Either way, it dies.
Yes.
Again, Yala just saying, no, you play with the cards on the top of the deck. Arrow Cat, this is a Colossus of the Moon all over it.
I mean, why would it be anything else? Why would it ever be anything else, Raven?
Look, I like kind of joking about this card as much as the next person. But this is too much right now. Even I'm done, so.
You instantly play this Generous Mummy, by the way. Yep.
Yeah, of course you do. Of course you do. This makes it more likely Yala will play a spell. They're cheaper.
Yep.
And it's a 5/4 with Reborn. That's pretty good.
Oh! The absolute stone colds off the top, Raven.
It's not good enough, though, right?
Why not? He's at 32?
I guess.
If this is
what
the
he
plan,
wants, really, is to make the board smaller, and then he gets to do this. Oh, she just does this with Bloodsworn Mercenary. If you can make the board smaller first.
just gets it to trade into like a Pharaoh Cat and then Bloodsworns it afterwards.
Yeah. Well, no. You reduce. You let Psycho have the draws. You reduce the board down, but leave the Generous Mummy. So the trade happens. The Mummy Reborn comes back. Deathwing doesn't hit it, and then you can Bloodsworn.
Okay.
There you go. The freebie for you, that one.
But seriously though, if this was the plan, then this is just an instant Deathwing, right? It's just an instant Deathwing.
Yala will want as many trades as possible. Yeah, that was close to as good as it was going to get, right? He could have killed the 4-2 instead, arguably, but then at least now the Reborn side is gone. Empo Quest.
Probably. Like, you have to present a threat that forces your opponent to play a spell at some point, right?
Give me a quest.
Questing Adventurer might just be that threat. Alright. Get yourself out of this one without playing a spell, Yala.
Wait for it.
I'm waiting.
Hero Power Pass. Bloodsworn Mercenary, let's go. Execute Bladestorm. Now, though, he does have to be... I think you would be okay with now proccing a secret. Because look at all the cards you've dealt with. You've dealt with Jandis, Shadowstep Jandis.
Yep.
There's a Quest Adventurer now dead.
2.
Like, yeah, sorry, 2, yeah. There's the Van Cleef is gone, right?
Yep.
I think this is fine. Got Bulwark now, so he's going to be even more resilient to the cards that Psycho does draw.
No, he's not. It's a double sticky finger deck, Raven. I don't think that thing's actually getting played this game. Actually, no. What you can no. You can just play it. Yeah, you just play it and swing it at minions. That's what you do. You just use it as like a big Lights Justice. Is likely what's going to happen here. Yeah, love it.
Gonna clean up this board. I like it.
Yep.
But now this is the big point here for Psycho. Psycho is winning significantly on fatigue right now for a start, but Yala has Archivist Elysiana, so we can already throw that out the window. What's important now is at least we can see Yala's hand is getting progressively worse because he has had to use those resources. Is that actually just an emote thrown out there from Yala? He's feeling a little bit spicy, isn't he?
No, I think he's genuinely thinks he's made a mistake last turn. I'm just currently trying to work out what that was.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that Psycho didn't just play Blackjack Stunner into Zigzor that turn, because the Blackjack Stunner protects from the Blade Storm, right? Because you have the 1-2
To an
play.
extent, yeah.
Yeah, so you would need multiples of cards to actually clear the Zigzor.
Mhm.
Kind of surprised.
As he, okay, just use the backstab up there. It's interesting. There's Kargath, though. That's absolutely huge.
Yes, both literally and figuratively.
A conundrum.
I still think Yala just takes it slow, though.
Ooze the bulwark. Is it necessary? Is that better or worse than 2 armor in this situation? I'm not actually sure.
Well, what if he's just not going to play
genuinely
Kargath,
asking?
right?
Oh, what if he's not going to play Kargath? Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think he can actually play slower right now.
Sure.
Like, he could just ooze, execute, if he wants, or something like an armor up. I think that's absolutely fine right now. This 4-2 is dead in many other ways.
I mean, I really like just playing both, because you're just threatening lethal, right? Like, well, I know this series is Bizarro World, but I'm pretty sure threatening lethal is still a good thing to do.
Does he know what the secret is there?
Does now.
Well, yeah, okay, he does now. The also other benefit of playing Kargath, if you're aware of the secret, is that it puts it on board, and unless it's killed, then you've got Blood Swan, which is insane, obviously. So, gonna dump it down.
This now allows Psycho to Zigzor Prime to trade.
But again, is Yala kind of okay with that? Because then that was the potential one of the X factors that Psycho has access to, right? Is that Zigzor?
Well, he has had the Blade Storm this entire time.
It's true. But difficult if minions are backing it up as well, right? If you just make it not a 4 health board.
Yes.
I think Psycho would have loved to see something like a polymorph there. Maybe even a freeze effect.
Counterspell might be pretty big, though. He doesn't want to take the Rolling Fireball to try and pick this apart while preserving the Zigzor.
But give those Zigzors the bulwark.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, you push the 1! You always push the 1, Psycho. Good boy.
Only 29 more to go. Steal it back!
Yeah. I mean, genuinely, that's why you push the 1, though, right? Because you're expecting this to happen at some point.
Both players now down to the bare minimum cards in the deck. Again, we'll remind everyone, there is an Elysiana in Yala's list, so he does get to chuck an extra 10 cards in there, so that's a huge deal. Even bigger than it looks like. It looks like Psycho's falling behind on the fatigue. He is massively behind.
Absolutely. The rest of the remaining cards are largely air for Yala, though. He does, of course, still have that Brawl, which we haven't just seen the whole game. But other than that, Battle Rage and Shield Block are just both still in his deck, which are about as dead a card as we can possibly have at this point, at least until after he's able to play an Elysiana.
Well, at least the Shield Block would get him to the Elysiana, right? In the worst case. Are we going to see Plagiarize into an Elysiana? That's just what this series needs, isn't it?
Oh my god.
We're not, because surely Yala's just not going to do that, but...
The humanity, Raven. You can see what I meant at the start of the game, though, about just how far Yala has to stretch such a small amount of removal. It's all come in one burst, so the last few turns has looked like pretty conventional Control Warrior, but he went 10, 11 turns without removing anything, apart from just using his own minions to trade into. And then it was Shield Slam, Coerce, Blade Storm is still in hand, and that's it. It's all the removal in his deck. Okay,
that counter spell is clutch right now.
The remaining cards in his deck: Acidic Swampoo's Battle Rage, Shield Block, Ironbeak Owl, Brawl. Did he not have just played Elysiana that turn? I guess he's scared of Mirror Entity from the Secret.
Sure. But even the Blade Storm would have been pretty nice there, wouldn't it? Would have cleaned up quite a lot.
Would. Sure.
And now the Blade.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm waiting for it all. My mind is ready. As ready as it ever can be, anyway. Surely Ray of Frost looks good here, right? Or do you think Yala's holding off for this brawl?
I think he's looking for a Draconic Lackey is what he's doing. He doesn't find it, though.
But if Yala waits for this brawl, he could just think, if he brawls this board away, he wins.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's exactly what's happening.
Mm.
I do think there was an opportunity to have just played the Elysiana because it was technically a free turn. Like, there's something you always have to keep in mind, right? Where Elysiana, yes, it means you can never fatigue, but you still have to have a turn where you play it, and you're going to take X amount of damage on that turn. So since he was, like, not that far behind just in terms of minion presence, if he added a 7/7 to the board on that turn, I think it was playable. But I think just the fear of a Mirror Entity just completely ruled it out of his mind there, and he just took what would have been a decent Blade Storm that ended up getting counterspell. It's the worst draw in the deck. That's not Brawl, and it doesn't cycle to Brawl.
13 with the dagger as well.
What dagger? I don't see a dagger, Raven.
Wait for it. Well, at least we know it's not going to be Elysiana Wars.
Last two cards for Psycho now are both Blackjack Stunners, I believe.
I think Psycho just goes face, right?
Yep.
It's making this Elysiana progressively better with all these coins. He can Elysiana hero power now.
He's making it progressively worse by how little health Yala has to play with.
Has to be what? Brawl or shields block into Brawl? And then arguably, he has to, like, win the Brawl with having a small minion live, right?
Exactly, because then the board gets reloaded. The board gets reloaded, and he doesn't necessarily have the opportunity to play Elysiana. He wants a one-attack minion to survive at worst, one of his minions obviously at best.
Is that his sticky finger? Oh my, that is insane. Next turn, he can Elysiana coin hero power for some more armor. Insane. He has to trade this, load up the board to at least challenge it.
I mean, he's at 7.
Don't let the door.
He's at 7. Psycho's just at 7, and he's only.
And the coins mean there's no counter lethal, right? For Elysiana.
I mean, no, you play the Goblin Lackey right now, right? And then you do have counter lethal.
Do you? And you still one off?
No, because it adds
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
it adds
11.
2 to the board.
There's 10 health now. Oh, he gets to swing. Sorry.
No, he doesn't.
Wait, he just swung. Yeah. So yeah, it's one off, right? Yala will be on 12 next turn.
Yeah.
Right, okay. And the final card is a stunner, did you say?
The final card is the other Blackjack Stunner, yeah.
Yala knows then he's safe. Can coin hero power.
I mean, he can coin shield block now, right? The fact that the shield block was the other
completely
draw.
Right, yep, you're completely right. But he was safe through it regardless. But yes, he can do that now for extra levels of safety.
I mean, Yala having it all calculated out might just not even bother to do that because there's no real,
I'm
there's
still
no
waiting
real
for the coin
reason
hero
to,
power
right?
soul. Yeah. It's efficient. I don't need the extra armor from the shield block. Thank you. I
Mhm.
might not like the card I draw on the turn I win the game. Therefore, I will want to draw an additional card then.
How, like, the fact that he hasn't just immediately clicked on the minion that says taunt on it, like, Yala is just on a whole different level than me.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like, but one maker could get me some stuff. Sword and board, right? You know.
Yeah. 4, 8, 9, 10. Dagger is 11. Knows the last card is a blackjack stunner. Yala presses the hero power every single time. Oh, come on! Why are you gonna let me down like that?
This is for a potential world championship spot, so
Yeah.
you always shield block.
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with Dagger. I believe there is more than 11. And if Psycho trades, he's just going to start hitting fatigue and dying. It looks like Yala's Gambit pays off again.
I wonder.
Psycho just going through every potential thing, but it looks very much unlike last game. It looks a little bit more simple from where I'm sat. Pretty much any minion wins the race, and Yala knows it.
I mean, hero power wins the race on its own, I think.
Sure, that's what, like, anything wins the race right now.
Yeah. He's just got there. He's just got there, and this one is going to end in almost equally as dramatic, but far less complex a fashion to the last one. That has to be a world record for the longest 3-0 series in the history of Hearthstone. Like, I challenge anyone to find a longer 3-0 than that one. That was absolutely absurd. Yala is just operating on a completely different plane of existence right now, even without the strict misplay at the end of coining shield block. Entirely unnecessary.
Yeah, I will say... Oh, go on.
I was just saying, outside of that, like, it's a pleasure to watch him play because, you know, even in the games where we get completely lost, even in the games where we are IRL fatiguing to the point that they are just in-game fatiguing, just watching Yala pick apart those situations are absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the combination of not only the lineup choice, he has put his chance at Worlds on the line, bringing this anti-warrior, anti-weapon tech lineup, and it is paying off so far as he's booked a spot in the finals. Next up, versus Tice. So we're going to have Tice or Yala at the World Championship. Subtle, to me, it feels like a win-win scenario here.
It does. I mean, obviously, Tice is Tice, and from like a purely sentimental point of view right now, the guy just got out of hospital a couple of days ago, and it would be one of the most incredible stories to hold up to come out of Hearthstone ever if he was to qualify for a world championship here. But based on what we've seen from Yala this season, over the last few seasons, really since he burst onto the scene around HGG time and a little bit before that as a well-known ladder player, everything we have seen of this player, he has been on that trajectory of a future world champion. There's very few players, but they all seem to follow that same path, that same curve, that upward trajectory of being more and more recognized by their peers, of getting improving results, of finally getting into the limelight to where no one can ignore how good they are at the game anymore. And I think that's absolutely where Yala is right now.
And honestly, just based off what we've seen this weekend, obviously we've covered Yala for a long, long time now, but purely from this weekend, I would be terrified to go up against him because it feels like he's got everything planned out. It's all gonna, he's getting the most out of every single turn. It's all planned out, and it feels like a gargantuan effort to try and beat him. And he's doing that with a lineup that was a risk. There's a reason everyone hasn't submitted this, or there's one of two reasons. One, no one's as good as Yala to realize this was going to get the job done the way it has so far. Or two, it was a risk and it could have fell flat on its face. We have seen counter warrior lineups fail. So again, just all the props in the world. And again, commiserations to Psycho, of course. I personally always talk about how much I like Psycho. I like the way he brings something different to the table week in, week out. You never know really what he's going to submit, what he's going to put in those decks. But a top 4 spot is nothing to be ashamed about at all. He had a great performance across the whole season. But for me, I am all about this final Soto. But we are going to take a break because not only we need it, but I imagine it is pretty fair to give Jarla a few minutes to just compose himself and get him ready for the finals. But we're going to be back with the final match here to decide who is going to become a spot, or get a spot, should I say, at the World Championships from the European region. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, and welcome to another week of Mull It Over. This time, we turn our focus to one of the staple archetypes of the current meta, Secret Rogue. Though the version with Cult Neophyte remains the most popular, last week in GM saw the introduction of a version with Underbelly Fence. Whether you play Vendetta, and the amount of secrets may vary from list to list, but the core strength of the archetype lies in its value engine and the ability to build up huge minions. For this archetype, hardly any cards are auto-kept other than Pharaoh Cat, as you might want different parts of the deck depending on the matchup. Moreover, whether or not you have the coin greatly influences what cards you can afford to keep. For example, when Tice is on the play versus Demon Hunter, he tosses his Edwin Van Cleef because he already has a Pharaoh Cat into Neophyte curve and would be unlikely to get cheap activators for Edwin without the coin until much later. On the flip side, when Psycho is on coin in the same matchup, Psycho keeps Edwin and also commits to keeping Preparation to support the big Edwin game plan. Notably, he also tosses away his Questing Adventurer because you tend to only have the resources for one or the other between your big 3 drops in the early game. Against DH without Consume Magic in the list, and especially against Druid, going all in on one big minion early is often your best game plan. For Empanizado here, Backstab is the only toss because Druid will not play any small minions for him to target with it. If he picks up a secret or a 1-drop, he already has access to at least an 8/8 Edwin by turn 2, which is an instant game winner against Druid. You can't always hit the Edwin dream, but the next best thing is still a keep against Druid. Boston solo keeps Questing Adventurer and tosses everything else in search of 0-cost spells to support it. In other matchups, Questing is a bit trickier to time because it's more fragile early on, and you instead hope to build it up. Casey demonstrates good timing against Jarla's Priest that does not run Holy Smite or Penance. So Questing goes up to 3/3 on turn 2, not being vulnerable to Wild Pyromancer yet. On turn 3, he puts it to 4/4 and just under Shadow Word Death range. And finally, on turn 4, he goes for the big push with Dirty Tricks as an insurance policy. Against Demon Hunter, Blitzchung kept Questing and Preparation together, but he's wise to hold off on Questing on turn 3, even if he could get it up to 4/4 stats, because it would have been still within easy Marrow Slicer range for Tom. By waiting till turn 5 and clearing Tom's board simultaneously, he creates a much more persistent threat. In this matchup, every extra point of health is crucial to play better around Blade Dance, which is why it's a good spot for Tice to go for Ethereal Lackey here instead of Witchy Lackey. If he can discover Backstab, Preparation, or Shadow Step, he can push the Questing even further out of Blade Dance range, which is a higher priority than evolving Evil Miscreant because a Questing sticking for 2 turns can just decide the game. Against classes like Priest and Warrior that can reliably remove your big minions, you have to balance threat development with value generation. Shadow Jeweler Hanar is a 1-card mega value engine, so if you can coin it out and follow up with a secret, it's a backbreaker against these 2 classes that usually need a few more turns before they can remove it. For Switz against Highlander Priest, while the Hanar doesn't deal much damage in the early game, it lets him amass resources and force out Zim's best removal cards inefficiently until he eventually gets too much damage in. It's a similar story for Nalgidan versus Control Warrior. He prioritizes Hanar to the point where on turn 2 he even gives up Preparation, which he maybe would have wanted to pair with Edwin on turn 3, in order to maximize secret value, and also drop Pharaoh Cat to play around Bladestorm. It's a different story when you're facing a deck as fast as Face Hunter though. You don't have the time to go for big value. Instead, you want a hand exactly like what ETC ends up with here. 1-drop on 1 and backstabs. Board presence is so important in the matchup that Flurry goes for Blackjack Stunner without Battlecry value, and it's spot on, so the Hunter never gets a good Freezing Trap or Pressure Plate. Go for value trades and go wide like Tom does, and Face Hunter will often struggle to answer efficiently. seasoned Secret Rogue players also carefully plan out their disruption cards, namely Plagiarize and Cult Neophyte. Timing these correctly can be devastating, especially against Control Priest and Tempo Mage, which often want to play many cards in a single turn. With Plagiarize, you can threaten to steal their entire combo, and with Neophyte, you can delay it altogether. For example, when Boston is up against a priest that hasn't even used the coin yet, he uses Plagiarize as insurance for his board full of low health minions. Boston knows Zim potentially wants to do a Wild Pyromancer combo to clear, but if he does, Boston gets tons of value in exchange, which is exactly what happens. Up against Tyler's Tempo Mage, Tom60229 goes for double Cult Neophyte on turn 4, and because Mage relies on spells to come back on board, he's reasonably certain that at least one of them will stick for the next turn. And when Tom sees the lackluster response from Tyler, he gets a decent read on an Apprentice combo in hand, so he Shadow Steps his Neophyte on turn 5. Paired with Jandis Barov for a huge push onto the board, he locks out Tyler's combo for another turn and still has Secret Passage in hand to follow up. As it happens, RDU made the same play against Psycho too, and while Psycho didn't quite have the big combo in hand yet, RDU's back-to-back Neophytes locked out even the top deck potential for Psycho to come back on board. And that's another mullet over in the books. As always, thank you for tuning in and enjoy playoffs this weekend.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final match we have today. And the final match we have this season as well is going to be Tice versus Yala. The loser has a good season and he's done with it. The winner gets a spot at the World Championships a little bit later on this year. Everything on the line for these players, and what a journey both players have had to get here, Sottle.
Yeah, Yala himself obviously taking the huge risk, now being a known entity with this anti-warrior lineup as well, having submitted it to the last week of round robin, took the huge risk to just throw it out again here going into the playoffs. Clearly has a huge amount of faith in it, was happy with the way it performed. We saw players in his bracket like Bly's trying to dodge it by excluding Warrior from their lineup. And honestly, it does seem like the biggest test might have been behind Yala at this point, because by any definition of the word, that was a huge test. Just like looking around at some of the responses to particularly that game 2 and that was played in that series, it's very clear that very few people were going to have won that series with this lineup other than Yala. But that was the tough test, because now he has the intended purpose up against Tice, who has both Bomb Warrior and Demon Hunter in his lineup, the 2 decks that this can prey on, primarily, of course, that Bomb Warrior. And Tice, of course, again, unfortunately not having the opportunity to adapt his lineup because of the illness. He just submitted the same decks that he had last week. Hasn't even had the opportunity to do what the rest of his practice group did, which was adapt the Bomb Warrior to actually have some counterplay with the Rattlegore and the Bloodsworn Mercenary. He just has plain old Bomb Warrior up against this quad counter deck lineup from Yala. So Tice is just objectively in trouble in this series. He's going to have to pull something very, very special out of the bag. But Tice has a legacy and a history of pulling things that are quite special out of the bag when he's absolutely needed them most.
Exactly. And here I want to lay out the series, of course, where if Tice gets a win on his Rogue, although, of course, good for Tice, he gets a win. There is a 1 next to his name. It really is this Demon Hunter and his Warrior we're going to have to laser focus in for, because these are the decks that Yala wants to just pretty much just dominate here. And we are getting to our game number 1 straight away. This is the finals. Just one more reminder, the winner is going to join Silvername as our 2 representatives this year going to the World Championships from the European Grandmasters. Loser... So have to try again next time.
There's just something about like the original Odd Couple dynamic of the European representatives being Silvername and Yala. Those are the 2 players that we've sent to Worlds. How does that happen?
Yep. They cover every angle, Sol. That's how we win. Okay?
Yeah.
Hey, though, Tice going to be on the top with that Demon Hunter, Aldraki Warblades, Magtheridon, Mana Feeder. Not the best, but definitely not the worst opening hand here I've seen from Demon Hunter. But Yala, not bad for himself. Actually, that Mind Flayer Karj is really, really annoying for the Demon Hunter to deal with if it finds almost any target on curve.
For sure. Slow start from Tice, but I do like and respect the recognition of Magtheridon as just an obscure win condition in this matchup, because he is largely unfavored, I think, against the version of the deck, which I think is a favored matchup for Priest to begin with. And I still go back and forth about whether, you know, having Acidic Swamp Oozes instead of Sethic Veilweavers is a plus or a minus for you in this matchup specifically.
Right.
But certainly the ability to destroy key weapons at key times, you can argue, is an increase to the win rate. But I think overall, Tice is in a negative position from the offset in this individual matchup. So I do like him just trying to do something a little bit different with this Magtheridon.
Speaking of a little bit different, a Pyromancer, a card that is growing more and more in importance of the playstyle versus Demon Hunter, getting just thrown out there. Do you think this is Yala just wanting to put whatever he can in the way? Do you think there's a level of security because he runs quad weapon removal in this list where he might not as much need to rely on the Pyromancer AoE heals?
I think that's certainly an aspect of it, yes. There's, you know, if he is able to destroy a charge of, say, 2 weapons over the course of this game, that is an extra 8-ish healing over the course of the game, depending on which weapons he actually lands on. So that does give him a little bit of extra security in terms of the Pyromancer Apotheosis bursts, which you are referring to. It might just be that Yala has a different stance on the matchup and doesn't necessarily think that you have to be all in on that Pyromancer rebound in the late game.
And already, look at the pause from Tice here, and this is it. Karj, although it doesn't look like much, it is so annoying because you don't want to just leave it up as the Demon Hunter, but look at how much damage he'd have to soak into it. Maybe he just attacks it with the weapon and goes face with the minion? Does that seem good?
Yeah, I think I like it. It will play perfectly into Yala's plan, though. But to finish the thought from the previous turn, I think the ultimate reason why Yala was so happy to throw away that Pyromancer is that he also just has Raised Dead in his hand. So that's something that Tice can consider here by taking the trade to dilute the pool enough that this isn't necessarily a guaranteed Pyromancer for Yala on this turn.
I do think with it being, though, along with that Karj, I do like the Raised Dead no matter what here from Yala.
What is Elun's will?
Could even end up coining, playing the Karj and then maybe even coin heal. I think now with his hand being not needing specifically the coin for a 5-drop, i.e. the sticky finger on curve against a weapon. Oh, okay, he's going to take the value trades. This is actually just better.
Yes, I think it is. I like this a lot more than coin heal. This is essentially still healing for 2, right? Because you reduce 2 damage.
Right,
you reduce 2 damage on board, but you preserve your coin, which I think is a very, very nice resource to still have access to overall.
It's one of those plays you don't see too often, because I think maybe we're all very used to seeing Wave of Apathy on big boards, or Wave of Apathy to steal a minion with an Acolyte, or, Cabal Shadow Priest. Whereas it's a relatively small Wave of Apathy, with I think actually a big payoff, which is, I think, at least relatively rare.
Yeah. Additional upside as well that he gets to take the value trade, of course, which is worth something in this situation as well. But the one fear factor I will just throw into the mix here is that Yala has to remember he's up against a Magtheridon deck, which is a little bit unusual these days, and he currently does not have an answer for that Magtheridon in his hand. So, and here it comes.
Interesting. You can kill one. You can kill another with Kayn at worst next turn. Interesting.
Interesting.
Oh, Apotheosis on the 1-3. Easy.
Yeah, worth considering, for sure. As is Coin Kartut, though. Obviously, we're looking at Kayn, so we know that that isn't protection. But from Yala's perspective, he might feel like it is.
I think it's fair for him to not assume, but not expect a Shard Shatter next turn. There are no Soul Fragments in the deck yet.
Well, I think, from a vanilla perspective, I think my expectation of my unseen opponent here is that they intend to go, Shuffle card plus Shard Shatter on this turn. That's actually what I would be expecting to happen, I think.
You think the trades would have looked like that if that was the case?
That is a good point, yeah.
I think you'd push damage face, or kill the Karj, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
It's tough, though, because that trade might happen and say, well, in the Worlds, I might not need to Shard Shatter the board then if I can kill it off anyway.
Right.
So it's tough. It's not a given in either way. I just think it's a very interesting play, because you don't normally see Magtheridon played like this.
No, agreed. Consume magic off the top. Tice just going to cycle it.
Jailer. Yeah, you could get a Jailer, right?
Could get a Jailer. Get a Twin Slice, even.
Yeah, sure.
Ooh, okay. So now Twin Slice, Hero Power, and Blade Dance will be able to activate this Magtheridon this turn.
Doesn't even necessarily have to swing the weapon in, of course. Or the swing in, should I say. Now that's a lot, just go for it.
See what happens.
Nice.
Yep, gets 2 of the good hits. So he can just force this damage to face now. Very nice.
Now the big test. Do you have Wave of Apathy? Do you have Shadow Word Death? If those answers are no, then ouch time.
Ouch time indeed.
I go fish in.
Soul Mirror?
Yes, Soul Mirror?
Yeah.
Soul Mirror Coin Kartut?
Yes, exactly. I think that's it. You take the Soul Mirror, you just coin the Kartoot this turn, hope that it works. There is Kayn in hand, but Kayn is currently not lethal just on its own.
Yeah, 16 with hero power and nothing else.
You don't pick the ones.
Consume magic again.
Oh! Mana burn!
Insane. Yep, you do that one.
Burn away to ash. Hide behind your servants. I will still find you.
He's going to commit pain here, though.
I like it.
Now they're for Yala to go Apotheosis here and trade into the Kayn. Which restores his Kartoot Defender to being the protection that he does need this turn. Now he has to have a long, hard think about what this Radiance versus the hero power means.
We've seen the consume magic now, seen the Kayn. So anything else that comes out to, I guess, skip this Kartoot is has to be a very specific bonus card from another one maker, I suppose, which he doesn't have. Skull off the top, though. That'll help. Blade Dance number 2.
Strike. Jailer. Doesn't have enough mana to drop the Shard Shatters with it anymore, though.
He could double Chaos Strike into Blade Dance, and that would still punch through and allow the Magtheridon to go face.
That's fair, yeah. Would
May as
still
well want the second
not
one, right?
be lethal, though.
No, it wouldn't be lethal, but it'll get rid of the major problem. Doesn't
Yeah.
get there, though.
Yala raises his eyebrows as the 12-12 is pointed at his Apotheosis taunt and says, yeah, that's right. You trade into it, just like I knew you would.
So if he does it this way, I imagine he's keeping the 2-2 on board, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, that would have made sense to me personally. I guess it is 5 damage after the hero power comes in. Which means the 2-2 has to attack at least 3 times or 2.5 times to be able to make up for that amount of damage.
Or he could have just swung and saved some health on the Magtheridon. I guess 7 is as high as 12 in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's dead.
You've got to remember, Magtheridon is just one card addition in Tice's list. Or he still has access to all the weapons, the twin slices, everything. Obviously, he's used one, but you know what I mean. He still has access to a ton of damage. This whole game plan isn't revolving around Magtheridon.
No, that's true, but it is the card that Yala wasn't really prepared for in this situation.
Right.
Obviously, his decks are like tuned against very specific things. You know, a bunch of just damage being thrown at the face at this point. Sure, he has a hero power, he has Radiance, he has Kartoot Defender, he can deal with all that. A bunch of weapons, he has Sticky Finger and Ooze in his hand. That giant 12-12 was the big sticker that turn, and I think, you know, it's something to look at. Again, I called it out at the time, right? Like, I loved the Wave of Apathy play for what it represented on the board at the time, but it was just that one nagging concern in the back of my mind of like, well, what does this mean with Magtheridon in the deck? Though? 'Cause currently, there's no answer.
It's tough as well, right? Because it was a weird Magtheridon. Like normally, you could be like, well, there's no soul shards in, so not only do they need Magtheridon, they need to then shuffle fragments in, then they need to have the shard shatter itself to then deal with it. That's a lot of ifs, and I think at that point, I really did like the play from Yala.
Such a beautiful.
Whoa!
Lapidary's gonna
Lapidary
help.
off the top, huge. Let's keep on coming here. One Apotheosis down already. Oh, dude, Kartoot Defender is a roadblock, but it doesn't win you board. And Yala is just losing board right now.
It's the same old, isn't it? The Kartoot, good card. A little bit difficult to get down sometimes. It is a lot of your turn.
Yep.
And again, we've run into one of these weird matchups where Demon Hunter's getting there without weapons, so then it's actually stranding cards in Yala's hand.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
this
and-
isn't the first time this has happened.
And this is the difference, right? This is why Demon Hunter can beat this lineup. That's why this isn't the anti-Demon Hunter lineup. It's the anti-Warrior lineup. Warrior can't do this. They don't have enough high-quality minions in their deck to be able to do this on most occasions. Unless they hit the absolute dream curve of basically every single minion in their deck back-to-back consecutively. So Demon Hunter does at least have this alternate win condition where they can force their way over the line.
Feels so much worse without Apotheosis, doesn't it?
It does. It's a really clutch clear, though. Yeah. It's a really clutch clear with the Inner Fire. Yala adapting to the end of his turn there and just diverting away to be able to clear the board. Because, again, this Kartut Defender is much more effective if he's able to drop it on a board that is not able to deal with it immediately.
That fragment draw was actually kind of clutch. It means the Shard Shatter doesn't go off, so he gets to retain the mana feeder.
Yep.
It's actually pretty big.
Yep.
Oh, there's a weapon.
Also means it gets out the way of his skull, so he's guaranteed to hit all the discounts this turn.
And the problem is, if he sticky fingers, he cannot Kartut Defender. So I imagine this is actually going to be a weapon break with the Ooze here from Yala.
Agreed, yeah. Ooze, Kartut, and heal.
Would you ever consider the wave over the heal?
I don't think so.
Because with the wave, he can't get through Kartut.
That's fair.
He can't naturally get through it, should I say. Obviously, he can get through it, but you know what I mean. The hero power plus 2 one-attack minions does not equal 4.
Yes.
High Beam Soul Share is actually a big deal here. Even Blade Dance.
Just Blade Dance, right?
Blade Dance High Beam? Oh, insane.
Go up to... Wait. He's going up to 15 this turn? That's 10? 12, 14. This is just lethal.
Is it lethal? Oh my!
This is just lethal.
Oh, that's bad for me. But I actually thought the healing would have just been good enough. But I guess when you add the Twin Slice on top of that, insane.
It's Igzaxes, the most pleasing of lethals. Exact damage, exact mana, clear board on the other side. The most perfect lethal from Tice, who gets the secondary problem over the line. We did see Yala be successful with that lineup against Demon Hunter, specifically up against Blythe, where he reverse swept the series, essentially just taking out the Demon Hunter 3 times in a series where Warrior was not available to be preyed upon by that lineup. So that is the secondary problem, and Tice has got that over the line immediately. So his win rate in the series has certainly gone up from, somewhere in the 20% most likely. It's now creeping up towards maybe 30% overall. Because he's got that 1 win over the line, but still the Bomb Warrior is the biggest problem by far.
It really is, yeah. And it was a very interesting game there. And again, it was really bad for me not counting. I just didn't think it would be enough, so I didn't bother. But also the Wave of Apathy would have kept him alive on 1, right? Because he would have healed for 2 less, but he would have reduced the damage on board by 3. So that was just an interesting one where, not that probably would have mattered in the long run of the game, but just an interesting choice, right? The Wave actually did reduce and made it a little bit harder for the Kartut to be killed. Obviously, it was Blade danced away anyway, but still, the extra health could have made a small difference. But you are right.
I think that's one of those situations, though, where you've made the right play and lost the game, though, right? Against
I agree.
Most hands on average, you are surviving that turn, so you just preserve a resource in the Wave of Apathy to use later on. It's just sometimes there's a hand that deals exactly 15 damage to you that turn. That's just what you got hit by.
And we are going to see it now, Sottle. Test number 1. Tice on the bottom warrior, going up against whatever from Yala. I don't actually know yet, but most importantly, all of his decks are built to beat this. So it almost doesn't matter what Yala picks going into this warrior. It matters that Tice has decided to queue it, so we get to see if he can get over the line. And we have seen Warrior do this, right? It can grab a win because there are instances of if the counter deck does just not quite hit, say, the weapon removal or the steal, and the Bomb Warrior goes turbo mode, you can get through. And he is going to be queuing this Priest, which again, without the natural card draw, it does mean that I would say this is the best matchup for the Warrior out of all these. Would you agree?
I agree. Yeah, I think So when you play this lineup, I think this is the matchup you most want to dodge when you hit the overall... when you actually hit the Bomb Warrior lineup from your opponent, because not only is what you say true, in my opinion, where I think this is the most likely matchup for the Bomb Warrior to win, because the Priest doesn't draw cards, they can't really tutor the weapon effects, they can whiff in certain situations, so you can just go Turbo, Wrench Caliber, go win the game. But Priest is also the most likely deck to beat a normal Hearthstone deck, because it's almost a normal Hearthstone deck itself. So you like to get the Priest up against some of the other decks in your opponent's lineup and get the Priest out with a win through that method. And you want to be lining up the Druid, the Galakron Warlock, the decks that almost never lose to Bomb Warrior specifically. So in terms of just hitting the right Q orders right now, Tice is absolutely nailing this. But there is that Acidic Swamp Ooze in the opening hand, which does immediately change everything for Yala.
It changes everything, but not as much as in some lineups, because Tice is running the one Horde Pillager in his list as well. So, test number 1, does Tice get a weapon? Yes, nice and early. Test number 2, does it get broken or stolen? Well, it's going to be broken, at least for now.
It's going to get broken, at least for now, indeed. As you said, broken and stolen are two very, very different things when it comes to the card Horde Pillager.
I've got an out there question / suggestion. Can Yala ever wait with this ooze for one turn? Is that madness?
No.
Okay.
So you don't do it, and the reason, in my opinion, you don't do it, like, I respect the thought process, because you can kind of bait your opponent into just throwing out more upgrades and things like that onto it and potentially get more value for the cost of a little bit of health yourself, which doesn't seem that big a deal. The reason you don't do it, in my opinion, is cutting class. You want that card to be as dead as possible in your opponent's hand for as long as possible.
Because for me, the main thing wasn't, oh, I hope my opponent plays upgrade. It's more, because it came off Corsair Cache, it couldn't be broken unless Tice over-equips it. And because Tice is playing a Horde Pillager, it gives you one more draw to potentially steal it instead of break it. So it wasn't some fancy bait your opponent kind of idea. It was purely because of what Tice's deck list is. But yeah, as it is, he didn't get to the Sticky Fingers anyway, decided to get rid of it earlier, and this of course saves Yala a ton of damage in the immediate future as well. So it was by no means a hard call, but more of an interesting choice.
Yeah, I do genuinely think the cutting class is the biggest factor there.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
When you destroy weapons so consistently, that's one of the interesting byproducts that doesn't really get talked about, is you actually limit the warrior's card draw so effectively that you kind of starve them out of the game as much as you prevent them from dealing damage to you. So I think that's a really, really big deal to shut down the cutting class as quickly as you can.
Yeah,
it's another
one of those. Nice and easy here.
Yeah, it's another one of those "Where are my dragons" hands. We've been seeing this with shocking regularity.
It's tough, right? Because in this position, I think I'd be tempted to just play out the Acolyte. Puts a taunt there, you're not expecting to try and steal too many of the warrior minions anyway.
Yeah.
Uses the mana, gets the card out of your hand, which you might need some space later. As it is, I'm not surprised Yala said, play an Acolyte without getting maximum usage. Don't you ever suggest that again in my presence. But I think for a more regular Hearthstone player, I suppose, there is some value in just getting another minion out, taking control of the board.
Yeah. Imagine playing cards when you don't have to, Raven.
Well, yes. One of those funny things in a card game, I do normally like to play cards, but you are right. It's the opposite issue I have with certain hunters in certain metas, where you get to play a card game with no cards in your hand most of the time. I'm sure that's not quite the same situation, is it?
No. That's not willfully turning down the option to play any of the 9 cards that you currently have in your hand. Huge draw.
Dragon. Yeah.
Yep. Cleric of Scales active is huge. Yep. Tank the bomb. Absolutely love it. Deliberate. That's not a misclick. Yala just wants there to be 0 bombs in his deck because he knows conventional methods of killing him do not work. Dr. Boom is one of the few ways that Tice can get out of this with a win. So just get that bomb out of your deck.
I actually think I like the Draconic Studies here. It allows him to play potentially. Again, it all depends on what Yala's mindset is for the game, because however Yala thinks he should win this matchup in general, he'll probably just do it and go for that plan. But again, like, Draconic Studies gets him some pretty valuable resources and potentially just starts winning the game quickly. But I know Yala is just not interested in winning the game in any aggressive fashion whatsoever. So I'm not surprised he picked Raised Dead there.
I will say, like, I know you're very familiar with my hard and fast rule on Soul Mirror and Murazond, but I have a fairly similar one with Raised Dead in the early game with Cleric of Scales, which I guess you could qualify this as the early game just based on the particular matchup that we're playing. Because if you don't have a very diluted minion pool and you take Raised Dead off a Cleric of Scales, there's a very good chance you're just getting Cleric of Scales back anyway, at which point then you can take the Draconic Studies afterwards, right? And you just kind of have netted a whole extra 1-1 out of the proceedings, plus a whole extra minion of whatever else you've got off the Raised Dead. So generally, I think Raised Dead is one of the highest pick spells in these situations, especially between like turns 1 and 8.
Wow. Okay. Super interesting though, right? Because in that instance, is drawing cards something Yala wants to be doing a lot in this matchup? So I don't know either. I think when you start looking at potential fatigue, it is something that could come into play.
Yeah, fair enough.
Plague Protodrake though, whichever way you slice it, Yala's not going to refuse one of those on an empty board. Imagine, do I need an 8/8 on the board right now? Yeah. just heal them. I've already got 1 minion. Do I need 2? Probably not. I might get more value later on.
2 just seems greedy. I can't hoard all the minions.
Yeah. Be on the board now, or I could keep it in hand for 10 turns.
Yeah.
There is Barov to help deal with this board, but again, now Tice... Is he even considering playing the control style at this point? Is that something he'll be thinking about right now, or do you still think he just wants bombs?
It's something we've certainly thought about, right? Like, we have absolutely been through the ringer as a caster group as to how to get over the line with the Bomb Warrior in these matchups, and fatigue is certainly something that we've tried out pretty unsuccessfully. Like, we've played various strategies which seem to get consistently close, but not over the line. And close doesn't mean anything, you know? Like, if you consistently fall just short of being able to fatigue Priest with Warrior, that doesn't mean, oh, it's so close, it's nearly there, I can feel it. It means it doesn't work. Close is losing. So you have to try and figure out something else instead. But, I mean, there's just every opportunity that Tice is just a better player at executing that kind of strategy than any of us were and is able to make it work. But I still think up until the last possible moment, you are still on the plan of just trying to deal damage as consistently as you can.
Right, and for me, it's... Although, of course, relevant, it's less about your plan going into the match and your plan throughout the match, right?
Yes.
Because he equipped a Wrench Caliber. He swung it. It got broken. Okay, well, the plan of stacking your Wrench Calibers for the late game is kind of gone. So now you need to adapt and change. It's not like you can go into a game and from turns 1 to the last turn, you stick to the same plan. Because a lot of the time, plans change.
Imagine how upset Yala is right now that he's not even gaining armor this turn.
Your mind is not your best.
I mean, he's played more than 1 card slot. I think that's upset enough. And a mistake?
Yeah, there was an actual real-life ugly Hearthstone turn from Yala there. It's pretty rare, but there you have it. Treasure that one. Put it up in a museum, because you won't see it too often. Just has a Risky Skipper and 2 Plague Proto-Drakes in his hand, by the way.
Yeah, it's like some kind of endangered animal, right? You don't see it often. You have to travel to the far reaches of the world sometimes, and for this one we have to travel to the finals. For now, I wonder if this gives Tice some kind of opening. This Armorsmith is like, haha. That's the problem, right? Although Yala did have a very unfun turn last turn with the way it panned out,
yeah,
I don't know if it's going to matter. It shows how tough, at least at this point in the matchup, it is for Tice.
Kaj is a pretty insane draw, though, with the Deathwing on the board.
Kaj death.
Yep.
Is there going to be a bigger target for Kaj, though? There could be.
Is that even possible? I don't think that's even possible. Galakron buff? No. There's just no way. Wait. There might be a way. Hold on, I need to check something.
Just ask Yala.
No.
He probably already knows.
No, there's no way. I was checking if Evil Quartermaster was in the deck. It's not.
Well, this might going to be nice and clean here. Actually, Yala retaining the death, mainly
Yeah, I love
because
it.
death kills Boom. Holy Smite does not, I guess, is at least option number one.
Yes. Kills Boom, kills like a giant Galakron buff minion if that ends up being relevant. He had the free roll essentially on the Kobold Spellkin there. He could just toss it out and still had the 2 mana left at the end if he needed to death. But since he hit the Holy Smite, he gets to preserve one of his best removals.
Ice is slowly piecing together a pirate warrior plan, though, in his hand right now. Not sure if it's going to get there, but it's worth a try. And look at his hand, like Brawl's kind of pointless right now. Blade Storms don't really do much right now, I guess, until the Deathwing comes out. It's not even giving him an option to go aggressive, so I think Tice now is kind of forced into this weird late game plan that feels like it is also going to fail.
Just play a giant minion.
I wonder.
There's already a minion on the board! And that
Please
minion
just
on
play a
board,
giant
Zottel, has a 12/12 in it. That's quite the committal.
It does, right? But like, what are you scared of? Because even pop the card and then brawl, like, who cares? You still have a giant board at the end of that brawl almost always. Blade Storm, nope, doesn't line up. One's an 8/8, one's a 12/12. Like, I don't see the punish for another huge minion this turn.
The punish is, if I'm Yala, is someone telling me I didn't get maximum value from a card.
I mean, this is an 8/8 that's in play. That seems like maximum value to me.
Okay, well, here's a big deal, though. For Tice, Horde Pillager, there was, again, we mentioned the Wrench Caliber was broken earlier on, not stolen. Therefore, this is another Wrench Caliber. We can see Sticky Fingers, of course, but at least Tice gets to swing.
I like this. Obviously, you might look at this and like, why? Why is he like immediately upgrading the weapon without testing if it gets stolen first? But, well, because he's not going to win if it does get stolen. You know?
It doesn't
like,
matter, right?
Just shut your eyes and just pretend it's not there. There's still 14 cards left remaining in Yala's deck. This is the potential weakness of Priest in comparison to the other decks, is that it just doesn't draw cards. So I think going all in against no Sticky Finger here is very wise.
And this is not bad, right? If the Sticky Finger comes down, that is 5 mana. That is an unavoidable 5 mana that Yala, you could argue, has to play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tice already has a reasonable board. Even if it pushes 5 damage in total, it's not bad. Then he has Galakron, he has Boom. Obviously, we just saw the bomb go off there, a little bit unfortunate. But he had Boom, he has Galakron. He gets to condense a lot of pressure into just a couple of turns back to back. It's probably still not going to pay off, but again, it's one of those things that looked potentially promising when we were testing, at least, if you can just go back-to-back high aggro turns.
Yes. Yeah, that is something that showed at least some potential, where you just didn't play any weapons at all until you had them all, and then you literally just played them one after the other on consecutive turns until one of them stuck, and just supported that with as an aggressive a strategy as you could. Again, that seemed to get close, but close is not winning. We really could not find a solution as hard as we tried. But Yala certainly did find a very clean solution to that turn there. Clearing the board, stealing the weapon. He's at 22. 22 is plenty to be getting on with just now, with no bombs in the deck, and really no prospect of any bombs going into the deck anytime soon, as long as he doesn't see Wrench Caliber number 2 right now, off the top, Raven.
Okay. And the big deal as well for me is the Tice on Warrior cannot really play the control style either, which we also messed with, because look at this board. If he deals with this board, he has a arguably bigger board afterwards because the death rattle's on these two things, so it's not looking good. What if he Galakrons first?
Oh, it feels very much like one more turn for my opponent to find another weapon removal.
It allows a shield slam, though.
It's true. What are you shield slamming?
The 4/4, I imagine? Oh, he's got shield slam the Proto. Oh, I guess he's got brawls. He's got brawls.
Yeah, he wants to set up Brawl Bladestorm, right? He wants to pop the Kaj, Brawl, and then Bladestorm. Well, aggro plan?
16, so Tice will be left on what, 6?
I bring life.
Yep. Second bomb about to go into the deck as well. Aggro plan commence. So now this has to be the Brawl Bladestorm. But that also involves tanking 3 with the hero power as far as I can see it, unless he wants to... No, it doesn't even fit. Yeah, he just has to tank it, right?
Yeah. I think it's... Okay, fine. Loose word of the word.
In the world's most giant air quotation marks,
yeah.
Fine.
Obviously the bomb can go off, but outside of the bomb, there's not really a way for Jarl to kill him, right? That's the point.
I mean, Tice just looks dead. He has 7 cards left. 2 of them are bombs. One of them is shield block, and that shield block is the last piece of armor he has outside of that armor smith. I guess he can Bladestorm his own armor smith at some point, but like, do any of these plays sound like lines that Bomb Warriors do in games where they win? Because they really don't to me.
And the problem is as well, all the stuff he needs to do, he needs all of that mana in the same turn. What he really wants to do is like Wrench Caliber, and then Wrench Caliber Armor Smith, the Armor Smith lives, then swing, boom, Bladestorm. It's like the sort of thing you want, and it's just not going to happen.
What is Elun's will?
What? In what world was this going to be better than just a Plague Proto Drake?
Or a Kartut if you really wanted to, you know, some health, right?
Yeah. Very confused by this. Okay.
You would have had to float more mana? You played the Kartut, I guess? Or the Proto Drake, he could have had a heal?
Exactly. He floats 0 mana if he plays the Plague Proto Drake. Seems like the most consistent lethal setup to me as well. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird, right? That, like, Jarl doesn't have a way to steal this weapon, and Tice is just going to smack him for another 4. We're going to get there, but...
No, it's not.
It's again, close, I guess we could say.
Yeah.
Or it looks close, should I say, as opposed to it is close.
Cleric of Scales, Apotheosis, lethal.
Game number 2 done and dusted. Tice takes loss number 1 on his warrior, and it might be one of many, and by many, I mean 3. So, Jarl, test number 1 done. Priest gets a win Sottle, and it looks like it should get easier for him from here.
Yeah, at least against the warrior. Of course, there is still the rogue coming out from Tice, which I think has potentially a free win against a couple of the other decks here, with the warlock and the druid still remaining for Jarl. But when it comes to the warrior, these are the decks. These are the specific custom-built decks, essentially, to mess with warrior. The priest is basically one of Psycho's decks, right? It's a real Hearthstone deck with weapon destruction thrown in it, whereas the quest druid and the Galakrond warlock are customed, tuned warrior killing machines. So they do that one job fantastically well, better than the priest does in my opinion, but they do completely throw their percentages out the window against basically every other deck in the game. So the warrior is still the huge question mark. The rogue should absolutely be able to get a win at some point this series from Tice if he even decides to go with that method of queuing it up here. But yeah, Tice is in trouble. I think priest was the deck that he most likely had to beat with the warrior if he was going to be successful.
Yeah, man, it does look like Jarl is going for the Warlock, the next port of call. And this one, again, although it might look like once we're in game, the Warrior can get close to getting there, but then Jarl will just like Moag, Netherbreath, Sack Pack, and he's on
Play a
full health.
cartoon defender.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I mean. This matchup, I think, more than most, looks the closest because Warlock naturally live taps. The health goes a bit low, especially with weapon swings and the odd bomb. The Warlock might go to 10, but then they don't take any more damage or they heal for 20, right? So although it might look close in health totals, again, this is a very, very, very tough matchup for the Warrior.
Yep, you can start to piece together why this is so effective. It's card draw is the underrated part of this lineup. That's why the Priest is the deck that can suffer, and it's why the decks that I'm calling consistent at beating the strategy draw so many cards. Obviously, Galakron Warlock has life tap naturally, but they also play Veiled Worshipper, which means they turbo through their deck so quickly. Right. They're always going to find the weapon destruction, they're always going to find the heal, they're always going to find the taunt. The trifecta of things that you're able that you need to be able to defeat Bomb Warrior. The Druid, same issue. They draw so many cards that they always find those consistent answers, but then the Druid has even more redundancies built up on top of that as well, with the Wormrest Purifier and the Elysiana to be able to remove bombs from the deck even if they do get in there in the first place. So this is problematic, and I see absolutely no reason why Tice wouldn't just want to get a win on the board, go back to feeling good about his life, go back to being in the lead in this series, and queue up with the Secret Rogue here instead.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a tricky matchup, although I would have to say that in a roundabout way, Plague seems to be a key card in this one to stop any of the early blowouts, potentially, that Rogue can just steal a win. And also, you could say, well, okay, Rogue goes pretty wide, though. Right, that's what Dark Skies is for as well, to kill off all the small minions that get in the way. So I do think, although, again, not recently really casted a matchup like this, I do think the Warlock is in an okay position for this deck. Not good, but okay.
Yeah, and as Raven was saying, Yala just one keeps the Dark Skies here, which I absolutely agree with. I think just having that key answer to an early game threat is a great amount of security here for Yala. Just means he's not very likely to get scammed by a Edwin Van Cleef or questing, which is one of the biggest win conditions for sure. But it's certainly not the be-all and end-all. I think Tice, if he's able to just be consistent, to just keep on going, keep on pushing, he has more than enough resources to get over the line still.
Yeah, the old tempo question is going to be answered here. It does open up some more options with Dragon's Horde, Miscreant, then potentially into Lackey, One Thief, Van Cleef the turn after. You can see it all coming together. Can actually bail now on this Dragon Horde.
Pick up his free Generous Mummy this turn and just play out the Evil Miscreant.
Yeah, nice early Dark Skies used up. Yeah, I'm just going to go with an early Shield of Galakron. Does still have a additional 5-drop to follow up with the Sticky Finger. Nope, still gets a use versus Rogue, of course, not quite as consistently, but still. Most importantly, I think it just puts him ahead on board, right?
Yeah, it's where he wants to be. It's crucial for this version of the deck. It, again, although there's kind of this perception or this legacy of Galakron Warlock being a deck just packed full of removal, that they can just, kill every board that you play. I really don't think that's the case with this version of the deck. If, we've already seen one Dark Skies get used. If suddenly Yala just has to start throwing out Moag Netherbreath at the next big minion that comes down, he's going to run out of ways to answer boards very quickly. So the best way to deal with that is just to get ahead of it, be proactive, and then use your minions to fight for board as aggressively as you can. Ooh.
Rush it in and bounce an imp. Making pay for that imp.
Mummy needs 5 more minutes.
Nice now. It's just putting forward an army of tiny soldiers here. Going up against Yala. And with that Dark Skies, there isn't actually anything outside of arguably, I guess, a Netherwing that could really punish this.
Yeah, Netherwing is the fear, but there really aren't that many dragons in the deck overall, so the chances that they've A, drawn Netherwing, and B, or also drawn a separate dragon to activate it by turn 5 are not overwhelmingly high, so... Either of the two of the left. I can be convinced by either.
It's kind of tough, right, actually. I don't know which one I'd actually pick on the two left. I probably wouldn't pick Finley, since he has plays for this turn anyway. Was he not going to One Thief? I partly assumed this was a Van Cleef turn, honestly, so. Okay, so Sol is just having some instant trouble, so you stuck with me for a minute. I did wonder whether he's going to go for the Blizzard there, just to be able to bat back some of these invokes. That, of course, Jarla can go and go a little bit wider on the board here, but it does look like Tice is going to go for that Van Cleef, taking pretty hefty control of this board and staying just wide enough to make a Plague not quite good enough on average. Speaking of which, though, Plague, but only really able to pair it with 2 minions. Doesn't seem quite good enough. Can just Moag Nether Breath this to get rid of the Van Cleef and once again leave the board. A little bit weaker.
So many possibilities.
Really is tough though, because although Jarla can deal with this Van Cleef now, playing a Kartut also seems reasonable. You're always afraid of the bounces, of course, but if he just plays a Kartut now, he might just get better options going forward. He does tap into the Crazed Netherwing, which is going to give him a way to clear up this board next turn. So that does mean he's going to go for that Nether Breath. Clear up the Van Cleef. Now it's back on Tice to put forward another threat. Now he does have Secret Blackjacks done, so if he did play a Kartut, that would have actually been huge there, as Tice would be able to just bounce it back and make him pay one more for it as well. Looks like Tice might go for the double 3 here. Got that Miscreant, get access to some more lackeys. Play around with. Doesn't need that Kartut or the Secret quite yet. Can now just trade and go for the Witchy Lackey on the Miscreant, make the board a little bit bigger once again, and suddenly it's likely that this board's a little bit more resistant to Netherwing after this turn.
Hey, back again. Did you miss me?
Do you want me to answer that honestly on broadcast?
I mean, as honestly as you like. Maybe with like 75% honesty.
Of course I missed you. Okay. Of course.
So it wasn't the Terralion, huh? That was the last thing I said.
It was not. No. It was the Doc, I'm going to call it now. But he did go for the Van Cleef turn, and Jarla had a choice to actually go for a Kartut into the board to wait and delay. Or he went for the, which he did end up going for, was tap into Netherwing and then the Moag into Nether Breath to kill off the Van Cleef.
Right.
So once again, just leaves the bitty board around. But honestly, these Miscreant into the 3/4s actually made this Netherwing not quite as good as it looked the previous turn. And everything just feels a little bit too slow for Jarla.
Yeah, this is the problem that you are generally going to run into in this matchup, is that Rogue is just too efficient, too adept at just making these sorts of annoying board states. They can do this 20 times over the course of the game as long as they hit enough generation to keep going. And every time they do, you basically have to throw one of your removal cards at it if you can't, get ahead of it, as Jarla was just trying to do before I disconnected by just playing out the minions in advance that I really liked. But if you're not able to do that, you do have to start throwing out your removal cards one by one, and as soon as you start doing that, Tice is able to exhaust your resources.
Yeah, now there's this Netherwing portal along with Blackjack Stunner. I'm not saying it necessarily needs to be used right now, but there is some value in just giving Jarla another expensive card, especially now that he has a minion that survives through the Netherwing being replayed as well.
Right.
Oh, Apexis Blast can clean this up very nicely instead and retain the Blackjack Stunner as well, so... Or is he just going to try and set up kind of lethal here? If the Netherwing's replayed, then that's more damage to Jarla. Yes, it cleans up some of the board, but the 5/4 can live. And then there's just Apexis Blast available in hand. Interesting.
Exactly what I was going to say, Raven. I was about to put the thing down, flip it, and reverse it on you. Whether he could just use the Blackjack Stunner and preserve the Apexis Blast. Is that worth more when he's just potentially setting up lethal? And I think it absolutely might be.
Second Nether Breath going to be useful, though.
Especially as, trusting your recap for the time I was away, you said 1 Moarg, 1 Nether Breath was used already. I think that's a pretty good signal that you can start going in and potentially setting up a lethal of your own.
Imagine if I just lied to you about what happened. That'd be so funny, wouldn't it? Like, no, you said he played a Nether Breath. I'd be like, did I?
Check the VODs. Oh, you can't because your internet doesn't work, idiot.
Check mate.
Yeah.
Yala does have to worry about the secret, though. I think that's the X factor this turn, isn't it, for that Blackjack Stunner?
Mm-hmm.
We can see that Tice is going to have a minion no matter what after this spell. But this could just be a counter spell as well, which is pretty bad. If he blows a Nether Breath without a Moarg especially into straight up a counter spell.
Right.
It's going to imp pass or imp plague maybe. Oh, test it that way and then plague. I like that.
Oh! That's so much damage.
Nathan is going to do a ton of damage right now.
Yeah, Nathan's going in, dude.
Tough choice there, actually. I honestly just don't know whether Yala roped a touch after not really respecting how long it takes for a secret to proc, and whether he would have wanted to play Plague or not as a choice.
I think he's probably fine with this. I think it was actually well considered, even though it looked a bit scrambly at the end. It's just unfortunate that it was a 5-2 that came out at the end, because against like a 3 or 4 attack minion here, I think Yala would feel fine with Moarg, Nether Breath in hand, right? Just leaving 8 or 9 damage up on board there. I think he would have been okay. Yeah. It's just the fact that it's such a massive minion that it's starting to look a little bit scarier than it needs to be.
Yeah. And that's it. For me, I think seeing the attack of it, I would have probably pressed Plague. I'm not saying I would have been right. It probably would have been wrong. But it's definitely scary. And now I really like this minion push from Tice, getting the Carter, and most importantly, maybe the Neophyte down. Yep. This is just going to be that little bit more expensive for y'all to deal with.
Now Moarg, Nether Breath, and Plague of Flames are all available here to largely tidy up this board. Would still leave 1 minion alive after the fact, though, I believe. Or is this one of those bare minimum kind of turns? Can he get away with a Kartut Defender and a Nether Breath?
I mean, it's Yala, so probably.
He kind of can, right? Like, obviously, it uses the Nether Breath, so it's not even, like, strictly preserving resources. You still use it, but you do also just fight for board.
I was just going to say, you might not even Nether Breath here.
Just Kartut pass.
Yeah. That's enough.
Kartut tap. Oh, that's the line.
What if he... Huh.
Oh,
I was thinking about Kartut Plague. Is that madness?
Yes, it is. Because Tice could just dagger up, deal with the Kartut, and there could still just be 2 5 attack minions left on the board that just smack you in the face,
true.
And you just haven't really achieved anything.
Well, you retain the Moarg, right, with the Nether Breath. That's the payoff.
Yes,
But
yeah, that is the payoff.
I completely understand your point. Okay. Bit of an up and down option there for Jandis.
Oh no.
I think
Not more chromatic eggs, Raven. I can't handle it. I can't.
It's okay. I can quite confidently say there isn't a dragon in that one.
Okay.
I do think this is worth an Apexis Blast. Do you agree, or do you think the hidden information with a dagger now is worth it? I guess the fact he can dagger through this makes it...
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure how hidden the information is at this point when it's been this long without the spell getting played.
Right.
Like, it's almost certainly game-ending burn at this point, right?
And certain amounts of mana floated, right? We just saw 3 mana floated. Why would you float 3 mana?
Yes.
Looks like it's going to line up for a Plague turn now. We finally getting the Plague turn.
BT on the egg. Plague of Flames. Clear board. Board control achieved. Draw 3 cards. Yala, for the first time in this matchup, I think is actually chilling this game. Or especially now, that is a big whiff of a draw.
Just needs to get this Onyx Mage Scribe down. Yeah, he can't wait. The frustration, obviously, that Apexis Blast does not play nicely with Mage Scribe must be a little bit rough there for Tice, but he made the choice. You like getting it down, especially post-Plague. You are, I would say, it's fair to expect it to live this turn.
Yeah, it's fairly reasonable.
With everything
Fairly
it's seen.
reasonable. Yeah.
Double Nether Breath gone, Plague just used.
Yep.
It wouldn't even die to a second Netherwing as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Second Veiled Worship.
Even more. Yeah.
That's green. It's not active. Only 6 cards remaining for Yala. Two Dragonblight cultists still remaining, keeping that Zephyrus from being active. Which means this Mage Scribe is sticking, and that is incredible news for Tice, because I think if this died on this turn, he might have just been tapped out, unless he ripped Secret Passage or something off the top here.
Oh! Okay.
Wax. Find a battle cry that deals damage. Put it together.
I was thinking whether he ever trades, then Shadow Steps the Mage Scribe, replays it, and then eviscerates.
No, not those. What is this actual garbage right
I don't know.
Your hands are shaky.
Too soon.
Wait a minute.
Objectively funny.
I was really interested in the Shadow Step Mage Scribe playing, honestly. Maybe overly interested.
I was thinking about it on the previous turn, right? Like, before I came around to the school of thinking of, it probably just lives anyway. There was a world where he could have just played it and Shadow Stepped it immediately, so he at least had the ability to play it and then Apexis Blast immediately to get those 2 spells and actually make something happen, but came around to the idea of just, dropping it on the board and hoping it stuck. But that Dragonblight Cultist, not only does it cost 0, not only did it troll the backstab on the other side for Tice, but as I mentioned last turn, it has also just activated this Zephyrus. Once again, we've seen Yala extremely adept at picking apart these board states against Rogue in these control matchups without activating dirty tricks and giving unnecessary resources over to his opponent. And now...
You see it straight away.
Now, there you go. 2 minions, clear the board, and he has set up the Savage Roar / Bloodlust counter-lethal on the other side.
I want Wind Fury on the 7-1.
No, never Wind Fury.
And suddenly Tice is now defending with these spells he was using not too long ago.
Yep.
Not only the Eviscerate last turn, the Apexis Blast this turn.
Oh. Had to kill at least one more. That one isn't necessary, but, for the cost of a backstab, sure. But if he'd have left the 4 minions up, he was still dead to Bloodlust on that turn.
I think I like the potential Kronks here. Like, what does Tice do if you just play Kronks and then Galakron next turn? Right, you have to assume you just kill him.
Can you kill him even quicker than that?
Do you think Yala cares to kill him quickly, based on what we've seen today?
But again, like, we've seen it, right? Like, obviously, again, we're kind of memeing about it, but in the situations where it was right to just, threaten lethal and end the game quickly, that's what he's done. We saw it in this series, right? With the Alexstrasza play against the Warrior. Like, he understands. We can, call him this grindy, slow control player all we want, but the reason he's so good is that he understands when to break his instincts and be aggressive.
Give me a quest.
I do think, joking aside, though, that obviously without he could have tapped anyway, but I do think getting the Galakron live with the weapon is a huge deal, because then just weapon swings plus Zephyrus win the game. Almost guaranteed, right?
What I was alluding to was the ability to just play 3 or 4 minions again that turn by going like ooze, Moarg, something like that, or even just evasive Draconid plus ooze or something, because you threaten lethal then immediately the next turn with the Zephyrus, as opposed to it being 2 turns away with Kronks into Galakron into Zephyrus or whatever. So just tapping into the Galakron was obviously the dream scenario, though, because that was just the straight up end gamer with the Pyroblast Claw at the end of the day. And that loss, ladies and gentlemen, dear Tice fans, that loss is a disaster for Tice. He is supposed to get his rogue out of this series at the first attempt. That is the matchup that should, that's the deck, sorry, that should absolutely be getting the job done. But there is still the Druid left for Yala, which again is a very, very good matchup overall for the rogue. So if Tice goes back to the well again, I think he will take this series to the distance, and we will see if the so far unwinnable matchup can be defeated of the Bomb Warrior versus the Quest Druid.
Yeah, it's a tough one. We can take a look at the Druid list now, and for those of you not too familiar, it basically is Quest Druid with a ton of taunts and heal, and of course the tech to beat the Warrior. The Windrisk Purifier gets to delete all bombs as required, although a timing consideration is needed, as it will also change Elysiana in the list, as well as a couple of other cards like Sticky Finger, of course. So that's definitely a last-ditch or a game-winning turn. But then there's the couple of Sticky Fingers, the Elysiana there, of course, and one cheeky Iron Beak Owl. That is just a nice nod, I guess, to the Rattlegore potential tech that Yala could have come up against. So yeah, just a deck I think we both agree on is one of the sturdiest anti-Warrior builds, and Tice is going to be queuing Warrior, so we get to see the matchup, and this is one of the ones I think Yala should feel extremely comfortable on. He's probably feeling comfortable with his whole lineup, but this Druid deck is almost the polar opposite of what Yala's Priest anti-Warrior build is.
I think Yala has 80, 85, 90% of his foot in the door of the World Championships right now, because that's the win percentage based on our experience of this matchup of Druid versus Warrior. It just seems so unwinnable for the Warrior for what we have seen so far. Obviously, there's worlds where it can happen, but right now, Yala 2-1 up. Tice has just been cycling through his decks, finds himself back on the Bomb Warrior now, but very little else matters, because Yala has one of the best possible matchups in the game right now to be able to send himself to the World Championships.
And not only has this, or Yala getting to the finals has come off the back of some incredible play over some grueling games. He brought this lineup in the first place. That was the first step was submitting a lineup that had such a narrow view, I guess, of how he wanted to win the games, how he foresaw his opponents to submit their lineups.
Yep.
And it's paid off in spades. Even just already this matchup, yes, is heavily favored for Yala, but even Yala just getting to this point was an incredible risk. But it's worked so far. Tice is going to get that Ankar equipped next and early. Does have the Horde Pillager as well, along with a Bloodsail Raider, so has some level of aggro, and a little bit different to some of the other decks we've been talking about today. This Druid does generally want to float mana / pass the first few turns of the game, so there is some level of opening where Tice can build a board, start hitting face, and maybe, just maybe, it gets there. But with Starfall, Groundskeeper, Nourish available in hand, the second Yala gets some breathing room to go off, it's going to be very, very tough for Tice to come back.
I love this plan from Tice so much.
Get him.
I was going to crack a joke about how Yala was about to get punished super hard by this South Sea captain this turn after hero powering the 1-1, but in reality, the actual play from Tice is so much smoother. He's just been handed a pretty nice Pirate Warrior opening, and he is just taking advantage of that right now, trying to go as aggro as possible and stick a board. Take advantage of the weak turns that the Druid has by pushing as much damage through as possible in turns 1 through 4.
And it's working. The old Iron Beak Cowl coming out to play just to reduce some damage down. And this is the small opening you have against Druid, or Quest Druid specifically, because they do generally do rubbish stuff for the first 4 turns of the game.
Yep. South Sea Captain.
Someone's gotta lead the charge.
Close.
But however aggressive Tice opening is, you can just glance at Yala's hand and knows as long as things don't go terribly wrong for him in the next turn. So, for example, South Sea Captain would have been one of those things.
Yep.
He has the ability to stabilize. It's what the deck is built to do.
It just seems so scary every time, right? Like, I'm already getting baited just looking at it. Like, look how much damage this is in the early game. Is Tice actually getting there?
And also, there is the Horde Pillager, right? To re-equip the Ankar. That's an extra 4 damage from the weapon.
Yep.
Oof,
The worst
and that's
draw
a
in the
bad
deck.
draw. Yep.
Doesn't want to see it, but he does have Groundskeeper, and this is quest completion now this turn. Doesn't have to float mana anymore. Can go into this Nourish as soon as possible, but might just be forced into still being mana inefficient on the following turn to be able to drop this Starfall and clear up the board.
Could also go Groundskeeper Beetle, potentially.
That's true.
Next turn, which seems solid, although it doesn't deal with the Armor Smith again. Yala doesn't care about
Not one
Tice's
bit.
health. Doesn't care about his arm. It doesn't matter.
Not even a little bit, Raven. Tice is going to try and Shield Slam here so he can push the damage. It doesn't really work out, though. He has to play both Risky Skippers in order to do that.
Yeah, just a little bit mana off. If you got a cheaper Pirate, this could look a little bit nicer. Might just be worth it, though. Needs to keep this board. Needs to keep pushing. He does get to whip in a Corsair Cash as well.
He is going to get turbo smoked by this Starfall, though, but he does at least get to rip the Battle Rage.
Oh, sure.
Cards.
Probably better than Corsair here. Okay. Pretty good cards.
Ow, insta-nourish. Okay. Does not
Imagine
consider
being
this
scared by
board
this
state.
board.
Yeah, does not consider it aggressive enough to be worth dealing with. Drops the Steel Beetle back to 24. And now the Ooze is in hand. Still no Sticky Finger, though, which is the big one. And no Lucent Bark. That's the big deal as well. The earlier you get Lucent Bark in this matchup, the closer the Warriors' win rate is to 0.
Corsair Cash here for Tice. Just wants to draw the weapon before he, with only that one Wrench Caliber left, doesn't want Corsair Cash just stranded and has to spend 2 mana for nothing later on.
That's right. And everything
guess what?
goes face.
Yep, it's all going to the doom. Now, though, he can go Starfall and then Groundskeeper this turn. Oh, wait. Yeah, he can just do it the other way. For a second, I was like, wait a minute. Does that work?
Wait, what? Oh, because he needs it to act. Right. Yeah. You just do it the other way around, yeah.
Just, look, it's been one of those days. I was sat there
It
going,
has.
is this wrong? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Curious.
What are the odds?
Whether or not that's...
Weapon
whether or not that's-
Destruction, Oasis Surger Beetle.
Yeah?
Looks good to me. Doesn't need the
to me
taunt
too.
if he removes all the things that can hit him.
Exactly. Getting that weapon dealt with is priority number 1 right now. Even though, again, he's putting an Ankar back in the Horde Pillager pool. He would love to be stealing it away here, but because of this consistent minion presence from Tice, it would actually be slightly scary to commit 5 mana to a Kobold Sticky Finger on this turn, even if he had it.
And at least he knows there's an Ankar already in the pool, so there is a chance at a whiff, so to speak. Obviously, it will still generate a weapon, but it's significantly less dangerous than a Wrench Caliber. Right. Yeah, this looks good to me. Take control of the board. Get that Beetle down to armor up. Not gonna... Oh, I love it so much. Who needs armor against this Bomb Warriors?
Not me.
What now?
It's tough now, though, right? Because Blastmaster Boom seems fine, but not against this board, right? That's the thing that this... If Yala went for the board removal option with spells, then Boom would have been great.
Yeah, if you can play Boom on 7 in this matchup and be happy about it, that's a sign that things are going very, very well for you indeed. Fortunately, not the case here for Tice. But I would also continue to argue that things are going very, very well for Tice here indeed, despite the fact that Blastmaster Boom is not good on turn 7.
Better than most, yeah.
Does this have to be like...
Just played Storm Caliber, right?
Oh,
yeah,
sure,
I like this.
sure. I didn't know whether he had to commit to the Barov, but this way he leaves a 5-2 up. He doesn't get to go face with the 2 attack he had, but still. Like I said, Tice's health isn't really relevant in this game. Right. Oh, Wrath is actually a big deal here. Yala getting to some card draw is pretty important, even if he ends up wrathing his own minion at some point.
But this turn now is why I think it was so crucial that the Wrench Caliber came down on that turn from Tice. Is because now he actually has a Blastmaster Boom set up that he can actually be happy with. There is the full 3 bombs in the deck after this swing from Tice.
Sands of time run low.
Do you think about whether to heal the Oasis or wrath something?
Or just not play Healing Touch this turn?
Yeah, of course. Don't need to.
Yep. I mean, crucially, like, Loosen Bark is still a card and it is still a win condition. You can't, like, no matter how much pressure you're under, you do have to retain some element of greed for your healing effects, so you actually have some Loosen Bark revives left available to you. Oh, he picked up the Deathwing off the top. That's insane. David, I think Tyson's doing it. I think he might be favored from this position.
Really? I don't know. Where's Wrath to kill this Deathwing? Cheap and draws a card.
Yeah.
Next turn, what I think we might... Oh, okay, that's pretty good. What I might think we see is an earlier Elysiana than we're used to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fair, right?
It is.
There's enough bombs in there to be a bit worried if I was Yala. I mean, I know Yala's never worried about damage. He's always got it covered,
However,
but...
remember, if that happens, there's still the potential for more Wrench Caliber this game. And the Wrench Caliber can then put bombs into a 10-card deck all over again. All right, never mind. He hit Hidden Oasis. Game's over again. Don't worry, it's fine. Forget I said anything.
It really was not only the Wrath, but the Steladris as well. It's just the card draw. Because if Yala gets to draw his cards beat Tice's.
So many contradictions.
It's why we put so much of a focus on early game, right? Because guess what? Druid does nothing for 5 turns, and then it might draw some cards.
Yeah.
If Yala gets hands like this, and they keep on coming, it's pretty huge.
It was still only one whiff away for Yala to be in absolute disaster territory. Though.
I agree.
If that Wrath had got cast and there was one more dead card come out the deck, I think he was in real trouble. He's still not out of the woods because, again, remember, there's just a massive Dr. Boom loaded up in Tice's hand. And yes, the Yala can Starfall it away, but it's still infinity damage going to Yala's face, potentially. 3 bombs in the deck. This would be a great time for them to be drawn if you're a Tice fan.
Yeah, he can do this though, right? He can Hidden Oasis. Get the value from the Steladris.
Oh, yes.
This is
Love
huge.
it.
This is huge.
Yeah, this is huge.
The first thing I was looking at, even against a Boom, was how to get this Hidden Oasis cast this turn so he gets the double value, and he's managed it. The Gidra's helped. Look at, insane. All the health in the world on board. All the health on Yala's side, being at now a total of 32. Suddenly, this Boom looks a little bit measly, doesn't it?
Yep. Needs to be Galakroned pretty much right now.
That's a whiff.
It is a
Barov
whiff.
isn't bad here.
Barov is very good, yes. So backup plan is Barov here
weapon.
and then just hit the Wrench Caliber. Yep.
And then have Krasnov for next turn if the Wrench Caliber lives. I think is the grand ultimate plan here.
Yep, agreed.
Armor Smith again. I don't want to use the word irrelevant, but it's as close to being irrelevant as possible.
Yeah, it's a 2-mana 1/4.
Yeah, there you go.
It might activate your shield slams a little bit every now and again.
He got it.
He did get it.
We're gonna see
Big damage to the
Elysiana.
face here. That's 4 damage. Down to 20. Down to 17. 4 bombs in the deck now. 4. That's
Lethal?
1.
Okay.
Breathing resumes.
Doesn't? Oh, okay. Does have healing touch, so he can Starfall healing touch. But again, that's scary. Suddenly, we are in the realm of Jarl once again being under pressure and also needing a little bit too much mana to tick all the boxes.
Yes. It's the 2 health on this Horde Pillager, right? Otherwise, because all he has to do otherwise is kill the Barov. He can just do that with Wrath. And then he can spend the rest of his mana on drawing cards, playing, healing for 12, whatever else he needs to do. That leaves a 4-1 up.
Sands of time run low.
Sticky Finger.
Oh. That Sticky Finger Wrath swing? Is that have
Sticky Finger Healing Touch? Healing Touch Starfall? Like, oh my, I don't know.
Me neither.
Oh no,
Me
Raven!
neither. He wants this bird to soak up 2 bombs, though.
Tanked 1. 2 damage is acceptable.
okay.
I think he will take that outcome every day of the week.
Well, drawing a card, it not being a bomb, and then it tanking 3, like, yeah,
Yes.
seems good to me. Magic Trick?
Magic Trick?
Probably
Heroic
gets
Strike? Is there anything better than Heroic Strike he can get?
Studies? You could end up getting, guess what?
Oh, Kargath Prime, yeah, okay. Into that.
Secret Passage. So what is Tice actually...
There's an upgrade remaining?
Ah, okay.
Obviously
Galakron, but
doesn't
not
get into the
castable, of
Galakron,
course.
Mm-hmm. Upgrade cut in class. Pretty sick here.
But once again, the ups and downs of this single game, so like, now I feel like Jarl's a bit safe again. He's about to take another 4 and there's bombs in the deck. Oh,
He's about to get smoked
it's so
again,
tense. It's so tense. And the problem is now, because he used the healing touch last turn, he can't heal with the Hidden Oasis after effects and Sticky Finger.
Right. 4 bombs in the deck once again. Jarl needs to dodge 3 of them. And does.
So steal, and then use the Wrath.
Oh, I hate it so much. Oh. Oh yeah, he can Wrath without drawing. That's huge.
Yes.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. That's huge.
Curious.
Does he ever get time to just play 6 mana heal for 12? Like, is this the turn where he's just supposed to do that and just accept 1 more bomb in his deck?
Oh, and just Wrath.
Yeah. Because if he's not playing a minion, right? So he knows the Krastenov can't do anything. So this is the last weapon swing if he wants to just let it go off.
That is true.
Sands of time run low.
I am a fan of this not playing a minion, if he's going to leave the weapon up, obviously.
Yes.
If he steals the weapon, then yeah, the Krasnov can trade into Sticky Finger all he wants.
There's still just a freaking Lucent Bark in his deck, though. Like, what does that even do at this point with all the heals that he's used?
Okay, he's going to steal the weapon. He doesn't heal, but he also doesn't receive an additional bomb in his deck.
50-50 on Galakron this turn for Tice, and it is a huge 50-50 that he needs to win. And he lost it. Can still draw it this turn with the shield block, but he cannot play it and hero power this turn now. That's the difference. It's damage that's just not getting pushed.
And Tice just that's his deck. He's going to play his Krasnov, play his Armor Smith. There's all the minions gone. The Galakron isn't even going to draw anything and buff it up, so there's no chance for another Mega Minion sitting.
Oh, it's insane.
Oasis.
That's insane. The other actual copy of Hidden Oasis is so much better than the split up copies that he has in his hand right now. Gives him the security. Now he can draw cards again if he really wants to. He's absolutely free to do so. Yeah, rasp the face. Seems good.
Okay, that's just funny. Good way to break the tension there. Yeah, just rat the face, just in case.
Yeah, fine. Bring him on. Bring him on.
Play the use. Oh, yeah, I guess not, because... No, it's fine, yeah.
Wow, you really went through the ringer there.
Yeah. Well, at first I was thinking about Brawl, but obviously it doesn't matter, because if Brawl comes down, Galakron doesn't. So then it just doesn't matter, and then you can just heal anyway. Or probably, we're getting close to the Elysiana turn, I think, here.
We are getting somewhere close to the Elysiana turn, I agree.
How many bombs are left? 3?
There are 3 bombs left remaining in the deck, yes. I do think this turn should be as aggressive as possible, though, to force the defensive play from your opponent so that you can then Elysiana safely.
Power. These Rising Winds dodging bombs like absolute bosses. There's a Brawl.
Yep. Love this.
Could be huge. Okay.
Absolutely fine. I think Yala just has it solved from here.
It's got to be Elysiana on this empty board, right?
I mean, I'm not even necessarily sure he needs to do that. I think it's solved in like various different directions. It's just like which one Yala latches onto.
It's just if he gets... Sorry, go on.
I think he can just straight up out heal, even with the bombs left remaining in his deck, and I think he wins if he plays Elysiana.
Oh,
that
okay.
is by far the easiest way to do it, though, which is draw Loosen Bark with heal cards still intact in your hand.
Yeah, not only just the 6 cost, but also, of course, the Crystal Power. I was going to say, personally, I think I would go Elysiana just to remove something from the equation. As in, right, 0 bombs. Let's play the game and heal now. But, of course, that doesn't mean that's the only way to go about it. And, as you said, the draw from Rising Wind dodging bombs again. Going into Lucent Bark now. This looks like Yala might be safe. Because yet again, 1, Bladestorm doesn't do it. 2, if Brawl goes through... Tice can't play Galakron. The longer he can't play Galakron, the more he can't hero power, which gives Yala even more time.
Oh, just don't draw them all. Just don't draw them all. Okay.
There we go. Now's the time, I think, for me, Sottle.
Got to be time. Yep, 100% the Elysiana turn now. That's all he wanted. He wanted to greed it for as long as he possibly could to hit that Loosen Bark. I think he still had the game won even without it. But the Loosen Bark made everything so much
easier. Pick the funniest
ones. Schumer, victory lap. You can have Schumer in every game you played this series. I think he actually picked it, didn't he? That looked like far left to me. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Doesn't matter. Completely irrelevant. Ironbark, easiest pick of my life.
Guardian Animals?
Did he pick any beasts?
Did he pick Hench Clan? He managed 2-2-1 rush.
Okay. He has Twilight Drake, Hogsteed, Ironbark, Schumer.
Nice. Most importantly, he has Loosenbark and heals.
Yes.
A colossal play.
Indeed it was, Tice. Indeed it was.
I think that's it. And Yala is going to be going to the World Championships. What a win. Incredible play all weekend. Brave submission of that lineup with the hard target warrior. And he made it work. Honestly, a great effort from Tice for many, many reasons this weekend. So fair play to Tice. It was a huge effort and a great performance from him. But I can't take this away, and I will not take this away from Yala. I think he played exceptionally well this weekend, and I will echo something we have been touched on for the past year, maybe even longer now. But Yala might well just be that next player, that next world's best player we have across all regions, Sottle.
It's just been so refreshing, such a pleasure, such a treat, such an honor to watch of just Yala picking apart this metagame. It made me so happy. Like, Raven, you'll remember I brought this up 3 or 4 weeks ago, where I said I just feel like people have got lazy with Conquest.
Right.
The intended purpose of Conquest is to do stuff like Yala is doing, where if the meta gets stale, you break the meta, and people weren't doing that. And then just through, obviously with help from some of the APAC players, and then Wama, who iterated on it before him, he then came out with this strategy that he had success with that no one else really achieved the same levels of. And then just watching him put on these clinics day after day, week after week, series after series, and bringing us back to solved Hearthstone games. Do you remember solved Hearthstone games, Raven?
I do now.
They're so refreshing when you can actually just know what the deal is. Sure, you can deal with some bomb out percentages here and there just by the nature of which deck that he's aiming to play against, but he's just in his comfort zone, and it shows. He is on a different level with these kind of control strategies, and on a different level with Galakron Warlock, because what more fitting way to do it than the deck that he's carried by his side the whole way through Grandmasters up until this point. Galakron Warlock coming back into the lineup and taking Yala to the World Championship. What a performance. My hat is just off to the guy.
It's incredible because it's not only, it's fine, it doesn't matter about us, how long these matches go, of course. It's unimportant for us. But Yala playing to the level he is, bringing this strategy and executing it within some of the games we've cast this weekend, where he has, as you said, just took his opponents apart in these complex, crazy endgame scenarios that are, to an extent, solvable. I would be terrified if I was going to Worlds and I was up against Yala early on. I'd want to dodge him at all costs right now, because he does look just that much better than everyone else. It's just an incredible performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I mentioned, Hunter Ace, previous world champion, previous grandmaster, called it out at the start of this season. He just said, no one's stopping Yala. This is Yala's year. He's just the best. He's winning worlds. And what a prophecy that would be for Hunter Ace to pass the torch to his teammate, his good friend. And, after departing the world championship stage and departing grandmasters, if he was able to pass that torch over to Yala, who could, take up that mantle as almost the undisputed best player in the world,
Right.
which, because of the nature of the game of Hearthstone, doesn't always happen to a world champion. Not everyone believes that you are the best player when you win the world championship. But I think that was something that we did exclusively see with Hunter Ace, where there were very few people who really brought that into question. And I think that might be a similar situation if Yala were to take it down this year.
Yeah, and a great end to the day, great end to the weekend, and honestly a great end to a season, as we're done. That's season 2 over, the last season of the year. So, before we sign off, Sottle, any final words to round up the season here?
No, it's been emotional, Raven. That's been about it. It's been an absolute roller coaster of a season, particularly here in the European region. I think, again, very, very happy with the standard and the level of play that we've had here. I'm happy with the winner that we have, of course, in Yala, but that is the end of Grandmasters, of course, for the year up until the World Championship. But there is still plenty more Hearthstone action to catch up on, because in 2 weeks' time, we're going to have Masters Tour Madrid, but then there's a little interval in the middle. We are going to have a Battlegrounds event as well, hosted on the YouTube channel, which I will be have the great pleasure of covering myself as well. So do not go anywhere. If you're still looking for your fix of Hearthstone action, just stay tuned on this YouTube channel. It's where it's all going to be.
Yeah, and we have more Hearthstone action coming up today because, of course, we need to end the season for the Americas region as well. So TJ and Frodan will be coming up after us. But I just want to say thanks a lot for watching. We've had some moments across the season, some tough times to try and bring this broadcast together. So thank you to the team. You just see us on camera, of course, but everyone who's pulling together to help out and make everything go on for the season here across all regions has been fantastic. So thanks a lot to you guys. And thanks a lot to you guys for watching as well. We hope you had a great time. It's been our pleasure. But for now, we're going to sign off and hand you over to TJ and Frodan to bring you the final day of the Americas Grandmasters. Enjoy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. Today is Championship Sunday, and after 8 weeks of competition, it's all come down to this. Our final 4 players will be fighting for one spot to call themselves a champion and one opportunity to call themselves a world finalist going into the end of 2020. My name is Frode, and I'm your host. I'm joined by a super fan who decided to hop on for a guest interview. How you doing? What's your name, and what can we do for you today?
Hey, I'm TJ. I drove all the way here from Southern California, and I'm here for killing all day. Woo!
Nice. It's always great to meet the fans of Hearthstone Grandmasters. JT was your name. Who you rooting for today?
Yeah, I really came all this way to root for killing all day. I think he's great. I got his poster on my wall. Been following him since 2008, and I think he's great. And I hope he wins today. Yeah. Woo!
All right, couldn't really quite get that, but we do have some players here that are featured. One of them is Killing All Day, which I think we'll be really excited to see later on compete, as he was one of the players that went through the second seed. Of course, Muzzy from Group A was able to get first, and we'll see whether or not either of these players will be the champion. Muzzy, one of the most historic legacy players in all of America's history, killing a player that's been to a world championship and looking for an opportunity to make it his second. And I'm sure my usual co-host TJ Sanders would be here and talking about killing, but unfortunately we're just joined by some random fans today for commentary. Over in Group B, we also saw a lot of interesting twists and turns, where we saw Monsanto end up taking the group over No Hands Gamer and Language Hacker, and then ETC being the dark horse, able to also come all the way from the elimination bracket Division B and defeat Language Hacker and No Hands Gamer. It's ETC's last season, and we'll see whether or not he will be able to bring it home in his final opportunities to appear as a Grandmaster.
Yeah, I mean, I said it yesterday. There's outside of my love for killing all day, there's a lot of cool stories going into the top 4 here. ETC, a player that I can relate to a lot, and making the decision to focus on his new business and his family, and him being able to make that miracle run, qualify to the World Championship, even if he doesn't win, just getting there and kind of going on top of at least his region would be super cool. And then Muzzy, Monsanto have been so consistent for so long. Muzzy, maybe not so much in Grandmasters, but before that, being the top player in Americas for 2 years in a row. And then Monsanto, in the top 5 winningest players in Grandmasters history. And then, of course, there's Killing All Day. It's been his year for many years now, but at the same time, it has not been his year. Even kind of, lucked into Grandmasters this year when Gallon gave up his spot to join the final design team. And he's making the best of it right now. In the top 4, a chance to qualify for the World Championship in his very first season of Grandmasters. Should be an exciting finish.
Yep, very much so. Another really exciting finish, for better or for worse, is the relegation matches that we're going to be featuring all throughout the weekend. We're down to our last one. It's actually going to be what we start off with here. Just Saying versus Rami 94. Saying, another player who has deep history in competitive Hearthstone and one of the greatest to do it in the Americas. Will he no longer be a Grandmaster? We can talk a little bit about that, but also Rami, the newcomer to Grandmaster. We've had a rookie go really far in Grandmasters this season, and then we've had a rookie who's been eliminated in the previous season with Papa Jason, who got automatically relegated in his first season back as a Grandmaster, and now we see if Rami can hold on to that spot. And so, as much as some dreams are coming true, some will get crushed today, no matter what happens. That being said, the good news is that relegation spots can be earned back, so to speak. So if you get kicked out of Grandmasters for losing in the relegation matches, you do have an opportunity to re-qualify based off prize earnings. And the good news is that some of the top earners in our region ended up being a lot of the players in the relegation zone. So we might end up seeing some players make it back anyways, but nothing is ever guaranteed, and it just feels a lot better to have that insurance.
Yeah, the insurance is a big deal because there is a chance that players with current earnings can all make top 4 in Madrid. As low of odds it is, it can happen, so you want to make sure you secure your spot and not leave it up to anything along those lines. But taking a look at the bring rates, this is the bring rates to all the playoffs going into this week, and we've kind of narrowed it down even further with many of the players having similar lists, but still with some diversity left. Temple Mage and Soul of Demon Hunter, I feel like have been pivotal points of the matchups, but a Secret Rogue has been a deck that, while came into kind of these last 2 weeks of Grandmasters with the highest win rate, I feel like that's the deck that seems to be struggling the most now that the meta has settled to these 3 being the top decks. And then, of course, we are left with some decks that are on that sheet. 2 players in this top 4 do have Druid in their lineup. Then we have Muzzy with his Priest, Monsanto with his very unique Pain Warrior. So even though those top 3 are pretty similar across all 3 lineups, the 4th deck is kind of where everybody differs, and maybe one of those decks becomes the X factor and pulls through for that player to win the championship. So should be a cool day.
It's going to be a really cool day indeed. But that does bring us to our featured deck list for today on Championship Sunday. Our featured deck list will be, once again, Monsanto's Warrior, as it is one of the more unusual choices, especially with some of the weapons they decided to bring here with Reaper Scythe and incorporating cards like Athletic Studies. So even though it's kind of a Pain Warrior, it's got a little bit of a mid-range effect. Maybe it's even just appropriate to call it a Tempo Warrior. It's got a lot of different identities, TJ.
It does, yeah. I think Tempo is the name of the game, especially in the current metagame. When you're looking at, Tempo Mage, Soul Demon Hunter, Secret Rogue, all those decks are decks that get back Tempo very, very well. And being able to match that, as well as have some form of consistent win condition outside of just randomly generated stuff. And Pain Warrior has that with the Korkarn Elite Bloodsworn Mercenary combo. So it's definitely a cool take on the deck. I feel like it's more tempo focused than the Livewire Lance versions were, which were more value focused. We also saw when this deck was showcased in the group stage earlier this week for Monsanto that it can draw cards incredibly effectively. It has the Risky Skipper Battle Rage combo, but then because you're running Reaper Scythe instead of the Livewire Lance, Cutting Class becomes a super cheap way to draw cards. So it felt like, in slower matchups, he was firing on all cylinders and able to piece together the combo. In faster tempo matchups, he's got the tools to fight the board early and close it out. So I feel like this deck is the one that could push Monsanto, into an advantageous position against all these other players who are bringing more standard lineups that we've come accustomed to. And, could net him a win because nobody really expected this. And it's 1-0 right now. So it's not like we have this huge sample size. Oh, my God, he came into this group, he crushed it, he went 10-0 with the deck. It's 1-0, but the one game that it played looked great. And on paper, it should line up super well in the current metagame. So I love this, and one of the reasons why we wanted to feature it 2 days in a row.
Yeah, so that is your T-Mobile Deck Spotlight, sponsored by T-Mobile, America's largest 5G network, as we head into our first match of the day. Once more, we're going to start things off with the relegation finals before we go into our semifinals and then grand finals. So when we come back, we're going to start things with Just Saying versus Rami94 here on the final day of the Hearthstone Grandmasters season. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
What useless facts do I know? Oh man, I have plethoras of useless facts.
Useless facts.
I know pi to the 50th digit.
To the 50th digit?
Yeah. Well, probably more than that, actually.
We're in Texas right now. The Texas state motto is friendship. That's a useless fact.
3.14159265358979323.
Maybe it's not a useless fact, but I know how to cut almost every single fruit.
4626433832799502.
Well, there's no correct answer to that. If I give you a useless fact, it would then be useful for this interview.
Do you know a fact off the top of your head?
Okay. Jaguars have a particularly powerful bite force, and what they will often do is crush the skulls of their victims. They will just bite right through the skull, and boom, lights out.
88419716939375105. It's like 60 digits, I think, or something.
That's more than impressive.
Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Grandmasters Season 2's final day. Today is October 11th, 2020. And on this day in history was the debut of the very famous single Imagine by John Lennon, a very famous British musician who sought out a lot of dreams of what he wanted to see in the world. And we talked about dreams and how they come true. And a lot of times with Hearthstone, you are living on a dream. Whether it's a reality is really up to these players and, of course, up to the cards. So let's go ahead and jump into Rami versus Just Saiyan, who already have the bans in. Rami banned that Warrior. Just Saiyan banned that Demon Hunter. So we are left with, Rogue, Demon Hunter, and Tempo Mage for Saiyan's side. And we've seen a lot of these kinds of lineups do fairly well. The straight up tempo-oriented, push to damage, get things onto the board, and maybe have a couple of reactive cards, but generally try to be in the driver's seat. And then from Rami's side, Rami decided this week once more to put his faith in Druid, which is a class that we're not really entirely sure about, but Rami seems to have it as a comfort class, given that he's used it to hold #1 legend for quite some time.
Yes, he has. But Druid is I just don't know about it, right? The survival Druid I can see making sense because there are some decks that just get wrecked when you have these like massive minions or the threat of survival to finish each turn. But Malagos Druid just feels like it's a little bit too slow now. And you could see its win rates plummeting, even though that's on ladder, not a competitive environment. It's still just... I don't have faith in it, but it is a comfort pick. And when you're in this type of situation that Rami's in, it's your first season of Grandmasters, you are confident with your ability to play decks on ladder because you held rank 1 legend for quite a long time, and you find yourself in the final relegation match. So it's a win and in and a lose you're out kind of situation. I am not surprised he kind of goes back to comfort when it comes down to it, because the alternative for him is playing a fourth deck that could get countered, like Bomb Warrior, that he may not be as comfortable with, like Pain Warrior, that is very susceptible to having those dead draws, like Priest, and obviously not willing to do that. So we'll see. We're not going to see that for game number 1. Instead, we're going to see the Mage for Rami versus the Rogue for Just Saiyan. And Saiyan, one thing about these types of moments is, mental fortitude kind of plays into it, as well as momentum, right? Saiyan has now lost 2 of his relegation matches in a row, and you can kind of lose your confidence, your swagger, your ability to play Hearthstone well if you doubt yourself and think that you can't win a match of Hearthstone. So Rami also might have a little bit of a mental edge after a couple close series that Saiyan's played that honestly were kind of sloppy, to be frank. So let's get into it. 3 legendaries offered from Dragon's Horde. I am leaning towards the Mishfin, because Hyabus Allura could have
There's a lot of bad situations that you can have with the Allura if you like. There's some innocuous one. Yeah, exactly. There's some innocuous one like you backstab yourself, and then there's awful ones where you like almost make it so that your opponent can immediately kill it. So I don't think it's reliable enough, unfortunately, when you're considering tempo decks. Saiyan actually going for a Vendetta on a lab partner. I think this is fairly curious since that Vendetta is a really powerful tempo tool, and choosing to restrict your opponent's ability to even draw cards. We do know that the lab partner, followed by the ability to play Cream Session, has been very potent for a lot of mage decks. So yeah, the Mission comes down, just establishing some tempo. It's very solid, just a 3-mana 3/4, ubiquitously known as the ideal stats for a 3-mana minion. And Saiyan now is dominant on the board. Rami does pick up these evolving missiles, and perhaps in his mind he's tempted to use that, but at the same time, what's he going to do for the rest of his turn here?
Oh man, that was just ideal, right? It's both those means the perfect amount of times. I think he's fine with just these pings here. Obviously, with the devolving missiles outcome, it makes it a lot more simple of a choice, but that's a pretty big deal because that's a Dragon's Horde plus a Vendetta that Rami just overcame without even using many resources. Devolving missiles, though, is pretty big. It could open up an opportunity for Saiyan to play this questing earlier than he had planned and kind of go off with it. The problem right now that Saiyan's facing is that he's got these cards but no support for them. He's got Evil Miscreant but no way to combo it. He's got Shadow Jeweler Hanar but no secrets to follow up. So he's just looking for that follow-up right now to see if he can make anything happen. He could always Shadow Step the Hanar and then play Evil Miscreant after value trading it in. It's a good way to combo it and then can save Hanar until he draws a secret. But now he's got to deal with a 5/5.
Yep, it's a little inconvenient, and Saiyan does not have access to removal like that Vendetta through conventional means. Does have the Secret Passage as a potential way to try and fish for it. We've seen what this Chinvala can do when it's left on the board untouched. So Saiyan might feel tempted to go for it. Doesn't go in for the Secret Passage. Wow, finds a Dragon's Horde and a Underbelly Fen, so he can actually take it down. Oh, Lady Liadrin. That's one of the more fun cards. It's one of the most fun cards that you can have when you play a Burgle Rogue strategy that features Shadow Step, because Lady Liadrin theoretically could just be giving you an infinite value engine. The theoretically is because sometimes there are some real shenanigans that your opponent can pull off, but for the most part, you should be able to always get it. So it looks like Saiyan is going to hold on to that Liadrin, and now has an opportunity to fight fire with fire. The problem with Liadrin a lot of times is that she's just very slow at doing things. But there's really fun things, right? When you talk about some of the lackeys that you get, or other spells that you potentially could collect with that Liadrin.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be super useful in this scenario, but out of those 3 legendaries, I mean, Rattlegore is even slower with no like residual effect outside of it just being this big minion that can just keep getting frozen turn after turn. Whereas Lady Liadrin has these crazy possibilities with the possibility of Shadow Step. So kind of back to parity here with the game state, as no player has really taken full control of the board. And it feels like both of these hands are on the verge of popping off, right? It just takes that one card to make it that much better. I guess Rami, you could say that he's in board lead. He has a 5-5. It's not an accurate statement, but I feel like it could change on a whim here.
Give me a quest.
Yeah, Saiyan does end up having to resort to building back the board with some meager tempo at the moment. Rami's very much in the driver's seat from this point forward. Saiyan playing that Shadow Step, recognizing that he's gonna need some more ammo for the following turn, because he is bracing himself for a big swarm of minions potentially coming out from Rami's side. Rami does have that Mana Giant in hand now, and so with Mana Giant potentially even being discounted further, there's an opportunity for Rami to really seize the board and try to brace himself for what Saiyan's swing turn looks like.
Yeah, right now I just don't see it like a valuable swing turn if Raz Frost Whisper comes down. But I guess he can't come down this turn, but Mana Giant can come down. Could even go for Arcane Missiles, didn't start in the deck, then Mana Giant will be reduced to 2. He can likely take out this questing adventure. Trade over Wand Thief and play Mana Giant?
Yeah, you only play 2 spells with the Mana Cyclone, so it doesn't exactly feel very reliable. But yeah, this elemental that's been hit for 5 a turn has been brutal. Saiyan probably has to start off with the Ethereal Lackey, see if he can find just hard removal. Coerce, thinking about, is probably the best. These are all, again, value cards. Rogue's generating value, but no actual removal.
Potion of Illusion, though, how greedy do you want to get? Oh, yeah. I mean, he's going to die.
Yes, he can play Van Cleef and rush it in, but he also would have played only 2 cards before, or 3 cards before this, so it will be an 8/8. But he's still not addressing the fact that this elemental is still hitting for 5 and has gotten 15 damage in.
Yeah. Find Evasive Worm, though. But
Basic Worm is good.
It just feels like he's too far behind.
Wow.
Gets to cram session 2 to draw 2 cards, drop this Raz, push the 6 plus another 2.
True mastery takes dedication.
Saiyans now
They're
down
off
to 6
much
life.
of the board. Okay,
And
so what's the most likely out here? Power of Creation into like Cartoon Defender? Power of Creation into some kind of big taunts? Cartoon Defender,
Oh my God.
okay.
Well, there's also Reckless Rocketeer that just clears the board.
Yeah. It doesn't clear the board in its entirety.
It leaves out the Blood Mage Thanos.
Yeah, we'll leave out the Blood Mage Thanos.
And then but you're right that the Cartoon Defender is like the only way he can gain life, and he knows that he's on an inevitable clock if he does not choose these Cartoon Defenders.
He's seen Devolving Missiles.
Yeah, I agree with the board clear. I think that there's just too much power that goes through it. You know, he also can choose to not kill the Cartoon defenders and freeze it, and then kill them over the course of a couple turns. Sorcerer's Apprentice, Evocation.
Crossbow,
Yeah, it's just
arcade
lethal.
missiles. Yeah, multiple ways to get there. And that honestly felt like a stomp. That was very one-sided. Rami didn't even have like that crazy of a start. It was like the devolving missiles that allowed him to gain that massive amount of tempo. And that was all he needed, because from there, it didn't take a crazy Sorcerer's Apprentice turn. It didn't take a crazy Mana Cyclone turn. It was just playing minions on curve. 1/5/5 from Shinvala dealt 15 damage. So that was a rough one. And those are the kinds of games that I look at and I'm like, how is Rogue that high win rate? How is it still a 55% win rate? After that, it just feels like sometimes it gets run over by decks that it's supposed to have decent matchups against.
I mean, I think that overall, like, Rogue does have a lot of solid, pretty like fair matchups in the sense that there's nothing that really blows out Rogue, and Rogue doesn't really blow out many other things except for the really powerful Edwin Van Cleef hands, or like a questing adventure that goes unchecked. And those don't really happen fairly often, since most decks account for it, right? Like, you're not really a good deck unless you can at least stabilize potentially against some of those early threats from Rogue. That being said, it does feel like Sand just was a little bit too slow. We talked about how much value his hand had. He could easily go the distance to a fatigue scenario, but he just didn't have enough to deal with that first 5/5 that required him to play Reckless Rocketeer off his Power of Creation instead of using Cartoon Defender, which I'm sure he would have loved to have. So that does end up being a game 1 victory for Rami, and we're going to game number 2 with the Rogue Mirror. And, you know, for Rami, we talk a little bit about Saiyan. I got a chance to sit down with him and chat with him, see where his head's at. But, you know, for Rami's side, he is a player that's new to Grandmasters, and he has a lot of passion for competing, and he streams a lot. And, you know, it's also great to see more Latin American representation. And I can just kind of see from the way Rami's like preparing, the way he's like competing, the way he's kind of still grinding the ladder, how much this means to him as a competitor to still be able to stay in Grandmasters and how much effort he puts in. So, you know, this one's really tough because either player will get relegated depending on what the results of the series. And Saiyan, you can look at him and just like look at the legacy and you feel like he should always be a Grandmaster, but he can't always be a Grandmaster. And then for Rami's side, you want to have this new blood that's so passionate and enthusiastic about the program to get more opportunities to prove themselves. And so it's tough being split down the middle. He's got a 1-0 lead. He's starting off turn 1 on the right foot, sort of. Just found a Colossus of the Moon.
Oh, jeez.
So that's not exactly the kind of reborn mini he was looking for, DJ.
Yeah, it's Colossus of the Moon for us here in America, as it was generous mummies for almost every Rogue player in Europe, it seemed. The curse of the Feral Cat is upon us here. And I mean, outside of that, Dirty Tricks is about all he has. I mean, Evil Miscreant picked up so he could attack Shadow Step and Dagger up, and then hold on to the Feral Cat and play it next turn to combo with the Evil Miscreant. I honestly like that. I think that gives him a little bit more value with this hand. It also allows him to get out this Evil Miscreant early without having to worry about picking up and activating a card from the top, or worrying about losing his Feral Cat to a backstab. And he does go ahead and do this, so definitely a fan of this play. And I mean, that should tell you something from Saiyan, right? Like, Shadow Steps a Feral Cat and keeps it going into 3. That tells me like Edwin Van Cleef, maybe Questing Adventure, maybe Evil Miscreant, maybe some merit here for Plagiarize.
Yeah, the Plagiarize sets up a little bit of a mind game because, like, normally your opponent's going to play around Dirty Tricks to avoid giving any card draw because they anticipate to be that secret more often than not. But I think getting tempo through Van Cleef is totally fine. This is exactly what he ends up going for. And that will be a 4-4 back over to Rami, who should be able to find an answer eventually, but for now is just going to concede that. I think that's why Van Cleef is a good play, because on average you should be able to respond to anything that your opponent develops. And I like that a lot more than the Evil Miscreant, because then the Van Cleef will sit there for several turns before your opponent can finally respond to it, versus getting some extra advantage this early in the game, which I like.
Yeah, the problem with it is the Evil Miscreant now is the one that's stranded. But I guess having